All of humanity has crossed over to wooden boats to survive. This is a planet with no land, only oceans. Brothers, if you want to find a partner, you either awaken a powerful special ship to sweep everything away, or hunt down the sea monsters to upgrade your ships. At the start, the system will group 1,000 people together. On that day, various talents can be awakened. Most people's advantages are pretty useless. The talents are either land production boosts or cooking enhancements. The best reward is a level 1 X-ray vision, but once you see too many naked beauties, the frustration comes faster, and so does death. Thus, among the 1,000 people in the Novice Sea area, only 4 people successfully awakened special ships with skills. However, one of them failed to awaken. Naturally, that would be me, a paralyzed person with no use of my legs. My physique is too weak to acquire any talents, let alone that. Even the only novice wooden boat often leaks. The survival system seems to be watching me closely. Not only did it barely restore my ability to move, but it also actively gifted me a compensation package. Inside, there is a 95% chance of receiving a black iron level reward. There is a 4.9% chance of obtaining a bronze level reward. The remaining 0.1% will yield high-quality equipment. If by chance I manage to woo the goddess of luck, I might even get a divine item. It seems this is heaven's compensation for me. Money is not enough to even afford a decent meal. I, Zhang Ji, nervously opened the box, accompanied by a soft white light flickering. A soft, pink thing jumped out of the gift box. The next second, it burrowed into my 37.8-degree embrace. It kept rubbing against my chest. I looked down and found a soft, adorable little octopus in my arms. It blinked its big, watery eyes, curiously and excitedly staring at me. But at that moment, I had a face of disbelief, wondering if I had just summoned an octopus. Now, I could only wait patiently for death. But the next second, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine pet, the juvenile North Sea giant demon. I didn't expect this soft, pink little creature to be the legendary divine pet. I hurriedly opened its detailed panel, but all the attributes were unknown. The only notable thing was its talent Rise of the Abyss, an SSS-level juvenile that can absorb all materials in the world and return them to the mother or contract master. Upon maturity, its talent will evolve into Lord of the Abyss. Tuanzi, you are amazing. I couldn't help but lift the little octopus high. Truly a legendary divine pet. Its innate talent is actually also SSS level. You should know that according to the Tianyu Encyclopedia, the highest recorded talent level is only S level. The little octopus happily waved its tentacles, seemingly pleased with the name Tuanzi. Seeing me grinning widely, it mimicked me, showing its own teeth. I pondered for a moment, thinking that absorbing everything in the world sounds quite powerful. But how to use it specifically, I need to find something for it to try. At this moment, the chat channel exploded with activity. Haha, I awakened the earth level ice. With a slight movement, I can freeze the seawater. That's just too cool. I have a level 1 strength enhancement here, and I feel like I could easily punch a cow to death. Among them, the guy who awakened X-ray vision spoke up. Those few beauties have really nice figures. I can't take it anymore, my waist is getting sore. You upstairs awakened your talent just to do this? Of course, some are happy while others are envious. At least you can still look at beauties. I awakened an F-level visual enhancement, which barely corrected my 520-degree myopia. I was looking for useful information in the chat channel. One of the muscular guys revealed his trump card. It turned out to be a sea-level novice special ship. Among its abilities, ecological coexistence allows it to attract marine life to assist in navigation, such as dolphins for navigation and warning birds, etc. This scene caused everyone to go wild, all wanting to cling to the big shot's leg. At that moment, the system announced again that Novice 100 had completed the talent awakening ceremony. The ocean survival game officially begins. All evolutionaries must leave the Novice Sea area within 10 days by sailing wooden boats. The first player to clear it will receive generous rewards. After 10 days, the Novice Sea area will be filled with toxic gas, and those who have not set sail will be poisoned to death. A friendly reminder, outside the Novice Sea area, there will be raging winds and huge waves. Only by upgrading the Novice wooden boat to a single-dimensional sailboat can one continue to survive safely at sea. The mechanical nature of the heavenly domain left everyone disheartened. Does that mean staying in the safe zone for more than 10 days will lead to death? But outside, there are all 2.5-ton sharks. Once you go out, you'll be torn to shreds immediately. You bastard, the heavenly domain wants us to go out and gather resources. At the very least, they should provide us with a decent weapon. It seems the heavens heard the complaints, and the voice from the abyss rang out again. announcing the distribution of entry-level weapons. With a flicker of space, I drew a non-ranked sailor's cutlass. Although it looked poorly made, at that moment, my eyes lit up. It was perfect for testing Tuanzi's talent. Tuanzi immediately activated the Abyssal Community's ability. It obediently responded, and slowly extended its 2 pink tentacles to wrap around the sailor's cutlass. Then came a miraculous scene, as the blade seemed to be eroded by some strange force. It rapidly decayed at a visible rate, ultimately turning into a pile of useless scrap metal. At the same time, it tightly wrapped around my left hand, as if transmitting some kind of energy. The next second, the system's voice echoed. Feeling the feedback from the North Sea Giant demon talent, my physique increased by 2. My previously numb body suddenly felt stronger, gaining 2.5 points. At that moment, I realized the terrifying power of a divine pet. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in my mind. I glanced at the little wooden boat beneath me and said, "Tuanzi, give it a try. See if you can absorb the impurities and decay from the boat." Tuanzi happily responded and gently placed a tentacle on the wooden boat's hull. I didn't expect what happened next to be even more shocking. I saw a small wooden boat that was originally in tatters. Under Tuanzi's simple touch, it quickly became tough and smooth, as if it had been reforged. The abyssal extraction was successful. The impurities and decay of the novice wooden boat were completely removed. You have been promoted to a reinforced novice wooden boat, gaining 150 durability points and a small amount of armor. But at that moment, Tuanzi, having absorbed a lot of impurities, his soft and cute little face was turning red. He opened his tentacles, wanting me to hug him. This look really startled me. Quickly spit out what he had absorbed into the sea. Tuanzi obediently opened his little mouth and pushed out a stream of pitch-black impurities. Instantly, the seawater was dyed pitch black. At this moment, the group was in an uproar again, and I checked the Celestial Domain Encyclopedia. Between the novice wooden boat and the single-dimensional sailboat, it requires upgrading 3 levels in a row. Just to upgrade to the ultimate sailboat, it requires 20 units of wood, and a second-tier sea beast's golden river. In other words, if we want to survive, we must fight those terrifying giant beasts. In an instant, everyone began to look for others to form teams. Among them, the 4 people with special boats instantly became the focus of attention. Because in addition to their special boats, their awakened talents were also exceptionally powerful, especially Kai Jian and Yang Dianfeng. Everyone was trying to curry favor with them, hoping to become crew members on their boat. Of course, there were some mavericks. One muscular man suddenly radiated a red light. Then he swung out a powerful punch. The sea surface was instantly torn apart by this force, creating a massive wave over 2.5 meters high. The tremendous sound drew everyone's attention. Seeing this, the man smirked coldly. "A bunch of cowards, just sharks. What's there to be afraid of?" Someone in the crowd quickly recognized him as the man who had awakened with 20 points of strength. I heard he used to be a fitness trainer. The generous praise from the crowd made Sukai feel a bit elated. I stood in the crowd, quickly thinking, and then joined everyone in loudly praising Sukai. "He's amazing. He can take down those big, valuable fish with ease. The boss can take them out with one punch, so let's have him lead us out." My shout instantly ignited the enthusiasm of those around me. Everyone echoed, wanting Sukai to be the first to take the lead. Having already been quite arrogant with his first-level ability, his inflated ego reached new heights. Then he grasped the diamond spear tightly, smiling confidently at the crowd. "Very well, today I will show you what true strength is. The boss is impressive. He's really something." Under everyone's gaze, Sukai swung the oar and headed out of the protective shield. Although he didn't seem very smart, he specifically chose a spot where sharks were rare. However, just as the small boat left the protective shield, a shark keenly sensed his presence. Then the shark quickly turned and lunged toward the small boat, swinging its massive body. "Come on, let me see what makes this batch of sharks different." Sukai radiated red light again, and the surge of power boosted his confidence. But unfortunately, he hadn't even had time to swing the diamond spear when the shark suddenly accelerated and crashed violently into the small boat. This caused Sukai to stumble, nearly falling into the bottomless sea. But before he could steady himself, the shark suddenly leaped out of the water. The massive body made Sukai's pupils constrict. How is this possible? It was so big that it weighed at least 2.5 tons. Before he could react, the shark bit down hard on his right arm. Sukan let out a piercing scream and was then mercilessly dragged underwater by the shark. The azure sea was instantly stained crimson, a scene that shocked everyone. However, after Sukan completely lost his breath, the shark merely took a bite and then disdainfully turned to swim away. leaving only the mangled body floating on the surface of the sea. The originally relaxed and comfortable crowd now had faces filled with terror. No one expected that the powerful Tsukai would so easily take a box meal. Moreover, that 2.5-ton shark just now is only a low-level first-tier sea beast. If you want to evolve the novice wooden ship to the ultimate level, you must hunt down the more terrifying two-world killers. In other words, among the 1,000 people here, only a small number will be able to survive and get out. Just when everyone was in a state of panic, a man in military uniform slowly stood up. He is the epilepsy of the Awaken special ship, and he also possesses sea-level rubberization talent. At this moment, his small table is already filled with 4 people, clearly indicating that the team has been formed. Time is limited. We must break out and upgrade the ship in order to have a chance of finding a glimmer of hope. He threw this sentence to everyone and slowly sailed towards the waters where Tsukai lost his life. After all, there were the fewest sharks there. Unlike Tsukai's reckless one-on-one confrontation, Yang Dianjin has obviously prepared very thoroughly, and all 4 people on the boat have at least regional-level talents. The giant tooth shark that attacked Tsukai was about to swim away when it saw another prey coming to its door, so he opened his mouth and pounced without thinking. 2 Epilepsy is not vegetarian either. The special boat underfoot suddenly emits a faint green light. A majestic silhouette of a rhinoceros suddenly emerged, accompanied by the roar of the rhinoceros, and Moonsho was endowed with wild power. The next second, it violently crashed into the body of the great white shark. Then a deafening loud noise came. Suddenly, a ferocious wound appeared on the massive body of the megalodon. The giant beast shook its head in pain, clearly disoriented by the rhino charge. Immediately after, the epilepsy roared, and the 4 people on the boat launched an attack. All kinds of messy skills were thrown at the megalodon. The latter reacted too late and completely turned over. This scene gives people great encouragement. The epilepsy boss is awesome. Tsukai is just a reckless man. Under the leading role of epilepsy, thousands of people quickly formed teams with each other. Finally converging into more than 300 wooden boats, they surged out towards the protective shield. And I, along with some girls who are a bit timid, don't even measure up to being a waste of time. Nature is ignored by people and left inside the protective cover. But I have no intention of looking for someone to team up with, because acting alone can maximize benefits. Moreover, although the megalodon is large and stout, it cannot withstand the strength of many people. The sharks wandering nearby were soon slaughtered to the last one. Hearing the shouts and cries outside the shield gradually diminish, I knew it was time to pick up the spoils. Listening to the death reports continuously coming from the system panel, I immediately paddled the boat out towards the protective shield. However, after only a few strokes, I felt my arms heavy as if they were covered in lead. Feeling the tremble of my body, the dumpling beside me nuzzled obediently. I then jumped into the sea with a splash, and 8 small tentacles paddled vigorously. The dumpling is really great, and seeing that I can't help but smile slightly. Just like this, in a cooperative effort between one person and one beast, the small boat finally stopped at Tsukai's corpse. At this moment, his right arm has already vanished, his chest has been torn apart, and an unknown substance is flowing out. I fought my physical discomfort and gave Tuanzi instructions. Launch the Abyss community on this corpse to see if we can extract his talent. The dumpling responded and gently placed its tentacle on Tsukai's corpse. In an instant, a strange energy was extracted, and the corpse quickly shriveled, turning into a skeleton. The dumpling let out a cheerful sound, then, in an instant, a surge of energy was transmitted into my body. Successfully absorbed the Evolver Sukan, gained level 1 talent power enhancement, absorption power increased by 2 points. As the system sound fell, my originally thin and muscle-less arms suddenly became full at a rapid pace, and the strength also returned to the level of a child. Tuanzai, you are really my treasure. I rubbed the little head of the Tuanzai in my arms, my eyes filled with emotion. I can say that this little guy in my arms has given me a second life. Meanwhile, the originally azure sea surface is now filled with wreckage of wooden boats and corpses, looking chaotic. Then I accelerated my sliding feet and went towards the belly-up corpse of the great white shark. Successfully shot the megalodon, agility increased by 2 points. I looked at my originally emaciated legs, which at this moment were actually filled with some flesh and blood. Finally seeing the hope of standing up again. With an excited heart, I quickened my actions. Successfully absorbed the Evolver, he said it was tanned, gained F-level talent enhancement of smell, strength increased by 2 points. Successfully absorbed Evolver Li Caijiao, gained level 1 talent speed enhancement agility, increased by 2. After going around, I finally touched the corpse and the weapon all over. This time a total of 8 points in physique, 8 points in agility, and 6 points in strength were gained. Among them are 3 talents, namely level 1 speed enhancement, level F smell enhancement, and level F vision enhancement. Now my overall attributes have reached the peak of the first level. Can be considered powerful among the human camp. I stood up. I actually stood up. This is something I haven't even dared to think about for decades of paralysis, and I never expected it to happen in a survival game. At this moment, the system reported, and it came again. The first level peak evolver you are concerned about, Kai Jiin, was killed by a bloodthirsty sea eel. Hearing the prompt from the heavenly domain, my heart sank. Kai Jiin is a person who owns a regional level ship, and the ship has also recruited 3 regional level evolvers. I didn't expect such a powerful lineup to get taken out just after putting up the shield. At the moment I was thinking, the heavenly prison has once again sent 3 consecutive death tokens, and without exception, they are all the masterpieces of the bloodthirsty sea eel. It seems that the bloodthirsty sea eel is a tough opponent, and the 4-person team was completely wiped out. But soon a thought flashed through my mind. The megalodon is very disdainful of human corpses, and that kind of ship will also become a thing without a master. So I immediately started rowing with both oars and quickly glided towards the direction where the 3 people had fallen. Soon I saw the half of a wooden boat and the remains of the 4 people, Kai Jiin and others. But I did not act rashly, because the bloodthirsty sea eel is very likely still in place. Seeing this, I immediately unleashed my innate skills, and with both my sense of smell and vision increased by 10 times, I quickly became keenly aware of. Under the broken wooden surroundings, a massive black shadow is slowly gliding. It is that bloodthirsty sea eel. He indeed did not leave. But if you want to absorb talent, you must first deal with this thing. I handed one of the Vajra spears to Tuanzi, and Tuanzi helped me refine this thing a bit. We will be starting work soon. The actions of the literary child are very nimble. Then, in less than 2.5 seconds, a reinforced long spear was born. I took the spear and tried it out, and found that it was strengthened by the group. The toughness and sharpness of the spear have been increased by more than 2.5 times. The dumpling will start fighting later. Find a safe place to hide. Listening to my advice, the dumpling shook its head at this moment. Then he opened 8 small tentacles and made a fierce expression, indicating that he could also help. He thinks you are still young, and when you grow up, you will be able to help me. I smiled and rubbed his little head. The tentacles of the Gugu Tuanzi drooped weakly, and it crawled to the bow of the ship with a face full of frustration. Although it is still in its juvenile form, its intelligence is extremely high. It understands that even if it can't help its owner, it shouldn't cause trouble while riding. The longworm looks at me. I will meet you. A sharp glimmer of sweat hair flashed in my eyes. Then the small boat slowly glided forward. The bloodthirsty sea eel is very alert by nature, and the next second he opened his starry eyes. Immediately, the huge body suddenly lunged forward and pounced towards Xiao Zhou, and I had barely reacted when Xiao Zhou was constantly shaken by the impact. Just lost 15 points of endurance in one go. No wonder a few people couldn't last long before they received their lunchboxes. However, the bloodthirsty sea eel demonstrated astonishing agility, and after successfully striking, it instantly submerged into the deep sea. Let me not even find the opportunity to counterattack. Just now he obviously wanted to use the same trick again, trying to destroy the prey with another collision. However, the reinforced wooden boat is very sturdy. The blow from the bloodthirsty eel just now instantly made him feel dizzy. If we continue to crash like this, the ship hasn't sunk yet, but we will have to. First, after crashing to death, the bloodthirsty sea eel changed its strategy, starting to linger and swim around the small boat, searching for the best opportunity to attack. And I naturally see that this guy's mind can't be turned around, so this is easy to handle. So I raised the spear in my hand and firmly locked onto the swiftly moving bloodthirsty sea eel. After confronting for 2.5 minutes like this, the bloodthirsty sea eel finally couldn't hold back, suddenly shot out of the water in the next second. I finally waited for you, and at the same time, the speed enhancement talent was activated in an instant. With a light and agile movement, I dodged to the right and narrowly avoided the Fong giant whole sword. The strike did not succeed, and only then did the bloodthirsty sea eel realize. But his body had already been pierced by the spear, and with a muffled sound, his 2.5-meter body was lifted onto the small boat by me. Congratulations on killing a first-tier peak bloodthirsty eel and obtaining 50 points of life energy. At first, I was a bit confused, but after some investigation, I learned that life energy can enhance levels. But it makes me feel like there's no explanation. I clearly only need 100 points of energy to immediately level up to the second level. But on the surface of the dumpling, however, it prominently displays a value of 10,000. It seems that although the divine pet has incredible attributes, it is also a complete money-sucking beast. After half of the energy was absorbed and divided, the little blob was happily waving its tentacles, looking as if it was not yet satisfied. Tuanzi, you go try to absorb the talent of this wooden boat, and then bestow it onto our ship. The dumpling waved its tentacles and plunged into the sea, and the next second it actually succeeded. Intake a type of ship D-level talent ecological coexistence. Successfully absorbed the evolver Kai Jiing, gaining 2 points in sea-level talent plant affinity perception. Successfully absorbed the evolved chicken brother, gained D-level talent, flame manipulation power increased by 2 points. Successfully captured a bloodthirsty sea eel, gained 3 points of agility. After a busy period, it was a great harvest, but with the improvement of my own experience, the attribute values obtained are also continuously decreasing. It seems that to continue getting stronger, one must hunt higher-level prey. In order to clearly investigate the surrounding situation, I immediately initiated ecological coexistence, controlling 2 seagulls to scout in the sky, and at this moment, my vision actually merges with the seagulls. It seems to have transformed into a bird flying freely, with the scenery within a radius of several nautical miles captured in sight. Every detail is clearly visible. I quickly passed through the seagull, discovering that there is actually a micro-island ahead, with traces of biological activity on it. Where there is life, it signifies that there must be a water source on that tiny island. In the struggle for survival at sea, fresh water and food are of utmost importance. As for food, hunting sea beasts can absorb life energy, so that won't be a problem. But fresh water is different. Without a source to replenish it, even the strongest evolved beings won't last long. With this in mind, Lu Chen immediately paddled towards the small island with Tuanzi. Chapter 7. I refuse. Not long after setting off, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon an ice crocodile turtle, which was fiercely attacking a wooden boat. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the turtle's massive mouth opened wide, and several sharp ice spikes shot out like arrows. A strikingly beautiful girl, unable to dodge in time, had her slender neck pierced by the ice spikes. The remaining 3, seeing this, immediately seized the opportunity and launched a fierce assault on the ice crocodile turtle. Leading the charge was a man with flames swirling around him, his face slightly sinister. Lu Chen still remembered him. His name was Lu Shuainan, possessing a level of fire manipulation ability, and his strength was assessed as peak first tier while within the protective shield. Turn into a roasted turtle for me, Lu Shuainan shouted angrily, his hands swinging out violently. Instantly, flames poured down like a tide, tightly enveloping the turtle. The fire blazed fiercely, and the turtle crackled as it was roasted, struggling in pain. Finally, under Lu Shuainan's continuous fiery assault, the already battered turtle could no longer endure, letting out a mournful scream before completely losing its life. At the same time, a gentle white light suddenly surged within Lu Shuainan, and his aura grew even stronger. Brother Nan is amazing, leveling up to second tier so quickly. Brother Nan is truly incredible. That turtle was no match for his flames. The other 2, seeing this, immediately praised him with admiration on their faces. In such a short time, Lu Shuainan had established enough authority within this small group due to his powerful strength. Announcement: 3 people in the novice area have been promoted to level 2. Now announcing the level leaderboard: 1. Yang Zimo, level 2, 60, 2. Li Sini, level 2, 30, 3. Lu Shuainan, level 2, 0, 4. Li Ming, level 1, 90, 100. Li Xiaoming, level 1, 30. Wow, Brother Nan is ranked 3rd. That's amazing. Wang Hao, with dyed yellow hair, looked at the leaderboard, his eyes filled with admiration. Of course, our Brother Nan is a person of great ability. As long as we follow him, we'll definitely have a good life in the future. Yang Fan quickly echoed, his small eyes sparkling with flattery. Both of them were only level 1 talents, fully aware that they could only survive in this cruel world by tightly clinging to Lu Shuainan's leg. As long as you obediently listen to me, I will surely lead you to carve out a place for yourselves in the future. Feeling the surging power within him after leveling up, Lu Shuainan wore a proud smile. He realized he was gradually growing fond of this world. The feeling of wielding such powerful strength excited and satisfied him immensely. Then, his gaze fell on the girl whose neck had been pierced, and he couldn't help but frown. What bad luck! If I had known, I shouldn't have brought this burden along. Lu Shuainan had initially been attracted to the girl's beauty, planning to enjoy her company once the situation stabilized, but he hadn't expected her to die so quickly. Throw her overboard for me, she's truly useless, unable to dodge even 2 ice spikes. Yes! Wang Hao and Yang Fan immediately obeyed, roughly tossing the girl's corpse into the surging sea like garbage. Brother Nan, look over there. Setting sail with squinted eyes, Yang Fan suddenly brightened up and pointed at the distant Lu Chen, shouting, that guy seems to have come over from Zhouxiang. Wang Hao also noticed Lu Chen and turned to Lu Shuainan, saying, Brother Nan, we came for Zhouxiang's special ship. Do you think this kid might have picked up a bargain already? Lu Shuainan's expression darkened, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Let's go, catch up to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them began to row their boat vigorously towards Lu Chen. Oh, coming for me? Lu Chen had initially thought of waiting for them to leave so he could scavenge the corpse, but he chose not to run away. After all, the 3 of them were rowing together, while he was alone, so he had no speed advantage. Thus, Lu Chen simply stood still, quietly observing their movements. However, he secretly tightened his grip on the crossbow hidden in his clothes, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Soon, Lu Shuainan's small boat reached Lu Chen's side. When Lu Shuainan's gaze fell on the enhanced novice wooden boat beneath Lu Chen, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Tuanzi had already cleverly hidden away. Lu Shuainan attempted to check Lu Chen's information panel. Evolver, Lu Chen, level, strength, why are they all question marks? Lu Shuainan felt puzzled and couldn't help but mutter. Brother Nan, Wang Hao and I have already checked. This kid isn't even in the top 100 on the leaderboard. Yang Fan's words instantly relieved Lu Shuainan's anxious heart. Not even making it into the top 100, just a level 1 trash, isn't this easy to handle? Thinking of this, Lu Shuainan's expression immediately became arrogant. Kid, consider yourself lucky. We happen to need one more person on our boat. I'll give you a chance to join us, and you'll enjoy the good life with me in the future. The blonde guy beside him immediately chimed in. Yeah, this is Lu Shuainan, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, recruiting you. You're really hitting the jackpot. If we hadn't just lost a team member, how could you have this opportunity? In their eyes, Lu Shuainan's offer to Lu Chen was undoubtedly a huge favor, and Lu Chen should be grateful and accept it. Lu Shuainan planned to have Lu Chen give up ownership of the boat and claim it for himself. As for Lu Chen, if he knew his place, he could be his little brother. If not, he could just be thrown into the sea, as there was no order in this place anyway. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen shook his head and said, I refuse. I'm used to being alone. He was unaware of the character of the 3 before him, and besides, he had too many secrets. It was better to go solo. Upon hearing Lu Chen's refusal, Yang Fan's eyes widened, and his tone rose a few notches. What, kid, do you know how many people dream of this opportunity? Wang Hao also scoffed derisively. I advise you not to be ungrateful. A piece of trash that can't even make it onto the leaderboard. What are you pretending to be high and mighty for? Faced with the 3's aggressive demeanor, Lu Chen merely looked at them calmly, his gaze unmistakably clear. He refused. Chapter 8, Tianyu, I report someone cheating. Chapter 8, Tianyu, I report someone cheating. If you don't want to join, you can leave your boat behind. Lu Shuainan crossed his arms over his chest, his cold expression revealing a blatant threat. You trash have no right to own such a powerful special ship. Clearly, Lu Shuainan believed that the ship beneath Lu Chen was Zhou Xiang's special ship. Evolver, Lu Shuainan level, 2, 0, strength, 17 aggression, 17 constitution, 18 perception, 25 talent, flame manipulation, level, skills, none vessel, beginner's wooden boat comprehensive combat power assessment. Second stage. Lu Chen scrutinized the 3 individuals ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among them, only Lu Shuainan, who had advanced to level 2, seemed somewhat troublesome. As for the other 2, their combat power was merely at the first stage, possessing talents of constitution enhancement, level, and X-ray vision, level, respectively. It was evident that these 3 were not to be trifled with. If they got too close, the hidden Tuanzi at the bow of the boat would be exposed. For Lu Chen, Tuanzi was an absolute taboo. He would never allow it to face any danger. With this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Brother Nan, look. Wang Hao pointed at the corpse of the bloodthirsty eel floating in the sea, his face filled with suspicion. This bloodthirsty eel was actually killed. Could it be this kid's doing? Lu Shuainan's gaze was also drawn to the fish corpse, secretly muttering, impossible. The bloodthirsty eel is a peak first stage creature. Even Zhou Xiang and his 4 companions couldn't defeat it. How could this kid kill it alone? Just as the 3's attention was on the fish corpse, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A sharp crossbow bolt sliced through the air, shooting straight towards Wang Hao's forehead. Thud! With a muffled sound, Wang Hao's head was instantly pierced by the bolt, and he fell into the sea, creating a splash. Damn! It's this kid! Kill him! Lu Shuainan and Yang Fan were immediately alarmed. However, before they could react, a chilling creaking sound echoed, and Yang Fan's body began to freeze at a visible speed. Ah! It's an ice-type talent. Brother Nan, save me! Yang Fan barely managed to shout one sentence before he was completely frozen, unable to move. Damn it! Watching his 2 subordinates being taken out in the blink of an eye, Lu Shuainan gritted his teeth in anger and unhesitatingly summoned the flame power within him. However, at that moment, a gleaming steel spear pierced through the raging flames. Appearing before him, it was Lu Chen. While shooting the crossbow bolt at Wang Hao, he immediately activated ice manipulation to freeze Yang Fan. 1 against 3, and with an opponent who was a level 2 evolver, Lu Chen understood that to win, he had to catch them off guard and strike first. Strength enhancement and speed enhancement activated. Lu Chen's right foot stomped down hard, and he leaped towards Lu Shuainan, the steel spear aimed directly at him. As the spear tip approached, a razor-sharp wind pressure surged towards Lu Shuinan's face like a tidal wave. His pupils constricted instantly. In this life-and-death moment, Lu Shuinan desperately summoned the boiling flame power within him, instantly turning the spear tip a fiery red, warping the air with its heat. He attempted to force Lu Chen back with this move. However, all he saw in Lu Chen's eyes was ruthlessness and determination. Whoosh! Under the onslaught of the flames, Lu Chen's clothes ignited instantly, his skin crackling under the extreme heat, every inch suffering unimaginable pain. Yet, Lu Chen seemed oblivious to it all. His right hand remained steady as a rock, thrusting forward suddenly. Thud! The spear tip pierced Lu Shuinan's right eye, sending a spray of blood into the air. Ah! Lu Shuinan let out a heart-wrenching wail. His right eye had been pierced by the spear, a fatal injury for an ordinary person. But with nearly 20 points of constitution backing him, he not only could still move, but the flames on his body burned even more fiercely. At this moment, Lu Shuinan's heart was filled with an indescribable fear. Too ruthless. Lu Chen was too ruthless. At the slightest disagreement, he struck with lethal force, not only merciless to his enemies but even more so to himself. Lu Shuinan witnessed Lu Chen's skin being burned black and cracked, yet he seemed to feel no pain at all. Every move, every strike, exuded a determination to perish together. At this moment, Lu Shuinan regretted it. He regretted provoking Lu Chen, regretted harboring greedy thoughts about him. The person before him was simply too terrifying. Spare me, Lu Shuinan wailed. However, Lu Chen extended his charred right hand, pressing it against Lu Shuinan's forehead, coldly saying, "It's too late." Then, a pale bone spike shot out from his palm, piercing through Lu Shuinan's head. The raging flames instantly extinguished at that moment. Yang Fan, who was frozen nearby, was dumbfounded. This all happened in the blink of an eye. He only saw a crossbow bolt shoot Wang Hao dead, then he was frozen, and then that Lu Chen, whom they looked down upon, someone who couldn't even make it into the top 100 of the rankings, actually killed Lu Shuinan, who was ranked third, with a single shot. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that he couldn't react, and it was all over. How do you have two talents? Yang Fan's voice trembled with fear, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Wasn't he an ice-type talent user? What was this bone spike in his hand? Isn't a person only supposed to have one talent? Why did he have two? Tianyu, I want to report this, someone is cheating. However, this wasn't a virtual game world, and Tianyu wouldn't respond to his cries. Ah, you've discovered my secret? Lu Chen slowly turned his head, smiling slightly. The skin burned black by the flames cracked open instantly, blood gushing out, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Then I have no choice but to kill you to silence you. No! I'm blind, I can't see anything. At this moment, Yang Fan was on the verge of tears. He wanted to kneel before Lu Chen, but his body was frozen and couldn't move at all. Spare my life. Accompanied by Yang Fan's desperate wails, the sharp bone spike instantly elongated, ruthlessly piercing through his heart. After killing 3 people in quick succession, Lu Chen leaned wearily against the side of the wooden boat, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his chest heaving like a worn-out bellows. At this moment, his body was severely burned, and the intense pain surged like an endless tide, crashing against his nerves wave after wave. However, compared to the physical pain, the shock and turmoil within him were even more intense. Chapter 9, Talent Evolution. Chapter 9, Talent Evolution. Just now, he had actually killed 3 people. Lu Chen, who had always been well protected by his country, could hardly believe that he had so coldly ended the lives of 3 people. Guji, at this moment, the little creature that had been silent peeked out. When it saw its master's tragic state, it instantly became flustered, scrambling towards Lu Chen. Guji Guji. Looking at the little creature that was worriedly licking his wounds, a softness appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. For you, everything is worth it. Guji, the little creature's eyes were filled with tears, clearly very distressed. It's okay. When I was on Blue Star, I had to face even more terrifying pains every day. Now, this is just a piece of cake. Lu Chen patted the little creature and laughed heartily. Then, his gaze shifted to Yang Fan not far away. Little one, absorb the talents and attributes of these guys for me. That way, I'll recover quickly. Guji, as soon as the little creature heard it could help Lu Chen recover, several small tentacles quickly moved to Yang Fan's corpse, beginning to absorb his talents. Looking at the busy figure of Tuanzi, Lu Chen couldn't help but drift back to the battle just now. When Lu Shuinan was checking my panel, it seemed he said something like, "It's all question marks." Could it be that they can't see my panel at all? Thinking of the pile of question marks he saw when he looked at Tuanzi's panel, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. That makes sense, even I can't see Tuanzi's attribute points. As Tuanzi's master, receiving feedback from Tuanzi's talents, it's normal for others to not see the specific information. Realizing this, Lu Chen slowly let out a sigh of relief. Being able to hide information was the best thing possible. After all, if his panel information were visible to others, that astonishing list of talents would undoubtedly make him a target, attracting endless trouble and disputes. Guji. Just as Lu Chen was deep in thought, Tuanzi had already finished absorbing the talents from the 4 corpses of Lu Shuainan's team and the ice crocodile turtle, awkwardly waddling over to Lu Chen's side, looking particularly proud. Tuanzi, you really are my little lucky star. Lu Chen smiled and reached out, grasping Tuanzi's tentacle. Ding! Successfully absorbed Evolver, Lu Shuainan. You have gained level talent, flame control, perception increased by 4 points. Ding! Successfully absorbed Evolver, Yang Fan. You have gained level talent, physical enhancement, constitution increased by 2 points. Ding! Successfully absorbed Evolver, Wang Hao. You have gained level talent, X-ray vision, strength increased by 2 points. Ding! Successfully absorbed Ice Crocodile Turtle, first stage. You have gained 2 points in constitution. Ding! Successfully absorbed Evolver, Liang Bingbing. You have gained level talent, hearing enhancement, agility increased by 2 points. Accompanied by a series of prompts, Lu Chen instantly gained 4 talents and a large number of attribute points. Ha! The talent is repeated? Lu Shuainan's flame control, he had already absorbed from a corpse in the Zhouxiang team. Wasn't that a waste? After all, it was a level talent. Just then, the voice of the celestial revelation sounded. Ding! Evolver Lu Chen's level talent, flame control, meets evolution conditions, successfully evolved into level talent, inferno control. Hearing the prompt from the celestial revelation, Lu Chen was first taken aback, then a smile of uncontrollable joy spread across his face. It leveled up? This talent can actually evolve? He gently waved his finger, and a flame that was several times hotter than before leaped up. Whether it's the precision of control or the ferocity of the flames, it's several times stronger than the original level flame control. This evolved talent is indeed extraordinary. Excitement sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes. With Tuanzi, my talents can continuously evolve. If level is already this powerful, if it can continue to evolve to level, or even level, how terrifying would that be? At this moment, he deeply understood why the celestial revelation held Tuanzi in such high regard. Tuanzi was indeed a priceless treasure. Lu Chen, although possessing the flame talent, still lacks flame resistance and is currently unable to be immune to flame damage. Now Lu Chen's panel is, name, Lu Chen, level 1, 25, strength, 15, agility, 15, constitution, 24, perception, 14, talent, plant affinity, level, flame control, level, ice manipulation, level, bone spike mutation, level, strength enhancement, level, speed enhancement, level, constitution enhancement, level, X-ray vision, level, olfactory enhancement, level, visual enhancement, level, auditory enhancement, level, skills, none, ship, beginner's novice wooden, ship, enhanced, comprehensive combat power assessment, peak level 2. Although your level is only 1, your overall combat power has far exceeded that of ordinary level 2 evolvers. Lu Chen examined his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Although his level was only 1, his attributes were comparable to Lu Shuainan, a level 2, and his overall combat power had directly soared to the peak of level 2. Accompanied by a soft green light flickering, the constitution enhancement activated. Lu Chen's burn injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, the charred dead skin falling away, replaced by smooth new skin, as if he had never been harmed at all. At this moment, the chat channel in the Novice Sea area was already boiling over. What's going on? I just received a prompt from the Celestial Oracle that the Lu Shuainan I was following was killed by Lu Chen? Yes, I received it too. My god, Lu Shuainan is the third-ranked fierce person on the leaderboard. Who exactly is Lu Chen? Why have I never heard of him? Not just Lu Shuainan, every member of their team that I followed has died at the hands of Lu Chen. As this news broke, the entire chat room fell into a brief silence. Clearly, this news was too shocking for everyone, leaving them momentarily unsure how to react. After several seconds, someone trembled and sent a message. So, does that mean Lu Chen single-handedly wiped out the team of Lu Shuainan, who was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard? My god, who is this Lu Chen? This is too ruthless. I need to quickly check where he ranks on the leaderboard. No need to look upstairs. I've flipped through the leaderboard several times from start to finish and didn't find Lu Chen's name at all. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. What? How is that possible? Lu Chen's level is so low that he can't even make it onto the leaderboard? Although it is indeed surprising, level doesn't explain everything. Otherwise, the Celestial Oracle system wouldn't have given us a separate assessment of comprehensive combat power. Perhaps Lu Chen's overall combat power is astonishingly strong. Chapter 10 He will slap you hard. Chapter 10 He will slap you hard. Just then, a sweet-faced girl caught everyone's attention with her words, I remember, I've seen Lu Chen before. Everyone urged her, hurry up and tell us, I'm dying of curiosity. What kind of person is Lu Chen? Yes. What talents does he have? How many teammates does he have? I didn't pay much attention. At that time Lu Chen was one of the last to leave the protective shield with a few timid girls, so I caught a glimpse of him. At this point, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Lu Chen is very handsome. Wow, we waited so long, and in the end, you tell me he's handsome? Exactly. Can you share some useful information, beautiful? Does he have any teammates? The girl's avatar flickered. No, Lu Chen is a lone wolf. But his ship is very special. It looks like it has been enhanced. I understand. It must be that Lu Shuainan saw boss Lu Chen alone, and since the ship was reinforced, he wanted to claim it for himself, but he didn't expect to be counter-killed by boss Lu Chen. What the person upstairs said is absolutely right. Lu Shuainan is selfish and domineering. I have seen him use his strength to snatch others' weapons. Yes, my bow and arrows were taken by that bastard Lu Shuainan. Because of him, I still don't dare to go out without a protective shield. Well done, boss Lu Chen. This is ridding the world of evil. If it weren't for boss Lu Chen's punishment, that bastard Lu Shuainan would be lawless. The chat room immediately erupted in cheers. At that moment, Yang Zimo's avatar flickered. Everyone, in these chaotic times, we people of Xinxia should unite and support each other. I, Yang Zimo, vow that in our No. 1000 novice area, we will not allow any bullying or robbery like Lu Shuainan's to happen again. Otherwise, I, Yang Zimo, will punish severely and will not show any mercy. Wow, it's Boss Yang Zimo speaking. Boss Yang is a police officer. His words are so reassuring. Support Boss Yang. Just then, an announcement from Tianyu came. Announcement. The ship upgrade reward system is now announced. The first evolver to upgrade to an intermediate novice wooden boat will receive a bronze-level ship weapon. The second evolver to upgrade to an intermediate novice wooden boat will receive a black iron-level ship weapon. The third evolver to upgrade to an intermediate novice wooden boat will receive a normal-level ship weapon. Ship weapons can greatly enhance the ship's combat capabilities at sea. I hope all evolvers will work hard to upgrade their ships, as this will significantly increase your chances of survival. As soon as this news came out, the chat channel instantly boiled over, with discussions surging. Wow, the first place will get a bronze-level ship weapon. What will it be? A cannon? It definitely won't be bad. Don't mention bronze level, I haven't even seen a black iron level item yet. So excited, so thrilled, my motivation just skyrocketed. What are you so excited about upstairs? With Boss Yang Zimo and Boss Li Sini here, we should just stand aside. Well, then I'll aim for third place. That's not bad either. Don't forget there's also Boss Lu Chen. He's a tough character who can wipe out teams by himself. Then forget it, I'll just go get some soy sauce. Seeing Lu Chen's name, he immediately wilted. Facing Yang Zimo or Li Sini, he felt respect but not fear. But against Lu Chen, he truly didn't dare to joke. That was a person who could single-handedly annihilate Lu Shuainan's team. Hey, who do you think will be the first to upgrade to an intermediate novice wooden boat in our No. 1000 novice area? Do I even need to ask? It's undoubtedly Boss Yang Zimo. Not only is his personal strength outstanding, but he also has 3 top players under him. That bronze-level weapon is his for sure. Not necessarily. I think Boss Li Sini might also have a chance. Her magnetic control is incredibly strong. I've seen her fight, like Magneto. Opinions varied among the crowd, some strongly supporting Yang Zimo, while others favored Li Sini. At that moment, the girl who had seen Lu Chen's avatar flickered. I think it might be Boss Lu Chen. He seems capable of creating miracles. Ha, little girl, I admit Boss Lu Chen is indeed powerful, but his level is just too low. What the person upstairs said makes sense. The key is that Boss Lu Chen doesn't have any teammates. No matter how strong one person is, how can they compete with an entire team? Facing the doubts, the girl's avatar lit up again, with a hint of determination and stubbornness. Humph, I just think Boss Lu Chen is different. Just wait, he will slap you all in the face. Ah! With a deafening wail, a massive sea buffalo crashed to the ground. Yang Zimo slowly retracted his rubber-like flexible arm, gently shaking his head, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. Sigh, even a peak first-tier sea beast is so ferocious. It seems that to challenge a second-tier sea beast, we still need to accumulate more time. Ha, old Yang, why are you in such a hurry? You're currently the leader on the leaderboard, and that bronze-level ship weapon belongs to you alone. Li Ming, dressed in a firefighter uniform, laughed heartily. As the 4th-ranked powerhouse, he possessed the talent for lightning manipulation. Exactly, old Yang, in our newbie area 1000, who can compare with us? Long Haoran, clad in the Divine Summer military uniform, also patted Yang Zimo's shoulder, his face full of indifference. He ranked 6th on the leaderboard and excelled in earth manipulation. However, Yang Zimo's expression remained serious. We must not be careless, our divine summer is full of hidden talents. Until the last moment, no one knows what will happen. At that moment, a delicate figure quietly appeared beside young Zemo, as if stepping directly out of the air. Brother Yang, are you worried about Lee Sin? This was Zhou Yu, ranked 8th, with the talent for invisibility. Young Zemo gently shook his head, his gaze deep and distant. No, Lee Sin's talent and team strength are significantly lacking compared to us. What I'm truly worried about is Lu Chen. Lu Chen? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. That guy who can't even make it onto the leaderboard? Ha, old Yang, you're being too cautious. Although Lu Chen has some strength, his level is too low to pose any threat to us. Li Ming laughed and shook his head, clearly not taking Lu Chen seriously. I hope so. Young Zemo nodded slightly, but inside, he couldn't quell the faint unease. The fact that Lu Chen, at such a low level, had wiped out the already leveled up Lu Shuai's team was enough to prove that Lu Chen's combat ability, talent, and potential were astonishing. The most critical point was that everything about Lu Chen was unknown. This uncertainty was often the most dangerous and the most daunting. Chapter 11, Goblin. A pure white seagull circled endlessly above the tiny island, its sharp bird eyes scrutinizing every inch of land on the island. 1 second-tier green-skinned monster and 12 first-tier green-skinned monsters, Lu Chen, on the wooden boat, looked exceptionally grave. Through the vision shared by the seagull, he clearly saw that the small island was already occupied by a group of muscular, fierce-looking green-skinned monsters. Clearly, these monsters belong to the same race. Once an attack is launched against one of them, it will surely provoke them all to retaliate. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he continued to search carefully on the small island. The terrain of this small island was low in the west and high in the east, and on the eastern side, the towering terrain abruptly ended as if cut by a sharp blade, forming a cliff several dozen meters high, with sharp rocks densely packed below. When Lu Chen's gaze reached that cliff, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. I have a way. With a plan in mind, Lu Chen paddled without hesitation, the wooden boat swiftly approaching the small island. He brought along a crossbow and a steel spear, carefully stepping onto the island. At that moment, a dozen green-skinned monsters were sitting in a circle, enjoying their feast. Lu Chen hid behind a tree and focused his gaze. The food in the mouths of those green-skinned monsters was actually human. From the face that had been gnawed beyond recognition and the straightened, blood-covered fingernails of the right hand, Lu Chen could vaguely identify that this had once been a young girl. It was unclear whether she had met with misfortune at sea, her body washed ashore to this lonely island, or if she had accidentally discovered this island during her exploration, only to fall victim to the brutal attacks of these green-skinned monsters. Lu Chen held his breath and quietly opened the information panel of the green-skinned monster before him. Beast, goblin, traits, ferocious, lecherous, fond of fresh blood and flesh, can call for its kind, talent, none, skills, none, combat assessment, first stage. Do not underestimate these green-skinned creatures, they can easily tear a human in half. Looking at these robust, muscular goblins, Lu Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Didn't novels say goblins were weak? What nonsense! Their muscles could rival those of bodybuilding champions. However, they were indeed short, generally around 1 meter tall, except for the one in the middle. Beast, goblin captain, traits, brutal, fond of fresh blood and flesh, can call for its kind, talent, strength enhancement, skills, none, combat assessment, peak second stage. If you encounter it, just run, provided you can get away. So it was a second stage goblin captain, no wonder it stood 2 meters tall. Notably, the goblin captain actually had a talent. This discovery made Lu Chen breathe a slight sigh of relief. It was good that monsters could awaken talents. This way, they wouldn't have to rely solely on consuming human corpses. After all, there were only so many evolvers in the novice area, and at sea, corpses would quickly be devoured by sea beasts or sink to the bottom. Relying solely on consuming humans to evolve talents was clearly not a long-term solution. Then, Lu Chen steadily raised his crossbow, aiming at a regular goblin. Whoosh! The bolt whizzed past the goblin captain and struck a goblin squarely in the eye. Ah! The struck goblin let out a piercing scream, the sudden attack startling its companions. They all dropped the human flesh they were holding, stood up, and began to howl warnings. The goblin that had been shot, despite blood gushing from its right eye, did not die. Instead, it fiercely grasped the bolt lodged in its eye socket and pulled it out along with its eye, the scene so gruesome it was hard to bear. Damn! Why does the goblin's health exceed that of humans by so much, even though we're both first stage? Lu Chen cursed inwardly, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly drew another bolt from his waist and skillfully loaded it into the crossbow. A shot to the head had been fatal for that blonde-haired one, but the goblin was still fine. Before Lu Chen could finish loading the bolt, the goblin captain's ears twitched slightly. Then, it suddenly raised the stone axe in its hand, pointing directly at Lu Chen's direction. Ah! Accompanied by a deafening howl, all the goblins seemed to receive a command, letting out wild roars as they charged towards Lu Chen. Those ears are really sharp. Lu Chen was secretly alarmed but reacted swiftly. He immediately turned and sprinted towards the towering terrain to the east. However, these seemingly small goblins displayed astonishing speed and agility, closely following Lu Chen's trail like shadows, especially the tall goblin captain, who moved with the ferocity of a beast. In the blink of an eye, the goblin captain had closed in on Lu Chen, swinging his stone axe with a whistling sound, striking fiercely at Lu Chen's back. Lu Chen's heart tightened. Even though he possessed multiple talents now, his mental energy was limited. If he were surrounded by a dozen goblins, even he would be in grave danger. Realizing this, Lu Chen activated his speed enhancement without hesitation. His speed surged instantly, almost turning him into an afterimage. The goblin captain's massive axe narrowly grazed Lu Chen's back, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Bang! A loud noise erupted, sending shards of stone flying and dust swirling. "Awah!" The goblin captain roared in anger, pounding his chest in frustration before fiercely pursuing Lu Chen again. With Lu Chen in front and the goblin captain behind, they quickly left the dozen ordinary goblins behind. As the bush-covered cliff drew nearer, Lu Chen thought, "No, it's not the right time yet." Gritting his teeth, he stopped, initially intending to use the cliff to kill all the goblins, but now the goblins were split into two waves. If he used the terrain to kill the goblin captain now, the remaining 12 goblins would become alert, making it much more troublesome for him to eliminate them all later. "Fine, let me personally experience the strength of a second-tier creature." Lu Chen snorted coldly, his steel spear suddenly vibrating in his hand, the spear tip like lightning, aimed directly at the goblin captain's vital points. "Awah!" The goblin captain's body trembled, surrounded by a red glow, his power surging instantly. The giant stone axe sliced through the air, crashing down with a thunderous roar. "Is it only you who can enhance your strength?" Lu Chen shouted fiercely, a red glow also emanating from his body. Clang! A deafening metallic symphony erupted as the steel spear clashed violently with the giant axe. However, to everyone's shock, the spear, enhanced by the dumpling, was instantly covered in fine cracks under the immense force, and then shattered with a loud bang. The goblin captain's seemingly rough stone axe displayed an unimaginable toughness and power. The axe, with its momentum unabated, continued to strike down at Lu Chen with overwhelming force. In a life-and-death moment, Lu Chen reacted swiftly, two sharp bone spikes suddenly sprouting from his palms, crossing in front of his chest to barely block this deadly blow. Even so, the tremendous impact forced him back 4 or 5 steps before he could stabilize himself, his blood surging in his chest, almost uncontrollable. Although both had used strength enhancement, it was clear that the goblin captain was stronger. With Lu Chen's block, the 12 goblins behind had already caught up. Seeing this, Lu Chen swallowed the blood that surged to his throat and ran towards the cliff without hesitation. Having finally found a prey, the goblins would not let Lu Chen escape easily. They roared and chased him even more fiercely. The thicket ahead was dense like a web, and Lu Chen's heart sank. He knew that beyond the bushes lay the cliff. "Come on, I'll take you flying," Lu Chen roared, plunging into the thicket. The goblins followed closely, their howls echoing, but when they charged into the bushes, they were shocked to find a steep cliff ahead. Due to their excessive speed, the goblins could not stop at all, screaming in terror as they fell into the abyss along with Lu Chen. But at that moment, at the edge of the cliff, a thick vine moved like a swift serpent, tightly wrapping around Lu Chen's waist, suspending him in midair. Seeing the goblin captain, a glimmer of despair and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. "Roar!" He roared in anger, trying to grasp anything that could save his life, but unfortunately, he did not possess the affinity for plants. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as he and all his kin plummeted down the cliff. Thud! 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 With a series of dull sounds, all the goblins crashed heavily onto the rocks, sharpened by the sea, instantly turning into pools of blurred flesh and blood. Ding! Goblin killed. Tier 1, gain 360 life energy. Hearing the prompt from the celestial system, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile lightly. Monsters are just monsters, always foolishly chasing. With a thought, the vines wrapped around his waist slowly descended, gently carrying him to the bottom of the cliff. This level of plant affinity truly has endless uses. It can be of great help at critical moments, Lu Chen silently praised. Just as he steadied himself, streams of pure life energy began to escape from the remains of the goblins, converging into a flow that surged into his body. Lu Chen felt a refreshing current enveloping him, his entire being relaxed, and the power within him seemed to burst forth like a river breaking its dam, surging endlessly. Ding! Successfully leveled up to level 2, strength, agility, constitution, perception, gained free attribute points. No wonder that Lu Shuainan has such high attributes. It turns out leveling up directly grants so many attribute points. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 was undoubtedly a qualitative leap for an evolver. This upgrade not only comprehensively enhanced his basic attributes but also made him realize that as levels increased, the gap in strength between evolvers would become increasingly significant. The difference between just level 1 and level 2 was already like heaven and earth. My plant affinity seems to have become stronger too. Lu Chen lightly waved his right hand, and the small grass behind him seemed to be infused with magic, rapidly growing wildly and swaying gracefully with his will. Before the upgrade, Lu Chen's plant affinity was limited to simple movements of plants and could not affect their growth process. However, at this moment, he could control the growth speed of plants at will, which was undoubtedly a qualitative leap. No, it's not just plant affinity. He was astonished to find that all his attributes, including strength enhancement and keen hearing, had been enhanced to varying degrees. Strength can enhance physical power, agility can increase speed and reaction, constitution can enhance defense and vitality. All of this is unrelated to the power of the talents. Then the answer must be perception. The perception attribute is directly related to the power of talents and the mental energy required to exert them. Lu Chen suddenly understood. He had always been puzzled about the usefulness of the perception attribute. It turned out that perception was the most important among these 4 attributes. With this in mind, Lu Chen unhesitatingly allocated all his free attribute points to perception. Perception, ugh. Just then, a faint and painful groan interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the goblin captain lying not far away. This peak tier 2 beast, despite its strong vitality, could not escape misfortune after falling from such a high cliff. At this moment, the goblin captain had broken legs, its chest torn by rocks, dark red innards faintly visible, and its breath was weak. Hey, you big guy, you really are tough, but I'll send you to reunite with your kin now. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips as he slowly walked towards the goblin captain. Ugh! The goblin captain's eyes no longer held the ferocity and brutality of the past. Instead, they were filled with deep fear. It could not understand why this seemingly frail fellow, who had also fallen from the cliff, could remain unscathed. It wanted to beg for mercy, but struggled to express itself in human language. Meanwhile, the chat room in the Novice Sea Area No. 1000 erupted once again. What's going on? I just blinked, and Boss Lu Chen went from over 100 to 3rd place on the leaderboard? At that moment, the leaderboard clearly displayed 1. Yang Zimo level 2, 150, 2. Li Sini level 2, 120, 3. Lu Chen level 2, 105. Originally absent from the leaderboard, Lu Chen now surged like a comet, shooting straight into the top 3. Wow, Boss Lu Chen is about to take off. I knew Boss was extraordinary. I said before, Boss Lu Chen could wipe out Lu Shuainan. How could he not even make it into the top 100? Look, he shot straight into the top 3. A boss is a boss. His experience is rising too fast. How many monsters has he killed? I counted carefully. The boss's experience has increased by 15 points each time, and he's gone up 12 times in a row. 15 points? That's not right. Killing a normal level 1C beast should yield 30 points of life energy, right? How come the boss only got this little? Chapter 13 Level 1. Chapter 13 Level 1. An evolver named Tang Hong's avatar flickered, his words dripping with obvious jealousy. Lu Chen probably only targets those monsters weaker than level 1, that's how he barely managed to kill 12. As soon as he said this, he was immediately rebutted by the crowd. Stop being sour upstairs, open your eyes and see, where are there any weak monsters left in this sea area? Exactly, besides, even if the monsters are weak, being able to kill 12 at once is something most people can't do. Tang Hong, clearly unconvinced by the crowd's rebuttal, said, so what? What's so great about level 1C beasts? Maybe he just happened to stumble upon a nest of cubs, so he only got that little life energy each time. If he really has the ability, he should go kill a level 2C beast and see. However, just as his message was sent, Lu Chen's experience points on the leaderboard suddenly surged by 50 points, his rank soaring like a runaway horse, surpassing Li Sini and Yang Zimo, firmly sitting at the top of the leaderboard. 1. Lu Chen level 2, 155, 2. Yang Zimo level 2, 150, 3. Li Sini level 2, 120. How is this possible? Looking at Lu Chen's dazzling rank, Tang Hong's eyes twitched involuntarily, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Ha! Everyone come look at the clown. This face-slapping speed is faster than the speed of light. Shout! Why aren't you shouting anymore? Is Boss Lu Chen's strength something you can question? Boss Lu Chen is just too awesome, shooting straight from over 100 to 1st place on the leaderboard. Faced with the crowd's mockery and sarcasm, Tang Hong still refused to accept it, stubbornly continuing to argue, I didn't say anything wrong. I admit Lu Chen is indeed capable, but that 50 points of experience he just gained is at most from a peak level 1C beast. Boss Yang and Boss Li can do that too. Tang Hong, you are the most shameless person I've ever seen. Although Boss Yang Zimo and Boss Li Seni can do it too, they have team support. Yeah, the four of them together can kill a peak level 1 sea beast, while Boss Lu Chen did it all by himself. Moreover, before this, Boss Lu Chen had already killed so many small sea beasts. I also think Boss Lu Chen is amazing. At that moment, the sweet girl who had seen Lu Chen's avatar flickered, and she made a bold guess. No, I think Lu Chen just might have killed a second-tier sea beast. In our Nava Sea area, who among the 1,000 people has ever seen the cubs of sea beasts? The weakest sea beasts we've encountered are all at the first tier. So, I deduced that Lu Chen just killed 12 first-tier sea beasts plus 1 second-tier sea beast. Her words stirred up a wave of excitement in the chat room. Yeah, where are the shadows of any sea beast cubs here? I also think the idea of cubs is nonsense. Every monster that has appeared here is powerful. Then why is the energy value Lu Chen obtained from killing the sea beasts different from ours? The girl's avatar flickered again as she analyzed. I suspect that Lu Chen has some kind of pet or equipment that can absorb life energy, which causes him to only gain half the energy value each time. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong immediately scoffed, his avatar flickering. Beauty, don't talk nonsense. If what you say is true, then Lu Chen just killed a peak second-tier monster and a whole 12 first-tier monsters. These monsters, let alone Lu Chen alone, even a team of 30 people would probably struggle to handle them, right? Is Lu Chen a god? Facing Tang Hong's skepticism, the girl's avatar flickered, her tone firm. Just wait and see, Lu Chen's abilities are beyond your imagination. Alright, I'll wait. If Lu Chen really did kill a second-tier sea beast just now, then Tang Hong, will call him dad from now on. However, as soon as Tang Hong's words were out, the announcement from the game echoed. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chen has successfully upgraded the Novice Wooden Boat to a mid-level Novice Wooden Boat. As the first Evolver to complete the upgrade of the Novice Wooden Boat, rewards include bronze-level ship weapons and evolution points. All Evolvers are encouraged to take Lu Chen as a model and continue to work hard. Once the announcement was made, the previously noisy chat room fell into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. After a few seconds, someone finally came to their senses. What's going on? Lu Chen just took the first place. No way? Doesn't upgrading the Novice Wooden Boat require a second-tier crystal core? Could it be? Damn, what that little ant said is true. Lu Chen really did wipe out so many monsters by himself. Realizing that Lu Chen had indeed killed a second-tier monster, everyone was utterly shocked. Lu Chen is amazing. Big guy, take me as your crew. I want to be your sailor. Brother Lu Chen, take care of me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Lu Chen, you are my god. Right. From now on we shouldn't call him Lu Chen anymore. We should call him Lu Chen the Great. Lu Chen the Great is awesome. Meanwhile, Tang Hong's face turned pale as paper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He silently lamented, "It's over. I've caused a huge mess." He regretfully slapped his own head, filled with self-reproach. It was all because of his momentary jealousy that he mocked Lu Chen the Great. Thinking of Lu Chen the Great's terrifying strength, Tang Hong couldn't help but tremble all over. If Lu Chen the Great held a grudge and came after him, where would he find a way out? In a moment of desperation, Tang Hong's eyes darted, and he quickly shouted in the chat room, "Father Lu Chen, where are you? Your son Tang Hong has been waiting for you." However, his words only drew a burst of laughter. That clown Tang Hong is calling for his dad. I'm dying of laughter. What a clown! If he had known today would turn out like this, why did he act like that back then? He does keep his word, but even if he wants to recognize a father, Lu Chen the Great wouldn't possibly recognize him as a son. In an instant, Tang Hong became the laughingstock of the entire Novice Sea area. No. 1000, his face in tatters. Chapter 14, Obtaining the Bronze Level Whale Hunting Crossbow. Chapter 14, Obtaining the Bronze Level Whale Hunting Crossbow. On Lu Chen's side, after killing the nearly dying goblin captain, he once again gained 100 points of life energy. Along with the previous 12 ordinary goblins, this time he received a total of 460 points of life energy. The little ball of energy, having absorbed a large amount of life energy, bounced around excitedly, chattering non-stop. Although he had to share half of the life energy with the little ball, Lu Chen still surged to the top of the leaderboard. The goblin captain's head must be hiding a second-tier crystal core that can help upgrade the ship, Lu Chen thought to himself. Then, his bone spike suddenly elongated, precisely slicing open the captain's head, revealing a clear and bright green crystal core. Crystal core, second tier, the source of life for ferocious beasts, a hard currency more valuable than gold. With this, I should be able to upgrade the Novice Wooden Boat to intermediate level. Lu Chen carefully took out the still warm crystal core and hurriedly ran towards the location of the wooden boat. The first person to upgrade the Novice Wooden Boat could receive a bronze-level ship weapon as a reward from the Heavenly Oracle, and Lu Chen dared not delay. The materials needed for the upgrade included 1 second-tier crystal core and 20 units of wood. On this resource-rich miniature island, wood was readily available. Lu Chen casually felled a tree and gathered the required wood. Detected that the evolver has gathered the materials needed for the upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the novice wooden boat immediately? After Lu Chen agreed, the crystal core and wood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly merging into the wooden boat. The originally 5-meter-long novice wooden boat gradually extended to 8 meters after merging the materials, and the overall texture and momentum of the boat were significantly enhanced, looking completely new. Novice wooden boat, Captain Lu Chen, level, intermediate, crew, 1, durability, 200, weapon slot, small weapon 0, speed, low, paddling, defense, low, light armor, talent, ecological symbiosis, level. After the upgrade, the capacity for crew members increased by 2, and a small weapon slot was added. Looking at the upgraded wooden boat panel, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Clearly, with continuous evolution, this once crude wooden boat would surely transform into an invincible battleship sweeping across the sea in the future. Congratulations on becoming the first evolver in the novice area to upgrade the novice wooden boat to intermediate level. Received bronze level ship weapon, whale hunting crossbow. Whale hunting crossbow, bronze beginner, a giant crossbow equipped with ropes, requires a small weapon slot. This thing is used for whale hunting. If you use it to shoot people, that would be too brutal. The reward is here. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy as a half-human tall giant crossbow appeared at the bow of the boat with a tremor in the space. Rather than a crossbow, it was more like a crossbow cannon. Fortunately, the novice wooden boat had upgraded to intermediate level, significantly increasing its size. Otherwise, this crossbow cannon would have been enough to capsize the novice wooden boat. Lu Chen lightly touched the broad arrowhead of the giant crossbow, marveling, no wonder it's the first place reward. It's indeed powerful. If this arrow hits, even a second-tier sea beast would be severely injured or killed. In light of evolver Lu Chen being the first to complete the ship upgrade, special reward, evolution points. The voice of the heavenly oracle rang out again, and Lu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. There's an extra reward? Evolution points? He quickly checked his attribute panel and saw a new entry, evolution points. 1. What are these evolution points for? Lu Chen hurriedly clicked into the Heavenly Oracle Encyclopedia to check, and upon seeing it, his heart raced. It turned out that evolution points could actually upgrade talent levels. This was incredibly powerful. Lu Chen instantly felt that this adventure was well worth it. Not only had he obtained a bronze-level ship weapon, but the most precious thing was that he had actually gained an evolution point that could allow his talents to advance. In a sense, the value of this evolution point even surpassed that of the whale-hunting giant crossbow. After all, he had a deep understanding of the power of advanced talents. It would be an incredibly strong boost. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked at his panel, and sure enough, every talent he possessed was clearly marked with the evolution points required for upgrading. Plant Affinity, level 8 points, Flame Control, level 8 points, Ice Control, level 4 points, Bone Spike Mutation, level 2 points, Strength Enhancement, level 2 points, Speed Enhancement, level 2 points, Constitution Enhancement, level 2 points, X-Ray Vision, level 2 points, Olfactory Enhancement, level 1 point, Visual Enhancement, level 1 point, Auditory Enhancement, level 1 point. It was clear at a glance, and Lu Chen immediately began to calculate in his mind. It seems that level 1 talents require 1 point to upgrade, level 2 requires 2 points, level 3 requires 4 points, and level 4 requires 8 points. This one evolution point really is just a drop in the bucket. Just as he was lamenting, Lu Chen's gaze suddenly froze. Wait, Bone Spike Mutation is also a level 2 talent, so why does it only require 2 points to upgrade? After checking the Codex of Destiny, Lu Chen finally realized, so that's it, Bone Spike Mutation belongs to the undead talent category, and my compatibility with undead talents is extremely high, which is why it requires so few evolution points. Lu Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. But why does Bone Spike Mutation fall under the undead talent category? After a moment, he shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. It seems I need to focus on developing my undead talents in the future. After all, using talents with high compatibility will yield greater power and consume less mental energy. Then, this one evolution point will be reserved for Bone Spike Mutation. Having made up his mind, Lu Chen turned his attention to Tuanzi, who was happily bouncing around on the rocks. Go Tuanzi, come on. It's time for us to get to work. Go. Upon hearing Lu Chen's call, Tuanzi instantly bounced over like a little dog, wiggling its tentacles and hopping to Lu Chen's side. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Tuanzi, you are a grand god-level North Sea giant monster. How come you're acting like a little puppy now? Go in Tuanzi's innocent heart. It didn't understand the concepts of god-level or North Sea giant monsters. It only knew that Lu Chen was its entire world. Then, Lu Chen, carrying Tuanzi, quickly began to absorb the goblin corpses one by one. He knew that only freshly dead corpses could provide him with valuable attribute points. Previously, Lu Chen had encountered a decayed sea beast carcass at sea, but Tuanzi had failed to extract anything valuable from it. Therefore, he understood that he had to act quickly after hunting to avoid missing the opportunity. Successfully absorbed Goblin Captain, Peak Level 2, you have gained Level 2 Talent, Strength Enhancement, Level, Strength increased by 6 points. Chapter 15, gained another evolution point. Chapter 15, gained another evolution point. Successfully absorbed Goblin, Level 1, Strength increased by 24 points. What a great harvest! This absorption increased Lu Chen's strength by a total of 30 points. His strength more than doubled, skyrocketing from 25 points to 55 points. Invincible, invincible. Ding! Evolver Lu Chen's Level 2 Talent, Strength Enhancement meets evolution conditions, successfully evolving into Level 3 Talent, Strength Overdrive. Since Lu Chen already had Strength Enhancement, the strength he absorbed from the Goblin Captain directly evolved into Level 3 Strength Overdrive. Congratulations on becoming the second beginner in the Novice area to upgrade the Novice Wooden Boat to Intermediate. You have obtained the Black Iron level ship weapon, Beast Horn. After much effort, Yang Zimo and his 3 companions finally managed to slay a second-tier Sawtooth Manta. They had painstakingly gathered the materials to upgrade their Novice Wooden Boat to Intermediate, but as they looked at the Beast Horn before them, the 4 exchanged glances. Isn't this Lu Chen cheating? No matter how hard we tried, he still got ahead of us. Zhou Yu's words were filled with reluctance. Sigh, it seems just like old Yang said, our Xinxia is full of hidden talents. We thought we could easily take this bronze-level weapon, but in the end, Li Ming shrugged, looking helpless. Long Haoran hoisted the heavy shield back onto his shoulder, a bitter smile on his face. It seems we underestimated this Lu Chen. Yang Zimo sighed lightly, his gaze deep. Well, this Black Iron level Beast Horn might just be tailor-made for our unicorn rhino. However, there was a hint of expectation in his tone. I really want to meet this Lu Chen and see what kind of extraordinary talent he possesses to outpace the 4 of us on his own. Suddenly, Long Haoran burst into laughter. Ha! A criminal police captain, a firefighting hero, a military elite, plus a top student, such a luxurious lineup, yet a young man managed to surpass them. Hearing this, Yang Zimo, Li Ming, and Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile wryly, but anyone could see the unwillingness in their eyes. This time, let's let him take the lead, but next time, we will never give him another chance. Zhou Yu clenched his fists, his youthful face filled with stubbornness and defiance. That's right, top student, we still have a long way to go. Yang Zimo's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he patted Zhou Yu's shoulder. Since there's a reward for upgrading to an intermediate wooden boat, the reward for upgrading to a high-level boat must be even more generous. Exactly, we have plenty of opportunities ahead, we need to work harder. Let's go. Go, go. No more idle talk here, let's hunt monsters. I can't wait to surpass him. At this moment, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the stone axe in the Goblin Captain's hand, granite battle axe, Black Iron low level. Although rough in appearance, it is extremely hard. Never attempt to clash with this weapon head-on. I said, how could the fine steel spear break so easily? It turns out this axe is a graded weapon. Aside from the whale hunting crossbow rewarded by the game, this was the first time Lu Chen had seen a weapon with a grade. Just when I don't have a suitable weapon, this axe can be used for now. Lu Chen picked up the stone axe and strode deeper into the small island. Encountering the small island for the first time, he planned to search carefully to see if he could find some useful resources. Not far into his journey, a clear spring came into view. As I expected, where there are goblins, there must be a water source. Suddenly, a patch of vibrant herbs caught Lu Chen's attention. This is bone-strengthening grass, a rare medicinal herb that can be used for medicine or eaten directly. Consuming it can permanently increase one's physique by 1 point. It was actually a herb that could increase attribute points. A good find. Looking around, there were at least 100 stalks of bone-strengthening grass swaying gracefully. If he consumed them all, he could gain over 100 points in physique. Wouldn't that be amazing? Lu Chen quickly plucked several stalks of bone-strengthening grass and stuffed them into his mouth. Consuming bone-strengthening grass, physique. Consuming bone-strengthening grass, physique. However, the physique only increased by 3 points, and further consumption had no effect. In that case, Tuanzi, it's your turn. Goo! Since eating raw had no effect, let's try absorption. Lu Chen firmly believed that Tuanzi's absorption ability would be far more efficient than simply using it as medicine. After all, a top-tier talent was not just for show. Successfully consumed strengthening grass, gained 2 points in physique. Successfully consumed strengthening grass, gained 2 points in physique. As expected, direct consumption only yields 1 point in attributes, while consuming it in a group doubles the harvest. After consuming 3 plants, Lu Chen also reached saturation. In a short time, Lu Chen's physique increased by a total of 9 points, a bountiful gain. I can't waste this. Lu Chen bent down by the spring, first taking large gulps of the clear spring water, then pulling up all the strengthening grass. These treasures that could enhance attribute points would surely fetch a good price if sold. Wait, a thought struck Lu Chen. Sell? Yes, we can sell. Since the Celestial Edict could bring so many people here in an instant, selling something across space shouldn't be too outrageous, right? After some tinkering, Lu Chen indeed discovered the trading interface. He then listed all the strengthening grass for sale, and after a moment's thought, he also added the fresh water he collected from the spring to the trading list. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chen, as the first novice in the 1000th sea area to activate the Celestial Edict trading system, is awarded evolution points. The cold and mechanical voice of the Celestial Edict echoed in every evolver's mind, momentarily stunning everyone. Not just others, even Lu Chen was taken aback. This works? Just like that, he received an evolution point? The previously quiet chat channel exploded. What's going on? What good stuff is Lu Chen selling? Trading system? Can we really trade across space like in novels? I'm more curious about what those evolution points are for. Lu Chen already got one before. You don't even know the use of evolution points? Let me tell you, for an evolver with your level of talent, just one evolution point is enough to promote you to the next level. As soon as this was said, a chorus of regretful sighs filled the channel. Damn, it's that outrageous? Why didn't I think of selling something sooner? Ah, one evolution point. I'm so regretful. If I had known, I would have listed my socks for sale. You're disgusting. With those stinky socks, no one would buy them. That doesn't matter. What's important is the evolution points. Hey, what exactly did Lu Chen list in the trading system? Chapter 16, The Ghost Ship appears. Chapter 16, The Ghost Ship appears. System announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has added new trading items. Fresh water, exchange condition, first tier beast corpse, condition, death time not exceeding 24 hours, and must possess talent. System announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has added new trading items. Strengthening grass, consuming it can increase physique by 1 point, exchange condition, second tier beast corpse, condition, death time not exceeding 24 hours, and must possess talent, no crystal core required. When they saw the items Lu Chen listed, it caused another uproar. Fresh water. Lu Chen actually has fresh water for sale. Lu Chen, can I exchange it for a regular beast corpse? I'm so thirsty. Now I finally understand why Lu Chen was able to climb to the top of the leaderboard before. It turns out he found a small island and wiped out all the monsters on it. Wow, the strengthening grass can permanently increase physique by 1 point. What a rare treasure. Yeah, I want it too, but unfortunately, I need a second tier sea beast corpse to exchange for it. Boo-hoo, I can't beat that. I just happened to hunt a first tier sea beast with talent, and its corpse is just sitting there with no use. Perfect to exchange for some fresh water with Lu Chen to quench my thirst. Lu Chen, big brother, I really want that strengthening grass. Can you give me a share? Others can be your crew and do anything for you. Give it up upstairs. Who doesn't know that Lord Lu Chen is a lone wolf? With your level of talent, how could you catch his eye? Not necessarily. Lord Lu Chen's ship is getting bigger and bigger. He must need people to help him row, right? That's true. Lord Lu Chen, if you're looking for crew members, you must consider me. I have level strength enhancement, and I can row super fast. I really want to be on the same ship as Lord Lu Chen. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a piece of news suddenly caught everyone's attention. What the heck? What's going on? Half of Lee Sinny's team suddenly died. Not only that, but Lee Sinny's special ship was also destroyed. Oh my god, didn't Lee Sinny already reach level 2? How could it be so tragic? Just as everyone was in shock, Lee Sinny's cool avatar suddenly flickered. Everyone, I encountered a ghost ship at sea. You must be careful. That ghost ship is not something we can deal with right now. It's Lee Sinny. Even the third-ranked Lee Sinny can't handle it? This is getting more terrifying. They've even brought out ghost ships. Ghost ship? Does that mean there are ghosts? I'm most afraid of that. Lee Sinny's special ship has a level speed talent, yet it was destroyed by that ghost ship. Its terrifying nature is evident. At this moment, an avatar that rarely spoke flickered. It's Lu Chen. Lee Sinny, ghost ship? Can you tell me the exact location of the discovery? Lu Chen's sudden statement instantly stirred up a storm in the group. Oh my god, it's Lord Lu Chen. He finally spoke. Wow, Lu Chen's avatar looks so cool. It seems Lord Lu Chen is very interested in the ghost ship. What does he want to do? Lee Sinny quickly replied, the location is at 352. You must stay away from that sea area. The ghost ship is extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that it can't move on its own, I might not have escaped. Lu Chen, not far, I'll go take a look. Lee Sinny, are you crazy? You're looking for death. That could very well be a tier 3 creature. Do you know what tier 3 means? Even young Zimo spoke up. Lu Chen, little brother, since you have such outstanding talent, you should develop steadily and not take risks lightly. However, there was no reply. Lu Chen closed the chat room, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. If I develop steadily, how would I have the strength I have today? After coming to this ocean, Lu Chen understood one principle: the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The resources in this world are limited, and the competition is incredibly brutal. If he wants to stand at the pinnacle of this world, he must seize the initiative early on and quickly widen the gap with others. Only in this way can he accumulate advantages like a snowball rolling down a hill, leaving everyone else to sigh in admiration at his back. Such a strange ghost ship must hold immense benefits, and moreover, the wreckage of Lee Sinny's special ship is there. He also wants to absorb the talents of that ship. In the chat channel, everyone was discussing, why isn't Lord Lu Chen speaking? Is he really planning to go against the ghost ship alone? That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't Lee Sinny remind us? There could be tier 3 creatures lurking on that ghost ship. That's a tier 3 creature. I struggle even with tier 1 creatures. It's hard to say. If it were us, we would definitely run far away. But he is not us, he is Lu Chen. Exactly, the title of Lord is not just for show. I'm even more curious now. If Lord Lu Chen confronts the ghost ship head-on, who will win? I don't think they will even fight. Didn't the Lord say so? I'm just going to take a look. Maybe it really is just a look and I'll come back. Upstairs. Do you really think someone like Lu Chen, who can wipe out Lu Shuainan and slay 13 ferocious beasts, would go there just to enjoy the scenery? As the crowd debated, Lu Chen had already paddled towards the location provided by Lee Sinny, holding the little dumpling. While paddling, Lu Chen checked his status panel. This trip to Goblin Island had yielded great rewards. Name: Lu Chen, level 2, 155, evolution points, 2, strength, 55, agility, 25, constitution, 43, perception, 29, talents, plant affinity, level, flame control, level, ice manipulation, level, bone spike mutation, level, strength enhancement, level, speed enhancement, level, constitution enhancement, level, x-ray vision, level, smell enhancement, level, vision enhancement, level, hearing enhancement, level, skills, none, ship, intermediate beginner wooden boat, enhanced, comprehensive combat power assessment, tier 3, anyone who underestimates you will pay a heavy price. Now, although Lu Chen was only at level 2, his overall strength was enough to rival that of a level 3 evolver, and perhaps even surpass it, especially his strength attribute, which had reached a staggering 55 points. Coupled with the enhancement from strength enhancement, Lu Chen was confident he could punch through even the hardest steel. Not only that, but Lu Chen had mastered a total of 11 talents, and the clever combination of these talents made his actual combat power far exceed what simple data could reflect. Chapter 17, Bone Control, Undead Talent. My comprehensive combat power assessment has already reached tier 3, that was fast. Lu Chen gazed at his attribute panel, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his current strength, even facing a peak tier 3 monster, he felt confident he could win. According to Lee Sinny, the combat power of that ghost ship was around tier 3, and he could definitely handle it. However, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. He knew well that every battle required full effort to ensure he was in the best condition, because this was not a game. There were no chances to restart. Once he stumbled, it would be a point of no return. After careful consideration, Lu Chen decisively invested the 2 evolution points he had gained entirely into the Bone Spike mutation talent. Ding! Consuming evolution points. Bone Spike mutation, level, is evolving. Bone Spike mutation successfully evolved into Bone Control, level, it worked. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. At this moment, aside from plant affinity and flame control, he had successfully acquired a 3rd-level talent. Reflecting on the awakening ceremony conducted within the protective shield, there had only been 2-level talents in the entire novice area, and now he, Lu Chen, alone possessed 3-level talents, showcasing his formidable strength. Bone Control, this talent's name indeed has a bit of an undead feel to it. Lu Chen's body trembled, and instantly, 8 pale, jade-like bone limbs burst forth from his back, their sharp tips glinting with a cold light. These 8 limbs are like adding 8 more arms to me. And Lu Chen focused his mind, and the bone limbs exerted force, lifting him steadily. I can also climb cliffs like a spider, not bad. However, a level talent should have more potential than this, right? Let's see if I can release it externally. As Lu Chen's thoughts flowed, a chilling bone spear suddenly formed before his eyes. Go! Lu Chen murmured, and the bone spear immediately sliced through the air, vanishing into the horizon. Sure enough, this bone spear's power is enough to rival that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. However, Lu Chen's thoughts continued to wander. If I can manipulate bones externally, can I summon skeletons like the necromancers in novels? After all, Bone Control is a necromancy talent, so summoning a skeletal undead seems reasonable. Crack, 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 a pile of bones quickly stacked in front of Lu Chen, eventually forming a grotesque skeleton standing before him. However, as soon as Lu Chen's mental focus wavered slightly, the skeleton instantly collapsed, turning into a pile of shattered bones. No, this skeleton is just a frame of bones, soulless and spiritless, with no combat power. Lu Chen shook his head but did not feel discouraged. After all, his current bone control was only at level 1. In the future, it would continue to evolve to level 2, level 3, or even higher. By then, he might only need a gentle wave to summon endless waves of undead, sweeping across the world. Brother Yang, are you really planning to trade the corpse of this sawtooth ray beast for that so-called strong bone grass? Zhou Yu frowned, full of confusion in his words. The reason Lu Chen is so strong is definitely related to the corpses he has obtained. If we give him this ray beast's corpse, he will definitely become even stronger. On the other hand, if we get that strong bone grass, it will only increase our physique by 1 point, which is hardly useful. According to the information obtained by Yang Zimo and the others, wherever Lu Chen went, all the corpses appeared as dried corpses, as if all their essence had been absorbed. Yang Zimo looked at Long Haoran and Li Ming. What do you two think? Long Haoran crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. Old Yang, you decide, I'll follow you. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Alright, then I'll share my thoughts. Yang Zimo surveyed the three of them, finally fixing his gaze on Zhou Yu, his tone steady and profound. Although we are competitors with Lu Chen, in the end, we are all citizens of Xinsha. Zhou Yu, have you ever thought that in this vast ocean world, are we the only Xinsha people here? Zhou Yu hesitated, clearly having some guesses in his mind. That's right, just as you thought, other countries from Blue Star have likely come here as well, Yang Zimo continued, his eyes revealing deep insight. Even without the threat of other countries, we will inevitably encounter the indigenous creatures here. Future conflicts are almost unavoidable. The emergence of a genius like Lu Chen is a blessing for us, and for Xinsha, trading with him is undoubtedly a win-win choice for both sides. We need to broaden our vision and not just focus on immediate gains and losses. Moreover, I have a feeling that this suddenly appeared ghost ship is not simple. Lu Chen's actions this time may not go smoothly. If this fierce beast's corpse can assist him, it can be considered a small contribution from us to Xinsha. After all, the existence of a super strong individual is of great significance for a country and a nation. We all know this. After listening to Yang Zimo's words, Zhou Yu lowered his head in shame, a flush rising on his face. He realized that his previous thoughts were too narrow-minded, and compared to Yang Zimo's foresight, he felt inadequate. Brother Yang, you are right. I was too obsessed with winning and losing. He candidly admitted his mistake. Yang Zimo smiled and patted Zhou Yu's shoulder, his tone bold. Having a competitive spirit is a good thing, but it doesn't prevent us from achieving a win-win situation with Lu Chen. We must continue to work hard to surpass him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was not idle on his journey. He had Tuanzi enhance all the equipment he would use later, including the intermediate novice wooden boat, granite battle axe, and giant whaling crossbow. Ding! Yang Zimo exchanged the corpse of a sawtooth manta, level 2, for bone-strengthening grass. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise welling up in his heart. Someone really exchanged a level 2 corpse? He hadn't held out much hope for this. After all, level 2 sea beasts were not only powerful, but those with talents were even harder to provoke. Yang Zimo, Lu Chen recalled the man in police uniform, with a resolute expression, so he's the top player in the novice area, no wonder. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed that 2 other people had previously exchanged 2 level 1 sea beast corpses for water sources with him, but he had been too busy to pay attention. Subsequently, Lu Chen extracted the 3 sea beast corpses from the trading space. Boom! The massive corpse of the sawtooth manta crashed heavily onto the wooden boat. Gug! The startled Tuanzi immediately fluffed up, baring its small teeth and extending its 8 tiny tentacles. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly picked up Tuanzi. Don't be afraid, it's me who summoned it. Chapter 18, Corpse Shark, Target, Ghost Ship. After calming Tuanzi, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the 3 corpses. One was a level 2 sawtooth manta, and the other 2 were a level 1 great white shark and a human-faced fish, both possessing talents. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Ever since he learned that absorbing the same talent could lead to evolution, he had welcomed every opportunity, believing that the more talents he had, the better. Successfully absorbed sawtooth manta, gained speed enhancement, level, agility increased by 6 points. Successfully absorbed great white shark, gained smell enhancement, level, agility increased by 2 points. Successfully absorbed human-faced fish, gained hearing enhancement, level, perception increased by 2 points. Lu Chen already possessed all 3 talents, and they immediately evolved. Speed enhancement evolved to speed super enhancement, level, smell enhancement evolved to smell super enhancement, level, hearing enhancement evolved to hearing super enhancement, level. The emergence of speed super enhancement was undoubtedly a boon for Lu Chen. Among all his attributes, agility was the lowest, which had lowered his combat power, but the appearance of speed super enhancement helped him resolve this issue. As for smell super enhancement and hearing super enhancement, while they did not directly enhance combat power, their roles as auxiliary talents were not to be underestimated. There are no useless talents, only useless people. Tuanzi, come in, we've arrived. Lu Chen said, his gaze fixed ahead, his voice deep. Gug, Tuanzi obediently responded, then slid into the backpack behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen had specially made it for him with leaves. Sister Cindy, do you think Lu Chen will really come? The speaker was a girl with a baby face. She was Fan Yingying, ranked 11th, possessing level ice control talent. At this moment, Fan Yingying sat in the wooden boat, her eyes red. That ghost ship is too terrifying. Wang Ying and Tao Tao all died in the mouths of those monsters, along with our white horse. Fan Yingying's voice trembled, looking as if she was still in shock. Standing next to her was a tall beauty with long hair like a waterfall. It was Li Sini. He has already come. Li Sini spoke slowly, her voice cold. Ha! Fan Yingying followed Li Sini's gaze and saw, under the setting sun, a medium-sized wooden boat slowly drifting downstream. On the boat stood a handsome young man, proud and upright, the breeze gently tousling his black hair, revealing his deep, starry black eyes. Li Sini? Lu Chen nodded friendly at the two women. I didn't expect you to really come to enjoy the scenery. It seems you have plenty of time to waste like this. Li Sini slightly raised her chin, a hint of barely perceptible pride in her words. Clearly, deep down in her heart, Lu Chen could never pose any substantial threat to the ghost ship. Looking at Li Sini, who stood with the proud posture of a swan, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, secretly scoffing. This woman, having just experienced a defeat, how can she still maintain such an arrogant demeanor? Little did she know, in Li Sini's mind, being able to escape unscathed from the pursuit of a third-tier ferocious beast was already a commendable achievement. After all, she was only a second-tier. Lu Chen, just ahead is the attack range of the ghost ship. Just take a look, but don't take any risks, Fan Yingying reminded, wiping the corner of her eye. In the waters ahead, 2 of her teammates had perished, and she didn't want anyone else to die there. Lu Chen smiled indifferently. No problem, I'll go scout ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea suddenly surged, and a massive great white shark slowly surfaced. Great white shark! Fan Yingying exclaimed in shock, raising her hand to attack. Yingying, don't be hasty, Li Sini quickly stopped her. That great white shark is controlled by Lu Chen. Ha! Fan Yingying covered her mouth in surprise. Even now, many people still found it difficult to face a great white shark alone, yet Lu Chen could command it like a pet. With just this, he had already surpassed the vast majority of evolvers. With a thought from Lu Chen, the great white shark immediately swam forward, its massive body gliding through the water. After upgrading the novice wooden boat, the ecological symbiosis talent has strengthened. On the wooden boat, Lu Chen's dark eyes flickered with a ghostly light, and under the shared vision of the great white shark, the scenery of the waters ahead came into view. However, the great white shark had not swum far when a black creature slowly swam into sight. What is that? A shark? Lu Chen frowned. As the two approached, he finally saw that it was indeed a shark, but it looked quite strange. It had a half-rotten body, with decaying flesh revealing clear white bones beneath, and its milky white eyes were devoid of life, clearly not a living creature. What the hell is that? Lu Chen snorted coldly and immediately commanded the great white shark to open its massive jaws and bite at the rotting shark. However, the rotting shark seemed completely oblivious, violently twisting its body as the great white shark tore off large chunks of its decaying flesh. Then, it suddenly opened its foul-smelling jaws and fiercely counterattacked. Despite its broken body, the rotting shark's attack was exceptionally fierce. Within just a few bites, the great white shark controlled by Lu Chen was killed. How is it? Li Sini teased, looking at Lu Chen, who frowned. Did you come here for nothing? She had already warned Lu Chen, but he didn't believe it, and now he was suffering the consequences. Lu Chen did not respond and activated ecological symbiosis again. A seagull on the wooden boat immediately took to the sky. Since the surface of the sea was not feasible, he would try the air first, needing to determine where the ghost ship was. However, the seagull had not flown far when a rotting sea eagle appeared in its line of sight. This time it was even worse. The seagull didn't even have a chance to fight back before being torn apart by the rotting sea eagle. Yet, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Just as the seagull was swallowed by darkness, he keenly spotted a pitch-black ship, shrouded in eerie black mist, appearing and disappearing in the waves. It must be the so-called ghost ship. Then, under the astonished gazes of Li Sini and Fan Yingying, Lu Chen swung the paddle in his hand, and the small boat instantly sliced through the water, heading towards the unknown terror. What are you going to do? Li Sini widened her eyes slightly, filled with disbelief. She had thought that after these two failures, Lu Chen would wisely choose to retreat, but she never expected him to be so stubborn, preparing to charge directly in. Of course, it's to slay the monster on that ghost ship ahead. Lu Chen continued his movements, casting a sidelong glance at Li Sini. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Chapter 19, Perilous Situation. Li Sini frowned, her tone tinged with displeasure, feeling that Lu Chen was boasting. I remind you, that ghost ship is far more terrifying than you imagine. Fan Ying quickly interjected, worry flashing in her eyes. Lu Chen, don't take it too seriously with Sister Sini. That ghost ship is really very frightening. At least 4 level 3 evolvers working together would have a chance to defeat it. Our escape this time relied entirely on Sister Sini's magnetic control talent, otherwise, none of us would have made it back alive. However, Lu Chen paid no heed to the 2 women, as the wooden boat slowly sailed into the eerie waves ahead under their astonished gazes. Not long after setting out, the rotting corpse shark approached again, its figure flickering in the water, exuding an ominous aura. Undead, rotting corpse shark. Traits: no pain perception, grows stronger with each battle, low intelligence, talent, none, skills, none, combat power assessment, peak level 1, a bizarre creature lingering between life and death. No wonder my great white shark couldn't win, turns out it's peak level 1. Looking at the increasingly close shadow, Lu Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. But can you withstand this? With that, Lu Chen pulled the trigger of the wailing crossbow. Bang! Accompanied by a dull and shocking roar, the ship trembled violently as a giant crossbow bolt, as thick as an arm and nearly 2 meters long, sliced through the air like lightning, shooting out. The rotting corpse shark had no time to react. Its massive body was struck by the bolt, and half of it instantly exploded into countless fragments, the splattered rotten flesh creating ripples in the water. A creature lingering between life and death? I'll just shoot you to pieces and see if you die. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the power of the wailing crossbow. It was indeed a bronze-level ship weapon, terrifyingly powerful, capable of killing even a peak level 1 undead in a single blow. Ding! Killed rotting corpse shark, peak level 1, gained 50 points of death energy. Death energy? Why isn't it life energy? Hearing the prompt from the system, Lu Chen frowned. It was clear that killing this rotting corpse shark wouldn't allow him to level up. He quickly flipped through the encyclopedia of the system, and after some exploration, he finally realized. It turned out that killing undead wouldn't yield life energy. After all, undead are not living beings, so where would life energy come from? Death energy could grant intelligence to undead creatures, allowing them to level up. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Death energy can grant intelligence to undead creatures? Does that mean that next time I summon a skeleton, I can use this death energy to transform it into an undead creature? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But now was not the time to study this. Dealing with that ghost ship was the priority. Behind him, Fan Ying witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cover her red lips. Wow, how impressive. The peak level 1 rotting corpse shark was so easily dealt with by him. In contrast, Li Sini was not surprised. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, her tone calm. Lu Chen being number 1 on the leaderboard naturally means he has some strength. Then, she slightly turned her head to look at Fan Ying. Ying, how long do you think he can hold on? This Lu Chen, although handsome and strong, is just too arrogant. I'm afraid if he goes further, he'll be attacked by that kind of monster. Sister Sini, do you think he might die there too? At this point, a hint of undeniable fear flickered in Fan Ying's eyes, as if recalling the terrifying experiences they had encountered before. Li Sini gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he'll come back after enduring some hardships. Those things may be terrifying, but they shouldn't be able to hold him. While the 2 women were talking, Lu Chen's small boat continued to move toward the ghost ship. Suddenly, a haunting, sorrowful wailing sound pierced through the water's surface, echoing all around. Woo-woo, a woo-woo. Lu Chen looked around warily, but wherever he looked, there was nothing unusual except for the vast sea. No wonder it's called a ghost ship. The atmosphere is quite evocative. As the small boat drew closer, the wailing grew clearer, and the number of voices seemed to increase, like a group of homeless souls lamenting their misfortunes. No, this sound is coming from underwater. Lu Chen's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, a bony hand, with fingers as thin as twigs, shot up from beneath the water, tightly gripping the side of Lu Chen's boat. Some decaying flesh still clung to the fingers, making it look exceptionally terrifying. Lu Chen turned sharply and saw a half-rotten corpse slowly rising from the water, its hollow eyes devoid of life yet filled with hatred and jealousy for the living. Undead, drowned traits, no pain sensation, grows stronger with each battle, low intelligence, hatred for all living beings, talent, none skills, none combat assessment, peak level 2. Every living being is an object of their hatred, as they were once sailors who drowned. Playing tricks. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his right hand gripping the granite battle axe, which he swung down fiercely, creating a sharp gust of wind. Puff! Accompanied by a dull sound, decaying flesh splattered as the battle axe struck hard into the seemingly rotten skull of the drowned. However, unexpectedly, the drowned skull was surprisingly hard, as if made of iron, firmly trapping the granite battle axe, rendering it immovable. He. A strange smile appeared on the drowned's face, as if mocking Lu Chen's incompetence. Laugh? Lu Chen clenched his left fist, pulling back to gather strength, activating his power boost. Power increased threefold. He then struck out fiercely. With 165 points of strength, his fist shot forward like a cannonball, accompanied by a whistling sound, crashing heavily into the drowned's face. Bang! With a loud explosion, the drowned's head instantly shattered like a smashed watermelon, bursting apart, with splattered flesh and broken bones tracing eerie arcs in the air. The corpse, which had climbed halfway, instantly lost its strength and fell helplessly into the cold sea. Ding! Killed the drowned, peak level 2, gained 100 points of death energy. However, Lu Chen barely had time to catch his breath before the chilling sound of climbing echoed in his ears again. This time, the number was so great it was terrifying. Looking out, he saw dozens of pale hands tightly gripping the side of the boat. One by one, the faces of the drowned, twisted and horrific, slowly emerging from the cold sea. Damn, so many? Lu Chen's heart sank. Even with his level 3 combat power, facing such a number of drowned would likely spell disaster. Chapter 20, The Cursed Ghost Captain, Jack. Chapter 20, The Cursed Ghost Captain, Jack. But Lu Chen did not choose to retreat. Instead, he manipulated the wailing crossbow, locking onto the ghost ship's shadow that faintly appeared in the mist ahead. There is an ancient saying in Xinxia, since you've come, you might as well make the most of it. Since he was here, how could he return empty-handed? Go! Lu Chen shouted sharply, the arrow as thick as an arm, carrying a long rope, suddenly embedded deep into the dark hull of the ghost ship. The rope tightened instantly, forming a temporary bridge connecting the small boat to the ghost ship. Lu Chen's figure moved, gracefully leaping onto the rope, his arms spread wide, agile as a monkey as he sped along the rope towards the ghost ship. He intended to use this as a bridge to board the ghost ship. Seeing this scene, Li Seni couldn't help but exclaim, is Lu Chen really going to board the ghost ship? Is he crazy? Fan Ying's expression also changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted, there are third-tier creatures on the ghost ship. Lu Chen, come back quickly. With his speed enhanced, Lu Chen crossed the long distance of the rope in an instant, leaving behind the unwilling roars of the drowned souls. Before him, the dark and ancient hull of the ghost ship was now within reach. Without hesitation, he leaped up, gripping the edge of the ghost ship's hull with both hands, pushing off with his left foot, and with a sudden burst of strength in his arms, his body flipped over the hull. Finally, the full view of the ghost ship, shrouded in mist, was laid bare before Lu Chen's eyes. The deck was covered with a thick layer of moss, making the surface slippery and difficult to traverse. An indescribable scent filled the air, a strange mix of sea brine and decay that assaulted Lu Chen's nostrils. Looking around, the interior of the ghost ship was a scene of ruin and desolation, with rotting planks, broken masts, and corners forgotten by time, all exuding an unspeakable eeriness and strangeness. This must be the third-tier creatures that Li Seni mentioned. Lu Chen's gaze fell on a figure not far away that radiated a powerful aura, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the axe handle. Undead, cursed sailor, traits, no pain, becomes fiercer with battle, low intelligence, hates living beings, talent, none, skills, none, combat assessment, third tier, a common sailor on the obsidian, cursed to become undead, indeed a third tier, though a bit troublesome, it's not hard to deal with. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but just as he was about to make a move, a sudden round of applause interrupted him. Then, a voice with a rising tone, laced with mockery and nonchalance, leisurely came through. Oh, we have guests on the obsidian. Before the words finished, a decayed figure clad in a tattered captain's uniform and a crooked tricorn hat stepped out from the captain's cabin, clapping slowly. Lu Chen's gaze fixed on this ghost captain, his pupils constricting sharply. The terrifying aura emanating from the ghost captain nearly suffocated him. Undead, cursed captain, Jack, traits, no pain, becomes fiercer with battle, high intelligence, cunning, talent, undying curse, level, cursed by Eleanor, possesses an undying body. Hey, although turned into an undead, an undying body is pretty cool, right? Skills, mastery of swordsmanship, level, swordsmanship is extraordinary, nothing can withstand the point of the sword, combat assessment, 4th tier, congratulations, you've encountered the infamous Captain Jack. Meeting him means you can write your will, 4th tier? Lu Chen's breath quickened involuntarily. At a time when most evolvers were 1st tier, and 2nd tier were rare as phoenix feathers, he had actually encountered a 4th tier ghost captain. What a joke. The key point was, what the hell was that talent of an undying body? However, before Lu Chen could react, the ghost captain's rising voice rang out again, you pigs, we have guests, and you're still playing dead. Oh, I forgot, you're already dead, but still move for me. Then, something even more devastating happened. A coral that had been motionless beside him began to tremble strangely, and soon, a twisted face slowly emerged from the coral cluster. It was a third-tier undead sailor covered in coral and seaweed. This is not the end. The shells, decayed wood, and even some seemingly insignificant fragments of ship planks around began to tremble. They were all the lost souls of the ghost ship's crew, who had been sleeping in darkness for an unknown time. Their bodies had long since merged with the surrounding environment, becoming utterly decayed. Yet, even so, the chilling and terrifying aura emanating from them still sent shivers down one's spine. In an instant, Lu Chen found himself surrounded by more than 20 third-tier undead sailors and a fourth-tier ghost captain. Watching this scene, the corners of Lu Chen's eyes twitched involuntarily. Is it really okay to place such a balance-breaking ghost ship in a beginner area where monsters are generally level 1 or 2? However, Lu Chen understood that this was not a game. No one would come to his rescue. Once dead, it would be an eternal end. Although Lu Chen was very confident in his own strength, he did not dare to be reckless at this moment. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and his gaze finally landed on the rope connecting the wooden boat to the ghost ship. That was his only escape route. Just as he was about to take action, the ghost captain shook his finger, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "Oh, it seems our guest doesn't like the welcome ceremony aboard the Obsidian. Want to leave, do you?" At this point, Jack's tone suddenly turned cold. "But since you've come, don't think about leaving." Accompanied by Jack's cold words, a nearby undead sailor suddenly swung a rusted sailor's knife, and with a crack, the rope snapped, completely sealing off Lu Chen's escape route. In the distance, due to Lu Chen's recent intrusion, the black mist surrounding the ghost ship gradually dissipated, like a stage curtain slowly being drawn back, allowing Li Sini and Fan Ying to clearly witness the scene on the ghost ship. Fourth tier. Li Sini's pupils constricted sharply, her whole body seemingly frozen, trembling slightly in shock. She never expected that the one who had attacked her on the ghost ship was merely an ordinary sailor, while the true threat on board was actually fourth tier. "Sister Sini, it's fourth tier. It's a fourth tier undead." Fan Ying's voice was already tinged with tears as she tightly grasped Li Sini's arm, her eyes filled with anxiety. "What should we do about Lu Chen? He's surrounded by so many undead on the ghost ship. How can we save him?" Li Sini was jolted awake by Fan Ying's shaking. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. "Ying, we can't save him. No one can save him." She looked towards the ghost ship, a deep sense of helplessness and guilt flashing in her eyes. Fourth tier, how can there be fourth tier undead? She couldn't understand why such powerful undead creatures would appear in an area that was supposed to be a beginner's trial. Chapter 21, Second tier versus fourth tier. Seeing his only escape route cut off, Lu Chen instead calmed down. At this point, avoiding the situation would only lead to death. He had to fight with all his might to seek a glimmer of hope. He quickly surveyed the surrounding undead and found that, apart from the ghost captain, all the undead sailors had low intelligence. Low intelligence means they can only execute simple commands, unable to communicate or interact. Lu Chen's thoughts raced as he looked at the advancing undead sailors, already formulating a plan in his mind. That means they are all being commanded by a higher intelligence undead. And that undead can only be the ghost captain. As long as I kill him, the crisis before me can be resolved. With this thought, Lu Chen resolutely aimed his battle axe at Jack, who was watching from the side, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "What? Planning to use numbers to overwhelm me? Is this how you entertain your guests?" Captain Jack, the ghost ship captain, flashed a hint of amusement in his eyes upon hearing this. He gently raised his hand, signaling all the undead crew members to stop, then spoke in a mocking tone, "Oh, it seems our esteemed guest is a bit dissatisfied. How about this? You can choose any one of my crew for a duel. If you win, perhaps I, Captain Jack, will be in a good mood and let you go. What do you say?" However, upon hearing Captain Jack's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Let me go? Ha, how ridiculous. If I really defeat an undead sailor, what awaits me next is surely a swarm of all the undead crew members." With over 20 third-tier undead charging at him, even if Lu Chen had the power to move heaven and earth, he would still meet his end here today. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that this ghost captain had not seen a human for a long time and still held a hint of curiosity, he decided to challenge him. This was Lu Chen's only chance of survival. Win and live, lose and die. Lu Chen's gaze locked onto the ghost captain's pale eyes. "The minions under your command are not worthy to fight me. I challenge you, Jack." Upon hearing this, the ghost captain burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you dare to challenge me?" Jack never expected that a mere second-tier individual would have the audacity to challenge him, a fourth-tier super powerhouse. In this world, a difference of one tier often meant a chasm in strength. He simply could not comprehend where this human found his courage. "Alright, I happen to be a bit bored, so I'll play with you." The ghost captain's sailors respectfully removed his tattered cloak. He flexed his half-decayed hand, the joints creaking ominously, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What I enjoy most is crushing the bones of the living, listening to their agonized wails on the ground. That is true enjoyment. Behind them, is Lu Chen really going to challenge the ghost captain? That's a fourth-tier undead. Fan Ying covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide. If it were her facing that fourth-tier undead, she probably wouldn't even be able to stand. He is so brave, so fearless. No wonder he can be ranked first. Li Seni looked at Lu Chen, surrounded by countless undead yet still standing tall, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. Such a talent, if he can survive today's ordeal, his future will surely be limitless. Sister Seni, do you think Lu Chen can win? Fan Ying looked at Li Seni with red-rimmed eyes. Difficult, Li Seni shook her head, her expression serious. If he were up against a third-tier undead, there might be a glimmer of hope, but a fourth tier, the gap is too great. However, despite her firm words, a faint voice deep within her seemed to whisper quietly, perhaps, a miracle could really happen in this world? The ghost captain slowly drew his long sword from his waist, his aura instantly becoming sharp and unmatched. I hope you can play with me to your heart's content. Before his words fell, a black flash suddenly swept across the deck. A sound that tore through the air erupted with a bang. Under Lu Chen's sharp gaze, the previously motionless ghost captain suddenly sprang into action, transforming into a blurred afterimage, moving with astonishing speed. At the same time, the ghost captain's long sword thrust out with a roar. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, and in the blink of an eye, it was already closing in on Lu Chen's chest, bringing with it a heart-pounding pressure. The shadow of death seemed to envelop Lu Chen in an instant. A sense of crisis surged like a tide, and at that moment, he could only raise the granite battle axe in his hands to cross in front of his chest. Boom! The sword light flashed like lightning, colliding with Lu Chen's battle axe in an instant. A surge of indescribable, overwhelming power rushed forth, causing Lu Chen to lose grip on his battle axe, which spun away. With just one strike, Lu Chen's prideful strength faced an unprecedented crushing defeat. The power of the fourth tier was terrifying indeed. However, this was merely the beginning of the battle. With a slight movement of the ghost captain's wrist, the long sword flipped, resembling a spirit snake flicking its tongue, directly aimed at Lu Chen's throat. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. At the brink of life and death, his speed transcended. His hearing transcended. His sense of smell transcended. His vision enhanced. His physique strengthened. In an instant, all his auxiliary talents activated, and his reflexes, speed, and observational skills soared to their peak. He moved with agility, sliding back like a ghost, as the deadly sword grazed his throat, leaving behind a cold glimmer. The ghost captain's strike missed, and Lu Chen seized the opportunity to counterattack with ice manipulation. Crack, 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 accompanied by the piercing sound of freezing, the ghost captain's body gradually became encased in ice, instantly transforming into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. However, this frozen confinement lasted only a moment. Crash! The ghost captain's body suddenly shook, and the shattered ice flew apart like arrows. That layer of ice couldn't even hold him for a second before completely collapsing. Ice-type talent, ha, child's play. The ghost captain was surrounded by a chilling aura, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I've had my fun, it's time to send you on your way, kid. He then prepared to deliver the final blow to the struggling ant before him. But Lu Chen raised his right palm, pointing it at the ghost captain. Fire manipulation. Ignite. In an instant, raging flames surged forth like a tide, engulfing the ghost captain entirely. Crackle, crackle. The ghost captain crackled as he burned, yet he paid no mind. With the power of your talent, even if I stood still and let you burn me for 2 minutes, you couldn't do anything to me. Just as the ghost captain was filled with confidence, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within him, sensing that something was off. Wait, isn't this kid an ice-type talent? How can he breathe fire? How could he have 2 talents? The ghost captain felt a wave of unease wash over him. This human was rather strange. Crack! Suddenly, under the scorching flames, a crack appeared on the long sword in his right hand. Chapter 22. Blow your head off. How is this possible? The ghost captain's pupils constricted sharply, staring in shock at the alarming crack on his sword. Before he could react, he was stunned to discover that his bones were also covered in fine, terrifying cracks, just like the sword. In an instant, the ghost captain felt his body become incredibly fragile. Kid, what kind of sorcery did you use? That flame cannot possibly have such power. The ghost captain was genuinely angry. He hadn't expected this ant-like existence to actually cause him some trouble. Seeing the cracks on the ghost captain's face, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. It worked! In the Divine Summer, there is a widely known saying, master physics and chemistry, and you need not fear traveling the world. Lu Chen had applied this simple physical principle, thermal expansion and contraction. The ghost captain had suddenly transitioned from an extremely cold environment to intense heat, creating unimaginable stress due to the massive temperature difference. causing his sword and even his bones to crack. This scientific common knowledge, known even to elementary school students in the Divine Summer, was unknown to the Ghost Captain, who was at best just a brute with strength. With this, what was there for Lu Chen to fear? At this moment, the Ghost Captain's defenses had dropped to their lowest point. How could Lu Chen miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He clenched his right hand into a fist, activating his dual talents of power amplification and bone control in an instant. In an instant, a blazing red light surged around Lu Chen, his strength increasing more than threefold. Countless fragments of bone surged like a tide, tightly wrapping around his right fist, transforming into a bone gauntlet covered in sharp spikes. The reason Lu Chen had not used power amplification and bone control before was precisely for this moment. The outcome hinged on this one strike. Die! Lu Chen roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Driven by an astonishing strength of 165 points, his right fist shot forward like a meteor streaking through the night sky, carrying the force to destroy the world as it slammed toward the Ghost Captain. Insignificant human, today I will let you know that the majesty of a fourth-tier overlord is not something you can easily insult. The Ghost Captain bellowed, his longsword pointing directly at Lu Chen, aiming to sever his throat with a single strike. Boom! The bone gauntlet swept in like a dragon, and at the moment of contact with the longsword, the sword shattered with a resounding crack. How could this be? How could this ant's power suddenly be so strong? Could he have power enhancement? The Ghost Captain was filled with horror, realizing how fragile his longsword was, and feared that his own bones were just as weak. As he saw Lu Chen's glowing red fist drawing closer, the Ghost Captain dared not be careless. He attempted to dodge, but his right leg felt as if it were bound by invisible chains, unable to move an inch. What the hell? The Ghost Captain glanced down in a panic, only to see the moss beneath him growing wildly like weeds, tightly wrapping around his right leg, rendering him immobile. A plant-based talent? How could this kid also have a plant-based talent? At this moment, a deep, indescribable fear surged within the Ghost Captain. He had never encountered such a bizarre and powerful human opponent. In an instant, the bone gauntlet fell like a meteor, crashing heavily into the Ghost Captain's face, followed by a bone-cracking sound that sent chills down the spine. The decaying flesh on the Ghost Captain's face seemed to be swept away by a violent wind, scattering everywhere. His body, struck by the tremendous force, flew backward like a kite with a severed string, ultimately crashing hard against the ship's railing, stirring up a storm of rotten wood and dust. This is impossible. How could you possess so many talents? The Ghost Captain was left dazed by Lu Chen's overwhelming punch, feeling stars in his eyes, the world spinning, his mind filled with the sound of cracking bones. However, Lu Chen did not give him any chance to catch his breath. In a flash, he closed the distance, almost as soon as the Ghost Captain touched the ground, appearing before him like a shadow. He knew well that all of this was due to the Ghost Captain's underestimation of him. If he could not take this opportunity to crush him, he would surely fall into an irretrievable abyss. You pigs, stop watching the show and come help. The Ghost Captain's words were only half-spoken when a long hand reached out and pressed down on his head. Bang! A tremendous force suddenly surged, slamming his head hard against the deck. His words were cut off. He looked up in terror, only to see a pair of deep, cold black eyes gazing down at him, and the owner of those eyes was slowly preparing to deliver the final blow. No way, the Ghost Captain thought in horror. He never imagined that he would be suppressed by this existence he once viewed as an ant, unable to even call for help amidst a series of attacks. Lu Chen's body sank, his right fist raining down like a storm, shattering wood and sending splinters flying. The entire ghost ship trembled slightly under the onslaught. Bang 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 bang! The wind from the punches howled, the speed increasing until it reached a point indistinguishable to the naked eye. He knew that the Ghost Captain possessed immortality. Once he issued a command, the 20 or so undead sailors around him would rush forward. Finally, with a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds, the Ghost Captain's head shattered like broken pottery, scattering everywhere. Lu Chen slowly stood firm, a hint of wild ferocity revealed on his handsome face. Even if you can be resurrected, it must take some time to recover from having your head smashed, right? He panted heavily, looking around. Without the Ghost Captain's control, the undead stood stiffly like puppets, no longer posing any threat to him. This time, he had won the bet. Behind him, Li Xini and Fan Yingying, who had been watching Lu Chen, were completely dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Fan Yingying murmured, rubbing her eyes vigorously as if trying to confirm what she had just witnessed. I think I just saw Lu Chen overpowering a fourth-tier Ghost Captain. Fan Yingying spoke haltingly, clearly doubting her own eyes. Not just Fan Yingying, but Li Xini beside her also felt that everything was somewhat unreal. However, the clear and unmistakable scene before her kept reminding her that all of this was truly happening. Lu Chen is so strong, Li Xini said, her lips parting slightly, but in the end, she could only utter those 4 words. This was the first time she had seen Lu Chen in action. His moves flowed like clouds in water, and the attacks contained boundless power, making the usually aloof Lee Sinny's cheeks flush slightly. Before her crossing, Lee Sinny was a decisive and proud individual from a well-known company on Blue Star, always believing that she was the most outstanding presence wherever she went. But now, seeing Lu Chen's astonishing combat talent and recalling her own desperate escape from an undead sailor's attack, the gap was glaring. The key was that she had previously boasted about being able to escape from the undead sailor's attack, but compared to Lu Chen, she felt like a clown. Thinking of this, Lee Sinny's face turned even redder. Chapter 23, The Overseer, Survival Bet begins. Congratulations to the Evolver Lu Chen for defeating the cursed captain, Jack. Ha! Is it over? Lu Chen gasped for breath, his clothes clinging to his back, completely soaked with sweat, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, a sign of mental exhaustion. The ghost captain was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had encountered since arriving in this world, without exception. In the recent battle, Lu Chen had held nothing back, using almost all of his talents. The immense power unleashed by the combination of more than a dozen talents allowed him, at a mere level 2, to gain the upper hand against the 4th-tier ghost captain. However, Lu Chen knew deep down that this victory was built on the opponent's underestimation of him. As the celestial decree had evaluated him, all who looked down on him would pay a heavy price for it. Is there only a defeat prompt? No death energy? No other rewards? Lu Chen frowned slightly, muttering to himself. Logically, this was a battle that crossed 2 levels of difficulty. How could it end so simply? Forget it, let the dumpling absorb it. After all, this ghost ship itself is a huge reward. Just as he was about to let the dumpling act, the voice of the celestial decree rang in his ears again, carrying a hint of solemnity. Evolver Lu Chen, congratulations on successfully passing the celestial decree's secret trial Overseer selection. Overseer selection criteria: Evolvers at level 2 or below must independently defeat evil beings of level 4 or above. Note, once an Evolver is promoted to level 3, they will lose the qualification to participate in the selection of the Overseer. The Overseer, whose duty is to oversee all living beings, has the authority to judge and eliminate the evil that goes against the laws of the divine decree. There is only one Overseer position in the Blue Star War Zone. Reminder, accepting the inheritance will grant you unprecedented power and potential, but it will also make you a thorn in the side of all evil beings, so please consider carefully. What's going on? Lu Chen was confused by this series of prompts from the divine decree. What Overseer? What evil? He had never heard of such things. He carefully studied the prompts and gradually understood their meaning. So, this inheritance of the Overseer is the true reward for defeating the ghost captain. Lu Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. The conditions for the Overseer selection are so harsh, requiring an Evolver to defeat a level 4 enemy alone at level 2. If it weren't for my powerful ally, Tuanzi, and the support of those more than 10 talents, I fear no one could complete such an assessment. With such strict assessments, the power of the Overseer must be extraordinary. Lu Chen then looked at the introduction about the Overseer. It feels like the Overseer is the law enforcer of this divine decree world. Although they will be targeted by all evil beings, as a law enforcer, how could they fear those wicked individuals? Moreover, there is only this one Overseer position in the entire Blue Star War Zone, which is enough to show the preciousness and rarity of this inheritance. Let's do it! With this thought, Lu Chen decisively chose to accept divine decree. I accept the inheritance of the Overseer. Ding! Evolver Lu Chen chooses to accept the inheritance of the Overseer. The inheritance begins. As the voice of the divine decree faded, a deep, ink-like black light suddenly enveloped Lu Chen tightly. Following that, Lu Chen's figure vanished in an instant under the engulfing black light, his breath, his name on the leaderboard, and even all traces of his existence quietly disappeared at that moment. Not far away, the 2 girls, immersed in excitement, suddenly saw an ominous black light spreading, and then Lu Chen's figure completely disappeared from their sight as if swallowed by the night, making it seem as if he had been devoured by the ghost ship. Fan Ying, who was cheering for Lu Chen, was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Chen, where did he go? Lee Sinny was also shocked. She had originally planned how to sincerely apologize to Lu Chen when he returned. After all, it was her misjudgment of the creature's level on the ghost ship that led to the level 4 being misreported as level 3. If it weren't for Lu Chen's extraordinary strength, he might have already fallen into an irretrievable situation. However, Lu Chen's sudden disappearance made an ominous premonition rise inexplicably in her heart. She hurriedly accessed the panel, her gaze anxiously searching the leaderboard, her face changing drastically. He was gone. Lu Chen's ranking had disappeared from the leaderboard. She trembled as she tried to access Lu Chen's personal page, but all that met her eyes was a dead silence of pitch black, a void that only a deceased Evolver would leave behind. Why is this happening? You clearly won. Even with Lee Sinny's cool demeanor, her eyes couldn't help but redden at this moment. Sister Sinny, did Lu Chen get eaten by the ghost ship? Fan Ying's voice trembled with tears. It's all our fault. It's all our fault for telling him about the ghost ship. He's so powerful. If it weren't for us, no one could have killed him. Boo-hoo. No, it's not your fault, Ying. Lee Sinny held Fan Ying's hand, but her gaze was hollow as she looked towards the ghost ship, once again shrouded in black mist, her heart filled with guilt and self-blame. Injury, it was my misjudgment of the situation that led to his death there. Lee Sinny's voice grew softer, eventually almost turning into a murmur. I'm sorry. Lu Chen was the most extraordinary person she had ever seen. If the ghost ship before her truly had only third-tier beings, with Lu Chen's abilities, he would surely remain unscathed. But it was precisely because she misjudged the situation that led to the fall of such a talented individual. At this moment, many people in the chat channel had already noticed the disappearance of Lu Chen's name. Why did the great Lu Chen suddenly disappear from the leaderboard? Yeah, not only is he missing from the leaderboard, but his name has also turned gray in the follower list. Does this mean the great Lu Chen has fallen? Impossible. The great Lu Chen is so strong, even defeating 13 ferocious beasts is a piece of cake for him. How could he? Just as everyone was shocked and discussing, a sudden announcement from the heavens thundered in everyone's minds. Heavenly Decree Emergency Announcement. Kenta Nakamura from the Beginner C area of the Fusang Warzone No. 903 has activated the Survival Wager Order. Survival Wager Parties, Fusang Warzone No. 903 Beginner C area, Xingxia Warzone No. 1000 Beginner C area, Survival Wager initiated. Survival Wager, the losing side will see the storm intensity outside the Beginner C area increase by 20, and all attribute points will be permanently reduced. The winning side will see the storm intensity outside the Beginner C area decrease by 20, and all attribute points will be permanently increased. Chapter 20. For the pride of the Fusang people hearing that sudden announcement, the chat channel instantly erupted. Damn, a survival wager order? What the hell? It seems like we've been challenged. The losing side will not only have the storm intensity outside the poison fog area increased, but all attributes will be directly reduced by 20 points. No way, all my attributes combined only add up to 26 points. If I lose 20 points, how am I supposed to survive? That's not even the worst part. The key issue is that the storm intensity will increase by 20. We only have 8 days left until the poison gas is released. If we can't navigate through this stronger storm, everyone will die in this sea area. Exactly, we absolutely cannot lose this wager. Losing could mean total annihilation. Damn, I just realized that the ones we're wagering against are those damn Fusang people. Crap, it's this group of beasts. Fusang people always love to engage in these despicable and shameless acts. Damn it, we cannot lose to this group of beasts. Right, this time we must win. The crowd in the Beginner C area, upon discovering that their opponents were the Fusang people, instantly became agitated. Due to various entanglements in history and reality, the relationship between Xingxia and Fusang had always been tense and delicate, and this wager further united everyone against a common enemy. But how do we win? Yeah, I can't wait to beat these little Fusang people into a pulp. Announcement. The wager rules are as follows. A special parallel C area will be opened in both parties' Beginner C areas. Both sides' evolvers can teleport to the vicinity of the parallel C area at any time, but only beginner wooden boats of intermediate level and above are allowed to enter the parallel C area for unrestricted combat. In the core position of the parallel C area stands a spatial crystal. Whichever side's evolver occupies the spatial crystal for 1 hour will be declared the winner. The victorious side, the evolutionist who contributes the most, will receive additional rewards. The parallel C area will officially open in 10 hours. All evolutionists are advised to make full use of this time to prepare for battle. Reminder, the chat channels of the two noob C areas have been linked, allowing both sides to browse each other's chat content, leaderboards, and other information, but direct communication is not possible. Reminder, survival betting is extremely important. All evolutionists must give their all. In the Fuso Battle Zone, Noob C Area 903 has conducted survival betting once, winning once. In the Shinya Battle Zone, Noob C Area 1000 has conducted survival betting 0 times, winning 0 times. With the detailed explanation of the Tianyu system, everyone finally realized that this so-called survival betting order was actually a fierce competition between the two Noob C areas in the parallel C. Damn, now we can kill the enemy openly. I've been waiting for this. Hey, brother upstairs, calm down first, read the rules carefully. Only intermediate noob boats can enter the parallel sea. Has your boat been upgraded? Not yet? In our entire noob area, only Lord Lucan and Master Yang Zimo's boats have been upgraded to intermediate. Don't panic, we all entered at the same time. We only have 2 intermediate boats here, and Fuso probably doesn't have many either. That's right, with Lord Lucan and Master Yang Zimo here, what do we have to fear? But have you noticed? They seem to have already won a survival bet. Whoa, I just saw that. Does that mean everyone on the other side has attributes 20 points higher than ours? No way. Everyone, don't panic. The chat channels of the 2 areas are already linked. Let's go see what's happening on the Little Sun side. Yes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Let's see what they are capable of to dare challenge us. Then, a large number of evolutionists from Newberia 1000 clicked into the chat channel of Fuso Newberia 903. Unlike the confusion of the Shinya crowd, the Fuso people, having experienced a survival bet, were clearly much more experienced. At this moment, the comments section was filled with cheers, as if they had already won this bet. Yoshi, Lord Nakamura Kenta's choice of opponent is truly sharp. The other side is actually Shinya people. Shinya people? Last time, a noob sea area from Shinya actively came to challenge us, and was ruthlessly defeated by Lord Nakamura, giving each of us 20 attribute points for free. Arigato. It seems that the Shinya people are really generous. With this match against the Shinya people, we Fuso were sure to win. Historically, they couldn't beat us, and it remains the same now. Of course, we have Lord Kenta. As the Onmyoji of our great Fuso Empire, he is invincible. How could those weak Shinya people possibly compete with us? Mr. Kobayashi, everyone, let's not be careless. The current Shinya is different from before. They not only have a high average IQ, but they are also very united when facing external enemies. Baka, Miss Haruko, the battle is about to start. How can you say such demoralizing things? Exactly, we Fuso people have the best genes in the world and the strongest physiques. Those Shinya people are simply incomparable to us. At that moment, Nakamura Kenta, whom they spoke of, spoke up. Everyone need not worry. I just took a look at the situation on the Shinya side. Their highest level person hasn't even reached level 3. And intermediate warships are pitifully few, only 1 or 2. In this survival bet, we Fuso were sure to win. Hearing Nakagawa Kenta's words, the chat channel erupted in cheers. Nakagawa Kenta's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the channel. It's Lord Kenta. Lord Kenta is brilliant. Those Shinsha people are indeed incredibly weak. They still don't have a single level 3 person, and Lord Kenta is about to level up to 4. Not only that, but their intermediate warships are so few. We already have a full 6 intermediate warships. Yo, it looks like in 10 hours I'll get another 20 attribute points. I've already decided, this time I'm putting them all into strength. I want to be One Punch Man. I estimate that those Shinsha people who fail in the survival battle will all be poisoned to death in 9 days. Sigh, thinking about their future outcome, Keto-kun, there's no need to pity them. Only powerful nations like us, the Fusang people, deserve to live. Matsumoto-kun, I don't pity them. Just thinking about how they'll all be poisoned to death excites me. Chapter 25, B-Class Talent? Chapter 25, B-Class Talent? In stark contrast to the laughter and joy of the Fusang camp, the chat channel of the Shinsha camp was filled with a heavy atmosphere of anxiety. Damn, how is that Nakagawa Kenta, ranked first, almost level 4 already? Not only that, all 5 of their top players have reached level 3, and the top 20 are all level 2. Their leveling speed is too fast. Damn, they won a survival bet before, and each person got an extra 20 free attribute points, making their average level half a level higher than ours. How can we compete? What's even more outrageous is that Nakagawa Kenta has a level 5 Onmyoji talent. The highest in our district is only level 3. How is that fair? He must have had quite a few adventures before, accumulating a lot of evolution points to directly raise his talent to level 5. I just realized they have 6 intermediate beginner wooden boats. What about us? How many intermediate beginner wooden boats do we have? 1 from Lord Lucan, 1 from Lord Yang Zimo, and it seems that's it. Then, how are we supposed to fight? The gap is too big. Are we really going to lose? No way, I'm only level 1. If I lose 20 attribute points, I'll be completely useless. Now we can only hope that Lord Lucan and Lord Yang Zimo can turn the tide for us. Right, and Lord Lucan is here. He's always been a tough character, he must have a way. Mentioning Lucan, a glimmer of hope surged in everyone's hearts. Where did Lord Lucan go? Why did he suddenly disappear from the leaderboard? Just then, Yang Zimo's avatar flickered. Lee Sinny, did Lucan go to find you before? Where is he now? We need him. Lord Yang Zimo has appeared. Yang, the enemy is at our door. Hurry and decide with Lord Lucan what we should do. By the way, Lord Lucan said he was going to check out that ghost ship mentioned by Lord Lee Sinny. How is Lord Lucan doing now? Has he dealt with that ghost ship? Lee Sinny, Lord, please come out and say something. Li Sini, Lord, give us a response. Instantly, the chat channel was flooded with messages from Li Sini. After a long while, Li Sini's reply slowly appeared in the chat channel, carrying an indescribable heaviness. Everyone, Lu Chen is really amazing. The information I provided earlier was incorrect. The monster on the ghost ship is not a level 3, but a level 4. However, Lu Chen still managed to slay the level 4 undead. Lu Chen is truly the strongest person I have ever seen. Seeing Li Sini's words, the tension in everyone's hearts finally eased. Big shot, can you not sound so out of breath when you speak? I was almost scared to death. I thought the great Lu Chen had fallen. The great Lu Chen is incredible, being able to take down even a level 4 undead. The great one is indeed great. With him around, those little beasts living their good lives are doomed. Everyone chimed in, and morale seemed to rise. However, Yang Zimo keenly sensed the abnormality in Li Sini's words. He immediately furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Yang Zimo, Li Sini, what happened after Lu Chen killed the level 4 undead? Is he still safe now? Upon seeing Yang Zimo's message, Li Sini's eyes turned red, and a wave of immense guilt surged within her. Li Sini, after Lu Chen killed the ghost ship captain, he was swallowed by the ghost ship. Li Sini, it was my miscalculation of the ghost ship's strength that led to Lu Chen's fall. I bear an unshirkable responsibility. In the upcoming battle with the Fusang people, I will be the first to charge in. Upon reading Li Sini's message, a moment of silence fell over the entire chat channel. The hope in everyone's hearts shattered in an instant, and a pessimistic mood began to spread. It's over. Completely over. Our average level was already lower than the Fusang people, and now the great Lu Chen has fallen. We have no hope left. Whoa, I'm only 18 years old. I've never had a boyfriend. I don't want to die. Seeing this, Yang Zimo couldn't help but sigh. The worst thing he feared had happened. This kind of emotion must not spread. Yang Zimo, everyone, don't be discouraged. We, the people of Xingxia, fear no difficulties. Since we could have one Lu Chen, we can have a second and a third. Yang Zimo, the battle has not yet begun. The outcome is still uncertain. How can we, the people of Xingxia, easily bow to the invaders? Lan Haoran, my family has been in the Xingxia military for 3 generations. My grandfather never bowed to the invaders even in the most desperate times. Today, I will not back down. Right. Li Ming sent a fist-clenching emoji. What's so scary about those little Fusang people? My lightning won't hold back. Zhou Yu, exactly. Let's unite and fight against these invaders. Damn, that's right. I'm not afraid. I don't believe those little people can outnumber us. They just got lucky once in a survival gamble and gained the advantage. This time, we'll make them spit out all their attribute points. Unity, everyone must unite. Yang, big shot, give the orders. We will follow your command. A chorus of determined responses echoed in the chat channel, and morale gradually rose under Yang Zimo's leadership. Yang Zimo, alright, everyone, teleport to the vicinity of the Parallel Sea now. There are only 10 hours left until the Parallel Sea opens. We must race against time to strengthen our power and upgrade our ships. Whoever has any valuable information or resources, please share immediately. Okay, I'm heading back now. Yang, big shot. I just found some herbs on a small island that can increase agility. I found an injured level 2 sea beast at position 376, 976. I was planning to wait until I leveled up to 2 before hunting it, but now I won't hold back. Yang, big shot, hurry and organize people to come collect it. My bow and arrows are a black iron grade, and I'm only level 1. I won't be able to help in the melee later, so take this longbow. I have some healing herbs prepared here for emergencies. I know which area has abundant wood resources. I have enough fresh water stored here, so everyone can use it with peace of mind. As Haruko said, when facing external threats, the people of Xingxia displayed an astonishing cohesion, united as one to overcome difficulties. Yang Zimo quickly organized and formed 4 hunting fleets, each consisting of 200 people. Based on the clues provided by everyone, the hunting fleet struck precisely, concentrating their efforts to hunt second-tier sea beasts, while the final lethal blow was left to the exceptionally talented and top-ranked strong ones to deliver. At this moment, all the people in the Novice Area 1000 seemed to coalesce into an unstoppable, immense force, like a tightly clenched giant fist, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Chapter 26, The Observer Template, Invincible. Chapter 26, The Observer Template, Invincible. Lu Chen felt the scene before him twist, as if being pulled by some invisible force, instantly crossing the boundary between reality and illusion, arriving in an unknown otherworldly space. Here, the sky presented a suffocating dark purple, the stars hidden, with only wisps of ghostly light wandering in the void, adding a touch of eeriness to this dead silence. He steadied himself, and wherever his gaze fell, it was a scene of desolation and strangeness coexisting. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black slowly entered his line of sight, holding a long sword that shimmered with a chilling light, exuding a heart-stopping sharpness. Opposite the cloaked figure stood a colossal being, a three-eyed giant, towering 1,000 meters tall, with an extremely robust physique. Its skin was as hard as rock, muscles bulging, each one containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The three enormous eyes flickered with different lights, filled with anger, unwillingness, and a desire for survival. It pounded its chest with both hands, letting out a deafening roar, the sound echoing in the otherworldly space, creating visible ripples of sound waves. Observer. I was merely following the laws of this world, having consumed the people of a nation. In this world of the survival of the fittest, isn't that quite normal? Why can't you let me go? The voice of the three-eyed giant was filled with unwillingness and provocation. It seemed not to think it had done anything wrong. The cloaked figure stood silently, its entire face hidden beneath the black robe, revealing only a pair of cold, star-like eyes. The survival of the fittest is quite normal. Its voice was deep and indifferent, so killing you is equally normal. With that, the cloaked figure slowly raised the long sword in its hand, the tip lightly touching the ground, as if at that moment, the entire space froze. Three-eyed giant, I, the observer, Jia, declare you a malevolent being, and I will execute you immediately. The voice of the cloaked figure echoed in the otherworldly space, each word like thunder crashing in Lu Chen's heart. Observer, you are too arrogant. I will kill you. The three-eyed giant roared even louder upon hearing this, channeling all its strength, the three giant eyes simultaneously shooting out three dazzling beams of light, attempting to completely engulf the cloaked figure. However, facing this devastating strike, the cloaked figure merely waved the long sword lightly and shouted, "Break the wind!" In an instant, a brilliant sword light sliced through the air, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, too fast to be captured. The sword light contained endless majesty and power, splitting the space in two. The enormous three-eyed giant, under this sword light, was as fragile as paper, instantly cleaved in half, its massive body crashing down, stirring up a wave of dust and debris. The man in the black robe sheathed his sword, his figure unmoving, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a matter of raising his hand. Lu Chen stood to the side, witnessing this heart-stirring battle, and an indescribable shock surged within him. Is this the power of the overseer? The thought that he might one day become an overseer like this man in black, towering above all beings, made Lu Chen's chest rise and fall with excitement. Just moments ago, the might and grace of the black-robed man's sword had made Lu Chen's heart race. At that moment, the black-robed man slowly turned, his deep-set eyes seemingly piercing through time and space, gazing at Lu Chen. In an instant, a massive stream of information flooded into Lu Chen's mind like a burst dam, overwhelming him. It was a profound understanding and essence analysis of the breaking wind sword technique that the black-robed man had just executed. Every detail, every path of power flow, was vividly presented in his consciousness. Lu Chen felt as if he had been swept into a vortex of time, experiencing a cultivation journey that spanned 100 years. His understanding and mastery of breaking wind reached an unprecedented height at that moment. As the torrent of knowledge gradually subsided, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and everything around him seemed to have changed. He had left that otherworldly space and returned to the deck of the ghost ship, the sea breeze gently brushing against him, carrying a hint of saltiness and decay. Ding! You have successfully obtained the inheritance of the Overseer, power, agility, constitution, perception, acquired free attribute points, acquired skill, breaking wind, exclusive to Overseers, acquired Overseer template attribute points gained with each level up. Accompanied by a series of prompts echoing in his mind, Lu Chen felt a tremendous power surge through his body like a tidal wave, causing him to shudder. I've made it! I've really made it! Lu Chen looked at his attributes, his heart racing uncontrollably. This Overseer inheritance was truly incredible, directly boosting Lu Chen's attribute points by 2 whole levels. Even more terrifying was that it granted him a heaven-defying special template each time he leveled up. He would receive double the attribute points. This meant that while an ordinary person would gain a total of 45 attribute points, 10 points in each of the 4 dimensions plus 10 free attribute points, for leveling up, he would gain a full 90 attribute points, and he was only at level 2. As his level continued to rise, the gap between him and others would become an insurmountable chasm. But what thrilled Lu Chen the most was the newly acquired skill, Breaking Wind. He had witnessed the black-robed man effortlessly unleash the sword strike, splitting the towering, ferocious three-eyed giant troll in half. And now, this skill, capable of instilling fear in his enemies, was firmly in his grasp. Skill, Windbreak, exclusive to the Overseer. The moment the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair feels like after allocating all 10 of his free attribute points to perception. Lu Chen opened his panel. Name, Lu Chen level, 2, 155, position, Overseer, 0, evolution points, 0 strength, 75, average for the same level as 20, agility, 53, average for the same level is 20, constitution, 63, average for the same level is 20, perception, 61, average for the same level is 20, talents, level, bone control, plant affinity, flame control level, ice manipulation, power enhancement, speed enhancement level, constitution enhancement, olfactory enhancement, x-ray vision, auditory enhancement level, visual enhancement skill, wind break, exclusive to the overseer. The moment the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair feels like. Vessel, intermediate beginner's wooden boat, enhanced, comprehensive combat power, assessment, tier 4 tier 6, for the overseer, levels are laughable, anyone who relies on levels to fight an overseer will die a miserable death. Chapter 27, capturing the ghost captain, the first underling. Although his level was only 2, his attributes were already several times that of other revolvers of the same tier. Typically, a level 2 evolver's combat power assessment would hover around tier 2. But with Lu Chen's solid attribute accumulation and numerous talents, his comprehensive combat power was astonishingly rated as high as tier 6. This meant that, in the eyes of the Celestial Oracle, with Lu Chen's current strength, even without any skills, relying solely on brute force would be enough to stand toe-to-toe with tier 6 powerhouses. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, Lu Chen exclaimed sincerely. Although this trip to the ghost ship was fraught with danger, the rewards he gained afterward completely lifted him out of the ranks of ordinary people. With the infinite potential he now possessed, even without the help of the dumpling in the future, he was confident he could achieve great things. What does that number behind Overseer mean? Position, Overseer, 0. After checking the Celestial Oracle Encyclopedia, Lu Chen understood that every time an Overseer slays a malevolent creature, they would gain evil energy. The undead he had previously killed did not count as malevolent creatures. Once the evil energy accumulated to a certain level, he would unlock new exclusive skills for the Overseer. Got it. Looks like I need to find more malevolent creatures in the future. Next, I should scour this place, and then it's time to upgrade the intermediate beginner's wooden boat to a higher level. Upgrading to a higher level beginner's wooden boat required wood, tier 4 crystal cores, and iron ingots. Both iron ingots and wood were easy to obtain, but the only challenge was the tier 4 crystal cores. However, tier 4 creatures were not a big deal for Lu Chen at this point. He wanted to upgrade the wooden boat to a single-masted sailboat as soon as possible, sail out of the beginner's sea, and see what the outside world was really like. Yo, I thought you had tucked your tail and run away. I didn't expect you to have the guts to stay here. At that moment, the ghost captain's voice, rising in pitch, suddenly rang out. Jack covered his head and slowly stepped into Lu Chen's line of sight. Looking at Lu Chen, Jack felt a lingering pain in his head. He never imagined that he would capsize in the gutter and be smashed in the head by this level 2 human. It was a tremendous humiliation. Revenge. He must take revenge. The more Jack thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth and saying, "This time, I will not be careless. I will crush every bone in your body to dust, and I will make you howl for mercy on the deck." However, as Jack spoke, his voice grew softer and softer. Something was off. Isn't self-resurrection supposed to only take a few hours? But why has this human presence undergone such a dramatic change in just these few short hours? Although the Lu Chen before him still appeared to be at the second tier, there was a voice deep within him telling him that this strange human was very dangerous. The more he looked at Jack, the more he felt something was off, and his heart couldn't help but race. Seeing the ghost captain and the surrounding undead crew closing in again, the same scene, the same predicament, but Lu Chen's mindset was completely different now. "Do you want to break my bones?" He glanced at Jack, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just right, he could use these undead to test his current strength. The moment their gazes met, Jack felt as if he had been locked onto by the eyes of an ancient beast, his body trembling involuntarily. No way! This feeling, this aura, how does it resemble that of the legendary Overseer? Could it be? He just obtained the inheritance of the Overseer. As this thought emerged, Jack's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The more he pondered, the more he felt it was possible. With so many talents, how could someone at the mere second tier easily crush a fourth tier powerhouse like himself? Not only that, but his mental resilience and combat intuition were beyond ordinary. This was no way for a normal person to behave. Wait, I can't possibly be the monster for the Overseer's assessment, can I? Jack felt like crying without tears. No wonder his obsidian ship couldn't leave after arriving here. It turned out he was caught in the hidden assessment of the Overseer. Despite the panic inside, Jack straightened his back and feigned bravado, saying, "Young man, although you just made the great Captain Jack very unhappy, I, Jack, have always respected brave souls. In light of your fearless spirit and willingness to draw your sword, I will show mercy and let you go. Leave quickly." Jack pretended to be magnanimous, but inside he was frantically urging, "Go, hurry up and leave. Even if you blow my head off, I won't hold it against you. Just leave, please. However, Jack's hopes were dashed as Lu Chen twisted his wrist and said calmly, now, it's not a matter of whether you let me go, but how I should deal with you. It's over, Jack's heart wailed. The thing he feared most had happened. Just the thought of being targeted by an overseer made him want to cry. Aren't overseers supposed to slay great demons and eliminate evil? I'm just a little undead cursed and barely surviving. Isn't it overkill to use an overseer against me? Wait, a curse? Right? With this thought, Jack's eyes lit up, and he feigned disdain, saying, Humph, young man, don't say I didn't warn you. I am immortal. Even if I stand here for you to kill, you won't be able to harm me in the slightest. While I haven't changed my mind, you should leave quickly. Immortal? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He had almost forgotten about that. But it didn't matter. Tuanzi, come out, we have work to do. Goo! Tuanzi, who had been cooped up in Lu Chen's backpack, immediately slid out happily, affectionately rubbing against Lu Chen's face. This scene struck Jack, who was already questioning his life, like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place. A North Sea giant monster? This terrifying creature, said to be able to devour entire plains, was supposed to be extinct long ago. How is there still one here? Jack, who had relied on his immortality curse, suddenly felt despair. He knew very well that his immortality curse was completely useless against the North Sea giant monster's devouring. Although what stood before him was only a juvenile North Sea giant monster. Lu Chen was just about to make a move when he suddenly heard a strange sound, and the scene before him left him utterly astonished. The once arrogant ghost Captain Jack unexpectedly knelt before him without warning. His posture so resolute it was as if he had transformed into a different person in an instant. Boss, please don't kill me. I am willing to offer half of my soul, just to serve you, boss, to go through fire and water without hesitation. Ha! The abrupt change was too shocking. Lu Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. Wasn't this ghost captain always so tough? How could he suddenly change so drastically? Ding! The cursed captain, Jack, is willing to offer half of his soul as a price to request to become your vassal. Upon accepting this condition, you will have absolute control over Jack's life and death. Do you accept? Chapter 28, Lu Chen is cursed. Chapter 28, Lu Chen is cursed. Weren't you going to crush my bones inch by inch? Lu Chen found it amusing. This ghost captain must have a split personality, right? Just a moment ago, he looked like he wanted to kill someone, and now he was kneeling and calling him boss? Jack's eyes rolled, and a flattering smile spread across his face. As the saying goes, those who know the times are the heroes. How could I, Jack, dare to oppose someone as great as you, boss? It's better to be sensible and avoid another beating. Ha! Who would have thought this ghost captain could actually read the situation well? But, I currently lack a 4th-tier crystal core. What should I do about that? Lu Chen deliberately frowned, pretending to be in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately put on a mournful expression. Boss, do I look like someone who could have a crystal core with this bony frame? Besides, if you are willing to take me as your vassal, wouldn't that be a 4th-tier sea beast? I promise to bring you two to kill. Jack patted his chest, swearing with conviction. Looking at Jack's eager-to-please demeanor, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Jack must have seen something. Perhaps he knew the secret of the overseer, or maybe he recognized the true identity of the dumpling. Regardless of what he had discovered, Jack was certainly not an ordinary person. With him by my side, I might be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Moreover, as the ship continued to upgrade, the novice wooden boat had become increasingly large, and I indeed needed crew members to assist. With the dumpling around, I naturally couldn't recruit humans as crew members. In contrast, a spirit like Jack, who would completely obey me, was a very suitable choice for a crew member. With this in mind, Lu Chen nodded slightly, deciding to accept Jack. Immediately, a green flame of soul floated out from Jack's head and slowly merged into Lu Chen's body. From then on, Lu Chen only needed to think, and he could control Jack through the soul flame. Seeing this, Jack's face lit up with joy, and he immediately performed a standard noble salute to Lu Chen. Jack greets the captain. Willing to go through fire and water for the captain. Get up, Lu Chen replied, his gaze sweeping around. Is there anything useful on this ghost ship? Jack grinned widely, confidently responding, Captain, your choice to accept me is definitely a wise move. The famous Jack will not let you down. Although this obsidian has mostly decayed, there is one thing I believe you will be interested in. Saying this, Jack turned and quickly walked toward the captain's cabin. In a short while, he emerged holding a long spear covered in rust, presenting it to Lu Chen with both hands. This weapon was originally of black iron intermediate quality, but due to its age, it has decayed to black iron low quality. However, its sharpness should not be underestimated. Lu Chen took the spear, noticing its entirely black body, heavy in his hand, clearly of extraordinary quality. Decayed Wavebreaker Spear, black iron low level. Although its quality has declined due to decay, its sharpness remains trustworthy. quality reduced due to decay? Others might find it impossible, but for Lu Chen, it was not a problem at all. Tuanzi, refine this weapon a bit. Gu gu wei. Tuanzi responded, and two soft, pink tentacles extended out, wrapping around the spear. Immediately, under Jack's astonished gaze, the rust on the spear's surface quickly faded away, revealing its gleaming body. Enhanced Wavebreaker Spear, Black Iron High Level, a mysterious iron spear meticulously forged by the dwarves, capable of piercing through giant waves and delivering a fatal blow to enemies. This is truly the power of the North Sea Giant. Jack's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly, filled with shock. It seems you really recognize Tuanzi's identity. Lu Chen looked deeply at Jack. What else do you know? Jack paused for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and said seriously, Captain, the North Sea Giant is a legendary beast, who doesn't know it? But, Captain, you must be extremely careful. The juvenile form of the North Sea Giant is incredibly precious. Do not reveal it easily in front of others, or it will surely attract countless powerful beings coveting and fighting for it. Lu Chen looked at Jack but did not speak. He knew Jack was definitely not simple, but he had more important matters to attend to. Tuanzi, see if you can absorb this ghost ship. Lu Chen remembered that when approaching the ghost ship earlier, they encountered attacks from the decayed shark, decayed sea eagle, and drowned ones, which were likely the ghost ship's talents. If he could claim it for himself, it would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with. However, Tuanzi extended its small tentacles, chattering incessantly, seemingly conveying some kind of unease. Seeing Tuanzi's reaction, Lu Chen knew that this ghost ship was definitely problematic. Cursed ship, obsidian, severely decayed, uncontrollable, level, two-masted warship talent, ghost ship, level, once a powerful two-masted warship, it was transformed into a ghost ship due to Eleanor's curse, possessing the power to resurrect and control corpses. Yes, this is the terrifying ghost ship. Lu Chen gently patted Tuanzi and said softly, is Tuanzi worried about the curse on this ship? Gu gu wei. Tuanzi nodded vigorously. Captain, you need not worry about this curse, Jack interjected while picking his nose. Why? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Because you are already cursed now, Jack shrugged. What? Lu Chen's heart jolted, and he quickly looked down at his status panel. Sure enough, behind his originally clean name, the words, cursed, had appeared. Moreover, an additional talent had appeared in the talent section. Talent, Undying Curse, level, cursed by Eleanor, possessing an undying body. Enjoy your few remaining days as a human, for you are about to become an undead. Although he had gained an extra-level talent out of nowhere, Lu Chen felt no joy in his heart. He had seen Jack's decayed appearance. How did I get cursed? Lu Chen's voice was low and oppressive, his gaze piercing like a knife towards Jack. Seeing Lu Chen's murderous gaze, Jack shrank his neck and answered somewhat sheepishly, well, Captain, didn't you just absorb half of my soul? So, this curse. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. You didn't ask either? Jack weakly responded, his voice as small as a mosquito. Lu Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm the impulse to tear Jack apart. After being cursed, how long until I become undead? About a year or so. But Captain, you must be careful, you absolutely cannot die. Once you die, although you will be resurrected, it will greatly accelerate your transformation into a wraith. Jack clearly had a lot of experience with this curse. Chapter 29, The New Ghost Ship, The Netherworld. Chapter 29, The New Ghost Ship, The Netherworld. Captain, but you don't have to worry too much. Becoming a wraith isn't so bad. Look, you're not afraid of death. How great is that? Do you have taste when you eat? Can you set foot on land? Is your koan still usable? Lu Chen's three questions made Jack, who had been pretending to be relaxed, freeze on the spot. Jack stiffly lowered his head and looked at the koan that had once made him so proud, and instantly broke down, hugging Lu Chen's thigh and crying out loud, Captain, I'm so miserable. I can't taste anything when I eat, everything tastes the same. I'm forever bound to this sea, and I can't even get a close look at the greenery. The most critical thing is, my koan, my lifeline, I can't use it anymore. Captain, you must help me lift this curse. Woo woo. Looking at Jack, who was tightly hugging his thigh and crying, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. This bastard. I knew being cursed was definitely not a good thing. If there were no side effects, it wouldn't be called a curse, it would be more fitting to call it a blessing. He could barely accept the first two side effects, but the third one, not being able to use his koan, he absolutely could not tolerate. What a joke! Without the treasure, what joy is there in life? This curse must be lifted within a year. Otherwise, once he completely transforms into a wraith, he will lose the chance to set foot on land forever. At that time, trying to lift the curse would be even more difficult. However, the urgent matter was to get out of this novice sea area. Tuanzi, absorb the ghost ship. Lu Chen sighed helplessly, don't worry about the curse, we've already been hit. Guji. Tuanzi responded dejectedly and then launched the abyssal absorption on the ghost ship. As Tuanzi absorbed, the eerie black mist that enveloped the ghost ship instantly dissipated, and the dazed wraith sailors on board let out wails, turning into piles of bones. The originally eerie ghost ship instantly transformed into a heap of dilapidated shipwrecks. Seeing this, Luchan quickly paddled his wooden boat closer, allowing Tuanzi to merge the power just absorbed into the wooden boat. In an instant, the previously unremarkable novice wooden boat was surrounded by black mist, and faint wails echoed from within the mist. This novice wooden boat seemed to inherit the soul of the long-gone obsidian and transformed into a newly born ghost ship. Wow, Captain, is this our new ship? What's its name? Jack's eyes sparkled. Although this novice wooden boat was pitifully smaller than his obsidian, it could move. He had been trapped on the immobile obsidian for so long that he was almost suffocating. Now that Lu Chen had become his master, he could leave that dead ship with him. Now that you mention it, I should indeed name my ship, Lu Chen pondered while stroking his chin. How about this? There are 3 of us on the ship now, and we each suggest a name, then vote to decide. I'll go first. Jack eagerly raised his hand. Let's call it Invincible Beautiful Girl. Guji. Tuanzi also raised a tentacle, indicating it wanted to call it Guji. Hearing these 2 suggestions, Luchan helplessly rubbed his forehead. I knew asking those 2 was unnecessary. Alright, combining the 3 opinions, I've decided to call it the Netherworld. Lu Chen concluded. Captain, you didn't say that just now, wasn't it a show of hands? My Invincible Beautiful Girl is such a nice name. Jack clearly didn't want to give up. Gujigu. The little octopus, not to be outdone, raised its 8 tiny tentacles, meaning it had more limbs and should win, thus it should be called the Gujigu. I am the captain, and I have the final say. Lu Chen glared, completely ignoring the protests from the skeleton and the octopus. He could never accept a ghost ship being called Invincible Beautiful Girl or Gujigu. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Li Sini's special ship seemed to have sunk nearby. Jack, before I came, did you sink a wooden boat? Ah, that did happen. Jack scratched his head, recalling, there was a beautiful woman on that boat, such a figure, such a face, tsk, truly stunning, but unfortunately, she was too far from me. I casually sent a sailor to attack a few times, but she still managed to escape. Alas, what a pity, Jack said with a look of regret. I didn't ask you that. Where did that boat sink? Lu Chen looked at Jack with disdain, as if to say, you don't have a chance with her just because she's pretty. Oh, it seems to be in that direction. Jack pointed not far away. Lu Chen's mind stirred, and 2 terrifying, grotesque corpse sharks swiftly swam towards the direction Jack indicated. Before long, the corpse sharks dragged a wreck of a dilapidated wooden boat to the surface. Tuanzi, give it a try, see if you can absorb the talents of this ship. Gujigu. Moments later, Lu Chen's ghostly ship gained another talent, speed, level. Reinforced beginner wooden ship, Captain Lu Chen, cursed, level. Intermediate, crew, 2, durability, 300, weapon slot, small weapon 1, reinforced whaling crossbow, speed, medium, paddling, defense, medium, light armor, talents, ghost ship, level, ecological symbiosis, level, speed, level. The ship still lacks 4 undead crew members. If I summon skeletons again and infuse them with death energy, I should be able to transform them into undead beings. Previously, when Tuanzi absorbed the ghost ship, all the undead sailors on board dissipated, and the death energy within the undead sailors instantly returned to Lu Chen, totaling 3,500 points. Without hesitation, Lu Chen activated bone control again. In an instant, countless bone fragments appeared before him and quickly pieced together. Before long, 4 complete skeletons stood before him. Go! Lu Chen commanded in a low voice, and 4 flames of soul energy, condensed from death energy, floated towards the 4 skeletons. However, the outcome was not entirely as he wished. Only 2 of the skeletons successfully lit up their dark eyes, while the other 2 turned into scattered bones under the burning of the soul flames. I see, it seems that the level of undead beings I can create cannot exceed my own realm. Lu Chen realized, having previously infused the 4 skeletons with 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level death energy, but only the 1st and 2nd level skeletons survived. Understanding the principle, Lu Chen took out 300 points of death energy and successfully created 4 peak 2nd level skeleton warriors. Not bad. It seems I truly resonate with necromancy. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 4 skeleton warriors before him, although still low in intelligence and only able to execute simple commands he gave, were indeed peak 2nd level beings, their strength formidable and fearsome. Chapter 30, Jack. Chapter 30, Jack. To create each peak level 2nd tier skeleton warrior, Lu Chen needed to consume 100 points of death energy. With over 3,000 points of death energy currently at his disposal, he undoubtedly had enough to sustain consumption for a long time. With these 4 skeleton warriors, Lu Chen no longer had to paddle by himself. "Captain, this is the axe you used before. I picked it up for you," Jack said, bouncing over with a granite battle axe in his arms. "Do you have any weapons left?" Lu Chen asked, recalling how Jack's longsword had been shattered by his punch earlier. "Yes, I have a spare one. Thank you for your concern, Captain," Jack replied with a charming smile, completely shedding the imposing and terrifying demeanor Lu Chen had seen before. However, Jack didn't feel wronged at all. Instead, he secretly rejoiced. "Just joking, my boss is an overseer. Even his pet is a god-level North Sea giant. What a proper protagonist treatment. With such a boss, where would I not walk with swagger in the future? The North Sea giant is my boss's pet, and I'm his little brother, which means I'm practically a North Sea giant myself. I'm so awesome." Lu Chen nodded slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. The granite battle axe was of no use to Jack since the skeleton warriors came equipped with bone weapons and didn't need external gear. Since the axe was useless, why not use it to test a hypothesis of his? "Tuzi, absorb this axe and see if you can gain attribute points." Previously, Tuzi had been unable to increase Lu Chen's attributes due to frequently absorbing unranked weapons. So, what about the low-grade black iron granite battle axe? Gurgle, ding. Successfully absorbed the granite battle axe, low-grade black iron, you gain 4 points in constitution. As the granite battle axe gradually turned into fine stone particles, Lu Chen's constitution attribute increased by 4 points. Just as expected, as long as I improve the quality of the item, I can gain attribute points again. Alright, it's time to head back. I wonder how many levels Yang Zimo and the others have gained during this time. Lu Chen pondered. Although his strength had greatly increased on this trip, all undead creatures lacked life energy, so his level had remained stagnant. When Lu Chen entered the chat channel and saw the messages inside, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Survival gamble? Fusong people? A cold smile crept onto his lips. I was just worried about finding an opponent to test my new strength, and these Fusong people have come knocking on my door. Just in time. Hey, Captain, what are you looking at? Jack curiously leaned over, his decaying flesh almost brushing against Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown, stepping back in disgust. "Jack, can you think of a way to return to a normal appearance? You look really nauseating like this." "Captain, please don't despise me. If the curse isn't broken, you'll look like this in a year too," Jack said gloomily. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze grow colder, Jack quickly added, "But I do have a way to temporarily return to my original appearance. Just wait, Captain, I'll show you how handsome I used to be." Then, Jack's appearance began to slowly transform, every detail gradually revealing itself under Lu Chen's gaze. When Lu Chen saw the familiar little mustache, the messy hair, and those signature eyes that always seemed to have a smoky look, his heart involuntarily raced. The cursed captain, the obsidian, the smoky look, and that annoying expression. Could it be, it's him, Jack Sparrow? Thoughts flashed through Lu Chen's mind, each detail matching the image in his memory. Jack, even the name fits. Under Lu Chen's intensely burning gaze, Jack's face finally returned to its original form, and Lu Chen's smile instantly froze. "Captain, I used to be incredibly handsome, right?" Seeing Lu Chen in a daze, Jack narcissistically tossed his little dreadlocks. Jack's appearance and features were exactly as Lu Chen had imagined, but why did that face look like Uncle Ben Sean? "No, this doesn't match at all. A Northeast pirate?" The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Ha, Captain, how did you know my name is Jack Ben Sean?" Jack grinned, revealing a shiny gold tooth. "Well, he really is called Jack Ben Sean. Captain, I'm definitely going to bring you glory. How many girls loved me to death back then," he continued. "If it weren't for me becoming undead and unable to use Koan, I might have a whole bunch of kids surrounding me by now." Jack looked proud, then leaned in a bit closer. Shall we set off now? I can't wait to see what the outside world looks like now." "No rush, I have something to take care of before we leave." "What is it, Captain?" Bang! "Ouch, Captain, why did you hit me?" "To make you pass that damn curse on to me." Lu Chen gritted his teeth and threw another heavy punch. Bang! "Ouch! That's for saying you'd break my bones." Bang! "Ouch! Captain, I was wrong. You, a Northeast person, calling yourself a foreign name, made me look forward to nothing." Bang! "Ah! In the end, with your looks, you deserve a beating." Bang! "Ah, help!" At the forefront of the parallel area in the Novice Sea Zone 1000, a dense cluster of novice wooden boats gathered into a magnificent sight, with all the evolvers from the novice area coming together here. As the countdown to the opening of the parallel sea area approached, the people of Xinxia displayed incredible cohesion and perseverance. In just 10 hours of urgent time, they worked together to miraculously build 4 intermediate novice wooden boats and cultivate 20 level 2 experts. Particularly noteworthy were Yang Zimo, Li Sini, Long Haoren, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and Fan Ying, who, with the help of everyone, broke through to level 3, becoming the backbone of the team. Old Yang, the time is almost here. Long Haoren removed the heavy shield from his back, his voice steady and firm. Yang Zimo looked around, his eyes flashing with determination. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and spoke passionately, "Brothers and sisters, this battle concerns the survival of us all. We can only win, not lose. Charge with me and slay the invading enemies." The eyes of everyone revealed unwavering resolve. They knew this was a battle of life and death, and retreat meant destruction. Slay the enemies. Chapter 31, 10 minutes to end the battle? Chapter 31, 10 minutes to end the battle? Accompanied by a deafening collective shout, the Parallel Sea area officially opened, and 5 intermediate warships, carrying all the hopes of the novice area 1000 Shinsha people, slowly sailed towards the Parallel Sea area under the gaze of nearly 1,000 expectant eyes, each stroke of the oars embodying a determination to win. "Come on, big brothers and sisters." At this critical moment, a clear and tender child's voice pierced through the noise. It was the voice of a little girl. Her small body could not provide any combat power, but her pure encouragement acted like a stimulant, awakening the inner strength of Yang Zimo and the others. They understood that whether this little girl could continue to live depended on whether they could win this battle for survival. "Go for it. Come on, kill those Fusang beasts. Victory for the divine summer. Invincible." The little girl's voice sounded like a trumpet, instantly igniting the passion of all the divine summer people. The cheers and encouragement merged into an unstoppable wave, surging and echoing across the vast sea. This was not only encouragement for the warriors but also a shared sentiment among everyone for survival, and for that little girl to have a future. They must win and they must live. Unlike the frantic urgency on the divine summer side, the people of Fusang, confident in their overwhelming advantage, felt no pressure. In fact, many of them had already begun to celebrate in advance. However, when the intermediate warships from both sides entered the Parallel Sea area, the Fusang people were left dumbfounded. What? Didn't the divine summer only have 2 warships? How did 5 suddenly appear? Their level of evolution has risen so quickly. They actually have 6 level 3 evolvers and over 20 level 2 evolvers. Baka, their conscience must be seriously flawed to deceive us like this. Kia Duma Dai, the rankings can't lie. They actually made such tremendous progress in just 10 hours. These divine summer people must not be underestimated. If given the slightest opportunity, they can create astonishing miracles. At this moment, those Fusang people who had previously looked down on divine summer began to feel a twinge of unease. 5 intermediate warships, plus 6 level 3 evolvers, posed a real threat to the Fusang people. The most critical point was that the Fusang people could not fathom how the divine summer had managed to cultivate 6 level 3 evolvers in just 10 hours. Little did they know, this was the result of nearly 1,000 divine summer people working tirelessly together for 10 continuous hours. The power demonstrated by the strong cohesion of the divine summer people left the Fusang people in shock. However, just then, an intermediate warship adorned with a chrysanthemum design slowly entered the Parallel Sea area. A man dressed in Onmyoji attire stood proudly at the bow, his expression haughty. Upon seeing this man, the Fusang people, who had previously held back, erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Ryusho Maru, Lord Nakamura has arrived. Ha, sickly people of divine summer, Lord Nakamura will show you what a true strongman is. Sukokuai, Lord Nakamura has already reached level 4. Ah, those divine summer folks can just wait to die. Lord Kenta Nakamura, I want to have your child. You are truly the pride of our great Fusang Empire. Not only Lord Nakamura, but the other 5 samurai on the Ryusho Maru have also reached the peak of level 3. Ha, we are sure to win. With the appearance of the Ryusho Maru, the balance that had barely allowed divine summer to stand on equal footing with Fusang was completely overturned. The presence of this level 4 Onmyoji, along with his 5 peak level 3 evolvers, undoubtedly brought unprecedented pressure to the people of divine summer. Yang Zimo's face was tense, his gaze deep as he scanned the 5 comrades standing shoulder to shoulder on the ship. His voice was low and firm. Wait, our ship will be responsible for blocking the Ryusho Maru. The people on their ship are all very high level. Our pressure will be immense. Perhaps, we will all die. Are you afraid? On his unique rhinoceros ship, the 6 most outstanding individuals from the novice area, including Li Sini and Fan Ying, resolutely stood in this line. Heh, afraid of what? If we lose this survival gamble, we will die sooner or later anyway. We might as well fight these little devils and show them our strength. Zhou Yu's young face was filled with determination. Li Ming adjusted the firefighter helmet on his head, his gaze resolute, ready for battle. We have enjoyed the most resources, so we should naturally charge to the front. with no regrets in our hearts. Long Haoren clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking with a crisp sound, filled with fighting spirit. Don't worry, before I die, I will definitely take down a few more of those little days to make up for it. Li Xinyi's cold face was filled with determination. Lu Chen's death is inextricably linked to me. I will be the first to charge in. Even the usually timid Fan Ying tightly gripped the steel crossbow in her hands. Despite her fear, she knew well, there was no retreat, only forward. Good. Yang Zimo commanded, his gaze shifting to the 4 warships behind him. My unicorn rhino will face the Long Xiangwan head-on, the rest will act according to plan, without mistakes. Behind him, the 4 mid-level warships carried 24 level 2 evolvers, the last remaining level 2 power in the 1000 novice area. They all looked at Yang Zimo, their eyes filled with resolve and determination, nodding heavily. At this moment, the curtain of the great battle slowly rose, a tense atmosphere enveloping everyone's hearts. A contest of life and death was about to unfold in this sea area. Under the focus of nearly 2,000 gazes from both sides, the 2 fleets slowly approached the brilliant spatial crystal. Lord Nakamura, how long do you think these Shinsha people can withstand our attack? The speaker was a Fuso warrior with a sanitary mustache, Yamamoto Taro, his eyes filled with disdain. Nakamura Kenta's yin-yang hat rustled in the sea breeze. Yamamoto-kun, your underestimation is indeed a great taboo. There is an ancient saying in Shinsha, even a lion must use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Hi, Lord Nakamura's teachings are indeed wise. Yamamoto Taro quickly performed a standard 90-degree bow. Watching the Shinsha fleet draw ever closer, a cold glint flashed in Nakamura Kenta's eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, end the battle. Let these Shinsha pigs all be buried in the sea. Hi. Chapter 32, Human-Shaped Machine Gun. These arrogant fools dare to claim they will crush us in 10 minutes. Aren't they afraid of biting their tongues? Yang Zimo's lips curled into a cold smile, and then, his body trembled, a vast aura surged, and a towering illusion of a unicorn giant rhinoceros instantly enveloped the unicorn rhino. The giant rhino raised its head and howled, deafeningly, as the unicorn rhino suddenly accelerated, charging fiercely towards the Long Xiangwan with unstoppable momentum. This was the unicorn rhino's ultimate talent, Death Charge. Facing this wave-like strike, a hint of disdain appeared on Nakamura Kenta's face. Are you so eager to seek death? Before his words fell, the Long Xiangwan suddenly burst forth with a brilliant pink light, a shield as radiant as cherry blossoms slowly opened, firmly protecting the entire warship. This was Nakamura Kenta's fearless reliance. The Long Xiangwan he commanded was also a warship with special abilities, possessing the ultimate talent, Cherry Blossom Guardian. However, just when everyone thought the strongest of both sides were about to engage in a thrilling duel, Yang Zimo suddenly shouted, his form changing abruptly. His arms seemed to come alive, rapidly extending like 2 agile giant pythons, instantly landing on the right side of the Long Xiangwan, a Fuso warship, Shinkei's Maru. Now's the time. Yang Zimo roared, his arms suddenly exerting force. Turn. At the same time, Long Haoren and the others responded in unison, rowing their oars to one side. With the immense power of everyone working together, the seemingly clumsy unicorn rhinoceros turned with astonishing speed, charging straight towards the unsuspecting kamikaze Maru. The sharp beastly horn at the bow of the unicorn rhinoceros gleamed with a cold light as it whistled past the Long Xiang Maru and crashed violently into the kamikaze Maru. Baka Yoru, their target is us. The crew on the kamikaze Maru shouted in terror. Yamadai, turn, quick, turn. It's too late, we're going to crash. However, it was all too late. Under the fearful and desperate gazes of the 6 crew members on the kamikaze Maru, the horn of the unicorn rhinoceros, like a sharp blade, pierced into the hull of the kamikaze Maru with unstoppable momentum. The unicorn rhinoceros, piloted by Yang Zimo, had reached the pinnacle of specialization and impact, both in talent and equipment. Therefore, when the horn collided with the hull of the kamikaze Maru, it was as if a sharp dagger effortlessly sliced through butter, without any obstruction. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the hull of the kamikaze Maru, which had seemed incredibly sturdy, was directly torn in half, as if an invisible giant hand had easily pried it apart. The crew members on the kamikaze Maru were instantly thrown into chaos, screaming as they fell into the sea. Li Xinyi, Yang Zimo's voice thundered across the surface of the ocean. Li Xinyi responded, her hands swirling with strange light. In an instant, the metallic elements in the ocean seemed to be summoned, gathering before her and quickly condensing into hundreds of glimmering steel beads. Fire! With her delicate shout, the hundreds of steel beads shot forth like a dense barrage, with fierce momentum, towards the struggling crew of the Fusang ship. As the steel beads burst through the air, they created sharp waves, blowing Li Xinyi's silky hair into a graceful dance. Puff 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 puff! A series of muffled sounds erupted on the surface of the sea, and the 6 fallen Fusang crew members had no time to react before being pierced by the dense steel beads. blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding waters red. The battle had only just begun, yet the Xingxia side had already destroyed a mid-level Fusang warship with overwhelming force and killed 6 second-tier revolvers, achieving a glorious victory. This was the tactic meticulously planned by Yang Zimo. Faced with the massive formation of 6 Fusang warships, the Xingxia side had only 5, but Yang Zimo understood the principle that it's better to break one finger than to injure all 10. Only by delivering a heavy blow to the enemy at the very beginning, destroying one of their warships, could they break the balance of power between the two sides and secure a slim chance of victory for the upcoming battle. Outside the sea area, the people of Xingxia witnessed this scene and erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Awesome. Yang Zimo is amazing. Li Sini is amazing. Xingxia is invincible. Li Sini's magnetic control is truly impressive. As long as her mental strength is sufficient, she is like a human machine gun. Li Sini, you are so beautiful, you are my goddess. Although Li Sini is powerful, Yang Zimo also deserves credit. If he hadn't unexpectedly destroyed the kamikaze Maru, causing the Fusang crew to fall into the water, it wouldn't have been so easy for Li Sini to shoot them down. Everyone is amazing. Everyone is amazing. Come on, big shots, let these Fusang beasts experience the might of Xingxia. At this moment, the shield of the Long Xiang Maru remained as solid as ever, but Nakayama Kenta's expression changed drastically. He never expected that those cunning Xingxia people would feint to the east and strike to the west, with the real target being the nearby kamikaze Maru. This discovery drove him into a rage, and he roared, "Baka Yaru, you dare to mock me like this?" In his fury, Kenta Nakamura suddenly spread his arms wide, and the air around him instantly boiled, as if some mysterious power was brewing. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from his palms, shooting straight into the sky. Following that, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the light, a giant beast clad in fiery red scales, with eyes like torches, the legendary Flame Shikigami. The Flame Shikigami radiated intense heat, continuously spewing forth roaring flames, and with a gentle flap of its wings, it stirred up waves of scorching air, instilling fear in all. The people of Shinkai gasped at this astonishing scene, exclaiming, "What the hell is that? How can it fly?" It's Kenta Nakamura's ultimate talent. It's a Shikigami. Only a Onmyoji can summon a Shikigami. Li Sini, be careful. Amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, Kenta Nakamura's eyes turned cold, pointing a finger directly at Li Sini. Die. The Flame Shikigami received the command and immediately spread its wings, roaring as it lunged at Li Sini, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth, forming a searing fire pillar aimed at turning Li Sini to ashes. Clearly, Kenta Nakamura had realized that this Shinkai woman's attack power was too astonishing and needed to be eliminated quickly to prevent future troubles. At this moment, the unicorn rhinoceros had come to a halt in the sea after its fierce collision with the kamikaze Maru, having exhausted its forward momentum. In this cramped space on the ship, Li Sini had nowhere to escape, as the Flame Shikigami's attack was relentless. Just at this critical moment, a towering figure resolutely stood in front of Li Sini. It was Long Haoran. Chapter 33, the terrifying Flame Shikigami. He gripped the giant shield in his hands, standing firm like a mountain, his roar echoing through the skies, "Power of the earth, protect me." In an instant, based on his giant shield, the earth surged like a tide, quickly coalescing into an indestructible earthen wall that swallowed the raging flames entirely. Earth-type talent, unparalleled defense. Heh, an Earth-type talent user, do you dare to try and block me? Kenta Nakamura's eyes widened in fury, his face twisted in a snarl. Break for me. The Flame Shikigami obeyed the command and charged violently at the earthen wall, which was capable of withstanding the full force of a third-tier beast. Under the furious impact of the Flame Shikigami, the wall instantly shattered, turning into a cloud of flying debris. Put! Long Haoran staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The attack of a fourth-tier powerhouse was incredibly powerful, far beyond what he could easily endure. However, facing the approaching Flame Shikigami, Long Haoran showed no signs of retreat, his eyes burning with indomitable fire. He possessed Earth-type talent and started with a steel shield, all of which meant he was a rock-solid shield for the team. As long as he did not die, no one could harm the high-attack, low-defense Li Sini. Thus, he gritted his teeth, mobilizing all his strength, preparing to confront the towering flames of the Shikigami with his flesh and blood. Suddenly, a strange wave passed behind Kenta Nakamura, and then, an invisible outline gradually became clear. It was Joyu. Joyu possessed a high-level invisibility talent, Die. Joyu gritted his teeth, his long sword stabbing like lightning towards Kenta Nakamura's back, intending to interrupt his assault. As long as he could take down this fourth-tier powerhouse, the scales of victory would tilt halfway towards Shinkai. However, clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, as Joyu's long sword was firmly blocked by a sudden katana. Then, another stealthy figure slowly emerged, a masked ninja exuding a dangerous aura. Heh, Shinkai people, if you want to ambush Lord Nakamura, you must first ask my katana. The ninja let out a cold laugh, suddenly spinning his katana, aiming with an extremely sharp arc directly at Joyu's vital points. Damn it! Joyu cursed inwardly, hurriedly drawing his sword to block. Joyu's ambush plan was thus foiled, and over there, the terrifying Shikigami seized the opportunity, unleashing all its power onto Long Haoran not far away. Puff! Long Haoran was struck hard, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, his body falling into the sea like a leaf caught in a wild wind, powerless. Fortunately, Long Haoran fought desperately for a while, buying precious time for Yang Zimo. Yang Zimo seized the moment, his right fist suddenly swelling like it was inflated, and with a powerful punch, he knocked the fire Shikigami back. This is a bit tricky. Nakamura Kenta's face grew darker, impatiently urging, Yamada-kun, stop dragging it out, finish it quickly. Hi! Yamada Taro responded and leaped into the air, his samurai sword glinting coldly as it aimed for Lee Sinny's vital points. The crisis was imminent, and Lee Sinny clenched her silver teeth, unleashing her mental power from her mind without reservation. A strange force instantly enveloped the samurai sword in Yamada Taro's hand, twisting it as if by an invisible hand, bending it like a twisted pastry. Nani? Yamada Taro was astonished but quickly reacted, discarding the deformed sword and drawing a short blade from his waist, stabbing fiercely towards Lee Sinny's towering chest. At that moment, Lee Sinny felt the world spinning, her physical and mental strength nearing their limits. Facing this unavoidable strike, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Since I can't dodge, then I won't. Suddenly, two gleaming metal blades appeared beside her, like the scythe of death, shooting towards Yamada Taro with resolute intent. Baka, you actually want to perish together with me? Yamada Taro was taken aback. He was a noble samurai of the great Fusang. How could he perish with a Shinxia person? He hurriedly withdrew, abandoning the thought of continuing to attack Lee Sinny. Although Yamada Taro retreated, Lee Sinny still spat out a mouthful of blood, her entire being feeling as if all strength had been drained, collapsing weakly to the ground. This was the severe consequence of mental power exhaustion. She was no longer able to fight. At this moment, Yang Zimo transformed into a rubber man, tightly entangling the fire Shikigami. This creature posed too great a threat. If left unchecked, their side's number 30 would likely be killed by the fire Shikigami in no time. The talent of a stage-level enhancer was truly terrifying. But just then, Nakamura Kenta quickly traced a certain spell in the air with his fingers, then pointed at Yang Zimo. Heavenly Thunder Spell. Fanning Ying, who was grappling with a Fusang samurai, noticed and immediately shouted, Brother Yang, watch out for Nakamura Kenta's sneak attack. However, it was already too late. A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, suddenly striking Yang Zimo. The current slithered like a snake, coursing through his body, leaving him feeling numb and powerless. The fire Shikigami seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, heavily striking the defenseless Yang Zimo down into the surging sea. Fortunately, Yang Zimo, thanks to the powerful resilience of his rubberization talent, suffered no substantial harm despite the heavy blow. He struggled to rise in the water, and wherever his gaze fell, the battle between Shinxia and Fusang's warships had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Due to the cruel rules of survival at stake, coupled with historical grudges, every move and strike aimed directly at vital points, showing no mercy. Although the Shinxia side initially sank a Fusang warship with an unexpected strategy, gaining a brief advantage, the Fusang people, having won the previous gamble, gradually gained the upper hand due to their foundational attribute advantage. As time passed, the disadvantages faced by the people of Shinsha became increasingly apparent. The warriors' stamina and morale began to wane, and in the face of the ever-intensifying assault from the Fusang people, the situation grew more dire. With a series of chilling sounds of air being sliced through, the bronze-level flame rockets equipped on the Longshan-1 suddenly fired in unison, like a fire dragon exhaling, instantly engulfing a Shinsha warship in raging flames, its durability plummeting to zero in an instant, and the warship sank with a thunderous crash. Oh no! Yang Zimo's heart sank. With the sinking of this warship, the 5 Fusang ships began to close in on the remaining 4 Shinsha ships like a pack of cheetahs hunting their prey. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Yang Zimo gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out as if through clenched jaws. He knew all too well that hesitation at this moment would lead to irreparable losses. Once surrounded completely by the Fusang warships, the Shinsha side would fall into a desperate situation, and the losses would only worsen. His heart was filled with reluctance, but reason told him that preserving strength and seeking a turning point was the wisest choice at present. Chapter 34, This, could it be, my adoptive father? With the retreat of the Shinsha people, the spatial crystal quickly fell into the hands of the Fusang people. Fortunately, due to Yang Zimo's timely orders, the remaining 4 warships managed to escape without incident, and those who had fallen into the water, including Long Haoran, were rescued. However, the 4 Xinsha warships had all suffered heavy damage, and the crew members were battered and demoralized. Most of them had been ordinary people before crossing into the Tianyu world, and to have fought against the Fusang people under such unfavorable circumstances was no small feat. Announcement: the spatial crystal is currently being occupied by the Fusang Battle Zone's No. 903 Novice Sea Area. In 59 minutes, the No. 903 Novice Sea Area will completely occupy the spatial crystal, winning this survival gamble. This announcement struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone in the No. 1000 Novice Area, and despair spread among the crowd. It's over, Yang and the others have retreated. Do we have any hope left? They've done their best. Nakamura Kenta's strength is indeed too strong. Woo, what should I do about my daughter? Her total attributes are still under 20 points. I checked the Tianyu encyclopedia. Once attributes turn negative, the evolver will die. Please, you must save my daughter. She's only 9 years old. Damn it, this cursed Tianyu is so unfair. Why are we forced to gamble for survival against a sea area that has already won once? It's simply a death sentence. Fairness? Can't you see? Tianyu treats us like insects, forcing us to kill each other. Only the strongest evolvers can survive. Yeah, I feel it too. In this world, the weak have no voice. Being weak means death. Yang Zimo leaned wearily against the ship's railing, his voice low yet resolute. You're right. The struggles ahead will only become more intense and brutal. If we want to survive, we must step over the corpses of other novice areas and keep moving forward. He paused and continued, those who can still move, make sure to recover your stamina. In half an hour, we will re-enter the parallel sea area. We cannot let the Fusang people easily win this survival gamble. Fan Ying's eyes were red, her right hand pierced by an arrow, her voice filled with despair. Brother Yang, but many of us are too badly injured, and the ship's durability is almost gone. If second-tier evolvers are not enough, then let the peak first-tier ones take the lead. Long Haoran gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up, his eyes shining with an indomitable light. His right chest had been pierced by a flame spirit, and if it weren't for his strong physique, he would have likely perished by now. In any case, we absolutely cannot easily give up our attribute points. At that moment, Tang Hong, who had once questioned Lu Chen, stood up. Clenching his fists, he said, "Damn it, if my adoptive father Lu Chen were here, those Fuso beasts wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, a wave of sighs swept through the crowd. Yes, the great Lu Chen could slay a 4th-tier beast even at level 2. If the great Lu Chen were still here, we could definitely turn the tide of the situation. The great Lu Chen is the strongest in our 1000 district. It's such a pity, alas, heaven is jealous of talent. Great Lu Chen, we need you. Damn it. Those Fuso people are still mocking us in the chat channel. Just as this humiliation and anger intertwined, Tang Hong's gaze was suddenly drawn to a strange sight. A ship shrouded in eerie black mist quietly appeared in view, ghostly and uncanny. When his eyes fixed on the proud, handsome young man standing at the bow of the ship, he froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This, could it be, adoptive father? At this moment, in the Fuso 903 novice area, laughter and joy filled the air. Ah, Lord Nakamura is mighty. Those weak Xingxia people are indeed no match. Hee, although their strength is lacking, some of those Xingxia women are truly beautiful. Once we obtain the invasion order, we must go enjoy ourselves. Yoshi, Inoue-kun is really in high spirits, especially that girl named Lee. We should taste her together, ha ha ha. It's settled then. Watanabe-kun has a keen eye, let's say it's a plan, ha ha ha. Hee, those Xingxia people are still not giving up, still trying to fight back, how ridiculous. Ha, I actually hope they don't die out too quickly. That way, when we get the survival betting order again, we can continue to extract attributes from them. Nakamura Kenta, everyone, do not let your guard down. The Xingxia people are not ones to easily admit defeat. They will definitely plan a counterattack, and we must be fully prepared. Hi, Lord Nakamura is indeed wise, never giving the opponent any chance. Ha, Lord Nakamura, I actually hope those Xingxia people come to their deaths again. Killing is much more interesting than hunting sea beasts. If they dare to step into the parallel sea even a step, especially the Lee, this time we must not let her escape easily. Although we can't bring her back to the 903 sea area, we can still enjoy ourselves in the parallel sea. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of lewd laughter erupted around. However, at that moment, a deafening cheer pierced through the parallel sea, reaching the ears of the Fuso people. What the hell? Why are the Xingxia people suddenly cheering? Baka, do they know they are about to lose and have all gone mad? I just infiltrated the Xingxia chat channel, and they are all discussing someone named Lu Chen, who seems to be the strongest in the 1000 novice area. Nani? The The Shinxia actually has a strong person? The Shinxia fleet is entering the parallel sea. Bakayoru, they dare to come to their deaths. Everyone be careful, the ship shrouded in black mist at the forefront is the one that the Shinxia people just cheered for. The one Lu Chen is on. He is Lu Chen, the strongest in the 1000 novice area? Seeing this sudden turn of events, Nakamura Kenta's heart tightened. The 1000 novice area was about to win this survival bet, and as the contributor with the most significant evolution, he would reap substantial rewards. The last victory had greatly benefited him, successfully elevating his yin-yang master talent to level. If he could win again this time, he would completely surpass ordinary people and become a standout in the sea. However, just then, a so-called strongest from the divine summer side suddenly emerged, which stirred an inexplicable unease in his heart. He absolutely could not tolerate any mistakes in this gamble. Chapter 35, The Power of the Ghost Captain. But when his gaze fell upon the so-called strongest Lu Chen mentioned by the divine summer people, the tension in his heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a full measure of disdain. Ha, is this the strongest in Zone 1000? Just a mere level 2 evolver. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The surrounding Fusang people, seeing this, also burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, are the divine summer people crazy? They actually regard a level 2 evolver as their savior. Level 2? Am I seeing this wrong? Is this Lu Chen here to make us laugh? Kobayashi-kun, stop mocking him. He is the strongest in the hearts of the divine summer people. Who knows, he might even have to duel with our Lord Nakamura at level 4 soon. Ha! Duel? Lord Nakamura could crush him with a single finger, right? Ha ha ha! Then he can also be considered the strongest in Zone 1000. It's truly ridiculous. Despite the disdain in his heart, Kenta Nakamura did not let his guard down. He looked at Yamada Taro beside him. Yamada-kun, take care of this so-called Lu Chen, and remember, do not underestimate him. Yamada Taro, a peak level 3 Fusang warrior, had terrifying combat power. Facing a mere level 2 Lu Chen, it should be an easy task. Hi! Yamada Taro respectfully bowed, then suddenly drew his katana, the blade flashing as he shouted, "Warriors of Heixiangmaru, charge with me and behead the enemy. Kill!" Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar, the crew on Heixiangmaru vigorously paddled, the warship like an arrow leaving the bow, slicing through the waves, heading straight for the solitary boat shrouded in black mist. On the other side, Joyu gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes filled with worry. Wait, aren't we really going to help? That Fusang warrior over there is a peak level 3. No matter how strong Lu Chen was before, he is only level 2. They all said how powerful Lu Chen was, but Joyu had never seen Lu Chen make a move himself. From the current paper data alone, Lu Chen could not possibly be a match for Yamada Taro. Long Haoran also frowned, looking at young Zimo, his tone revealing unease. Old Yang, I think the academic genius is right. Lu Chen is alone. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand the full assault of 6 people on Heixiangmaru. Although he has killed level 4 creatures before, this situation is too dangerous. Yes, with us here, at least we can provide some support. Li Ming echoed, his firefighter helmet shattered in the previous battle, revealing a head of short, neat hair that swayed gently in the sea breeze. However, Yang Zimo shook his head. Since Lu Chen is doing this, he must have his own reasons. Moreover, if we go to help, the Fusang side will also send out new warships, and then it will be another chaotic battle. Despite his firm words, the tightly furrowed brows and deep gaze still revealed a hint of barely perceptible worry. Unlike the anxiety of young Zimo and the others, Fanning Ying wore a face full of confidence and anticipation. Brother Lu is back. With him here, we will definitely win. Sister Cindy, don't you think so? Li Cindy's face was pale from overusing her mental power, but her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. She gazed in the direction of Lu Chen, speaking softly as if to herself and to everyone, "You've come back, perhaps we can really win." Ha! Why is there a layer of black mist surrounding Brother Lu's ship? I've never seen anything like this before. Fan Ying murmured, her face full of confusion. Just then, a gust of sea wind blew by, creating a gap in the black mist covering the phantom, revealing 5 terrifying figures behind Lu Chen. Yang Zimo and the others were instantly stunned. Lu Chen isn't alone? When did he recruit crew members? Wait, those aren't human. The ones on Lu Chen's ship are all undead. Joyu rubbed his eyes in shock, clearly seeing that the 5 figures behind Lu Chen were 4 eerie skeletons and a rotting corpse. That's the ghost captain of the ghost ship? Li Cindy suddenly stood up, her pale cheeks flushed with excitement. Fanning Ying also jumped up, clapping her hands in delight. Brother Lu, you're amazing. You even managed to subdue a 4th-tier ghost captain. Yang Zimo and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Old Yang, is that rotting corpse really 4th tier? Long Haoran stammered, his voice trembling slightly. It could be, right? Yang Zimo felt his heart racing. If it was true, they were bound to win today. The Divine Summer was sure to win. Oh, the outfit on the other side is quite unique. Are these little things daring to provoke you, Captain? Jack looked at the approaching Sea Falcon, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Captain, you don't need to handle these little things yourself. I've been itching to do this for a long time. Go ahead, be quick about it. Lu Chen placed his hands behind his back and nodded indifferently. Hee, just watch. Jack's flattering smile instantly turned into a sinister grin, changing as quickly as flipping a switch. In front of Lu Chen, he might be as docile as a cat, but in front of others, he was the fearsome ghost captain. Row faster. I want to chop off that Lu Chen's head. Yamamoto Taro's face was filled with greed. The survival bet was about to be won. The more contributions he gained now, the greater the rewards he would receive later. This Lu Chen was known as the strongest among the Divine Summer people. Killing him would surely yield a lot of contribution points. Just as Yamamoto Taro was lost in his fantasies, a shadow suddenly shot out from the black mist of the opposing ship, crashing down onto the Sea Falcon. The massive impact shook the Sea Falcon violently. Nani? Yamamoto Taro stared in shock at the rotting figure before him, momentarily forgetting to react. Baka! Coming to his senses, he quickly drew his katana and thrust it fiercely at the heart of the corpse. Poochie! The katana pierced into the corpse but did not produce the expected effect. The corpse not only remained standing but let out an eerie laugh. Hey, little guy, the weakness of the undead isn't the heart, you know. Jack's voice, laced with a mocking tone, echoed in Yamamoto Taro's ears. Before Yamamoto Taro could comprehend the meaning of this statement, the corpse, seemingly unfazed by the heart being pierced, reached out with its half-rotten left hand and tightly grasped his neck. Immediately after, the corpse's right hand formed a fist, unleashing fourth-tier power without reservation, crashing down towards Yamamoto Taro's head with a whistling sound. Yamamoto Taro's pupils dilated in an instant, the threat of death almost overwhelming him. He wanted to dodge but found himself firmly held in place by that hand, as hard as steel, unable to move. Yamade! Poochie! With a heart-stopping dull thud, blood and flesh flew, and Yamada Taro's head instantly exploded under Jack's iron fist. Chapter 36, The Power of the Ghost Captain 2. As Yamada Taro was decapitated, the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Jack. Yamada Taro was a peak third-tier powerhouse, yet he was killed in a single punch. Even Kenji Nakamura, a fourth-tier fighter, would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. This is impossible. Kenji Nakamura, who was occupying the spatial crystal, stood up in shock, disbelief written all over his face. He, this delicious blood and flesh is truly intoxicating. Under the terrified gazes of the other 5 crew members on the Haishan Maru, Jack slowly extended his left hand, gently plucking a piece of flesh from Yamada Taro's face, then chewing it carefully, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. Next, it's your turn. He grinned maliciously, suddenly yanking out the katana deeply embedded in his heart, and with a powerful push of his right foot, he shot forward like a specter, the katana slicing through the air with a cold glint, instantly severing the necks of 2 crew members. The speed was so fast that the astonishment on the faces of the 2 crew members had not yet faded before their heads rolled to the ground. 4th tier. It's a 4th tier undead. Lord Nakamura, save us. The remaining 3 crew members were instantly terrified, screaming for help. However, on the Haishan Maru, apart from Yamada Taro, the rest were all 2nd tier evolvers, and facing such a powerful 4th tier enemy, they had almost no ability to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they followed in Yamada Taro's footsteps, beheaded one by Jack. After killing everyone, Jack lightly bent his legs and nimbly leaped back onto the Yomi no Kaze, his fierce expression instantly transforming into a fawning smile. Hee, Captain, that was quite a thrill. You must send me on such errands more often in the future. It was only then that the crowd of Shinkasha watching from outside the Alaitsi finally woke from their stupor, erupting into cheers and gasps like a mountain flood or tsunami. Holy crap, a whole ship of evolvers just like that? That Yamada Taro was a peak 3rd tier evolver, and he got his head smashed in one punch, so satisfying. If I'm not mistaken, this ghost captain's strength is already at the 4th tier. I get it now, this is the 4th tier ghost captain that the great god of land sinking encountered on the ghost ship. I didn't expect the great god of land sinking to be able to subdue such a being. The great god is amazing. Wait, if this ghost captain is so powerful, and the great god of land sinking can subdue him, doesn't that mean the great god is even stronger than this ghost captain? The great god of land sinking is amazing. The cheers among the Shinkasha crowd rose and fell, echoing through the skies. In stark contrast to the jubilation on the Shinkasha side, the Fusang battle zone fell into a dead silence, everyone exchanging glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. The entire ship of Fusang warriors on the Haishan Maru were all carefully selected heroes, yet under the terrifying attack of the undead, they couldn't even last 2 seconds. The most critical point was that the undead's attack methods were extremely brutal. Looking at the 6 bodies sprawled across the deck, dismembered and headless, a deep fear surged within the hearts of the Fusang people. To them, losing one's head meant being trapped in the body, unable to reincarnate or return to the embrace of Amaterasu. Thus, Jack's unintentional act of beheading undoubtedly planted a deep seed of fear in the hearts of the Fusang people. Baka Yoru! Kenji Nakamura roared, his gaze sharp as he scanned the faces of the surrounding Fusang people filled with unease and panic. Just a trivial skill, nothing to be concerned about. It's only a 4th-tier creature, I've killed them before. As he spoke, a blazing flame suddenly surged above his head, coalescing into a majestic fire spirit, enveloped in roaring flames. The imposing presence of the fire spirit instantly restored the confidence of the people of Fusang, who had been intimidated by Jack's aura. They raised their arms and shouted in unison, "Lord Nakamura, kill that undead, avenge Yamada-kun." It must be those cunning Kamihara people who used some trick to control this 4th-tier undead. As long as we eliminate this threat, they will be powerless and can only let us slaughter them. Go, Lord Nakamura. Let those Kamihara pigs see the terror of our Fusang on Myoji. Amidst the fervent shouts, Nakamura Kenta's gaze was sharp, his finger pointed directly at Lu Chen, his voice cold. "Kid, that undead is under your control, right? As long as we eliminate you, it will be no threat. So, die." Accompanied by Nakamura Kenta's roar, the fire spirit soared into the sky, its flames surging violently, resembling a scorching miniature sun, rushing towards Lu Chen with destructive heat and flames. "Oh, this thing is quite amusing. It can actually fly," Jack grinned, just about to step forward to engage, when Lu Chen's calm and deep voice rang out, "I'll take it." Jack shrugged and wisely stepped aside. The captain was much stronger than him. It seemed he wouldn't get to play with this winged creature after all. In an instant, the blazing fire spirit had closed in on Lu Chen, now less than 100 meters away, its intense heat distorting the surrounding space. Yang Zimo and the others, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Why did the ghost captain step back? Isn't he going to help Lu Chen block the spirit? Lu Chen, is he going to face it himself? Lu Chen, be careful, that's Nakamura Kenta's top-tier talent, don't take it head-on. The last to speak was Long Haoren, fully aware of the fire spirit's power. Even though he was a 3rd-tier Earth-type shield warrior specializing in defense, he had been pierced through the chest by the fire spirit's strike. He certainly didn't believe that the 2nd-tier Lu Chen could have stronger defense than him. Under the worried gazes of everyone, Lu Chen slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger gently. In an instant, a cold light flickered, and a sharp bone spear formed at his fingertip. Nakamura Kenta, witnessing this, curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Kid, if you relied on the ghost captain, you might have a slim chance of survival, but you, a mere 2nd-tier ant, actually dare to use this insignificant bone spear to confront my fire spirit? Truly laughable." Under the focus of countless eyes, Lu Chen's finger moved slightly, and the bone spear suspended in the air seemed to come to life, suddenly slicing through the air and shooting out, carrying a chilling gleam, like a silver dragon, instantly traversing through layers of space, heading straight for the fire spirit. "Turn to dust in my flames," Nakamura Kenta roared, and although his heart was filled with disdain, he showed no sign of underestimating the opponent. Instead, he commanded the fire spirit to unleash its full power, meeting the bone spear with roaring flames. He knew well that countless villains had fallen due to underestimating their foes. His achievements today were hard-won, and he could not afford to make such a fatal mistake. Under Nakamura Kenta's control, the flames on the fire spirit erupted like a volcanic explosion. The incredibly hot flames could instantly melt even a spear forged from steel into molten iron. However, in Nakamura Kenta's confident gaze, the bone spear actually ignored the extreme heat, breaking through the roaring flames with unstoppable force, and pierced straight through the body of the fire spirit. The sinister smile on Nakamura Kenta's face instantly froze, for his pride and self-proclaimed invincible flame spirit was now pierced through with a gaping hole the size of a basin, appearing particularly shocking. "What?" Nakamura Kenta's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. In his astonished gaze, the flame spirit trembled slightly, and then with a thunderous sound, it shattered into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. The once imposing flame spirit was obliterated by Lu Chen's casual strike. "This is impossible," Nakamura Kenta roared, his voice filled with incredulity. "You're only at the 2nd tier. How could a bone spear you fired possess such terrifying power?" However, before his roar could finish, a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out, and he instantly became weak and listless. The fall of the flame spirit had inflicted unprecedented backlash upon him. Although Lu Chen was only at the 2nd tier, his perception had reached a terrifying 61 points, a level that many 5th-tier powerhouses could only aspire to. How could Nakamura Kenta, a mere 4th-tier evolver, withstand it? Looking at the wildly exploding flame spirit, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly, sketching a satisfied smile. After receiving the legacy of the Overseer, he had indeed transformed into one of the top evolvers. Now, it's time to end this, he murmured in a low voice, then suddenly stomped his right foot hard on the deck, using that force to propel himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Just then, a sharp eagle cry pierced the sky, and a 2-meter-long corpse sea eagle swooped down. Lu Chen gripped the wavebreaker spear tightly in his left hand while his right hand firmly grasped the sharp talons of the corpse sea eagle, using its strength to swiftly charge towards Nakamura Kenta's Longxiang Maru and the Fusang fleet. Alone, he dared to attack the 4 Fusang warships and nearly 20 enemies. The advantage is mine. That devil is coming. Lord Nakamura, what should we do? Lord Nakamura is injured. Defend, protect Lord Nakamura. Faced with Lu Chen, who was alone yet held an absolute numerical disadvantage, the Fusang crew fell into panic. At this moment, they looked at this terrifying being who could command the ghost captain and destroy the flame spirit with a single spear, their hearts filled with horror and fear. Baka Yoru. Nakamura Kenta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roaring angrily as he stood up. Lu Chen, you are too arrogant. He could hardly believe that Lu Chen dared to invade the core area of the Fusang fleet alone. It was undoubtedly a path to death. As long as they could withstand Lu Chen's attack this time, they would have the chance to swarm and kill this strongest being of Zone 1000. By then, their Zone 903 would still laugh last in this survival gamble, winning the ultimate victory. With this thought, Nakamura Kenta shouted, Sakura Guardian. As his voice fell, the Longxiang Maru beneath his feet seemed to be activated, once again radiating a brilliant pink glow. That glow quickly condensed into a shield as splendid as cherry blossoms, tightly enveloping the entire warship. On the other side, young Zemo, seeing Lu Chen easily shatter the flame spirit that had previously left them helpless, instantly burst into ecstatic joy. However, this joy had not lasted a moment before it abruptly froze due to Lu Chen's next move. Lu Chen, Nakamura Kenta's Longxiang Maru has a tiered ship shield. Don't attack! Yang Zemo urgently shouted, his voice filled with anxiety. However, it was too late. Lu Chen had already released the eagle's talons, and his whole body, like an arrow released from a bow, took aim and charged down towards the Longxiang Maru. This scene made Yang Zemo's heart sink. He nearly screamed, Quick, all ships, immediately follow me to support Lu Chen. He knew very well that even though Lu Chen was exceptionally strong, he would inevitably fall into danger under the siege of more than 20 Fusang masters. A hero cannot withstand the attack of 4 hands, let alone the overall strength of the Fusang people should not be underestimated. Although Lu Chen was powerful, he was still only at level 2, with limited mental energy, making it difficult to sustain a prolonged battle. All the people from the Divine Summer on the mid-level warship understood the urgency of the situation and desperately paddled, wanting to support Lu Chen. They had already lost him once, they could not afford to lose him again. Lu Chen's eyes were as cold as frost, fixed on the brilliant cherry blossom shield on the Longxiangwan, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A ship shield? What a good thing! I want this talent. After saying that, the long spear in his hand, as dark as ink, suddenly trembled, the spear tip pointing directly at Longxiangwan. Break the wind! With a deep and powerful utterance, his figure suddenly moved, like a gust of wind rising, the dark long spear tracing a sharp and unmatched trajectory in the air. Wherever the spear tip passed, the air was easily torn apart like cloth, emitting a sharp and piercing whistle. At that moment, everything around seemed to fall into stillness. Lu Chen's spear tip collided violently with the cherry blossom shield, and instead of the expected deafening sound, there was only an indescribable shockwave of power rippling through the air. The cherry blossom shield, under the forceful impact of the dark spear, shattered like fragile glass, instantly cracking and then bursting apart, scattering cherry blossom light points that faded in the air, losing their former brilliance. How is this possible? Witnessing the cherry blossom shield being so easily shattered, Nakamura Kenta's eyes suddenly contracted, disbelief written all over his face. He could never have imagined that a mere level 2 evolver could unleash such astonishing power. However, no matter how shocked and unwilling Nakamura Kenta was, Lu Chen's attack would not stop. The spear's momentum unyielding, Lu Chen's figure followed like a shadow, unstoppable like the dawn's light. The dark spear, accompanied by a chilling wind, continued forward, piercing straight at Longxiangwan. Crack! The hull of Longxiangwan seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force under Lu Chen's spear, letting out a painful wail. The Fusang crew on the ship had no time to react before being engulfed by this terrifying power, their bodies flying out like leaves caught in a wild wind, blood splattering in the air, dyeing the sea a deep crimson. Chapter 38, Exclusive Skill of the Overseer. Chapter 38, Exclusive Skill of the Overseer. No! Nakamura Kenta let out a desperate wail, watching as his body was torn apart by the immense force. Lu Chen shattered the shield with one spear, and with another spear, pierced the ship. The entire process was fluid and seamless, without a hint of hesitation. His figure stood amidst the wreckage of Longxiangwen, the dark spear pointing towards the sky, as if the previous scene was merely a casual masterpiece of his. The sea wind howled, the waves rolled, yet Lu Chen stood firm like an unyielding reef, his gaze growing deeper. At that moment, he had become the undisputed ruler of this sea area. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations and imaginations. The entire parallel sea area fell into a dead silence, with only the sea wind howling in the ears, as if it had become the only sound in this stillness. Lord Nakamura and the warriors on Longxiangwen, they are all gone? On Longxiangwen, there were 5 level 3 strongmen stationed, and Lord Nakamura of level 4 was at the helm. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Longxiangwen had clearly activated the cherry blossom protection, and the ship's durability was full. How could it be destroyed by this Lu Chen with one spear? Oh my god, Lu Chen is definitely a devil from hell. Celestial decree, I want to report that the people of Xinsha are cheating. He's only level 2, how can he one-shot 6 third-tier revolvers, plus a mid-level warship with its shield activated? It's over, all over, our hope, our pride. The people of Fusang were left speechless, staring at Lu Chen as if he were a devil, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. On the Longxiang ship, carrying all the strongest from the Novice Area 903, it was the pride of the Fusang people. It should have been the strongest on Blue Star. How could it be one shot? No, this is impossible. This is definitely a dream. He's a devil. Run, Mom, save me. I don't want to die here. The remaining 3 Fusang warships, witnessing the tragic end of the Longxiang ship, instantly lost all fighting spirit. They were like frightened rabbits, no longer caring about spatial crystals, victory, or glory, only thinking of escaping this terrifying place as quickly as possible, desperately rowing their oars, fleeing towards the direction of Sea Area 903. Lu Chen's earth-shattering strike not only terrified the Fusang people, but even all the Xinsha people watching Lu Chen were dumbfounded. In stark contrast to the Fusang people's panic, once the Xinsha people regained their senses, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Holy crap! Look at them kneel, is this the true power of the great Lu Chen? This is the first time I've seen the great Lu Chen in action. When he stabbed down from the sky just now, my heart almost stopped, it was so damn cool. Lu Chen, you're so handsome, I love you, I want to have your babies. What a terrifying shot, my legs are shaking. No need to shake, no need to shake. The great Lu Chen is one of us Xinsha people, he's our pride. The great Lu Chen is amazing. I really want to be a crew member on the great Lu Chen ship. Well, it's no wonder it's a skill exclusive to the Overseer, its power is indeed formidable. Lu Chen looked at the wavebreaker spear in his hand, feeling very satisfied. This shot directly wiped out a special class Fusang ship. The third-tier revolvers on board didn't even have time to let out a scream before being torn to pieces by the overwhelming force of the spear. Looking at the remaining 3 Fusang warships fleeing in panic, Lu Chen waved his hand lightly and said coldly, Jack, take them out. Since they dared to provoke Xinsha, then let them all stay here. Lu Chen remembered that in the survival gamble, the greater the contribution, the more rewards one would receive. Since that's the case, he would take all these benefits for himself. Leave it to me, Captain. Jack grinned, his face full of ferocity. Then he operated the whaling crossbow at the bow, aiming at a Fusang warship. With a loud bang, the whaling crossbow unleashed a devastating force, directly piercing through the target warship. 2 crew members on board instantly perished, while the others wailed in despair, falling into the icy waters. The other 2 warships, witnessing this scene, rowed desperately, wishing their parents had given them 2 more hands. However, as they rowed, the Fusang people on the ship felt something was wrong. Why can't we row? The voice of the Fusang crew trembled, clearly terrified to the extreme. Soon, a chilling sight answered their confusion. Splash! With a sound of water, a pale, rotting arm suddenly reached out from the swirling dark waters, tightly grasping the side of the warship. What? What is that? The Fusang crew was shocked, but before they could react, splash splash splash. Accompanied by a series of splashing sounds, more and more rotting arms reached out from the sea. Following that, under the terrified gaze of the Fusang crew, the pale, decaying corpses of the drowned slowly crawled up from the water, howling and roaring as they lunged at the sailors. Yamato, run! A few of the Fusang crew, driven to the brink of madness by fear, jumped into the sea without a second thought, trying to escape this terrifying and deadly area. However, they had no idea that the dangers in the water were even more horrifying. Just a few meters out, they were targeted by several corpse sharks, massive creatures exuding a foul stench, as they opened their gaping jaws and pounced on the fallen sailors. Instantly, the surface of the sea was filled with cries of pain and despair. Yo yo yo, little ones, Uncle Jack is here. The ghost ship, the Spectre, sped up and quickly caught up with the 2 Fusang warships under attack by the drowned. Jack grinned wickedly as he led 4 skeletal warriors to charge at the Fusang people. Seeing this, Lu Chen no longer paid attention. The Fusang people were now like lost dogs, and Jack was more than capable of dealing with them all without his help. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Nakayama Kenta, who seemed to possess a rare talent. Lu Chen couldn't miss this opportunity, he had to absorb him. A rare talent, and I only have one myself, a curse that bastard Jack infected me with. At this moment, Nakayama Kenta was in a pitiful state, his lower body missing, only his upper half floating in the water. Yet, supported by his strong physique, he still clung to life. Chapter 39, The Oracle, Send Me Back to Blue Star, I'm done playing. Nakayama Kenta, seeing Lu Chen's gaze upon him, strangely smiled. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, do you think you've won? Cough cough. I'll be waiting for you in hell, you'll join me soon. Cough cough. My great Fusang Empire has allied with other nations, you will ultimately become our nourishment for strength. Ha ha ha, long live the great Fusang Empire. With his final scream, a bone spear instantly exploded Nakayama Kenta's head. Allies? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Ridiculous, no matter how many come, I will kill them all. However, Nakayama Kenta's words also served as a reminder to Lu Chen. It seemed he needed to quickly obtain the survival wager order and couldn't just passively wait to be attacked. Moreover, Lu Chen currently saw no information about other novice zones outside of Zone 1000. He would likely only learn about them after obtaining the survival wager order. Just then, Lu Chen's backpack behind him stirred. It was Tuanzi, sensing Nakayama Kenta's rare talent and wanting to absorb it for Lu Chen. Tuanzi, hold on. After all, thousands of eyes were on him, and he couldn't risk exposing Tuanzi's presence in front of everyone. As Lu Chen pondered how to bring Nakayama Kenta's body back, Jack had already snapped the neck of the last Fusang person. At that moment, the solemn announcement of the oracle echoed through the skies. Announcement, Fusang Novice Sea Zone 903 has lost all intermediate novice wooden boats. Shinya Novice Sea Zone 1000 wins this survival wager. As soon as this news broke, the Shinya side erupted in thunderous cheers. They had won. They had truly won. Announcement, all evolvers in the know. 1000 Novice Sea Area have received 20 free attribute points. Announcement, the storm intensity outside the know. 1000 Novice Sea Area has decreased by 20. Announcement, due to the know. 1000 Novice Sea Area defeating the know. 903 Novice Sea Area, all evolvers have received an additional evolution point. Announcement, Evolver Lu Chen contributed the most in this survival gamble, receiving 40 free attribute points and 2 evolution points as a reward. Announcement, Evolver Lu Chen, having contributed the most in this survival gamble, has additionally received a silver grade item, storage ring. As the announcements concluded, the sky shone brightly, beams of light descended like divine miracles, gently enveloping every evolver in the know. 1000 Novice Area. Within the halo, each person's face radiated with incredible joy, feeling the surge of power within them as 20 free attribute points and 1 evolution point quietly integrated. Buzz! A particularly dazzling beam of light focused on Lu Chen, overwhelming energy flowed into him like a gentle stream, causing his free attribute points to instantly surge by 40, along with 2 incredibly precious evolution points. As the beam gradually dispersed, a ring emitting a faint glow slowly floated before Lu Chen, its surface shimmering with a strange luster, as if containing endless spatial mysteries. Storage ring, silver low level, a masterful creation by a spatial artisan, containing a vast space of 100 cubic meters, exceptionally rare. If you really can't survive, using this to transport goods can earn you quite a bit of money, of course, provided you are sure you won't be robbed. Seeing the storage ring, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He momentarily suspected that the game was eavesdropping on his thoughts. It was as if whatever he lacked was delivered right to him. Just when he was worried about how to deal with the spoils of war, the storage ring appeared. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen gently slipped the ring onto his finger, and a subtle connection was instantly established. Then, with a thought, the wreckage of the Longxiangwen and the bodies of Nakagawa Kenta and the other 6 vanished one by one from their locations, being absorbed into that mysterious space of 100 cubic meters. Just as he planned to continue clearing the remaining bodies of the Fusang people in the linked sea area, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, and an irresistible force teleported him out of the battlefield. Announcement, the survival gamble has ended, and the linked sea area is officially closed. Meanwhile, in the know, 1000 Novice Sea Area, cheers erupted one after another, lively as a festival. Ha! I got 20 free attribute points, which is like leveling up half a level directly. So awesome. Me too, I got it too, so excited. My god, I'm shaking with excitement. Even I, an ordinary person, can get an evolution point. My talent can finally level up. Haha, I put all my attribute points into physique. Now I have over 30 points in physique. Dying isn't that easy anymore. Not only that, but the storm intensity outside has also decreased by 20. If we can win a few more matches, maybe everyone in our know 1000 area can leave this novice sea alive. Woo woo woo, I was really scared just now, thought we were going to lose. Lu Chen, you saved us, thank you so much. That's right, Lu Chen, everything is thanks to you. Long live Lu Chen. Meanwhile, above the Novice Sea Area 903, the announcement from the Celestial Edict pierced the hearts of every evolver like cold ice. Announcement. The survival bet in Novice Sea Area 903 has failed. Announcement. All evolvers in Novice Sea Area 903 will randomly lose 20 attribute points. Announcement. The storm outside Novice Sea Area 903 has increased in intensity by 20. Unlike the white light pillar in Area 1000, a chilling black mist silently enveloped the entire Area 903, like the shadow of death, sending shivers down spines. In an instant, cries of despair erupted within Novice Area 903. My strength has been drained. Damn it, why was only my agility attribute taken? My agility is now 0, I'm disabled. You're lucky, the girl next to me had her constitution taken. After her constitution dropped to 0, she turned into a dried corpse and died. Wah, the storm outside has intensified by 20 again. We've lost all our mid-level warships and strong fighters. If we can't escape in 7 days, we'll all be poisoned to death. Despair spread rapidly among the crowd. We're finished, the storm won't weaken, our only chance is to build a single-masted sailboat. But Lord Nakamura and those experts have already fallen to that demon's hands. Where are we going to get the 8th tier crystal cores needed to upgrade the sailboat? Damn it, it's all that bastard Nakamura Kenta's fault for giving us the strongest opponent. My strength, Celestial Edict, send me back to Blue Star. I don't want to play anymore. This isn't fun. Chapter 40 Sai, being handsome has its troubles, one gets envied by the leaders. Chapter 40 Sai, being handsome has its troubles, one gets envied by the leaders. Long live Lord Lucheng. Lord Lucheng, you are our pride. Invincible in the world, Lucheng is the strongest. Lucheng, I love you. Foster father, I am your son. At this moment, the phantom ship was surrounded by all the evolvers from Area 1000, like a triumphant hero. Cheers echoed endlessly, and everyone's eyes sparkled with admiration and fervor. Hee hee, you all are too polite. This is what our phantom ship should do. Jack feigned humility and waved his hand, then leaned closer to Lucheng and whispered with a chuckle, Hey, Captain, so your name is Lucheng. Looks like you're quite popular here. Look at all these beauties. Should we consider recruiting a few? Even if I recruit them, what can you do? Lucheng shot Jack a glance. This Jack, even as a skeleton, still had his lustful thoughts. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the unicorn rhino slowly approached in front of the phantom ship, and Yang Zimo's hearty laughter rang out, like a spring breeze. Ha, Lucheng, we finally meet. I've been reminding myself not to underestimate you, but you keep exceeding my expectations. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Long Haoran then patted Zhou Yu's shoulder, teasingly saying, Scholar, weren't you always shouting about wanting to challenge Lucheng? Now the opportunity is right in front of you, don't chicken out. Zhou Yu quickly shook his head shaking like a rattle drum, with a bitter smile. No, I dare not. Not to mention that earth-shattering shot from Lord Lucheng just now, even those drowned skeletons, I'm afraid I can't handle them. Ha 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 ha. The people on the unicorn rhino burst into laughter upon hearing this. Looking at young Zimo and the others, Lucheng nodded friendly, hello. He knew well that these people, when facing the Fusang people whom they had once defeated in a survival bet, could still unite with the Shinsha people and fight fiercely against the Fusang people, which was no easy feat. This resilience and courage earned Lucheng's respect. Sister Cinny, look quickly, Lord Lucheng is greeting us. Fan Ying excitedly shook Li Cinny's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Cinny also stared blankly at Lu Chen, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Lu Chen, I've been wanting to apologize to you about the ghost ship incident last time. Before Li Cinny could finish her sentence, Jack, with a face resembling rotting flesh, suddenly interjected with a hint of surprise, Wow, beautiful ladies, it's you. I remember you. So scary. Fan Ying was startled by Jack's appearance and quickly took a few steps back. Although she knew he was Lu Chen's subordinate, the terrifying aura emanating from the 4th-tier undead still made her little face turn pale. Don't be afraid, girl, I didn't always look like this. Jack began to say as he wanted to transform back into his original form, but after glancing at Lu Chen, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Last time, he had been beaten up by the captain because of his appearance. Sigh, being handsome has its troubles, one gets envied by the boss. Then, Jack changed the subject, grinning as he said, how about you two beautiful ladies consider joining our ghost ship? Right now, it's just me and the captain on board, and those 4 skeletons are just mindless guys. With beauties like Li Cinny and Fan Ying around, even if they couldn't do much, just looking at them every day would be a treat. To Jack's surprise, Li Cinny actually nodded in agreement. She looked at Lu Chen, her red lips slightly parted, her voice deep and magnetic, intoxicating like red wine. Okay, Lu Chen, can I join your ghost ship and become your crew member? As soon as she said this, gasps of astonishment erupted around them. Wow, is the great Lee Sin going to join the mighty Lu Chen's team? That's a powerful alliance. With the mighty Lu Chen's protection, Lee Sin is like a human weapon. Truly a match made in heaven. Only Lee Sin in our district is worthy of the mighty Lu Chen. Hearing Lee Sin's words, Jack was so excited he nearly jumped up. There are beauties now, there are beauties. Boo-hoo, I said following the overseer is much better than being on that broken ghost ship. Just a few days, and I already have beauties as companions. However, Lu Chen's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Jack's head, leaving him stunned. Sorry, I'm not planning to recruit any human crew members. Lu Chen's tone was cold and resolute, glaring fiercely at Jack, who just loved to stir up trouble for him. Why not, Captain? Jack wanted to say something, but upon seeing Lu Chen's increasingly frosty gaze, he immediately shrank his neck and fell silent. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a wave of disappointment and sighs spread through the crowd. Ah, the mighty Lu Chen isn't recruiting human crew members? Boo-hoo, my biggest dream was to become a crew member of the mighty Lu Chen. It's over, my dream is shattered. I was just thinking about how to apply to join. Why is this happening? Sigh, in the end, we are just not strong enough. Look at the ghost ship captain under the mighty Lu Chen, how powerful. Lee Sin was also taken aback, as if something had gently knocked on her heart. Was I rejected because I am too weak? Looking at Lu Chen's handsome face, a wave of immense disappointment surged within her. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Lu Chen, I will definitely work hard to meet your requirements. Yang Zimo was not surprised by Lu Chen's refusal. With Lu Chen's strength, if he wanted to recruit crew members, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? He cleared his throat and asked in a steady tone, Lu Chen, what are your plans moving forward? To grow stronger, to keep growing stronger, until I stand at the pinnacle of this world. Lu Chen replied calmly, the shocking scene of the overseer slaying 1,000-meter-tall three-eyed giant with a single sword flashing in his mind. That kind of power is what he truly yearned for. Lu Chen, since something like the survival wager has appeared, the challenges we face in the future will only increase. Your potential is the strongest in District 1000, so I suggest you stop taking risks and stay here. Right now, your charisma is unmatched, and I will do my best to persuade everyone to concentrate all resources from the waters of District 1000 to fully support you alone. Yang Zimo paused briefly, scanning the crowd. Moreover, has anyone noticed that the energy required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 has jumped from 100 points to 300 points, a threefold increase? And reaching level 4 requires an astonishing 1,000 points. This means that if we rely on upgrading our ships to escape the toxic fog in 7 days, it's likely that out of nearly 1,000 of us, only a handful will survive, because, aside from talents like Lu Chen, no one can defeat an 8th tier sea beast in 7 days to obtain the 8th tier crystal core needed to upgrade ships. If we want everyone to survive, we have only one way, which is to continuously win survival wagers, until we reduce the storms outside the sea to nothing. Chapter 41 This captain is simply wasting resources. Chapter 41 This captain is simply wasting resources. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Zimo was right, Lu Chen's potential is truly unmatched. If we in District 1000 can fully support him, with his strength, we will definitely win all the way in the survival wager, and everyone can survive. Yes, I agree. Lu Chen, you don't need to do anything, just wait here to finish off the sea beasts. While everyone was heatedly discussing, before Lu Chen could respond, Jack eagerly nodded like a garlic pounder. And this good thing, lying here every day watching beautiful women and fishing, while monsters are delivered to you to kill. How great is that? However, Lu Chen shook his head. I appreciate your goodwill, but all my strength has been gained through constant battles and adventures. The strong that Tianyu wants are definitely those who have fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, not flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Moreover, Blue Star is full of hidden talents, and there are certainly more than just me who have extraordinary encounters. If I were to, as you say, be content with pleasure and not strive for progress, I fear that before long, I would be surpassed by other geniuses and become just like everyone else. Lu Chen's words deeply moved everyone. The path of the strong cannot be paved by mere encounters, but requires a resilient heart of a true warrior. And Lu Chen, without a doubt, is such a person, which is why he could stand out from the crowd and become an existence that everyone looks up to. At this moment, Jack, with a big grin, said, Captain, I think if you really have to go on an adventure, leaving me here to be trained by everyone is also pretty good. I'm not afraid of becoming just like everyone else. You better charge to the front for me when the time comes. Lu Chen shot Jack a fierce glare. The atmosphere he had painstakingly created was ruined by this bastard in an instant. I'll shut up. Jack shrank his neck and covered his mouth. If you really want to help me, go hunt sea beasts more and bring me those talented corpses. After all, you're not of much use. Lu Chen did not completely refuse everyone's help, with the dumpling around, as long as there were continuous corpses for the dumpling to absorb, Lu Chen was confident he could upgrade all talents to level above. He was quite looking forward to the enhancement of level senses. If upgraded to level, what would it evolve into? Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone responded enthusiastically. Lu Chen needs sea beast corpses? No problem, all the corpses of the sea beasts I kill in the future will belong to you. Haha, I just got 20 attribute points and a bit of evolution points, all thanks to the great Lord Lu Chen. I must repay this favor. Brothers, let's go, we're off to kill sea beasts. Lord Lu Chen, don't worry, we will never let you fight alone. I'm so happy to be able to help Lord Lu Chen. Lord, do you have any instructions for us? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart stirred as he remembered something. By the way, if you come across a survival bet order, remember to contact me immediately. I'll pay a high price for it. This survival bet order must be obtained as soon as possible. Lu Chen speculated that once he got the survival bet order, he would be able to see information about other novice sea areas. Otherwise, how did the Fusang people launch the bet order against us? Before Nakayama Kenta died, he said that Fusang had already allied with other countries, and Lu Chen had to be cautious. Lord, what are you saying? How can we take your money? Exactly. We've all benefited from your grace, how can we let you spend money again? Just then, the announcement from Tianyu suddenly rang out. Announcement, ship upgrade reward system updated. The first evolutionist to upgrade to a high-level novice wooden boat will receive a bronze high-level equipment reward. The second evolutionist to upgrade to a high-level novice wooden boat will receive a bronze low-level equipment reward. The third evolutionist to upgrade to a high-level novice wooden boat will receive a black iron high-level equipment reward. Wow, the rewards have been updated. The first place is definitely Lord Lu Chen, and the second place is probably in the hands of the great Yang Zimo. We can only fight for third place. Let's go, with the attribute points I just got, I'm full of confidence. We'll definitely get that third place. Lu Chen. Li Sini hesitated for a moment but finally mustered the courage to call out to the departing Lu Chen. Hearing her voice, Lu Chen gently turned his head, and saw a large block of iron ingots slowly floating onto the deck of the yumming ship. Lu Chen, take these iron ingots, they will be useful when upgrading the yumming ship. Also, be careful. Lu Chen nodded lightly, and then 4 skeletons began to row the oars, the black mist around the yumming ship gradually thickening, slowly disappearing into the fog under everyone's gaze. In the novice sea area, in the sea beast activity zone, a completely snow-white seagull soared in the sky, its gaze fixed on a crystal giant crab leisurely paddling below. Captain, I'm telling you, that girl Li Sini definitely likes you. The way she looks at you is all sparkly. If you bring her onto our ship, I guarantee you'll have her in no time. Jack had a look of exasperation, whispering incessantly in Lu Chen's ear. This captain was simply wasting a good opportunity. With only a year left before becoming undead, he should be enjoying life while he could. It was really frustrating. Such a beautiful girl, just wasted like that. What a pity. Goo goo goo. Tuanzi wrapped around Lu Chen's neck, happily rubbing against him, meaning that having this soft and cute little octopus was enough for the master. Lu Chen gently patted Tuanzi's head, signaling it to be quiet, then withdrew his gaze from the seagull, his expression becoming serious. Alright, enough nonsense, prepare for hunting. He pointed to the 3 o'clock direction. There's a 4th level crystal giant crab over there. Let's take it down. The current priority was to upgrade the yumming ship as soon as possible. Alright, Jack instantly put away his playful grin. Focusing his gaze, he indeed spotted a giant crystal crab shimmering in the distance to his right. He stepped forward, took control of the ship's massive harpoon, aimed, adjusted the angle, and once everything was ready, he pulled the trigger with a fierce motion. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the thick harpoon, carrying a long rope, shot out swiftly, slicing through the sea and splashing water everywhere. Puff! Another loud noise erupted, crystal shards flying as the harpoon deeply pierced the hard shell of the crystal crab. However, as a 4th-tier sea beast, the crystal crab's vitality was incredibly resilient, and the bronze-grade harpoon failed to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 42, Absorption. The phantom ship upgrades again. In pain, the crystal crab let out a deafening roar, but it dared not retaliate. From the small wooden boat behind, it sensed an unprecedented threat. Its instinct for survival drove it to swim frantically forward, trying to escape this deadly pursuit. The rope attached to the harpoon tightened instantly, dragging the phantom ship through the waves. Captain, I'll go kill this big crab and make you crab soup, Jack exclaimed as he prepared to step onto the rope. There's no rush. This crystal crab has strong defenses. I want to see where it thinks it can escape to. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he looked at the storage ring on his hand, which contained 5 corpses of peak 3rd tier and 1 4th tier, along with the wreckage of a special grade ship. It was time to absorb the talents of those Fusang people inside. Tuanzi, it's time to work. Guji. Moments later, Ding! Successfully absorbed Nakayama Kenta, 4th tier, acquired talent level, Onmyoji, perception increased by 8 points, ding! Successfully absorbed Inoue Yoshihiko, 3rd tier, acquired talent level, poison control, agility increased by 7 points, ding! Successfully absorbed special ship Ryusho Maru, phantom ship acquired talent level, Cherry Blossom Guardian. After a series of prompts, Tuanzi helped Lu Chen absorb 6 talents, which were Onmyoji, level, poison control, level, invisibility, level, earth manipulation, level, flame manipulation, level, perception enhancement, level, along with additional attribute points. Perception 15 points, Strength 7 points, Agility 13 points, Constitution 7 points. At the same time, the Phantom Ship also gained the Cherry Blossom Guardian talent from the Ryusho Maru. Coupled with the 40 free attribute points awarded previously, it was undoubtedly a massive harvest. In the world of Tianyu, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. This time, the people of Xinxia triumphed over the strong with their weakness, and Lu Chen, as the highest contributor, reaped rewards beyond imagination. Not to mention, a single-level talent was something that couldn't be found throughout the entire 1000 district, yet Lu Chen absorbed it so easily. After gaining perception enhancement, his 4-dimensional attributes became balanced, with no obvious weaknesses. Thus, he evenly distributed the 40 free attribute points across the 4 dimensions, increasing each by 10 points. Currently, with only level 2, Lu Chen's attribute panel was already astonishing. Strength, 92, Agility, 76, Constitution, 84, Perception, 86, all 4 attributes were approaching or exceeding 80 points, more than 4 times that of other revolvers at the same level. Where did the flame manipulation go? Lu Chen noticed that his panel did not show the flame manipulation he had just absorbed. Could it be that since I already possessed the higher level blazing control, the flame manipulation was automatically disregarded? With this doubt in mind, Lu Chen carefully examined the flame control talent, only to see an additional line of small text below, level, flame control, 5. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. It turned out that even with a higher level talent, absorbing lower level similar talents was not ineffective, rather, it could accumulate progress and promote the upgrade of the higher level talent. That 5 should represent the accumulated progress, and once it reached 100, flame control would upgrade to the next level. It seems that even if it's difficult to find higher level talents in the future, continuously accumulating lower level talents can also gradually enhance my strength, he thought to himself. Although the required quantity is enormous, as long as I persevere, one day I will be able to elevate it to a very high level. At that moment, the crystal giant crab, which had been dragging the phantom ship in a desperate escape, finally exhausted its last bit of strength when it caught a glimpse of the faint outline of a distant island. It breathed its last. This 4th-tier sea beast, clad in a hard shell, did not dare to resist under Lu Chen's mountain-like oppressive presence, feeling utterly aggrieved. Ding! Successfully killed the crystal giant crab, 4th tier, gained 200 life energy points. The prompt sound of the game echoed, and Lu Chen's level panel was updated accordingly. Current level, 255. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A 4th-tier sea beast only contributed this little life energy? He looked at his panel, feeling both amused and helpless. He hadn't expected that the life energy from a 4th-tier sea beast would not even be enough for him to level up. Although he had shared half of the life energy with Tuanzi, how powerful was a 4th-tier sea beast compared to a 1st tier? Yet, the life energy gained was minimal. At that moment, Lu Chen understood Yang Zimo's earlier words. It was likely that the further he went, the harder it would be to level up. Don't think you can just kill 1st-tier sea beasts to level up, because in the Novice Sea area, the number of low-tier sea beasts you can find is extremely limited. If you want to continuously improve your level, hunting high-tier sea beasts is a necessary choice. After extracting 8 points of constitution from the crystal giant crab, Lu Chen looked towards the small island ahead. Ding! You have discovered a dangerous area, Giant Lizard Island. It is recommended to form a team of at least 35th-tier evolvers to explore. Giant Lizard Island? Lu Chen didn't expect that this crystal giant crab would actually bring him to a treasure land, a place that required 35th-tier evolvers to explore, surely filled with fierce beasts. Before setting off, there was one more thing to do. Jack, pry out the crystal core from the crystal crab. All right, Captain. Moments later, Jack presented the translucent crystal core. With this, all the materials needed for the Phantom Ship to upgrade to a high-level wooden boat were ready. Heaven's mandate, upgrade the Phantom Ship. Ding! Consuming 20 wood, 1 4th-tier crystal core, 1 iron ingot, the Phantom Ship is upgrading. Upgrade successful. The prompt sound rang out again, and the attributes panel of the Phantom Ship was completely refreshed. Cursed Novice Wooden Boat, Phantom Ship, Captain Lu Chen, Level, High, Crew, 6, Durability, 500, weapon slot, small weapon 1, equipment slot, small equipment 0, speed, medium, paddling, defense, medium, light armor, talent, ghost ship, level, cherry blossom guardian, ecological symbiosis, level, speed boost, level. After the upgrade, the Phantom ship's length extended to 12 meters, and its width significantly increased. The crew capacity expanded to 10 people, and a new layer of exquisite wooden cabin was added at the stern, already taking on the shape of an ocean-going sailboat, with speed, defense, and firepower all significantly enhanced. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first beginner in the novice area to upgrade the beginner canoe to advanced. Reward has been issued, bronze level advanced weapon, heart-eating blade. Accompanied by the sound of the announcement, a long blade resembling a tang knife slowly materialized in Lu Chen's field of vision. The blade was entirely a deep black, with intricate patterns carved into it that resembled scales, while the edge shimmered with a hint of ghostly green. Heart-eating blade, bronze advanced, made from the scales of the deep-sea venomous serpent. Black poison entwines the blade, corroding the heart and body. If you possess a poison-type talent, this blade will help you experience the true power of a poison blade, enhancing your poison-type talent by 100 when wielded. Chapter 43, Unfriendly Remarks. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he grasped the heart-eating blade. A chilling sensation surged through him instantly, activating his poison-type talent. The originally pitch-black heart-eating blade gradually emanated a faint green glow, swirling like toxic mist, sending a shiver down his spine. It can actually enhance my poison-type talent. What a good blade! This was the first time Lu Chen encountered a weapon that could enhance his talent. The previous granite battle axe and the breaking wave spear were merely harder and sharper than ordinary weapons. Clearly, weapons of bronze level and above provided support to evolvers that was not inferior to the talents themselves. At this moment, the announcement of the Yuming ship upgrading to an advanced beginner canoe spread throughout the entire novice area 1000, sparking discussions in the chat channel. As expected, Lu Chen took the first place reward. I'm not surprised. Same here, if Lu Chen didn't take first, I would be surprised. Did you all manage to get the sea beast corpses that Lu Chen needs for his talent? It's hard to get. I finally found a first-tier sea beast, but it turned out to have no talent. I did find one, but it got away. I'm chasing it now. Once I take it down, I'll hurry to deliver it to Lu Chen. By the way, didn't Lu Chen mention needing a survival wager token? Has anyone dropped one? Survival wager token, damn, I just found one in the belly of a sea beast. Father, I dropped the survival wager token you needed. Lu Chen, Tang Hong, is that true? Tang Hong, this isn't a small matter, don't mess around. Exactly, don't disturb Lu Chen for no reason. Of course it's true, how could I lie to my father? Just as Lu Chen was about to land on the island, he noticed someone mentioning him in the chat channel. Upon checking, he was surprised to see that someone had indeed dropped a survival wager token. Lu Chen, Tang Hong, I want that wager token. What do you want? Tang Hong, father, I don't want anything. Just remember me, my name is Tang Hong. Lu Chen, Tang Hong, don't call me father, we're not that close. Lu Chen looked helpless, he was only in his early 20s, how did he become a father? Moreover, he didn't even know this Tang Hong. Tang Hong, that won't do, a man's word is his bond. Seeing this, everyone began to tease. Lu Chen, this Tang Hong lost a bet with someone, that's why he's calling you father. If you ask me, calling you father is already giving Tang Hong a break, he should call you his real dad. Don't make a fuss, when Tang Hong really gets close to Lu Chen, let's see if you're envious. Oh, that's true. Lu Chen, actually, I also lost a bet with someone, father, please accept my bow. Actually, me too. Me as well. Tang Hong, enough of you all. The chat channel instantly transformed into a large-scale recognition of kin scene. Lu Chen looked at the suddenly increased number of adopted sons with a face full of black lines and quickly exchanged 3 sturdy bone herbs with Tang Hong to regain the survival betting order, ending this farce. Survival betting order, special item. Activating it allows access to the regional chat channel and the selection of opponents for survival betting. This is the thing. Lu Chen did not hesitate to choose to activate it. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chen has activated the survival betting order, unlocking the regional chat channel for the 1000th Novice Sea Area. Announcement: Each region consists of 1000 Novice Sea Areas. Announcement: Your current area is the 8th region. Announcement: You can browse the status of various Novice Sea Areas within the 8th region at any time and select opponents for survival betting. Winning the bet will earn you generous rewards. Immediately, a detailed list slowly unfolded, listing all the Novice Sea Areas in the 8th region with detailed information. United States War Zone 976 Novice Sea Area, 966 people, survival bet 3, regional chat channel unlocked. Grey Bear Country War Zone 923 Novice Sea Area, 2 people, survival bet 0, regional chat channel unlocked. Fusang War Zone 903 Novice Sea Area, 836 people, Survival Bet 1, Regional Chat Channel unlocked. Luzon War Zone 995 Novice Sea Area, 0 people, Survival Bet 0, Regional Chat Channel not unlocked. Funan War Zone 974 Novice Sea Area, 763 people, Survival Bet 0, Regional Chat Channel not unlocked. The Novice Sea areas came from various countries of Blue Star, and the list clearly displayed the country, number of survivors, number of Survival Bet victories, and whether the regional chat channel was unlocked. Among them, the Novice Sea areas with unlocked regional chat channels were highlighted, while those not unlocked were gray, and the areas with 0 survivors were a shocking pitch black. Lu Chen noticed that although he had only crossed into the Tianyu world for 3 days, many Novice Sea areas names were pitch black, indicating that all 1,000 people assigned to these areas had already died. These pitch-black Novice Sea areas had all suffered 3 consecutive losses in survival betting. Losing 3 times would result in a deprivation of 60 attribute points, which was undoubtedly a fatal blow for newcomers. Suddenly, a large number of Tianyu announcements flooded in, causing the chat channel of the 1,000th novice area to boil over. Wow, so we are in the 8th region. Does that mean we can meet the other Xingxia people? I miss my husband. This 8th region shouldn't only have a Xingxia people, right? Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel a jolt in my heart. The Fusang people who challenged us before, they wouldn't also be in the 8th region, would they? Could there be other hostile people towards us? Why think so much? The regional chat channel is unlocked. We'll know when we check. Let's go, let's take a look. I'm going too. In an instant, the evolvers of the 1,000th Novice Sea area surged into the 8th region chat channel. At this moment, the atmosphere in the regional channel felt quite subtle. Thank God, another prey has unlocked the regional channel. Looks like it's a little friend from Xingxia. Who will it be this time? United States War Zone 976 Novice Sea area. This time it should be the turn of South Korea's 942 area. Sigh, I envy them. Gul Chicken War Zone 673 Novice Sea area. Yeah, this 1,000 novice area actually won a survival bet. After defeating them, the rewards from the survival bet will double. Oh, it's really tempting. Sun Never Sets War Zone 909 Novice Sea area. Chapter 44. Is it really that hard to level up 3 times? Chapter 44. Is it really that hard to rise 3 levels? Ha! What a delightful surprise. This newbie Zone 1000 is truly the best gift for our Goryeo Empire. South Goryeo War Zone, Sea Area 942. Seeing this obviously malicious chat, the people in the newbie zone felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. What do you mean? We crossed over from Blue Star to here. Shouldn't we help each other and strive to survive together? Xinxia War Zone, Newbie Sea Area 1000, help each other? Oh my god, everyone come and see. This friend from Xinxia is really naive. Ha! United States, Zone 976, friends from Xinxia, you must be careful. These bastards have already formed an alliance, and they will hunt down every newbie zone except their own. Bear Country, Zone 923, in Zone 923, there were only 2 survivors, and the data showed they had lost 2 survival bets in a row. Clearly, a large number of evolvers from Zone 923 had died due to the failure of survival bets. Oh, so it's the trash from Bear Country. Once we find the survival bet order again, we'll send you 2 to meet God. United States, Zone 976, bastards, how despicable. Friends from Xinxia, you need to be careful. 2 newbie zones in Xinxia have already been plundered and destroyed by these bastards. Bear Country, Zone 923, Luchin squinted his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing through them, because he saw on the list that the names of Xinxia's zones 985 and 962 had turned pitch black, and both newbie sea areas had unlocked the regional chat, having failed 3 survival bets in a row. Clearly, every unlocked newbie zone had to either join the United States alliance or be attacked by them en masse. It was evident that countries like the United States, the Sun Never Sets, Gallus, South Goryeo, Tianju, and Italy had already banded together to hunt down Xinxia, Bear Country, and other nations. Seeing this, Lu Chen had yet to speak, but the people in Newbie Zone 1000 were already furious. You bunch of beasts, how can you harm people from other countries just to survive? Bastards, I said before. How did Fusang Zone 903 suddenly launch a survival bet against us? It turns out these bastards have long united against us Xinxia. What, do you think you can take us down just because you have numbers? Master Lu Chen will show you what a true strongman is. Upon hearing this, the people from the allied nations burst into laughter. Oh my god, these Xinxia people actually dare to say they will show us some color. I'm so scared. Haha, Aish, I hate these Xinxia people the most. They always steal our Goryeo Empire's cultural heritage and dare to claim that the Dragon Boat Festival and acupuncture are theirs. This time, our Goryeo Empire must teach them a good lesson. On the contrary, I'm quite grateful to these Xinxia people. If they weren't so numerous, how could we plunder at will? I've already gained 40 attribute points, haha, it's really exhilarating. Everyone, don't underestimate this newbie Zone 1000, they are exceptionally united. Especially a guy named Lu Chen, whose strength is outrageous. Our Lord Nakamura and all the strong ones have fallen to this Lu Chen. Fusong War Zone 903, what? You Fusong people were just defeated by them? Aish, it seems we need to take this a bit more seriously. The words of the Fusong people made the evolvers from other countries tone down their disdain. After all, being able to defeat the already victorious Fusong Zone 903 was enough to prove the strength of newbie Zone 1000 and that Lu Chen. Friends from Fusong, do they have any flaws or weaknesses? Hi! Although Lu Chen's combat power is exceptional, his level is quite low, only at level 2 before. Now we know how to deal with these Xingxia people. Don't worry, this newbie Area 1000 will be handled by us from the Goryeo Empire in the 942C region. Goryeo people, we're waiting for your good news. After you win, it will be our turn, the Gall Chickens. We can hardly wait. Witnessing the greedy and self-righteous expressions of the allied nations, as if they had already regarded newbie Area 1000 as a lamb ready for slaughter, Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You want to eat us? I wonder if your teeth are strong enough. These people, relying on a slight early advantage, think they can act recklessly? How ridiculous! Who is the hunter, and who is the prey, is yet to be determined. At that moment, an announcement from Tianyu rang out. Tianyu emergency announcement. Park Songho from the South Goryeo Battle Zone 942 has activated the survival betting order. Survival betting parties, South Goryeo Battle Zone 942 New BC area, Xingxia Battle Zone 1000 New BC area, survival betting. Since both parties have won survival bets, the stakes are doubled. The losing side will have the storm outside the New BC area increase by 40 intensity, and all attribute points will be permanently affected. The winning side will have the storm outside the New BC area decrease by 40 intensity, and all attribute points will be permanently affected. The betting rules are as follows. The New BC area that first has a level 5 evolver will win this bet. The winning side's highest contributing evolver will receive an additional reward. Reminder, the chat channels of the two New BC areas have been linked, and both sides can browse each other's chat content, leaderboards, and other information, but cannot directly communicate. Reminder, survival betting is extremely important, and all evolvers must give their all. South Goryeo Battle Zone 942 New BC area has conducted survival betting 2 times, winning 2 times. Xingxia Battle Zone 1000 New BC area has conducted survival betting 1 time, winning 1 time. Survival betting begins? The betting rules have changed? Lu Chen stared at the announcement, his brows furrowed. This time it was not a direct confrontation like last time, but a complete change in the form of the bet, competing on who levels up faster. This was undoubtedly the most unfavorable situation for Lu Chen, as he was currently only at level 2. More critically, due to the presence of the dumpling, the life energy required for him to level up was twice that of an ordinary person. It seems these Goryeo folks have some brains, not foolish enough to confront me head-on. Lu Chen stroked his chin and looked at the highest level player in the 942 New BC area, Park Songho, level 4, 30, just reached level 4? A playful smile crept onto his lips. Interesting, this works well. I can win the survival bet without wasting time on killing monsters. In the world of Tianyu, killing peers does not yield life energy. As for monsters, the ferocious beasts on this giant lizard island are definitely enough for him to reach level 5 before Park Songho. After all, that is a dangerous area recognized by Tianyu that requires 30 level 5 evolvers to explore together. Is it really that hard to level up 3 times? Chapter 45, Mermaid Fuyao. Chapter 45, Mermaid Fuyao. Then, Lu Chen closed the panel and no longer paid attention to the chat channel. He knew that every minute and second at this moment was incredibly precious, and he had to devote himself fully to leveling up. Jack, get ready, it's time to work. Hee, Captain, I've been waiting for this. Meanwhile, in the chat channel of Newbie Area 1000, an unshakable anxiety and unease permeated. Wait, how can the betting rules change again? Isn't it supposed to occupy the space crystal like last time? Damn it, it's those damn Fusong people. They told the Goryeo bastards that our Lord Lu Ken is powerful, but at a low level. Damn it, if it's a survival contest like last time, those Goryeo bastards wouldn't stand a chance against Lord Lu Ken even if they tied themselves together. Yeah, they just don't dare to face Lord Lu Ken head-on, which is why they resort to these underhanded tricks. By the way, who is the highest level over in Goryeo? What level are they now? I just checked, it's Park Songho, he's already at level 4. If he levels up one more time, we lose. This statement hit everyone like a heavy hammer, causing their hearts to sink. My god, I just realized that if we lose, we will be deducted a full 40 points from our attributes. This damn Tianyu system is clearly making things difficult for us. If we lose one match, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Lord Lucan, what should we do? Lucan, Lord Lucan, please say something. We will listen to you. Lord, please come back. We will all help you level up. However, no matter how much they called, Lucan did not respond. Just as everyone was feeling anxious and at a loss, young Zimo's avatar flickered. Everyone, for this survival bet, we might have to rely on ourselves. Ha, why? Yeah, Lord Lucan is so strong. As long as he makes a move, I don't believe those Goryo people can match him. Yang Zimo slowly typed, Lucan is indeed unmatched, but don't forget, he only gains half the energy value with each level up, and the key to this bet is the speed of leveling up. Sigh. Seeing Yang Zimo's words, everyone couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Ah, this is so frustrating. If that's the case, this bet is very dangerous. Forget it, we can't always rely on Lord Lucan. This time, let's fight for ourselves. As the skeletons vigorously rowed the oars, the yumming ship surged toward Giant Lizard Island. Captain, why do I feel like the island ahead has an ominous vibe? Jack looked at the rocky, perilous island ahead and couldn't help but shiver. Your intuition is quite accurate, Lucan said, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. The weakest creatures on that island have reached level 4, and the leader-level creatures are likely at level 5. Ah, Captain, you're getting more humorous, even making jokes now. Jack laughed, looking more like he was crying. All level 4 creatures, and the leader is level 5. Does that mean that once I set foot on that island, the famous Captain Jack would become the weakest little chick on the island? Can I not go? You will charge in first. Whoa, Jack's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Gujagujagu. At that moment, the little dumpling excitedly climbed onto Luchan's shoulder, its shiny black eyes filled with curiosity and fearlessness. Little guy, you really are an optimist. Lucan reached out and rubbed the round little dumpling's head, a hint of fondness flashing in his eyes. I really don't know when you'll grow up and leave this juvenile stage. The juvenile phase of the North Sea giant monster is soft-bodied, and its tentacles have not fully developed, so it cannot fight. If the dumpling could fight, then all the creatures on this island would probably not be enough for it to snack on. However, reality is cruel. As a divine-level creature, the dumpling needs to absorb massive amounts of life energy to grow from the juvenile phase to the growth phase. In the past, this energy was provided by mature North Sea giant monsters, but now, the dumpling can only rely on Lucan. Just then, a voice as pleasant as a clear spring suddenly rang out. Human navigator, do not go any further, it is very dangerous. Who? Jack's playful expression instantly turned cold and fierce as he drew his sword from his waist and scanned the surroundings. In the sea. Luchan looked towards the surface of the water on the starboard side of the yumming, and amidst the shimmering waves, a stunningly beautiful face slowly emerged. Wow, a gorgeous beauty. Jack immediately gaped, his face full of foolishness. Not a beauty, it's a sea beast. Luchan instantly sensed that this was not a human. Ah, what a pity, Jack mumbled, aiming the ship's massive harpoon at the woman. Ah, faced with the cold and sharp crossbow bolt, the girl gasped, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. In her panic, a magnificent fish tail suddenly splashed out from beneath the surface, sending up a spray of water. She was actually a mermaid, her tail shimmering with silver light under the sun. Wait! Luchan was quick and blocked Jack, who was about to fire the harpoon, his gaze fixed on the panicked mermaid. Sea beast, mermaid clan Fuyao traits, high intelligence, gentle temperament, kind, has a natural affinity for humans' talent, daughter of the sea, level, as a beloved of the ocean, Fuyao possesses compassion and can heal the wounds of all things in the world skill, shell guardian, level, in a critical moment, Fuyao can retreat into a giant shell to avoid danger combat assessment, level 4. Do you think all mermaids are like this? No, only Fuyao is like this, kind and close to humans. It was the first time Luchan had seen a creature from the Tianyu world with such traits. All the creatures he had encountered before, including the previous Jack, had shown great hostility towards humans. He was curious to see what this mermaid intended to do. Just then, with a splash, Fuyao, a male mermaid clad in silver scales, wielding a shield and spear, burst through the waves, agilely blocking Fuyao, his face fierce as he glared at Jack and Luchan. Seeing that Jack did not attack, Fuyao let out a sigh of relief. She gently tugged at Haopin's fin. Haopin brother, don't be nervous, I'm fine. Haopin's tense muscles did not relax. He turned to Fuyao, his eyes filled with both reproach and affection. Fuyao, I've warned you repeatedly, the human world is complex and full of dangers, and you still. Chapter 46, the powerful rock-armored lizard. Fuyao couldn't help but stick out her tongue. I just don't want any more innocent lives to die on Giant Lizard Island. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Luchan, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. Human, you really can't go any further. The Gorgon on Giant Lizard Island has been acting strangely lately, as if it has gone mad. it has been launching frenzied attacks on all foreign creatures that enter its sight, and even several of our merfolk have died at the hands of the Gorgon. Gorgon? Is that the two-headed giant lizard? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the island using the seagull's vision. In the center of the island, a massive meteorite crater was clearly visible, and within the pit, a two-headed lizard over 20 meters long was greedily licking the remains of surrounding creatures. The crater was filled with a chilling silence and terror. Oh, you've seen the Gorgon? Then you should know how terrifying it is, right? It's a peak level 5 creature, super powerful. Fuyao nodded while biting her finger, looking quite adorable. Seeing Fuyao's expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed that not all creatures in the Tianyu world were fierce and terrifying, at least there were pure and lovely beings like her. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Chen nodded, then waved his hand. Continue forward. The 4 skeletons immediately responded, once again wielding the oars. What happened to the 5th tier creatures? He killed a 5th tier creature. Why are you still going? Fuyao flailed her tail anxiously, her brows tightly knitted, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. Oh, little beauty, don't worry, Captain and I, Lord Jack, aren't afraid of that Gorgon nonsense. Jack puffed out his chest proudly, striking a pose of invincibility. This guy loved to show off whenever he encountered a beautiful woman. Just as Fuyao was about to persuade him again, she was interrupted by Howing. Fuyao, forget it. We've done our duty to warn them. If they insist on courting death, we can't be blamed. Howing glanced at the phantom ship, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. A 4th tier undead, a 2nd tier human, and a few 2nd tier skeletons, such a combination, and they want to challenge Giant Lizard Island? It's simply wishful thinking. With their meager strength, just 2 low-level giant rock-armored lizards could kill them all. Fuyao bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then softly said, wait. She then gently tossed a delicate shell onto the deck of the phantom ship, which shimmered with a faint light. If you really have to go, take this shell. It might save your life at a critical moment. Fuyao's shell, black iron low level, a one-time protective item that can condense into shell form to withstand one attack. Only the dexterous merfolk can make this. Seeing this shell, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. It was actually a graded item, able to withstand one attack, a good thing. Lu Chen didn't hold back and directly signaled Jack to take the shell. Thanks. Lu Chen didn't expect that in this perilous world of Tianyu, he would owe a favor to an alien. Captain, I now admit, you're a tiny bit more handsome than me. Jack leaned closer to Lu Chen, handing him the shell, and sighed, whether it's that Licini or this little mermaid, they treat you specially. It seems being handsome really has its advantages. Less nonsense, if you have energy to spare, go help the skeletons paddle. He. Fuyao looked at the phantom ship gradually approaching Giant Lizard Island and couldn't help but worry. Brother Howing, do you think they can survive? Howing shook his head and said decisively, impossible. Not to mention that fearsome Gorgon, just the hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards on the island are enough to send them into an abyss of despair. Under the watchful eyes of the siblings, the phantom ship slowly reached Giant Lizard Island. Kill! Jack swung his sword and jumped off the ship, charging toward the island. However, after running a few steps, he couldn't help but stop, looking back at Lu Chen in confusion. Captain, didn't that little merman say this island is very dangerous? Why haven't we seen his shadow? Suddenly, with a crack, a rock beside Jack began to wriggle strangely, and then it transformed into a 4-meter-long rock lizard, exuding a dangerous aura. Oh, so it can disguise itself. Jack snorted coldly, and the 4th-tier power within him erupted instantly. His sword flashed like lightning, slicing through the air, aimed directly at the rock lizard's head. Clang! Metal clashed with rock, sparks flying, but Jack felt a tremendous recoil from the sword tip, numbing his right hand and flashing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. How is that possible? He was secretly shocked. His full-force strike actually failed to break through the rock lizard's defense. Hiss! The rock lizard let out a low roar, its crimson tongue flickering unpredictably, and its thick tail whipped like a whip, striking fiercely at Jack. Damn! Jack cursed inwardly, swiftly retreating and narrowly dodging that deadly blow. Bang! The giant tail slammed heavily into the spot where Jack had been standing, causing the rocks to shatter instantly, debris flying, dust swirling, and the ground trembling incessantly. What the hell is that thing? How can its defense be so strong? Jack's eyes were filled with seriousness. At that moment, a shadow swept past Jack like the wind, a pitch-black blade accompanied by a howling wind, striking fiercely against the rock lizard. Sparks flew, and the rock lizard let out a mournful cry as its massive 4-meter-long body was suddenly sent flying by the overwhelming force contained in the blade, like a leaf caught in a wild gust, soaring dozens of meters away. The giant lizard crashed heavily to the ground, its enormous body rolling, limbs twitching, struggling to rise but momentarily unable to get up. The one who struck was Lu Chen, standing firm, his right hand gripping the heart-eroding blade tightly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Despite his own strength and the sharpness of the blade, he had not broken through its defenses. The giant lizard was purely knocked away by his powerful force. If it had been an ordinary creature, it would have been sliced in half by a single blow. Realizing this, Lu Chen quickly checked the information panel of the rock lizard. Beast, giant rock armored lizard, traits, skilled in camouflage, strong defense, feeds on rocks, social, medium intelligence, talent, none, skills, none, combat power assessment, level 4, no matter how strong the hunter, they will have a headache when facing these giant rock armored lizards. Also, a reminder, they are social creatures. Social? Lu Chen frowned, noting this crucial information. However, before he could devise a countermeasure, he heard the sound of rocks cracking again, and in an instant, 2 rocks beside Lu Chen and Jack began to writhe. On the beach, there were actually 3 level 4 giant rock-armored lizards. Chapter 47, Upgrade, HSSS. The 2 giant rock-armored lizards suddenly flicked their tongues, charging towards Lu Chen like heavy tanks. However, as the 2 giant rock-armored lizards crawled just a couple of steps, they found that the detestable human in front of them had suddenly vanished, level talent, invisibility. At the same time, a tremendous sense of crisis enveloped the hearts of the 2 giant rock-armored lizards. That human had not left, he was nearby. Suddenly, the air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, causing a tremor. Lu Chen's figure appeared like a ghost, materializing beside one of the giant rock-armored lizards, the pitch-black long knife slicing through the air, bringing with it a flash of lightning like cold light, viciously stabbing towards the giant rock-armored lizard. A hint of disdain flashed in the lizard's eyes. It fed on rocks daily. Its body had long been hardened like iron. A weak human thought he could shake its defenses? What a delusion! However, thud. With a muffled sound, accompanied by a flash of green light, the strangely glowing long knife accurately pierced the giant rock-armored lizard's right eye. No matter how indestructible its defense was, the eyes remained its vulnerable weak point. Under the dual impact of Lu Chen's surging power and the heart-eroding blade's unparalleled sharpness, the lizard's iron-like defense was instantly torn open, leaving a gruesome gash. Hiss! The giant rock-armored lizard howled in pain, its thick tail whipping towards Lu Chen like a giant whip in a storm. However, Lu Chen did not greedily pursue the attack. He decisively withdrew the long knife, his figure flashing, disappearing back into the void, leaving only the gaping wound as proof of his previous existence. A strike and retreat, that was his tactic. As long as he caused a bit of damage, it was enough. Cut! What's the use of this? Haochi, watching everything from a distance, curled his lips into a sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. The agility and strength of this human are indeed impressive, but the trivial damage he just inflicted is nothing more than a tickle to the thick-skinned, tough-skinned giant rock-armored lizard. It's completely useless. Haochi brother, don't say that. The fact that he can counterattack under the assault of 3 giant rock-armored lizards is already quite remarkable, Fuyao pouted, her small face full of worry. If it were her up there, she would have long been dead beneath the giant lizard's massive tail. However, just as her words fell, the previously lively giant rock-armored lizard suddenly showed a strange green hue, and its movements became visibly slow and stiff. In an instant, it foamed at the mouth and collapsed, breathless. The disdain on Haochi's face froze instantly. This is poison? He widened his eyes, his tone filled with shock. To kill a 4th-tier beast in 1 second, this human actually masters such a terrifying poison technique. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Fuyao couldn't help but pat her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief as her worries finally eased. Seeing the giant rock-armored lizard lying dead, foaming at the mouth, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight arc. As I thought, this beast is useless except for its strong defense. Although the giant rock-armored lizard possessed formidable physical defenses, it sacrificed agility and speed for it. Lu Chen's agility, reaching 76 points, combined with the stealth ability he had plundered from the Fusang people, was enough to toy with these clumsy giant rock-armored lizards. As long as he could break its skin a little, his poison talent, also acquired from the Fusang people, paired with the heart-eating blade could instantly send these seemingly indestructible giants to their doom. Looks like you are nothing more than fish on my chopping board. With a cold sneer, he vanished again. Seeing their companion's tragic death, the other 2 giant rock-armored lizards flashed with a hint of panic and fear in their eyes. Their indestructible armor could stand proudly against the fierce attacks of 5th-tier beasts, yet at this moment, it seemed utterly useless before this seemingly insignificant human. The simple brains of the giant rock-armored lizards couldn't comprehend why this was happening, but running, that was always the right choice. Thinking of this, the 2 beasts hurriedly swung their heavy limbs, trying to escape this place of death. But with Lu Chen's speed, How could they possibly escape? He appeared beside the giant rock-armored lizard he had just cleaved away in an instant, his long knife stabbing out like lightning, accurately piercing into its massive eye. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the giant beast collapsed. Lu Chen's figure vanished like a ghost once more. At this moment, the only remaining giant rock-armored lizard seemed to sense its impending fate of being slaughtered. It raised its massive head and let out a deafening roar, trying to warn its kind or intimidate this terrifying human. However, all of this was in vain. Just as it roared, a black blade appeared like a phantom, instantly penetrating its eye and striking deep into its skull. The giant rock-armored lizard's body trembled violently before it fell helplessly to the ground. Just 1 second later, these two imposing fourth-tier giant rock-armored lizards succumbed to the poison and died. Ding! Killed a giant rock-armored lizard. Tier 4, gained 250 life energy. Ding! Killed a giant rock-armored lizard. Tier 4, gained 250 life energy. Ding! Killed a giant rock-armored lizard. Tier 4, gained 250 life energy. A massive amount of life energy surged from the three giant rock-armored lizards, absorbed by Lu Chen and the little ball behind him. Immediately, a tremendous power erupted within Lu Chen. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 3. Ding! As an overseer, the attributes you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, aggression, constitution, perception, free attribute points up. Lu Chen involuntarily spread his arms and let out a howl to the sky, a pure ecstasy brought on by the surge of power. Just leveling up once, his attributes skyrocketed by 90 points. Awesome! So awesome! Jack behind him was already dumbfounded, his eyes filled with shock. Captain, as expected of an overseer, it's truly terrifying. Although the description was lengthy, it had only been a few seconds from Lu Chen making his move to the three giant rock-armored lizards falling helplessly to the ground. Looking at the increasingly profound and powerful aura emanating from Lu Chen, Jack instinctively shrank his neck and muttered softly, "The captain has become stronger." He knew well that Lu Chen's current power was just the tip of the iceberg. As Lu Chen continued to grow, the true terror of the overseer would gradually reveal itself. By then, perhaps there would really be a chance for him to avenge his great grievance, and perhaps only an overseer could deal with such an existence. Chapter 48, Captain, Jack, won't embarrass you. Chapter 48, Captain, Jack, won't embarrass you. Lu Chen decisively allocated all his free attribute points into perception. Now, he possessed dozens of powerful talents and understood that mental strength was the key to harnessing these talents. Without sufficient mental strength, no matter how many talents one had, they would only gather dust, becoming useless decorations. Enhancing perception was an effective way to increase mental strength. After leveling up, Lu Chen's attribute panel was completely refreshed. Level 3, 330, Strength, 112, Aggression, 96, Constitution, 112, Perception, 116, only key data listed to avoid redundancy, except for Aggression, all other attributes had surpassed the 110-point mark. Just imagine, if other Tier 3 evolvers saw Lu Chen's panel, they would surely exclaim in shock, as typically, a Tier 3 evolver's four-dimensional attributes would only be around 30 points. To reach level 4 requires 1,000 points of energy. A single giant rock-armored lizard can provide 125 points, just hunt 6 more, simple. Even though he had given half of the life energy to the little ball, as long as monsters kept appearing, his leveling speed would still be unmatched, leaving others far behind. Dougie the little ball rolled around excitedly in the backpack on Lu Chen's back after absorbing a massive amount of life energy. At this moment, the little ball's experience bar also saw a significant leap. Level 1, 730, Lu Chen believed that as he hunted higher-tier beasts in the future, the little ball would level up faster and faster. However, just then, perhaps the last giant rock-armored lizard's unwilling roar before its death awakened the slumbering giant rock-armored lizard clan. A series of cracking sounds echoed, crack crack, as if the earth itself was trembling. From what seemed like ordinary rocks, one by one, giant rock-armored lizards shed their disguises, their massive bodies slowly stretching out. Hiss! The roar was incessant, and to his astonishment, there were actually hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards lined up in sight. This scene left Jack horrified, and he exclaimed in shock, "Hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards." These giant rock lizards, each one a powerful existence at the 4th tier, would undoubtedly be regarded as a local overlord if they appeared alone in the outside world. Even if all the players in the entire novice area of Zone 1000 joined forces, they might not be able to subdue a single one. Now, such terrifying creatures have appeared in droves, numbering over 100. Witnessing this scene, Haochi couldn't help but shake his head. They're finished. Although this human has made significant achievements in poison techniques, facing the siege of over 100 giant rock lizards, even the gods can't save him. Fuya nervously watched Lu Chen, her hands unconsciously intertwining, her eyes filled with worry. Run away. With your speed, you can still escape in time. But clearly, Lu Chen did not hear Fu Yao's murmurs. His gaze swept over the densely packed group of giant rock lizards, and instead of fear, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just when he was worried that there weren't enough monsters, the arrival of these over 100 fourth-tier giant rock lizards was just perfect. Jack, Captain, are we retreating? Jack had already assumed a posture ready to flee. Kill! Lu Chen shouted coldly, his body instantly transforming into an afterimage, disappearing from the spot. All right. Not retreating? Jack was momentarily stunned, but then he smiled and shook his head. Captain, following you is truly exciting every day. After throwing out this line, Jack suddenly stepped forward, following Lu Chen's lead to bravely launch an attack against the 100 giant rock lizards. The famous Jack won't embarrass the captain. Why? Why not run away? You clearly had a chance to escape just now. Watching Lu Chen and Jack's brave figures, Fu Yao clasped her hands in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with uncontrollable concern. Haoqi gently patted her shoulder. Fu Yao, you're just too kind. Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with us. These two are clearly acting recklessly, relying on their own abilities. As he said this, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. That human is too arrogant. He will eventually bring about his own demise. With their meager strength, they dare to actively provoke a massive group of giant rock lizards. It's undoubtedly seeking death. Although his poison techniques are quite unique, how long can he continuously release poison? How long can his mental strength hold out? In Haoqi's eyes, Lu Chen and Jack had already become food in the mouths of the giant rock lizards. Brother Haoqi, if you keep this up, I'm getting angry. Can't you wish them well? What if they're really strong? Fu Yao frowned, her tail fin dissatisfied as it splashed against the water's surface, creating ripples. All right, brother was wrong. Seeing this, Haoqi quickly relented, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and indulgence. Hiss! A giant rock lizard roared, its thick tail like a whip, tearing through the air and sweeping violently towards Jack. Oh, do you think Captain Jack would be helpless against you little crawlers? Jack sneered, his body nimbly dodging the tail strike. The long sword in his hand flickered with black light, gathering a tremendous amount of black energy, and with an extremely tricky angle, he suddenly thrust it towards the giant lizard's eye. Skill level, sword mastery. Hiss hiss hiss. The giant lizard cried out in pain, its massive mouth opening wide, revealing its fangs, and it lunged fiercely at Jack. However, Jack was not Lu Chen. He did not have poison techniques at his disposal. At this moment, if he retreated, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would certainly not be able to inflict fatal damage on the giant rock lizard. He narrowed his eyes, and instead of withdrawing his right hand with the sword, he accelerated his thrust, deeply piercing into the giant rock lizard's skull. The sword tipped wildly stirring, smashing the lizard's brain to pieces. But just in that fleeting moment, the giant rock lizard's dying counterattack tightly bit down on Jack's left hand, halting his movement. In an instant, 5 giant rock lizards surged in from all directions, opening their massive jaws and lunging at Jack. Come on! Jack roared, his face filled with determination and madness. He released the hilt of his sword with his right hand and grabbed the tongue of a charging giant rock lizard. The power of level 4 erupted instantly, and with a fierce tug, he actually pulled the giant lizard's tongue out. Took one down, heavily injured another. Captain, Jack, haven't embarrassed you. Jack laughed heartily, his voice brimming with bravado. However, before his laughter faded, he was overwhelmed by countless giant rock lizards, his towering body torn apart and devoured like a broken doll under their relentless bites. Your vassal, Jack, has slain a giant rock lizard, level 4, you gain 250 life energy points. Feeling the life energy surge into his body, Lu Chen glanced at Jack. As Lu Chen's first captured vassal, Jack's performance at this moment pleased Lu Chen greatly. Chapter 49, The Crisis of the 1000th New BC. Chapter 49, The Crisis of the New BC. Although this guy usually acted flippantly and unseriously, once he stepped onto the battlefield, his ruthlessness and determination were truly shocking. Lu Chen found him worth cultivating. As for Jack, who had now been torn apart by the giant rock lizards, Lu Chen was not worried at all. This guy was cursed to be immortal, at most just suffering a bit. So many big lizards, I can definitely have a good time killing. Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, his figure suddenly revealing itself, the black blade in his hand darting like lightning into the eye socket of a giant rock lizard. However, just as he was about to withdraw, another giant rock lizard's massive tail swept in with a fierce wind. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Lu Chen actually braced himself with both hands to withstand this devastating blow. A flash of disbelief crossed the giant rock lizard's eyes. It could not comprehend why this seemingly insignificant human could withstand its full force strike with those seemingly delicate hands. But before the giant rock lizard could regain its senses, Lu Chen's arm muscles suddenly tensed, and a powerful force erupted like a volcano. Woo! Accompanied by a piercing wail, the giant rock lizard was yanked by its tail and flung away like a rag doll. This scene was shocking, leaving the entire group of giant rock lizards momentarily stunned. When they realized that this human was no ordinary foe, all the giant lizards let out furious roars and surged toward Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen vanished like a ghost once again, and every time he reappeared, it was accompanied by the screams of a giant rock lizard. Just like that, Lu Chen, who was supposed to be the prey, transformed into a fierce hunter in an instant. The hundreds of giant rock lizards could only blindly roar like headless flies, helplessly waiting to be hunted down one by Lu Chen. At this moment in the 1000th new BC, no one noticed Lu Chen's rapidly rising level. Everyone was seizing every moment to find and hunt sea beasts, concentrating all resources to help Li Sini level up. This was proposed by Yang Zimo, as Lu Chen could only gain half the experience points and had not shown himself, so everyone chose to prioritize raising Li Sini's level to compete with Park Jong-ho to be the first to reach level 5. Faced with the gamble of survival, everyone was united, and no one dared to relax. Li Sini, we in Group 3 have severely injured a level 2 sea wolf at 673. Hurry and come collect it. We in Group 1 found a level 1 dolphin beast, and now an ice-type enhancer has frozen it. We are bringing it to you, Li Sini. Great! Li Sini just leveled up to level 4. The crowd erupted in cheers, as if they had caught a glimmer of hope for victory. However, at that moment, someone exclaimed, "Damn, those Koreans are just like us, pouring all their efforts into helping Park Jong-ho level up." What? They're doing that too? How much experience has Park Jong-ho gained during this time? He's already level 4, 1100, now. As soon as this was said, a silence fell over the 1000th novice area. How is that possible? We concentrated all our sea beasts for Li Sini to kill, and even then, Li Sini only gained 900 points of life energy. How could Park Jong-ho gain 1000 points? It's over. Li Sini's level is already lower than Park Jong-ho's, and now they're gaining life energy faster than us. How are we supposed to win? Sigh, those Koreans already have an advantage in survival bets, and their overall combat power is stronger than ours. It's normal that we can't hunt sea beasts as quickly as they can. My god, we've been hunting sea beasts almost non-stop, but even so, we still can't match the speed of those Koreans? Have you noticed? The number of sea beasts in the first and second tier activity areas has sharply decreased. Our second group has searched here for half a day and barely found 2 first-tier sea beasts. Are we only left with hunting high-tier sea beasts? But high-tier sea beasts are too strong. At this rate, are we really going to lose? For a moment, a pessimistic mood spread rapidly like a plague. Everyone, please don't give up. Until the last moment, the outcome is still unknown. That's right, if we can't find low-tier sea beasts, those Koreans might not be able to find them either. Everyone, don't worry too much. Yang Zimo watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He knew that this survival bet against the Koreans was extremely severe, and the odds were not in their favor. Yang Zimo said, "Everyone, please make sure to donate the bodies of any gifted sea beasts to Lu Chen. If we unfortunately lose this time, he will be the last hope for our 1000th novice area." At this point, Yang Zimo's mood became exceptionally heavy. He understood that once they failed, the allied nations would never give them a chance to catch their breath. The next survival bet would follow closely, until all the attributes of the evolvers in the 1000th novice area were completely stripped away. The already perished novice sea areas had all fallen victim to such tactics. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo shook his head. No matter what, they could never give up until the last moment. Then his avatar flickered, and he spoke again. "All level 2 and above evolvers, follow me into the 3rd-tier sea beast activity area to hunt. Level 1 evolvers should continue searching for and hunting 1st and 2nd-tier sea beasts." As soon as this was said, it immediately caused an uproar. Yang Zimo, are you serious? 3rd-tier sea beasts are just too powerful. We have a limited number of level 3 evolvers. If we let level 2 evolvers face 3rd-tier sea beasts, it could lead to massive casualties. Long Hauren said, "At this point, there's no other choice. If we don't speed up the hunting of sea beasts, we will surely lose the bet against the 942 sea area." Li Ming echoed, "Level 2 evolvers just need to assist us in tracking the 3rd-tier sea beasts. The actual killing task should be left to us level 3 evolvers." Zhou Yu added, "Everyone, we don't have time to waste." In just this short while, Park Jong-ho's experience points have increased significantly. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that there was no time left to hesitate, and they quickly rallied their spirits and sprang into action. Roar! Accompanied by a piercing wail, the head of a 3rd-tier ironback manatee was severed by Park Jong-ho in one strike. Park Jong-ho curled his lips into a cold smile, sheathing his long knife with a swift motion. Beneath his feet, the wooden boat swayed gently, while dozens of various sea beast corpses floated on the surrounding sea. Chapter 50, Lizard Giant Overlord Gorgon. The evolvers in the 50th chapter area were still busy, paddling their wooden boats to continuously transport the nearly defeated sea beasts to Park Jong-ho's side. The blood of the sea beasts spread like red silk in the seawater, slowly staining the area a shocking red, reflecting the undisguised disdain on Park Jong-ho's face. These Xingxia people are truly hopelessly foolish. Only now do they think about hunting third-tier sea beasts. It's utterly laughable, he said coldly. At that moment, a small-eyed crew member approached from behind him, his face full of flattery as he praised, "President, your decision is truly wise and powerful. That Lee Sinny, who has concentrated resources to upgrade, has only just reached level 4. We are ahead of her by over 1,000 experience points. We are sure to win this bet." Upon hearing this, the disdain on Park Jong-ho's face deepened. Lee Sinny? She's just a clown. In front of our great Goryeo nation, she only eats our exhaust. Then, Park Jong-ho opened the chat channel. Park Jong-ho, everyone, keep up the good work. We are now over 1,000 energy points ahead of the Xingxia people. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, we will easily win this bet. His words instantly sparked enthusiastic cheers in the chat channel of Area 942. Long live President Park. Those Xingxia people are destined to be nothing but nutrients for us to absorb attribute points. I can't stand those Xingxia people. They seem to be more prominent than our Goryeo Empire on Blue Star. These Xingxia people actually think they can win just by being united. As for unity, our Goryeo nation is also very united. Just thinking about the 40 attribute points I can plunder from those Xingxia sickly creatures makes me tremble with excitement. What sinking land, what Lee Sinny, what nonsense Xingxia. Once they encounter our invincible Goryeo people, they will still kneel and sing conquer. At this moment, Fu Yao and Hao Qi stared ahead in astonishment, their faces pale. On that rocky, jagged island, the corpses of giant rock-armored lizards were densely spread out. These colossal creatures, all of them tinged with green, had clearly died from a potent poison. The most critical point was that, until now, over 100 giant rock-armored lizards had not managed to injure that detestable human even once. The surviving giant rock-armored lizards huddled together, their eyes revealing a deep fear in unison. It was terrifying. This human was truly terrifying. He lurked around like a ghost, and whenever he appeared, it was always accompanied by a thunderous strike. The proud defense of the giant rock-armored lizards was rendered useless under his precise and venomous attacks. What crushed the giant rock-armored lizards was the realization that this human's weapon carried such terrifying toxins. Any of their kind injured by him would instantly foam at the mouth and die in misery. Moreover, what made the giant rock-armored lizards despair the most was that they could only passively endure the beating. This detestable human not only possessed the ability to become invisible but was also extraordinarily agile. No matter how hard they fought back, they could never touch him in the slightest. How powerful! Fu Yao's eyes widened, her delicate hands involuntarily covering her red lips. Beside her, Hao Qi was equally dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief, and the shock in his heart surged like a tide. How long had it been? Was this human's mental strength limitless? On the island, that shivering lizard, is it still the giant rock lizard that once made other creatures turn pale with fear? Aren't they supposed to be powerful? How could these hundreds of giant rock lizards be so easily subdued by a single human, without any ability to fight back? Brother Haoping, look quickly, he's really amazing. Maybe he can help us drive away those nasty Naga. Watching as Lu Chen's black blade pierced the eye of a giant rock lizard once more, Fu Yao's eyes sparkled with joy, excitedly shaking Haoping's arm, her little face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Haoping snapped back to reality from his shock, but as soon as he thought of how he had previously underestimated Lu Chen, his face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as if he had been slapped by Lu Chen without realizing it, his cheeks burning. He pouted and reluctantly said, "I admit, I did underestimate him before. This human really has some skills. However, even so, he won't last long." Why not? He's the strongest human Fu Yao has ever seen. Fu Yao looked confused. These giant rock lizards clearly posed no threat to that handsome human brother anymore, right? With his way of killing, he will definitely attract Gorgon's attention. Once Gorgon makes a move, how long do you think this human can survive? Upon hearing Gorgon's name, the smile on Fu Yao's face instantly froze, a hint of uncontainable fear flashing in her eyes. Ding! Kill giant rock lizard, tier 4, gain 250 life energy. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 4. Ding! As an overseer, your attributes gained upon leveling up are doubled: strength, agility, constitution, perception, free attribute points. So refreshing. Killing feels so good. Feeling the surging energy within him from leveling up, Lu Chen's face flushed with excitement, treating tier 4 ferocious beasts like chickens, leveling up twice in a row. This feeling was simply exhilarating. As his strength continued to grow, Lu Chen increasingly realized the importance of Tuanzi to him. With multiple talents, Tuanzi allowed Lu Chen's true combat power to soar exponentially. Just take these giant rock lizards before him. Without Tuanzi helping him absorb poison control, invisibility, speed enhancement, and perception strengthening, how could he make such a remarkably defensive Tier 4 ferocious beast tremble before him, utterly powerless to fight back? Just as Lu Chen was about to continue attacking and slaughter all the giant rock lizards in front of him, hoping to reach level 5 and defeat those Korean opponents, an unexpected change occurred. All the giant rock lizards seemed to feel they could do nothing against Lu Chen, raising their heads to the sky and letting out a long, mournful howl, oh. Immediately after, a deafening, soul-shaking roar erupted from the center of the island, roar. The sound was so immense it seemed capable of tearing through the clouds, making the entire island tremble. Rumble, rumble, with this loud noise, the ground seemed to shake, trees swayed, and dust flew. Amidst this heart-stirring commotion, a colossal creature slowly entered Lu Chen's view, a two-headed giant lizard over 20 meters long, its massive body crushing through trees like a moving mountain, imposing and invincible. The lizard overlord Gorgon. Looking at the giant beast before him, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Big guy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 51 The Strongest Enemy Gorgon. Chapter 51 The Strongest Enemy Gorgon. Ferocious Beast, Lizard Overlord. Gorgon traits: strong defense, frenzied, moderate intelligence, two-headed, unknown talent, mountainous power, skills 1. Gravity manipulation. Gorgon can manipulate the surrounding gravitational field, causing enemies to lose balance or become immobile. He can also use gravity to pull enemies towards him and then crush them with immense force. The Gorgon opened its massive mouth, letting out a deafening roar while releasing powerful energy waves that dealt devastating blows to its enemies, leaving them momentarily dazed. Combat Power Assessment, Peak Level 5. An extremely dangerous lizard overlord. Do not trust the Combat Power Assessment, it is merely a reference. You were only seen as Level 2 in the eyes of others before. What does the prompt from the Celestial Oracle mean in the Combat Power Assessment section? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. If this Gorgon, like him, had a true combat power far exceeding its level, it would be quite alarming. It should be noted that when Lu Chen was at level 2, his true combat power when fully unleashed was at level 4. Although it was uncertain whether this Gorgon would unleash astonishing combat power like Lu Chen, even disregarding that, the data displayed on the Gorgon's panel was enough to instill fear. The Gorgon not only possessed the mountain power talent of level 6 but also unprecedentedly mastered 2 skills. This was the first time Lu Chen encountered a ferocious beast with 2 skills, and its strength was unimaginable. Even more unsettling was the fact that its characteristics section was marked unknown, adding an air of mystery to the Gorgon's power. All signs indicated that this large lizard was not to be trifled with. The Gorgon had 2 heads. The left head had piercing eyes, while the right head seemed to be asleep. The left head slightly turned, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Chen, filled with contempt. Such a weak human dared to step into the forbidden land of Giant Lizard Island. It was simply asking for death. Roar! The Gorgon's left head suddenly opened its massive mouth, emitting a deafening roar, followed by its enormous tail, which moved like a giant python, swiftly lifting a boulder and then hurling it with great force. Whoosh! The boulder sliced through the air like a meteor falling from the sky, carrying destructive power straight towards Lu Chen. I want to see what makes you different, big lizard. A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's lips as the power within him surged, activating his enhanced strength, speed, hearing, and vision in an instant. The blade flashed like lightning, and the meteor-like boulder was split in half by Lu Chen's strike, while he nimbly weaved through the cracks in the stone, heading straight for the Gorgon. At that moment, his invisibility talent suddenly activated, causing Lu Chen's figure to vanish from the Gorgon's sight, leaving only a faint afterimage. Immediately after, Lu Chen, in his invisible state, stomped the ground with his right foot, using the reaction force to shoot upwards like an arrow, aligning himself with the Gorgon's head. At the same time, his poison talent erupted fully, and the heart-eroding blade in his hand glimmered with a strange and deep green light, striking towards the Gorgon's massive vertical eye like a venomous snake. This move worked well against small lizards. I wonder how it will fare against a big one. However, just as the sharp blade was about to kiss the Gorgon's pupil, a sudden change occurred. The Gorgon's soft eye instantly solidified into rock. It was the Gorgon's level 6 talent, mountain power. It could instantly transform any part of its body's exterior into hard rock. Clang! Metal clashed against stone, sparks flying like fireworks. Lu Chen's full-force strike only left a shallow scratch on the Gorgon's eye. A hint of disdain flashed in the Gorgon's eyes, and then its massive head lunged forward. With Lu Chen suspended in midair and having no place to gain leverage, he could only hastily cross his arms to brace himself against this thunderous blow. Boom! With a deafening roar, Lu Chen was like a leaf caught in a wild wind, or a speeding cannonball, forcefully embedded into the rock wall behind him. Stones flew everywhere, dust hung in the air like fog, and the ground trembled. Damn, this giant lizard is indeed tough. It has no weaknesses. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rising from the rubble, his eyes filled with gravity. That last collision had sent his blood surging, but fortunately, he had activated his physical enhancement in time. Although he couldn't help but spit out some blood, his body remained resilient and had not suffered severe damage. Roar! The Gorgon, seeing this ant before it's still alive after taking a hit, immediately roared in anger. Its massive tail swung violently, sweeping towards Lu Chen with the force to crush. Lu Chen moved, his right foot stomping the ground, attempting to dodge this lethal strike. But at that critical moment, a circle of earthy yellow light spread like ripples, instantly enveloping Lu Chen. His body felt as if it were being weighed down by an immense burden, his steps becoming extraordinarily heavy. It was the Gorgon's skill, gravity manipulation. The giant tail tore through the air, whistling towards him, the wind pressure cutting like a knife, and Lu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. There was no way to evade. Then, he would face it head-on. Giant lizard, I want to see just how powerful you are. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, his mental energy surging forth like a tide, consuming itself recklessly. In an instant, bones flew, coalescing into a massive shield of bones. Lu Chen slightly bent his legs, firmly grounding himself, gathering all his strength, activating his three major talents: physical enhancement, power superposition, and perception enhancement. With Lu Chen's perception boosted to 272 points, the bone shield shimmered like it was forged from cold iron, radiating a chilling glow. Behind him, Fu Yao's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, He actually intends to take on the Gorgon's attack head-on. Is he crazy? The Gorgon was a legendary beast known for its immense strength and unparalleled defense. This human brother was attempting to withstand the Gorgon's furious strike with his flesh and blood? Fu Yao dared not look directly, closing her eyes in fear of witnessing the impending disaster. Beside her, Hao Qi, however, saw through the situation, shaking his head gently. He has no choice. He's locked in by the Gorgon's gravity circle and cannot evade. Hao Qi's gaze fell on Lu Chen, a hint of respect flashing in his eyes. This human, though reckless, was to his liking. A warrior should charge forward, and even if they cannot win, they must never die fleeing. Chapter 52, Breaking the Wind Again. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the sky, the giant shield forged from bones, upon encountering the terrifying tail that resembled a mountain, cracked like a spider's web, and then exploded into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. The Gorgon's tail, its power undiminished, continued to sweep towards Lu Chen with a destructive force. Come on! Lu Chen roared, his eyes wide open, his entire body erupting with a dazzling red glow, a sign that his power superposition was fully unleashed. Bang! A dull thud echoed, shaking the air as if it had solidified for a moment. Is that human brother crushed? Fu Yao trembled, her voice shaking as she tightly covered her eyes with her hands, asking Hao Qi beside her. However, Hao Qi did not respond. His eyes were wide, mouth agape, as if witnessing the most incredible sight in the world. Hao Qi brother, why aren't you speaking? Seeing Hao Qi's lack of reaction, Fu Yao couldn't help but part her fingers slightly, peeking towards the giant lizard island. In an instant, a shocking scene entered her view. The Gorgon's massive tail was actually being firmly caught by that relatively small human brother with both hands. Lu Chen's arms were tense, like a coiled dragon, while his legs were deeply embedded in the ground, forcibly plowing two deep furrows. Gorgon? Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, just as so. With that, his body swayed, and he instantly vanished, disappearing from the Gorgon's line of sight. At this moment, the Gorgon's enormous eyes, which had previously held disdain, were now filled with grave seriousness. This human was extraordinary. The tail strike he had unleashed with all his might, even a sixth-tier beast would not dare to confront head-on. Yet, this seemingly fourth-tier human had withstood it. Could it be that his strength had surpassed that of a sixth-tier creature? How could that be possible? The Gorgon shook its head, trying to dispel this absurd thought. The strength of a fourth-tier human surpassing that of a sixth-tier beast? That was simply a fantasy. The Gorgon shook its head again, although it couldn't comprehend. As long as it exerted its full strength, crushing this human would still be a piece of cake. Suddenly, it opened its massive mouth wide, and a terrifying howl echoed through the sky. Roar! The terrifying sound wave energy, as if it were tangible, swept up the surrounding dust and debris, forming an astonishing storm. Skill level Mountain Roar. At this moment, Lu Chen had just concealed himself behind the Gorgon, right within the attack range of the Mountain Roar. He felt a heavy thud in his chest, as if struck by a heavy hammer, and then the world spun around him. He lost control of his body in an instant, standing there like a wooden puppet. Worse still, under the assault of the sound wave, Lu Chen had already exited his invisible state. The Gorgon reacted quickly, suddenly turning around, its left massive head opening its mouth again, fiercely lunging at Lu Chen. Big brother, why are you standing there? Quickly dodge! Fu Yao anxiously flicked her tail, her eyes filled with urgency. It's no use, he's been stunned by the Gorgon's roar. Hao Chi's eyes revealed a hint of regret. This human had earned Hao Chi's respect through his strength and courage, but the human body was ultimately too fragile. Once caught in the Gorgon's fearsome jaws, there would be no chance of survival under those razor-sharp fangs. Thinking of this, Hao Chi couldn't help but sigh. It was such a pity to finally see a human that was pleasing to the eye, only to have him about to fall in the cruel reality, turning to dust. At this moment, the Gorgon's gaping maw, like an abyss, was rapidly closing in on Lu Chen. In the next second, this tiny human seemed about to become its meal, to be completely torn apart and swallowed. However, the Gorgon suddenly saw a hint of playful mockery in the human's eyes. What did that mean? He was about to die. Shouldn't he be afraid? Wait, no. How could he move? Why was his stun time so short? How could this be possible? For the first time, confusion and panic intertwined in the Gorgon's eyes, an unprecedented sense of crisis coursing through its body like electricity, and it instinctively wanted to close its massive mouth. But it was all too late. Humph, a beast is still a beast. I let my guard down and fell easily into the trap. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. This Gorgon possessed the level talent, mountain power, capable of turning any part of its body into solid rock in an instant. Even an ordinary giant rock iguana had astonishing defensive power, let alone it as the leader. So Lu Chen changed his mindset. Since its external defenses were so strong, he didn't believe its internal defenses would be equally formidable. As long as he could find a way to make the Gorgon open its mouth, it would be fine. Just now, the Gorgon had roared like a mountain, which seemed terrifying, but under Lu Chen's perception of 116 points, it only caused him a brief moment of daze before he quickly regained clarity. If the Gorgon had chosen to attack with a tail strike or in some other way at that moment, Lu Chen would have unhesitatingly chosen to evade. However, this not-so-smart giant lizard chose to try to eat him. Looking at the Gorgon's foul-smelling massive mouth, Lu Chen decided to turn the situation to his advantage. He suddenly tightened his right hand, gripping the pitch-black long knife at his waist, his pupils constricting sharply, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Break! Wind! With a low and powerful command, Lu Chen's figure flickered like a ghost, the heart-eating blade instantly unsheathed, creating an extremely sharp gust of wind. He spun, the blade carving a beautiful and deadly arc in the air, directly aimed at the Gorgon's gaping mouth. The Gorgon sensed the danger, its massive body instinctively wanting to close its mouth and retreat, but it was too late. Lu Chen's speed was as fast as lightning. The heart-eating blade tore through the air, carrying an irresistible force, accurately piercing into the left side of the Gorgon's head from its mouth. Immediately after, Lu Chen flicked his wrist, the wind burst forth, the blade's light surged, and from the inside out, it brutally cleaved the Gorgon's hard skull apart. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the enormous body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the blood dripping from the heart-eating blade and Lu Chen's unwavering, calm figure, showcasing the brutality of this battle and his strength. Chapter 53, The Demonized Gorgon. The urgency and regret on Fu Yao and Hao Chi's faces had not yet faded when they instantly froze into a state of disbelief. Big Brother actually killed the Gorgon. Fu Yao stared blankly at Lu Chen's tall figure, her voice trembling with incredulity. The scene before her completely overturned her understanding. She could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary human Big Brother could, with a single strike, explode the head of the fearsome Gorgon. This human Big Brother was truly amazing. Hao Chi's mouth was agape, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his face filled with shock. A fourth-tier human had just annihilated a peak fifth-tier beast. What was going on? His previous understanding of the power hierarchy was shattered at that moment, leaving him speechless for a long time. Finally, he managed to squeeze out two words: so awesome. He had previously looked down on this human, which was a huge mistake. He was all too aware of the Gorgon's terror. This giant lizard often invaded the sea, posing a significant threat to the merfolk. Hao Chi's tribe had once fought against the Gorgon, resulting in a devastating outcome. 2 fifth-tier merfolk elders and dozens of merfolk warriors bravely sacrificed, yet they hadn't even managed to harm a single hair of the Gorgon. Yet, this ruler-level creature that dominated the sea had now fallen under Lu Chen's blade, mercilessly beheaded. This human was simply powerful to the point of suffocation. At this moment, Lu Chen gazed at the Gorgon, whose head and body were separated, devoid of breath, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Why is there no kill notification? And no life energy? Could it be because this guy had two heads? Just now, Lu Chen's windbreak had directly exploded the left head of the Gorgon, but the right head, which was still asleep, remained intact. Head, not completely dead, huh? I don't believe that if I cut off your other head, you won't die. Lu Chen let out a cold snort and was about to step forward to deliver a finishing blow. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. He saw that the Gorgon, which had been lifeless with its eyes tightly shut, slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were as black as an abyss, revealing a strange, eerie light that seemed capable of swallowing all brightness. At the same time, an unprecedented aura of terror and evil surged from within the Gorgon, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. This dark energy was cold and twisted, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Crack, 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 accompanied by a series of eerie sounds. A large number of black crystals erupted from the Gorgon's body, quickly covering it entirely, resembling an indestructible suit of dark armor. Against the backdrop of this armor, the Gorgon had completely transformed into a terrifying, pitch-black beast, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. It has mutated? He could sense that the Gorgon before him was no longer the same monster as before, but had been awakened by some unknown power, gaining even more terrifying strength. Unknown energy? Wait! Lu Chen suddenly recalled seeing a pitch-black meteorite in the center of the island while scouting with a seagull before landing on Giant Lizard Island, and the Gorgon resided in that massive meteorite crater. Could it be that this dark, evil energy was carried by that meteorite? In the distance, Hao Qi witnessed this scene, his face turning pale as he exclaimed, "Oh no! It's the dark demon essence! The Gorgon has absorbed the power of the dark demon essence." Fu Yao, standing beside him, immediately showed a worried expression upon hearing Hao Qi's words. "I've heard the clan leader Grandpa say that any creature that absorbs the power of the dark demon essence, while becoming extraordinarily powerful, will completely lose its sanity and become a monster that knows only madness and slaughter." Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with fear of the unknown danger. That Gorgon was already incredibly strong, and now it has gained the power of the dark demon essence. Isn't that extremely dangerous for the human big brother? At this point, Fu Yao couldn't help but grab Hao Qi's arm, her eyes sparkling with urgency. "Hao Qi brother, those creatures that absorb the dark demon essence ultimately become terrifying existences that know only slaughter. They will destroy all life that appears before them, and the creatures of the entire sea will not be spared. Our merfolk tribe will also find it hard to escape. We must hurry back to find the clan leader Grandpa and the others, so they can help the human big brother fight against the Gorgon." However, in response to Fu Yao's plea, Hao Qi could only shake his head with a bitter smile. "Fu Yao, it's not that I don't want to help, but even if all the strong members of our tribe were to mobilize, I'm afraid we would still be powerless against the already demonized Gorgon." He sighed, his gaze heavy as he looked at the Gorgon on the island. "What we can do may only be to quickly notify the tribe to relocate, and the farther away, the better." A trace of undeniable fear flashed in Hao Qi's eyes as he recalled the disaster from years ago. At that time, a fourth-tier demonized creature had appeared here, nearly plunging the entire sea into despair. Countless fifth-tier and even sixth-tier powerhouses had joined forces but failed to subdue it, ultimately having to watch helplessly as it rampaged. And now, the Gorgon was already a terrifying existence at the peak of the fifth tier, and having absorbed the power of the dark demon essence, how much stronger could it become? Hao Qi could hardly bear to imagine. The demonized Gorgon locked its pitch-black eyes tightly on Lu Chen, an endless surge of slaughter and madness swirling within. "This human looks delicious. I want to eat him." Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Gorgon's limbs suddenly tensed, and at the moment of exertion, its massive body displayed an astonishing agility that was completely at odds with its size. It charged towards Lu Chen like a derailed giant cannonball, carrying with it a destructive force. So fast! Lu Chen's heart sank, his pupils suddenly constricting. Relying on his keen intuition and extraordinary reflexes, he threw himself to the right with all his might, narrowly avoiding the Gorgon's lethal impact at the last possible moment. "Ha! The illustrious Lord Jack has resurrected." Jack's battered body, torn apart by the giant rock lizard, successfully revived under the power of the undead curse. However, before Jack could strike a pose, a massive, terrifying creature covered in black crystals charged at him. No way! Jack barely managed to utter those 3 words before his newly restored body was instantly crushed. Chapter 54, The First Judgment of Evil. The Gorgon, seeing that its attack had failed to reach Lu Chen and had instead crushed a trivial little bug, "Jack, wait for me to revive again," was instantly filled with rage, letting out a deafening roar. With this earth-shattering roar, the mountain's roar was unleashed once more, but this time, the surge of energy was even more tumultuous. A deep, dark wave of energy surged forth from it like a tidal wave. Wherever this energy wave passed, the ground was torn apart, boulders were overturned, and trees were uprooted, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Faced with this overwhelming wave of energy, Lu Chen had nowhere to evade. He quickly summoned all his strength, crossing his arms tightly in front of his chest, activating his physical enhancement and perception enhancement to the fullest, preparing to withstand this terrifying blow. Whoosh! The energy wave arrived in an instant, colliding head-on with Lu Chen's defense, erupting in a deafening roar. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically as he felt an unprecedented massive impact surging towards him like a tidal wave. Although he barely withstood the damage from the rampaging energy wave, his mind spun as if caught in a tempest. He was once again dizzy, but this time the intensity of the dizziness was several times more severe than before. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort, secretly horrified. Did this giant lizard take something? How could it be so fierce after mutating? Since the awakening of the Gorgon's slumbering right head, its speed, strength, and skill intensity had all increased geometrically. Lu Chen looked again at the Gorgon's panel, and indeed, there had been a tremendous change. Beast, lizard, giant, overlord, demonized Gorgon, level creature, traits, powerful defense, slaughter, low intelligence, no pain sensation, destruction of all, talent, demonized mountain power, skills, 1. Demonized gravity control, 2. Demonized mountain roar, combat power assessment, unable to assess. Oh ho, I told you not to trust this combat power assessment. Now hurry up and see if you can find time to leave a few last words. Demonized? Level creature? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, this Gorgon had taken some kind of drug and had just evolved into a level creature. No wonder it had become so fierce. This was the first time Lu Chen had encountered a level creature since arriving in the world of Tianyu, and it was indeed terrifying. Roar! The demonized Gorgon gave Lu Chen no chance to catch his breath. Its dark, massive tail suddenly lifted and then swung down fiercely. Whoosh! The giant tail sliced through the air, creating a chilling whistle as it struck directly at Lu Chen. His pupils constricted sharply, and everything before him seemed to slow down. At this moment, he was still in a dizzy state, his body unresponsive, unable to evade. Danger! At this critical moment, a large white shell suddenly appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Lu Chen within it. It was the disposable protective shell that Fu Yao had given him. The giant tail, carrying destructive power, slammed heavily against the shell. Crack! Crack! The surface of the shell instantly became covered in cracks, and then with a loud bang, it shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The black iron-grade disposable protective shell completely collapsed under the strike of the demonized Gorgon, showcasing the terror of a creature of that level. Whoosh! After shattering the shell, the residual force of the giant tail continued to smash down towards Lu Chen. However, the shell's obstruction had bought Lu Chen a precious moment. Gritting his teeth, he endured the dizziness and suddenly rolled to the right. Boom! The giant tail crashed down heavily, causing the ground to shake violently, with dirt and stones flying everywhere. Although Lu Chen avoided a fatal blow, his left hand was unfortunately struck by the giant tail, instantly turning to a bloody mess, bones shattered. Pain surged through him, but Lu Chen had no time to care. He knew that the real battle had just begun. Pft, pft, pft. 6 pale skeletal limbs suddenly burst forth from Lu Chen's back, spreading out rapidly like a spider, allowing him to agilely retreat and distance himself from the Gorgon. At the same time, several gleaming bone spears suddenly materialized in the air. Go! Lu Chen shouted sharply, and the bone spears tore through the air, shooting towards the Gorgon. However, facing the bone spears capable of piercing through solid iron, the Gorgon looked on with disdain, too lazy to even dodge. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as those powerful bone spears only left a few faint white marks on the black crystal covering the Gorgon's body. But immediately after, following the bone spears, a majestic flame deity with wings, like a speeding missile, accurately struck those white marks. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of raging flames, the flame deity suddenly self-destructed. The skeletal master of the Onmyoji. Aside from the windbreak, these were the 2 strongest talents Lu Chen possessed, yet they only left a slight crack on the layer of black crystal on the Gorgon's exterior. The demonized Gorgon's defense was shockingly strong. How could the Gorgon be so powerful? Fu Yao covered her trembling red lips with both hands, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Her human brother's attacks were already incredibly fierce, whether it was those razor-sharp bone spears or the flame deity with wings. Every strike sent chills down her spine. Yet, such shocking attacks couldn't even shake the mysterious black crystal on the Gorgon's exterior in the slightest. How was this possible? If her human brother were to be defeated, the Gorgon's next target would undoubtedly be the ocean. At that time, their merfolk clan would surely be unable to escape unscathed. No, I must help my human brother. He is injured now, and I can assist him. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Fu Yao's eyes, and she swam decisively towards the direction of Giant Lizard Island. Meanwhile, Hao Qi had already submerged into the sea, intending to notify the clan to migrate as soon as possible to avoid the threat of the demonized Gorgon. Looking at the colossal creature before him, Lu Chen furrowed his brows, his thoughts racing like lightning. No, I can't just hit it head-on. The demonized Gorgon's external defense is simply indestructible. Even my fierce attacks can only leave a trivial crack on the dark crystal's surface. As for the stronger windbreak, while its power is enough to shake the heavens and earth, the cost of using it is equally staggering. My current stamina might only be enough to use windbreak one more time. Without a guaranteed kill, I absolutely cannot use windbreak. At that moment, Lu Chen felt the intensely rich evil aura emanating from the corrupted Gorgon. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Right, he remembered that the overseer, in their duty to oversee all living beings, had the authority to judge and eliminate the malevolent entities that defied the heavenly edicts. So, what would happen if I judged this large lizard, radiating evil, as a malevolent entity? Chapter 55, The True Terror of the Overseer Absolute Judgment. Speaking of which, since becoming an overseer, I haven't judged any malevolent entities yet. Let's do it! Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the corrupted Gorgon and solemnly declared, Gorgon, I, the overseer, Lu Chen, hereby declare you a malevolent entity. As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, the solemn voice of the heavenly edict echoed in the air. Overseer, Lu Chen, exercising judgment over the giant lizard Gorgon. Overseer Lu Chen has officially declared Gorgon a malevolent entity. Gorgon's identity as a malevolent entity is established. The overseer possesses unparalleled suppression power over malevolent beings. Damage dealt to malevolent entities will increase by 100. While damage received from malevolent entities will decrease by 50. Ignoring all negative effects caused by malevolent entities, the heavenly edict is undergoing verification. Verification complete, Gorgon meets the criteria for malevolent entity status, and this judgment by Overseer Lu Chen does not consume the absolute judgment count. Current remaining absolute judgment count, 1. Absolute judgment. Overseer privilege can ignore heavenly edict verification and directly force a biological entity to be judged as malevolent. This privilege can be used once per month. As the voice of the heavenly edict faded, a strange eye mark suddenly appeared on the forehead of the corrupted Gorgon, its pupil swirling like a vortex, cleverly forming the outline of the character Lu. This was the cursed eye mark, a judgment seal imposed by the overseer upon malevolent entities. It not only indicated that the entity's mind had been deeply eroded by evil forces but also symbolized the overseer's omnipresent, all-seeing judgment, I coldly watching all sins. Roar! The corrupted Gorgon anxiously clawed at its forehead with sharp claws, as if the mark were branded deep within its soul, bringing an indescribable sense of fear and unease. It instinctively felt that the appearance of this mark signified the imminent extinguishing of its life force. However, no matter how it struggled or tore at itself, the cursed eye mark clung to it like a shadow, deeply embedded in its flesh and blood, impossible to erase or escape. Roar! The roar that followed was no longer filled with the previous arrogance and ferocity. At this moment, the corrupted Gorgon fixed its gaze on Lu Chen. The earlier disdain and contempt completely vanished, replaced by deep vigilance and fear. A sense of inexplicable crisis surged from its heart, making it feel unprecedented panic. A voice seemed to echo deep within its genes, urging it, run. Run fast. Stay away from this dangerous human. Seeing the hesitant corrupted Gorgon, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. The identity of the overseer was far more impressive than he had imagined. To possess such terrifying suppression power over malevolent entities, not only enhancing his own damage by 100 but also having the damage capability of the malevolent entity, and most crucially, the overseer could ignore all negative effects caused by malevolent entities. This was incredible. Moreover, what excited Lu Chen even more was that the overseer had the right to absolute judgment once a month. Did this not mean that as long as I found you displeasing, regardless of whether you were a malevolent entity or not, if I said you were, then you were? There wouldn't even be a chance for a defense or a review. Moreover, Lu Chen speculated that the definition of evil spirits could never be so simple. On the vast stage of the Tianyu world, were there forces established by Tianyu? Once labeled as an evil spirit, did it mean that within the entire realm of Tianyu, one would be like a criminal with a wanted notice, with nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape? Lu Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within him. The immediate priority was to slay the large lizard before him. After enhancing his damage by 100, Lu Chen was confident he could use breaking wind to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Lu Chen was about to make his move, a gentle white light quietly wrapped around his left arm. Where the light touched, his arm, which had been a bloody mess with shattered bones, rapidly healed at a visible speed. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and tilted his head slightly, only to see Fu Yao's pale little face, raising her hands to cast a spell. Clearly, it was this little mermaid who had just healed his arm. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Fu Yao, whose face had turned pale from the terrifying pressure of the corrupted Gorgon, forced a strained smile. Big brother, go for it. This was not the first time Fu Yao had helped him. The shell she had given him earlier had saved Lu Chen in a critical moment. Although burdened with an immortal curse, Lu Chen did not fear death, but he did not want to turn into that disgusting form of Jack ahead of time. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Chen had a good impression of Fu Yao. After nodding kindly at her, Lu Chen's expression turned sharp again, and his entire aura was released without reservation, directly aimed at the corrupted Gorgon. Roar! The corrupted Gorgon let out a deafening roar, seemingly realizing that it could no longer escape from this terrifying human with its own agility. Thus, it suppressed the fear in its heart, opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a fierce hiss. In an instant, a gravity field mixed with black and yellow light rapidly expanded from it, enveloping Lu Chen entirely. The surrounding stones seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, sinking into the ground. The trees creaked under the immense pressure and then snapped with a loud crash. This was the Gorgon's specialty in gravity manipulation. Last time, it had used this move to firmly control Lu Chen and took the opportunity to severely injure his left arm. However, this time, facing the familiar yet terrifying gravitational pressure, Lu Chen merely smiled disdainfully, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. Gravity manipulation? It's indeed a good skill, but unfortunately, to me now, it is as good as non-existent. Before the words fell, Lu Chen effortlessly took a step forward, his figure light and unimpeded. This scene made the corrupted Gorgon's pupils constrict sharply, filled with disbelief. How could this be? Why had its corrupted gravity manipulation failed? It roared in frustration, trying to increase the intensity of the gravity, but it was all in vain. Facing this tiny human before it, the Gorgon's inner panic grew larger, as if Lu Chen was a true devil. Just as the Gorgon's anxious gaze lingered, Lu Chen slowly raised the black blade in his hand, and the cold words echoed across the battlefield, breaking wind. Awa! Accompanied by a piercing wail, the head of a third-tier bloodfang seal was instantly pierced by a sharp steel nail, collapsing into the sea. Li Xin retracted her slender right hand, as white as jade, her long hair flowing like a waterfall in the gentle breeze. She looked at her panel, her brow furrowed. Level 4, 1700, the cold expression on her face was filled with heaviness and worry. Chapter 56, The Ugly Faces of the Allied Nations. Sister Cindy, what should we do? Park Jong-ho has already reached level 4 with 2,600 experience points, and he is about to level up to 5 soon. Fan Ying's doll-like face was filled with anxiety, her voice trembling slightly. She had truly given it her all, and everyone in the Novice Sea area had done their utmost, but no matter how hard they hunted sea beasts, Li Xin's experience points could not surpass Park Jong-ho's. They could only watch helplessly as Park Jong-ho's experience points inched closer to the 3,000 point threshold. Once he reached 3,000 points, he would advance to level 5, thus winning the ultimate victory in this survival gamble. Sigh, Li Xin sighed heavily, knowing that this failure seemed inevitable. Ying, clean up the bodies of these sea beasts and send them to Lu Chen. As she said this, her voice grew heavier. After our failure, Lu Chen will be the only hope for our novice area 1000. Woo woo. Upon hearing this, Fan Ying's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. Even Sister Cindy thinks so. Are we really going to lose? No, it can't be. At this moment, the atmosphere in the chat channel of Novice Area 1000 was suffocating. It's over. Completely over. Park Jong-ho is only 400 life energy points away from leveling up. We can't catch up at all. Damn, I'm not willing to accept this. Why? Tianyu is unfair. Why does the other side have a higher level and can still engage in a survival gamble based on levels? I refuse to accept it. Exactly, Park Jong-ho was already level 4 before he gambled with us, while Li Xin was only level 3. How is this even comparable? Sigh, it's useless to say anything. Tianyu won't care. In the eyes of Tianyu, there has never been such a thing as fairness. It only recognizes the strong. Damn it, if we lose this time, we will lose a full 40 attribute points. Not only do we have to return everything we won from Little Ri, but we also have to sacrifice another 20 points of our own. As soon as this was said, a wave of sighs erupted in the channel. Did you notice? If we lose the gamble, the deducted attribute points are random. It's possible to lose all 40 points from one attribute. Yeah, last time from Fusong, there was a little girl whose total attribute points were enough, but she died because her constitution was completely drained. Some people had their agility drained and became disabled. No, this isn't even the worst part. The worst part is, once we lose, other allied nations will definitely launch the next survival gamble against us immediately. And all of us just lost 40 attribute points. How could we possibly win? At this rate, our Area 1000 might be completely wiped out. Those bastards, if they have the guts, they should face us head-on instead of always playing these schemes. Exactly, if it weren't for those Korean bastards playing dirty tricks, with Lu Chen's strength, he could definitely crush them. Do you think Lu Chen can create another miracle and lead us to win this gamble? Sigh, girl, Lu Chen's strength is indeed unquestionable, but this gamble is about leveling speed, not strength. Sigh, Lu Chen's leveling speed is already half that of ordinary people, and on top of that, he's fighting alone. This time, it's really going to be hard to create another miracle. Yeah, while Li Xin has the full support of everyone in our Area 1000, Park Jong-ho has the full support of the people from Area 942, and Lu Chen is all alone. No matter how strong Lu Chen is, he can't possibly be stronger than the combined strength of the entire novice area, right? Sigh. Damn, those Korean bastards and the scum from the allied nations are laughing at us. I hate this so much. At this moment, the chat channel of the 8th district was filled with mocking and triumphant remarks. Ha, those Shinsha people were still daring to shout at us before, now they must be dumbfounded, right? Park Jong-ho is about to reach level 5 and win this bet. Arigato, thanks to Mr. Park Jong-ho for avenging us Fusong people. Those despicable Shinsha people are all going to die. Ha, friends from Fusong, you are too polite. We Goryeo are also doing this for ourselves. These 40 attribute points, we took them without much effort. Ha, that's right, those Shinsha people were bragging about a strong player named Lu Chen in District 1000. But where is he now? He hasn't shown up even once. Oh my god, is he hiding out of fear? He can't compare to our brave Americans. Probably. Our Goal Rooster 673C district has already prepared the survival bet, just waiting for our Goryeo friends in District 942 to win the survival bet. Ha, these weak Shinsha people, if they lose 2 more times, probably only a few will survive. When the time comes for the final blow, it must be our Tianju 579C district that delivers it. Back on Blue Star, these despicable Shinsha people always used cold weapons to fight us on the plateau, and we couldn't beat them. This time, we must take revenge. Good, haha, everyone don't be anxious, Shinsha is a big country, there are enough people for us to plunder. Oh no, Shinsha friends, can't you resist these demons? Our grizzly bear country doesn't believe it. Ha, if it weren't for you in District 923 only having 2 people left alive, we wouldn't want to waste a survival bet on you. How could you have survived this long? Screw it, this is fine too. Veda Shiva loves to watch these Russians and Shinsha people wail as they face death step by step. Oh my god, just thinking about the poison fog that will kill them in 6 days makes me so excited. Oh no, I need a strong man to vent my emotions. Oh, lady, I'm in American District 976 too. Let me help you. You devils, someone will come to punish you. Ah, I just love watching the useless roars of grizzly bear country. It's truly a delight. Looking at the shameless and ugly faces of the alliance countries in the district chat channel, everyone in the district gritted their teeth, their hearts filled with indignation. At this moment, people desperately hoped for a miracle to happen, for someone to lead them to win this survival bet, to strike back fiercely at the ugly faces of those alliance countries with ironclad facts, making them lose all face. Chapter 57, Ha, President, did you hear wrong? Chapter 57, Ha, President, did you hear wrong? It seemed that the heavens had heard their prayers. Suddenly, an announcement echoed in the 1000th Novice Sea area. Announcement, Evolver Lu Chen has reached level 5. Shinsha 1000th Novice Sea area wins this survival bet. As soon as this news broke, even though defeat was already certain, Yang Zimo and others who were still hunting sea beasts were stunned, Li Sini was stunned, everyone in the novice area was stunned. The chat channel, which had been filled with grievances, instantly fell silent, each person blankly recalling the announcement from the heavens. Did I hear it wrong because I wanted to win too much? I think I just heard the announcement say we won. Holy crap, you heard it too? I thought I was mistaken. Yes, I heard it clearly. It can't be that so many people are hearing things at the same time, could it be? Until this moment, everyone was still a bit hesitant to believe it. Clearly, Li Sini, who was ranked first on the leaderboard, was still far from level 5. How could they suddenly have won? Just as everyone was half convinced, thinking they had collectively experienced an illusion, the announcement from the Celestial Edict descended once more, like the climax of a musical piece. Announcement, all evolvers in the 1000th Novice Sea area receive 40 free attribute points. Announcement, the storm intensity outside the 1000th Novice Sea area has decreased by 40. Announcement, in light of the 1000th Novice Sea area defeating the 942nd Novice Sea area, all evolvers receive an additional 2 evolution points. Announcement, Evolver Lu Chen contributed the most in this survival gamble, receiving 80 free attribute points and 4 evolution points as a reward. Announcement, Evolver Lu Chen, having contributed the most in this survival gamble, additionally receives a silver intermediate ship equipment dragon scale armor, as a token of commendation. At this moment, on the district's level leaderboard, Lu Chen's level had clearly surpassed that of Li Sini, who had been cultivated with the collective strength of the entire district, firmly holding the top spot at level 5. Until this moment, everyone dared to confirm that they had won. They had truly won. The chat channel of the novice area instantly erupted. It's Lu Chen. It's the great Lu Chen. The great Lu Chen has reached level 5 first. Is this not a dream? Did we really win? If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. Upstairs, it's not a dream, really not a dream. I just punched myself. It hurts so much. My nose is bleeding. It's not a dream. We won, ha ha ha. I want to cry so much. It's the great Lu Chen who created a miracle. He led us to survive once again. Brother Lu Chen, you are our hero. I love you. Adoptive father is amazing. Ahaha. The rewards from the Celestial Edict are here. 40 attribute points and a full 2 evolution points. Awesome. I never expected that a combat loser like me could upgrade to level. Great Lu Chen, you are my idol. I love you. My eyes are filled with tears. Thanks to the great Lu Chen, all of us in District 1000 have had our talents evolved to level and above. Who would have thought of this before? Woo! Fan Ying jumped up joyfully on the wooden boat, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Cindy, it's Brother Lu. Brother Lu led us to victory. He's amazing. I love him to death. Hearing this, Li Cindy slowly raised her head, her gaze piercing through layers of clouds, as if she could see that tall figure, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting as she softly murmured, Lu Chen, the debt I owe you seems to be growing heavier. On the other side, Yang Zimo, Long Haoren, and others, who had ventured deep into the third-tier sea beast activity area, exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with shock. We won? Zhou Yu's voice trembled, the steel knife in his hand slipped from shock, making a crisp sound on the deck. We won, it's Lu Chen. Long Haoren glanced at the level leaderboard, took a deep breath, and nodded. Zzzzz. The lightning in Li Ming's hand gradually dissipated, his face still showing signs of astonishment. His upgrade speed alone has surpassed the combined total of nearly 1,000 people in our 1,000 district? How did he do it? We won. Really won. Yang Zimo murmured the two phrases, as if confirming this fact, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with immense joy and excitement. We won. Ha ha ha. With Lu Chen here, the Divine Summer is so fortunate, the nation is so fortunate. There's no rush, those Divine Summer pigs pose no threat to us at all. Looking at his companions hurriedly transporting sea beasts for themselves, Park Jong-ho waved his hand dismissively, his face full of ease, knowing he was now leading Li Cindy by a full 900 points of life energy. This survival gamble was a sure win. As soon as Park Jong-ho thought about being the biggest contributor in Zone 942 and the double reward he was about to receive, a smug smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It was too easy, winning was too easy. These Xingxia people were indeed only fit to serve as nourishment for the evolution of our great Goryeo nation. President, once we win this time, you'll gain 90 attribute points, and you'll definitely become a top powerhouse in Zone 8. By then, in the 8th district, your word will be law, and you'll be capable of anything. A crew member with small eyes flattered him with a beaming face. Of course, I really have to thank the Celestial Decree for bringing me here, giving me the chance to become so powerful. Park Jong-ho, buoyed by the praise, held his head high, his face filled with arrogance. I believe the Celestial Decree was definitely created by the divine beings of our great Goryeo Empire, just to make our Goryeo people the most dazzling existence in the universe. I, Park Jong-ho, am indeed the best. What Xingxia, what Lu Chen, are merely fodder for my growth. Just as Park Jong-ho was immersed in dreams of future glory, the announcement from the Celestial Decree suddenly rang out. Announcement, Evolver Lu Chen has reached level 5, Xingxia no. 100 has won this survival bet. Ha, Park Jong-ho frowned. What's going on? I haven't even reached level 5. Why is the Celestial Decree announcing my victory in advance? This is too impatient. Even if the Celestial Decree was created by our great Goryeo Empire, wanting to celebrate my victory early should have some measure. I am going to win with real skill. However, the small-eyed crew member beside him turned pale, trembling as he whispered, President, did you mishear? The Celestial Decree just announced that the Xingxia people won. Chapter 58, Slaying Boss-Level Creatures, District-Wide Announcement. Chapter 58, Slaying Level Creatures, District-Wide Announcement. What? The Xingxia won? Park Jong-ho finally reacted, his face instantly turning terrifyingly grim. He suddenly grabbed the small-eyed crew member by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Damn it! What did you just say? The Xingxia won? The small-eyed crew member trembled like a leaf, his face contorted in despair as he explained, President, I might have misheard. But immediately after, the next announcement from the Celestial Decree struck Park Jong-ho like a bolt from the blue, sending his heart plummeting to the depths. Announcement, due to the failed bet, all evolvers in the know. 942 Novice Sea Area will randomly lose 40 attribute points. Announcement, the storm intensity outside the know. 942 Novice Sea Area has increased by 40. Lost? How is this possible? Park Jong-ho's voice was filled with disbelief. He released his grip on the crew member's collar, staggering back a few steps, ultimately leaning weakly against the ship's railing, as if his soul had been drained, losing all vitality. Meanwhile, in the Goryeo 942 Sea Area chat channel, the atmosphere that had been filled with mockery and disdain for the Xingxia people was now replaced by shock. Damn it! Lost? How could we possibly lose? That Li Cindy's leveling speed is clearly not comparable to our President Park Jong-ho. No, The one who reached level 5 isn't Lee Sin, it's that guy named Lu Chen. Lu Chen? The so-called strongest one that the Xingxia boast about? Wasn't he just level 2? How could he suddenly reach level 5? This is impossible. Damn, leveling from 2 to 5 in such a short time? 3 levels in a row? This is something that can't be done. Our powerful president Park Jong-ho, who gathered all the strength of our Zone 942, hasn't even reached level 5. How could Lu Chen's leveling speed be faster than all of us in Zone 942 combined? Cheating! He must have cheated. No one can level up this quickly. Anger and resentment spread among the Koreans. Yes, the Oracle. We need to report the Shinichia people for cheating. Aish, isn't the Oracle ours, the Great Goryeo? How can it tolerate the Shinichia cheating? Oracle, this bet can't count. The Shinichia cheated. People echoed, demanding the Oracle intervene and annul the results of this survival bet. However, it seemed the Oracle truly heard their pleas. A sinister black curtain suddenly enveloped the entire 942C area, tightening everyone's hearts. Immediately, whales rose and fell, as every Korean felt a force being drawn from within them. Their attribute points were ruthlessly siphoned away by the black mist, taking away 40 points. Aish, my perception. The Oracle took away 30 points of perception and 10 points of strength. I can't activate my talent at all now. No, don't take my attributes. It's over. All over. The 2 survival bets we fought so hard to win are all in vain now. In less than 6 days, the Oracle will release the poisonous mist. The storm outside the sea area has returned to that terrifying state. What should we do? At this moment, in the chat channel of the 8th District, the Allied nations continue to mock the 1000 novice area, like hyenas, waiting to feast on the 1000 area. Goryeo friends, how's the battle going? It's about time, you should have one, right? America 976, hurry up. We can't wait to launch a survival bet against those Shinichia sickly people. Gallus 673, hee hee, you bunch of idiots, still waiting for those Koreans? They're currently crying their hearts out. Shinichia 1000, nanny? What do you mean? Fusong 903, it means very simply, we won. Ha 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 ha. Shinichia 1000, oh my god, this is impossible. Koreans, come out and clarify. America 976, Aish, we lost. South Goryeo 942, upon hearing this, the 8th District was in shock. The Koreans lost? How could this be? The Koreans not only won one more survival bet than the Shinichia but also had higher levels. How could they lose? Baka. The Shinichia are so low level. How could you Koreans lose? Fusong 903, Halaseo. The brothers of Shinichia are awesome. Smash these bastards' faces hard. Grizzly Country 923, Aish. The despicable Shinichia cheated. That Lu Chen cheated. He alone leveled from 2 to 5, directly surpassing President Park Jong-ho and defeating us. Our great Goryeo Empire refuses to accept this. South Goryeo 942, in the temple, the Shinichia are truly despicable for cheating. How could one person's leveling speed be so fast? Great Oracle, we Fusong people request the annihilation of that Lu Chen. Fusong 903, so it was cheating, truly shameless. Great Oracle, we Americans agree to annihilate Lu Chen. America 976, we Indians agree. We Sun Never Sets agree. We Italians agree. We Australians agree. For a moment, the chat channel of the 8th District seemed to turn into a lively parliamentary scene, with evolutionists from various countries voting, the scene both comical and absurd. Oh, Great Oracle, you want democracy. You must listen to our opinions and annihilate that cheating Lu Chen. America 976, you're talking nonsense. Great Lu Chen won entirely on his own strength. Besides, in the Oracle world, where is there any chance to cheat? Shinichia 1000, hee hee, can't win, so you start playing this game? Truly fitting for the hypocritical and ugly face of Americans. Xinxia 1000 District, we, the Grey Bear Nation, support our Xinxia brothers. We believe they cannot cheat. Lu Chen, Hala Shao. Grey Bear Nation 923 District, just as both sides were arguing fiercely, a sudden announcement from the Tianyu system struck like a thunderbolt, instantly plunging the entire 8th District into silence. This announcement was broadcasted directly throughout the entire 8th District. Announcement: the Evolver Lu Chun from the beginner sea area of Xinxia 1000 has successfully slain a tiered creature, demonized Gorgon, Tier 5. As the first Evolver in the 8th District to defeat a tiered creature, evolution points are awarded as a reward. This shocking announcement repeated 3 times before slowly dissipating into the air. In an instant, the entire 8th District fell into dead silence, everyone stunned as if under a freezing spell. A district-wide announcement? Killing a tiered creature? And it's a Tier 5 one? Is Lu Chen even human? Not to mention tiered creatures, as many had never even seen one. Just mentioning the name of a Tier 5 creature was enough to send chills down the spines of the 99 evolvers in the 8th district. Even those hailed as top experts often found themselves powerless against Tier 4 sea beasts, needing to rely on teamwork to barely defeat them. Yet, at this moment, someone was telling them that this evolver named Luchen had actually killed a Tier 5 creature alone? It was simply unbelievable, as if they were hearing a fairy tale. Chapter 59, Internal Strife in the Alliance. Chapter 59, Internal Strife in the Alliance. The Alliance nations that had been shouting about Luchen cheating were now silent as a grave. If the chat channel could display expressions, the panic and unease in the eyes of the Alliance nations would be evident. They had just provoked someone capable of slaying a Tier 5 creature. This was like dancing on the edge of death, testing their luck. If Luchen, in a fit of rage, issued a survival bet against their region, wouldn't they have no chance of winning? After all, they certainly didn't think they were stronger than a Tier 5. Why is everyone mute now? Weren't you all boasting about robbing our attributes in 1000 district just a moment ago? Now that we're ready, come on, don't just talk. Shinxia 1000 district, yeah, weren't you all so tough before? Don't back down now. We in 1000 district are waiting for you. Shinxia 1000 district, faced with the mockery from the evolvers of Shinxia 1000 district, no one from the Alliance nations dared to speak up in rebuttal. The silence now stood in stark contrast to their earlier arrogance, making the image of the Alliance nations appear comically foolish. They feared drawing the attention of the Xinxia people, becoming the next target of a survival bet. After all, the 1000 district still had a survival bet in hand that hadn't been activated yet. After a long while, a representative from the United States finally broke the silence. Gallus 673C area, weren't you also eager before? Now that the survival bet from that detestable Shinxia 1000 district has ended, you can go and give them a good beating. United States 976 district, oh, that? We just realized that our survival bet accidentally fell into the sea. Gallus 673 district, it was like a joke. The reason we Gallus were so anxious before was that we thought 1000 district was an easy target. Who would have thought they were a sleeping lion? Baka, you Gallus are a bunch of cowards. That Luchen is just cheating, don't be afraid. Fusong 903 district, then you go. We'll just give you the bet for free. Gallus 673 district, Baka, we, the warriors of Fusong, now need to rest. Fusong district 903, shut up, don't make noise. With so many countries, how could we possibly not deal with them? In the Tianju 579C area, didn't you say before that you wanted to take revenge on Xinxia for bullying you on the plateau? Now, we are giving this precious opportunity to you. Go and teach that Luchen a good lesson. America District 976, the water we drank at lunch wasn't very clean, and now everyone has an upset stomach. I think this might be the will of Lord Shiva, telling us not to get too caught up in the hatred at hand. Tianju 579C area, Baka, you Tianju people have really lost your conscience. The water here is much cleaner than your Ganju's water. You don't get sick from drinking Ganju's water, but you get sick from this water? Fusong District 903, bastard, if it weren't for you Fusong people losing to them before, Luchen wouldn't be so powerful now. It's all your Fusong people's fault. If you hadn't given so many attribute points to Luchen, we Goryeo people wouldn't have lost so badly. Baka Yoru, even though we lost, at least we told you Xinxia people their weaknesses. It's your Goryeo people who are too incompetent. Is this the weakness you speak of? Luchen is a weakness? His leveling speed is faster than all of us combined. You Fusong people are clearly doing this on purpose. Witnessing the escalating infighting among the allied nations, the evolvers of Xinxia District 1000 couldn't help but show a sarcastic smile. This group that only bullies the weak and fears the strong really shrinks back when they see a strong opponent. Their alliance itself is not solid. It's just America using interests to barely maintain it. Once their own interests are harmed, their fragile alliance will collapse. Next will be our time to counterattack. With Lord Luchen here, we will make these bastards pay a bloody price one by one. But Lord Luchen is really amazing. We have so many people in a team, and we only dare to hunt level 3 sea beasts, yet Lord Luchen single-handedly killed a level 5 beast. I can't even imagine how strong he must be. The strength of Lord Luchen is beyond our imagination. Just think, when he was level 2, he could defeat and tame a level 4 ghost captain. Who else can do that? Being in the same district as Lord Luchen is truly a blessing. Brothers, the storm outside has weakened by 60. As long as we achieve 1 or 2 more victories, everyone in our district 1000 will survive. As soon as these words were spoken, cheers erupted in the district. Awesome. Long live Lord Luchen. Seriously, our lives were saved by Lord Luchen. Without him, we would have probably died here long ago. From now on, Lord Lucan is my faith. If he points east, I will never go west. In the American battle zone, District 976, beneath the surging waves, dark currents stirred. Charles stared at the heated arguments in the chat channel, his expression grim. He knew well that if he didn't take action in time, the alliance he had painstakingly built would collapse like a sandcastle. With this thought, his gaze slowly fell upon the blood-red invasion token in his hand, a token he had obtained through great hardship, incredibly precious. Lucan. Charles murmured softly. This name felt like a heavy stone pressing on his heart. This Lucan has become an undeniable threat. It seems that only by using the invasion token to borrow that person's power can we eliminate him. Oh God! Charles, are you crazy? A startled cry came from the blonde crew member Catherine behind him, her hands tightly covering her lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. You actually intend to hand this invasion order to that demon in the sun never sets zone? Charles's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice revealing an undeniable determination. This landsinker can slay a fifth-tier being with a single blow. Its power is beyond imagination. Even if we in District 976 exert all our strength, we may not be able to contend with it. If we do not seek that person's help, the survival wager of the divine summer will inevitably target us. But, Charles, have you considered the consequences of doing this? Catherine's voice trembled slightly. Once that monster obtains the invasion order, its power will become even more uncontrollable. Chapter 60, A Bountiful Harvest. However, Charles had already made his decision. His voice was as cold as the winter wind. Catherine, stop talking. I have made up my mind. The devil in the sun never sets zone, no matter how powerful, is merely a man relying on brute strength. But the divine summer is different. The landsinker is different. They possess the power of unity, extraordinary wisdom, and relentless diligence. When we were on Blue Star, our country underestimated the divine summer, allowing them to soar in just a few decades, thus posing a significant threat to us. In the world of the Celestial Covenant, I will never repeat the same mistake. I will never give the people of the divine summer any opportunity. On Giant Lizard Island, Fuya covered her red lips with her hands, her eyes suddenly widening in disbelief, as if she were frozen in that moment, filled with incredulity. That Gorgon, which absorbed the dark magic essence and was immensely powerful. That Gorgon, capable of forcing the entire merfolk tribe to flee their habitat. That Gorgon, capable of annihilating all living beings, was actually slain in a single blow by a human big brother. Is all of this real? Before Fuya, the shocking and brilliant scene replayed involuntarily in her mind, each frame as clear as if etched in her heart. As the words break wind fell like thunder, Lu Chen's figure suddenly moved, like a ghost in the dark night, accelerating to its limit in an instant. The pitch-black long knife in his hand seemed to swallow all surrounding light, becoming increasingly profound and unfathomable. The tip of the knife lightly touched the ground, using the force to leap into the air, creating an extremely fierce wind pressure that tore through the air, producing a sharp howling sound. The solid black crystal covering the Gorgon shimmered with a cold luster under the sunlight, yet it could not hinder Lu Chen's sharpness. Lu Chen's figure twisted strangely in the air, the long knife swung out at an incredible angle, tracing a brilliantly radiant trajectory, a perfect fusion of speed and power, as if even space were being sliced open by this knife. Clang! At the moment of collision between the knife light and the black crystal, there was no expected clash of metal, but rather a crisp and brief sound, followed by the delicate sound of the black crystal shattering. Lu Chen's pitch-black long knife effortlessly penetrated the seemingly indestructible defense of the Gorgon, as if cutting through tofu, the knife light flashing past, leaving a dazzling crack several feet long. The Gorgon's massive body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its enormous body, covered in black crystal, was now riddled with cracks, like glass struck by a boulder, shards scattering everywhere. In its eyes remained a glimmer of disbelief, as if it could not believe until death that it, which had absorbed the dark magic essence and possessed such terrifying defense, could be slain in a single blow. Fuyao stood frozen in place, witnessing all of this, her heart filled with an indescribable shock. That single blow was not merely a display of power, it was the pinnacle of will and skill. It not only killed the Gorgon but also etched an indelible mark in her heart. Everything was so real that it was hard to believe, yet it was happening right before her eyes with such shock. Big Brother is so amazing. Fuyao finally managed to squeeze out this sentence after a long pause. But then she thought of the giant lizard that threatened the safety of all her kin, which had just been slain by the human Big Brother. An uncontrollable joy surged in her heart. Just as she was about to cheer for Lu Chen, the conch at her waist suddenly sounded, "Woo!" Her expression changed drastically, and an ominous premonition welled up inside her. Oh no, it's Brother Haoqi's signal. Something must have happened in the tribe. Fuyao reluctantly glanced at Lu Chen, then suddenly flicked her tail and plunged into the azure sea with a splash, her tail swaying as she quickly disappeared beneath the waves. Ding! You have slain a level creature, Demonic Gorgon, level 5, gaining 8,000 life energy points. Ding! The Demonic Gorgon is an evil creature. You have gained execution points, 500 points. Position, Overseer, 500. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 5. Ding! As an Overseer, the attributes you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Perception, free attribute points. Ding! Because you are the first to reach level 5, you have won the survival bet against the 942 Rookie Sea area of South Korea. Due to your highest contribution in this survival bet, you have gained 80 free attribute points and 4 evolution points. Due to your highest contribution in this survival bet, you have additionally received a Silver Intermediate Ship Equipment Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon Scale Armor, Silver Intermediate, armor pieces meticulously forged from rare dragon scales, can be embedded in key parts of the ship, requires a small equipment slot. This armor piece is not only as hard as iron but can also absorb and rebound enemy attacks to a certain extent. Ding! As the first evolver in the 8th district to defeat a level creature, you have gained evolution points. As the sound of the heavenly decree echoed in his mind like a ringing alarm, Luchan slowly spread his arms, allowing the surging energy within him to swell like a tide, his face radiating in almost obsessive joy. At this moment, he deeply understood why the powerful characters in novels always had an endless thirst and pursuit for strength. The taste of this power growth was truly intoxicating. The successful hunt of the Gorgon brought Lu Chen immeasurable benefits. Just the Gorgon alone contributed a full 8,000 energy points, directly allowing Lu Chen to level up, and he also won the survival bet against the Koreans. As the highest contributing evolver, Lu Chen received a total of 80 attribute points and 4 evolution points, which was equivalent to what an ordinary evolver would gain after leveling up twice. The rarity of this was self-evident. Moreover, the Gorgon also added 500 execution points to Lu Chen's overseer position. Although this seemed trivial compared to the 10,000 execution points required for an overseer's promotion, it was undoubtedly a good start towards a higher level. After all, the wind-breaking technique had already shown such astonishing power. If the overseer could advance and unlock new skills, its strength would surely exceed imagination. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that as a level creature, slaying the Gorgon granted him a full 10 evolution points. It should be noted that evolution points are a scarce resource used to enhance talents, far more valuable than attribute points. Usually, even for remarkable achievements, the heavenly decree would only begrudgingly award 1 or 2 points as a reward. Yet this time, it astonishingly granted him 10 points all at once. What a thrill! Chapter 61, Dark Demon Essence, Boss Template. Chapter 61, Dark Demon Essence, Template, Name, Lu Chen, Cursed, Level, 5, 1080, Position, Overseer, 500, Evolution Points, 16, Death Energy, Strength, 152, Agility, 146, Constitution, 152, Perception, 156, Free Attribute Points, 90. After leveling up, Lu Chen's attribute panel experienced a significant leap, not only possessing 90 free attribute points, but also accumulating 16 evolution points. I wonder if these evolution points are enough for me to upgrade bone control to the next level. Lu Chen stared at the panel, secretly calculating in his heart. In fact, besides bone control, Lu Chen had 2 level talents, Undying Curse and Onmyoji. Although the Undying Curse granted Lu Chen immortality, it was still a curse after all. The higher the evolution, the harsher the curse would become, right? As for the Onmyoji evolution requiring 16 evolution points, Lu Chen had enough, but this talent was filled with mundane cultural elements that he disliked. Therefore, considering everything, he decided to prioritize upgrading bone control. After all, Lu Chen was highly compatible with necromantic talents, and upgrading only required half the evolution points. However, before that, there was something more important to do. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield before him, where the massive corpse of the Gorgon lay, surrounded by the remains of several giant rock lizards. I need to let Tuanzi absorb these corpses first. After all, this Gorgon possesses level talents. Tuanzi, time to work, Tuanzi? Lu Chen tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on the backpack behind him. He saw the little creature sprawled out in the backpack, sleeping soundly, with a bit of drool at the corner of its mouth, looking cute and rosy. Seeing Tuanzi in such a carefree state, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. This little guy really has a big heart. Just now, its master was fighting fiercely with the Gorgon, yet it can sleep so soundly. But then Lu Chen thought about it and realized that for Tuanzi's race, although this Gorgon was a level creature, it was no different from an ant in Tuanzi's eyes, so it naturally had no worries and could sleep as it pleased. Little guy, now your master also needs 10,000 points of life energy to level up, just like you. From now on, we can work hard to level up together. Lu Chen gently stroked Tuanzi's soft head, his tone filled with tenderness. At this moment, Tuanzi's life energy had accumulated to level 1, 5480, only 4,000 points away from leveling up. Lu Chen was filled with curiosity, wondering how many levels Tuanzi needed to reach to leave the juvenile stage and enter the growth stage. Once Tuanzi stepped into the growth stage, it would possess certain combat abilities. By then, the divine North Sea Giant's brilliance would begin to show, allowing the world to witness the true terror of the North Sea Giant. Guji. With Lu Chen's gentle touch, Tuanzi lazily opened its eyes, its 8 small tentacles stretching out as it yawned. Guji. Feeling the surge of life energy within, Tuanzi, who had been drowsy, instantly perked up, leaping out of the backpack and excitedly climbing onto Lu Chen's cheek, nuzzling affectionately. Alright. Lu Chen played with Tuanzi for a moment before pointing to the Gorgon's corpse and instructing, Tuanzi, go absorb this big lizard in front of you, it's full of good stuff. Guji. Tuanzi nodded obediently, then lightly jumped down from Lu Chen and slowly crawled towards the Gorgon's corpse. Just then, an angry roar shattered the tranquility. Which bastard just knocked me dead? Uncle Jack is back again. The resurrected Jack rushed over angrily from a distance. Seeing that Gorgon had already become a corpse, he immediately put his hands on his hips and made a fierce remark. Consider yourself lucky, you died quickly. Otherwise, Uncle Jack would have pulled out your tendons to make rubber bands. Lu Chen looked at Jack, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, non-committal. This Jack, although usually a joker, was no nonsense when it came to battle. Thinking of this, Lu Chen gently waved his right hand, and a rich wave of death energy surged into Jack's body. Jack's power instantly skyrocketed to a visibly greater level. Lu Chen had now reached level 5 and could also enhance the strength of the undead minions to level 5 by consuming death energy. Damn, I've evolved to level 5. Jack exclaimed with joy, quickly realizing that all of this was Lu Chen's gift. He excitedly hugged Lu Chen's thigh. Captain, after being cursed for so many years, my strength has always been suppressed at level 4. Now you've actually helped me break through. I love you to death. I want to give you little skeletons. As he spoke, Jack's half-rotten face was about to rub against Lu Chen's leg. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes twitched, and he promptly kicked Jack away. Get lost. Ouch. Moments later, the little round creature returned with a round belly, excitedly extending its soft little tentacles towards Lu Chen. Goo goo goo. You're amazing, little round one. Lu Chen reached out to hold it, and in an instant, a tremendous energy surged into Lu Chen's body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Dark Demon Essence, level 5, you have gained the level talent, Mountainous Power, Constitution increased by 12 points. Ding! You now possess the Overseer template and cannot absorb Dark Demon Essence. Absorbing Dark Demon Essence will grant you the template. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Dark Demon Essence? He then turned his gaze to the detailed explanation provided by the system and immediately understood. This so-called Dark Demon Essence is probably the reason why Gorgon can evolve into a level creature. The little round one's level talent, Abyssal Absorption, claimed to absorb all things, and it truly lived up to its name, directly absorbing the Dark Demon Essence from within Gorgon. Unfortunately, for Lu Chen, who already possessed the superior Overseer template, this Dark Demon Essence became useless. Little round one, spit it out. This thing is of no use to us. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the little round creature opened its mouth. Wow! A thick, gel-like, pitch-black energy, exuding an evil aura, was spat out, landing on the ground like a small magical object condensed with endless darkness and evil. Jack, with his keen eyes, immediately focused on the Dark Demon Essence that the little round one had spat out, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he hurried over. Oh, isn't this the legendary Dark Demon Essence? What a rare treasure! But then, Jack shook his head, revealing a look of regret. Sigh, it's a good thing, but the side effects are too great. Eating this stuff will probably drive you mad. Chapter 62, Jack became the boss. Chapter 62, Jack became. Captain, why are you staring at me like that? Jack turned around and found Lu Chen squinting, looking at him thoughtfully, his right hand subconsciously stroking his chin. Captain, don't look at me like that. I'm feeling a bit uneasy. Jack unconsciously took a step back, awkwardly laughing. Looking at Lu Chen's expression, Jack suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Jack, go eat that Dark Demon Essence. Jack froze at Lu Chen's words, his body nearly petrified. He forced out a smile that was more grotesque than crying. Captain, if I eat this thing, I'll go crazy, and then I'll attack anyone indiscriminately. I think I'd better pass. I told you to eat it, so just eat it. Stop whining. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and said irritably, if others go mad after eating it, that's their problem. You can be revived, so what are you afraid of? Right. Jack was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized, I can be revived. So what am I afraid of? Even if I go crazy, one death and one revival, all negative states will be gone. After biological death, all negative states are cleared. Understanding this, excitement instantly appeared on Jack's face. Captain, you're amazing. Thinking about it this way, isn't this dark magic essence just a great tonic for me? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and eat. Hee, okay. Without further ado, Jack picked up the dark magic essence and stuffed it into his mouth. Whoa, Captain, be careful. If I eat this, I'll definitely attack you. Ouch, this stuff is a bit hard to swallow. As the dark magic essence entered his stomach, Jack's breath instantly became chaotic, and an ominous premonition spread through the air. His neck twisted strangely, as if an evil and terrifying power was awakening within him, stirring restlessly. Gurgle. The little creature looked at Jack's appearance and tugged at Lu Chen's clothes with its tentacles, its big eyes filled with worry. After spending the last couple of days together, the little creature had grown fond of Jack, and seeing him in such a bizarre state made it anxious. Don't worry, little one, Jack will be back to normal soon, Lu Chen said, holding the little creature in his arms, gently patting its back, but his gaze was fixed tightly on Jack. At that moment, the dark energy within Jack suddenly erupted, like a volcano erupting, unstoppable. He let out a beast-like gasp, his limbs starting to twist and deform uncontrollably, and his eyes were gradually consumed by pure darkness, losing their former color. Clearly, the evil power of the dark magic essence was completely changing him. Kick. Jack's shoulders shook violently, emitting a chilling and terrifying laugh, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Kill. I want to kill everything. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened, filled with a brutal and bloodthirsty desire. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and his whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bow, moving at an astonishing speed. Jack's face twisted into a grotesque demon, and a large amount of black crystal gathered in his right hand, transforming into a sharp demonic claw, tearing through the air with a shrill scream as it lunged toward Lu Chen's heart. Not bad speed. Lu Chen nodded slightly, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers crisply. In an instant, Jack's twisted and hideous face shattered like a broken pottery jar, exploding suddenly. Put! Accompanied by a low explosion sound, flesh and blood splattered like fine rain, and Jack's headless body stumbled forward 2 steps due to inertia before finally collapsing to the ground. No matter how powerful Jack became after his mutation, he was ultimately just Lu Chen's vassal. With a single thought, Lu Chen could decide his life or death. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Jack's attribute panel, and he saw that the panel had been completely refreshed. Undead, cursed captain, demonized Jack, level creature, traits, extremely fast, no pain sensation, grows fiercer with battle, high intelligence, cunning, brutal, bloodthirsty, talent, undying curse, level, skill, dark magic sword, level, combat power assessment, level 5. Level 5 undead capable of causing a disaster. Indeed, after absorbing the dark magic essence, Jack had also become a level creature. However, unlike Gorgon, who focused on defense, Jack seemed to emphasize speed. With this template, Jack would undoubtedly become an incredibly sharp sword in Lu Chen's hands, alleviating many of his burdens. Between Jack and the demonized Gorgon, I wonder which one is stronger. Lu Chen smiled slightly, pondering to himself. Speaking of Gorgon, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. By the way, what about that little mermaid named Fuyao? During the previous battle with Gorgon, Fuyao had shown great kindness to Lu Chen, especially with that shell, which had helped him immensely. Lu Chen was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Having received a favor, he felt the need to express his thanks. However, when he looked around, trying to find Fuyao's figure, he discovered that the sea was left with only rolling waves, with no trace of her. Forget it. I'll express my gratitude when we meet again in the future. Lu Chen shook his head and chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was just a minor episode. He then began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the scattered corpses of the giant rock lizards into his storage ring, feeling a bit regretful. The massive group of giant rock lizards that had once inhabited this place, upon witnessing their leader Gorgon being slain by Lu Chen, had panicked and fled into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Otherwise, those giant rock lizards alone could have provided Lu Chen with a significant amount of life energy. Afterward, Lu Chen whistled, and instantly, a pure white seagull swooped down from the sky. Through the seagull's shared vision, it was as if he had a pair of eyes overlooking the entire situation, carefully examining every inch of Giant Lizard Island. Before leaving, he wanted to see if there were any good things left on the island. Lu Chen still remembered that the last time on Goblin Island, he had discovered a large patch of bone grass. However, on Giant Lizard Island, the rocks were jagged, and the vegetation sparse. It seemed there were no rare herbs hidden here. Just then, an unusual color caught his attention. In a crevice of a weathered rock wall, a glimmering brass-like sheen was faintly visible. This is copper ore. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy and quickly stepped forward to examine it closely. Indeed, it's copper ore. Copper ore was not a rare item on Blue Star, but its value was different over this vast ocean, especially since he needed 5 units of copper ingots as key materials to upgrade the advanced novice wooden boat to a basic single-masted sailboat. Required materials for upgrading the advanced novice wooden boat: Level 8 crystal core, copper ingots, wood, fibers, iron ingots. Chapter 63, Evolve, Evolve, Evolve. Lu Chen collected all the visible copper ore and placed it into his storage ring. Then, he scanned Giant Lizard Island once more through the seagull, confirming that there were no other valuable resources left on the small island before returning to the underworld with Tuanzi in Jack's body. Wow, Captain, I'm invincible, I'm invincible. On the deck, Jack transformed into a black shadow, darting around and shouting, "Tuanzi, look how fast I am." Jack zoomed past little Tuanzi, who bared his teeth in frustration but couldn't catch up to Jack, only able to chirp incessantly. Watching Jack and Tuanzi chase and play on the deck, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, feeling a sense of relief. He had previously worried that Jack would undergo a drastic change in temperament after absorbing the dark magic essence. After all, on the celestial panel, Jack's characteristics had added brutality and bloodlust. However, seeing Jack's silly demeanor, Lu Chen felt reassured. What Lu Chen didn't know was that Jack's goofy appearance was only present when he was with him. In front of enemies, Jack would transform into a true level of undying undead, making opponents deeply experience what fear and despair truly meant. Once we handle these spoils, it's time for us in Zone 1000 to strike back. Lu Chen gently stroked his storage ring, his eyes glinting coldly. Those guys from the allied nations had been too reckless. It was time for them to pay for their arrogance. With a light wave of his right arm, more than 10 massive corpses of rock-armored lizards instantly appeared on the deck, piled up like a small mountain. Suddenly, Lu Chen's heart stirred. After such a long time, there should be someone in the zone who could hunt down a beast with a talent, right? Then, Lu Chen opened the celestial trading page. With just a glance, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He saw that 6 people had gifted him as many as 8 beast corpses. Moreover, these sea beasts were not ordinary rock-armored lizards. They were all precious sea beasts that had awakened talents. Among sea beasts, the individuals capable of awakening talents were extremely rare. Even someone as strong as Lu Chen relied on luck to hunt a talented sea beast. However, these people could have traded for strengthening herbs or other valuable items from Lu Chen, yet none chose to do so. Instead, they opted to give them away for free. It seemed that the saying "many hands make light work" was indeed true. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. As Zone 1000 grew stronger, the rewards he received became increasingly generous. The improvement in other strengths meant they could hunt more talented sea beasts for Lu Chen, allowing him to continuously absorb talents and attribute points through Tuanzi. In this way, evolving all talents to above level would be just around the corner. Tuanzi, it's time to work. Guji, ding. Successfully absorbed rock-armored lizard, level 4, you gain 8 points in constitution, ding. Successfully absorbed ice-armored lobster, level 3, you gain level talent ice manipulation, strength increased by 6 points, ding. Successfully absorbed crystal coral, level 1, you gain level talent constitution enhancement, constitution increased by 2 points, ding. Successfully absorbed the 4-eyed sea snake, Tier 1, you have gained a tier talent visual enhancement, agility increased by 2 points. You've worked hard. Tuanzi Guji Guji. With a flurry of activity from little Tuanzi, Lu Chen successfully absorbed 8 talents, which are ice control, tier, physical enhancement, tier, perception enhancement, tier, smell enhancement, tier, speed enhancement, tier, hearing super enhancement, tier, and visual enhancement, tier, along with 86 points in constitution, 6 points in agility, 4 points in perception, and 6 points in strength. Without a doubt, it was another wave of super enhancements. With Tuanzi as his super assistant, Lu Chen's path to becoming stronger felt like he was cheating. Ding! Your tier talent ice control has met the evolution conditions and successfully evolved into tier talent ice mastery. Ding! Your tier talent hearing super enhancement has met the evolution conditions and successfully evolved into tier talent hearing spirit perception. Ding! Your tier talent physical enhancement has met the evolution conditions and successfully evolved into tier talent physical super enhancement. Ding! Your tier talent perception enhancement has met the evolution conditions and successfully evolved into tier talent perception super enhancement. Ding! Your tier talent visual enhancement has met the evolution conditions and successfully evolved into tier talent visual super enhancement, accompanied by a series of system prompts. 5 talents met the conditions and began to evolve. After the evolution, none of the 18 talents Lu Chen possessed were below tier. Tier, Undying Curse, Mountain Power, Yin Yang Master Tier, Bone Control 4, Plant Affinity, Poison Control, Flame Control 5, Ice Control Tier, Strength Super Enhancement, Speed Super Enhancement 5, Invisibility, Earth Control, Perception Super Enhancement, Physical Super Enhancement, Hearing Spirit Perception Tier, Smell Super Enhancement 10, X-Ray Vision, Visual super enhancement. So the next stage of hearing super enhancement is hearing spirit perception. Lu Chen gazed at his talent panel, raising an eyebrow slightly. This was his first auxiliary talent stepping into a new realm beyond super enhancement. I wonder what hearing spirit perception will evolve into next. Lu Chen felt a surge of curiosity. With a thought, hearing spirit perception surged forth like a tide, and in an instant, all the sounds around him seemed to be infinitely amplified, clearly flooding into his ears: the surging of the sea, the graceful swimming of fish, the melodious howling of the sea breeze. Every subtle sound in nature became exceptionally clear to Lu Chen, as if it were within reach. It seems my hearing has reached the limit of human perception. A premonition surged in Lu Chen's heart. When hearing spirit perception evolves again, the assistance it could provide would far exceed the simple category of hearing. Perhaps he could create sounds at will, weaving a web of illusionary sounds to confuse his enemies, or he could manipulate the power of sound, transforming it into an invisible blade to launch a deadly attack on foes. These thoughts might sound a bit absurd, but in this world of infinite possibilities and miracles, everything is possible, and everything awaits his exploration and discovery. I still need to enhance my strength. There are too many unknowns in this world that I need to explore. Lu Chen sighed lightly, pulling his thoughts back to reality. At this moment, he held a precious 90 points of free attributes in his hands. Without hesitation, he resolutely allocated all these attribute points to perception. Chapter 64, Successfully Evolved to Tier A Talent. Chapter 64, Successfully Evolved to Tier Talent. Perception is always his most important attribute, without exception. With a subtle wave, Lu Chen's attribute panel was refreshed. Strength, 158, average for this level, 65, Agility, 152, average for this level, 65, Constitution, 250, average for this level, 65, Perception, 250, average for this level, 65, Evolution points, 16. I hope these 16 evolution points are enough to upgrade bone control to the next level. Lu Chen thought firmly, immediately investing 4 evolution points into bone control. In an instant, a profound understanding and perception surged into his heart, granting him deeper insights into the mysteries of bones and the undead. Ding, due to your strong affinity with the undead talent, consuming 4 evolution points, bone control level successfully evolves into death resonance level. It was a success. Lu Chen's gaze then shifted to the next stage evolution requirements for death resonance, and a wave of joy surged within him. It only required 8 points. Indeed, the undead system was his true innate talent. The threshold for upgrading from level to level was surprisingly half that of other systems, making the 16 points required for the Onmyoji seem particularly burdensome in comparison. Subsequently, Lu Chen chose to continue upgrading Death Resonance without hesitation. Ding, consuming 8 evolution points, Death Resonance is evolving. Remaining evolution points, 4, as the prompt from the Celestial Decree fell, Lu Chen's heart began to race with anticipation. Level talents were a mysterious realm he had yet to touch. He could hardly wait to witness what extraordinary power it would bring. Suddenly, Lu Chen's consciousness seemed to be violently swallowed by an invisible vortex, pulling him into a strange and profound space. Here, it was dark as night, thick darkness enveloping the sky like a tangible substance, stars hidden, light extinguished, only endless gloom and silence filled the surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a dense mass of bones, piled high like mountains, extending to the end of his vision, as if forming the foundation of this world. Above the bones, countless grotesque and terrifying undead creatures roamed, emitting piercing howls and roars. In that silent sky, a skeletal dragon over 1,000 meters long slowly unfurled its wings woven from countless bones. Its massive body flickered in and out of the darkness, each flap of its wings seeming to shake the very silence of the undead realm, bringing with it a heart-stopping hurricane. What is this place? Lu Chen stood in this terrifying land of bones, yet not a trace of fear arose in his heart. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable warmth and sense of belonging, as if he were the ruler of this undead realm. Deep within, a mysterious voice quietly echoed, "This place is the realm of the undead." In an instant, a vast amount of insights into the undead system surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He felt as if he could perceive the essence of life in undead beings, hearing the wails and obsessions contained within each bone. Beneath those seemingly cold bones lay another form of existence, one that transcended the boundaries of life and death. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The air was thick with the scent of death. He felt the flow and convergence of every thread of death energy in the undead realm, gaining a more thorough understanding of the life cycle of undead beings. The death energy of the undead realm was not merely a negative force, but rather a condensation of the life and death cycles of countless beings. It contained the mysteries of life's disappearance and rebirth, a cycle that was both cruel and filled with tenderness. As the understanding deepened, Lu Chen's original death resonance began to ascend to a higher realm under the push of a powerful force. Ding! Congratulations, death resonance level has successfully evolved into undead control level, success rate 100. Reminder, for evolvers of the same tier, the success rate of evolving to level talent is 30, evolving to level talent is 3, evolving to level success rate is 0. Reminder, if unable to evolve talent, evolution points can be consumed to develop skills. Ding! Due to your profound understanding of the undead talent, you have successfully comprehended the skill corpse explosion level. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a deep light flickering within them. It turned out that the success rate for evolving to level talent was merely 30, which meant that as levels increased in the future, those of mediocre talent, no matter how many evolution points they obtained or how many resources they mastered, would ultimately find it difficult to acquire high-level talents and become top-tier powerhouses standing tall in the world. Is this the power of level talent? Lu Chen casually snapped his fingers, and in an instant, four skeletal warriors clad in dark iron armor and exuding a fierce aura appeared out of thin air, kneeling uniformly on one knee before him. Each skeletal warrior radiated the overwhelming presence of a level 5 powerhouse. Looking at these four loyal skeletal warriors, a satisfied smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips, because, having summoned these four powerful skeletal warriors, he had not consumed a single bit of death energy. Without the limitation of death energy, as long as I have enough mental power, I alone can summon an endless army of undead. Even more exciting was that during this evolution, Lu Chen unexpectedly comprehended a brand new skill, corpse explosion level, an extremely brutal undead skill that allows a corpse or undead creature to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that inflicts great damage on enemies. There is a reason why undead skills are feared by the world. They are simply too brutal. Wow, Captain, how come you've changed so much in such a short time? Jack's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Chen, feeling an inexplicable urge to kneel. No, I, Jack, am now at least a being of a certain level, so why do I still want to kneel before the captain? Jack shook his head helplessly, and just then, his gaze inadvertently swept across the sea behind Lu Chen, and his eyes lit up. Captain, look, it's that little mermaid. Everyone, grit your teeth and swim with all your might. We must not give up. Fu Yao held on to Hao Qi, her small face filled with anxiety, her fishtail rapidly swaying, stirring up waves. At this moment, Hao Qi in her arms had his right arm completely severed, and his chest was pierced by a sinister sea spear, bright red blood staining the surrounding seawater like a thin stream. If it weren't for Fu Yao's talent continuously healing him, he would have long since perished. Beside Fu Yao, a large group of merfolk were desperately thrashing their tails, striving to escape, but behind them, dozens of fierce-looking Naga were relentlessly pursuing. Within the group Fu Yao belonged to, there were many elderly, weak, and sick individuals, which directly hindered the speed of the entire group, causing them to be gradually cornered by the Naga, putting them in a precarious situation. Chapter 65, Naga Tribe. Looking at the increasingly close Naga, the elderly merfolk leader Haiyuan tightly gripped the coral hammer in his hand and said sternly, "No, if this continues, not a single person from our Tai tribe will escape. All level 5 elders, stay back and help me block the Naga. The rest of the tribe members scatter and escape. Everyone that can get away should." After Haiyuan spoke these words, his eyes were filled with determination, already prepared to face death. He did not expect that the Naga tribe, which had always been evenly matched with the merfolk, would suddenly produce a 7th-tier powerhouse, instantly overturning the delicate balance between the two races. "Yes, chief." The 4 merfolk elders, all at the 5th tier, responded in unison, their eyes also filled with resolve. They understood well what it meant to choose to stay facing the Naga tribe, those cruel beings that fed on the hearts of the merfolk to gain greater power. The hope of survival was slim. Although fear lingered in their hearts, there was no wavering in the gazes of these elders. The tribe was filled with their own blood-related kin and descendants. To buy them even a second more of survival, they were willing to sacrifice their own lives without hesitation. "No, Grandpa Chief, Uncle Haichong, don't give up. You have to believe in me." Seeing Grandpa Chief and several elder uncles preparing to stay behind to face death, Fu Yao was almost in tears, her voice filled with urgency and pleading. "That human big brother, he can definitely help us fend off those Naga. He is right in front on Giant Lizard Island. We just need to hold on a little longer. We're almost there." Chief, Fu Yao is right. The weak Haoqin in Fu Yao's arms managed to squeeze out words. "That human, he is really powerful. Yes, Grandpa Chief, my brother and I would never lie to everyone. I don't want to lose any more family." Fu Yao's words were choked with sobs, tears welling in her eyes. Several of her friends had already been caught by the Naga behind them and had their hearts eaten. Haiyuan gazed at Fu Yao, a complex emotion flashing in his deep eyes. He knew that if they chose to scatter and flee now, they might still save some of their kin. But if they followed Fuyao's suggestion to go to Giant Lizard Island, and that human turned out to be no match for the Naga, then the entire tribe would fall into an irretrievable abyss. However, looking at Fuyao's eyes filled with hope and determination, Haiyuan felt an inexplicable trust rising in his heart. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All right, I believe in you siblings. Everyone, head to Giant Lizard Island with all your strength." Soon, the outline of Giant Lizard Island gradually became clear in the merfolk's sight, and a mysterious black boat, shrouded in thick black mist, quietly came into Fuyao's view. It was the Yumming. Just then, a familiar voice, slightly teasing yet familiar, rang out, "Oh, little mermaid, we meet again." Upon hearing Jack's voice, Fuyao's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. "Zombie Big Brother. It's Zombie Big Brother." Then she turned to Haiyuan and the other merfolk beside her, saying, "Grandpa Chief, everyone, we are saved. This is the super powerful human Big Brother's ship I told you about before." However, unlike Fuyao's joy, Haiyuan, Haichong, and the other merfolk looked at the black boat with furrowed brows. On that black boat, Haiyuan did not sense the aura of a 7th-tier powerhouse, let alone a 7th tier. There wasn't even the aura of a 6th tier. "Fuyao, what tier is that human you mentioned now?" Haiyuan's voice was exceptionally heavy. Big Brother should be at the 5th tier now, right?" Fuyao tilted her head, recalling. Yes, the human Big Brother was originally at the 2nd tier, and after fighting the Gorgon, he had risen to the 5th tier. Big Brother was so powerful. However, upon hearing Fuyao's words, a wave of lament arose among the crowd. "Fuyao, oh Fuyao, you child, you've brought great trouble to everyone." The elder mermaid, Haichong, slammed the water's surface with a heavy hand, her voice filled with despair. He had intended to reprimand Fuyao, but looking at her innocent face, the words of blame were swallowed back. He understood that Fuyao meant well. Haiyuan and the other elders also sighed and shook their heads, their expressions full of disappointment and hopelessness. Why does everyone look so glum? The human Big Brother is very powerful, even the Gorgon is no match for him. He can definitely help us deal with those Naga. Fuyao clenched her small pink fist, clearly full of confidence in Lu Chen. Fuyao, he is indeed strong enough to defeat a peak 5th-tier Gorgon, but a 7th-tier powerhouse has suddenly appeared among the Naga. No matter how strong this human is, he is still only at the 5th-tier level. How could he possibly be a match for a 7th-tier Naga? Haiyuan shook his head helplessly, sighing as he explained. "No, Big Brother defeated the demonized." Fuyao eagerly tried to explain, but her words were interrupted by a burst of arrogant laughter. "Ha ha ha, you timid little mermaids, why aren't you running? Have you found help?" Accompanied by this wild laughter, dozens of Naga warriors with snake heads and fish bodies, their arms thick and muscular, had tightly surrounded the merfolk. The leading Naga, with a prominent scar across his face, looked fierce and mocked the merfolk with a maniacal laugh. Sabas, as the leader of this Naga tribe, was filled with uncontrollable pride and joy. He never expected that a noble from the Naga royal family would deign to visit their small place. With this noble's strong support, those merfolk who had always been a headache for them would soon become a delicious meal. However, those agile merfolk were escaping far too quickly. Capturing them all in one go would require some effort. But these merfolk, for some reason, were foolishly fleeing towards the dead end of Giant Lizard Island. This was truly a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha. Chief, I just heard that mermaids say there should be reinforcements from the merfolk on that black ship. A Naga warrior quietly approached Sabas and reported in a low voice. Human warship? Sabas stared at the black ship shrouded in black mist, his brows furrowing involuntarily. The human race was not to be underestimated, they had boundless potential and vast numbers. When did the merfolk get involved with humans? Just as his thoughts were racing, the black mist on the ship suddenly surged, as if gently parted by an invisible hand, revealing a tall figure standing on the deck. Chapter 66 Boss Jack. Chapter 66 Jack. Sabas focused his gaze and then burst into a wild laugh. 5th tier? Ha ha ha, just a mere 5th tier? You merfolk must be confused to regard a 5th tier human as a lifeline. This is just too funny. Ha ha ha. The surrounding Naga warriors, seeing this, also followed Sabas, erupting in cruel and mocking laughter, as if the merfolk were already destined to become the fish on their chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Upon seeing that tall figure, Haiyuan and the others felt even more despair. 5th tier, it really was only 5th tier. In such a situation, what could a 5th tier human possibly do? Let alone that powerful 7th tier Naga with snake hair. Even the 6th tier Sabas was someone this human could never defeat. Thinking of this, Haiyuan couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness rise in his heart. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a resolute light, and quietly instructed, Haichong, in a moment, you will lead all the elders to break through with me and carve out a path for our people. As long as we can let even one person escape, it will be a seed left for our Haichao tribe. Yes, chief. Haichong and the other fish elders responded in unison. They knew that this was a critical moment of life and death, and only by giving their all could they fight for a glimmer of hope for the tribe. "Hey, Captain, look at this situation. It seems we are being underestimated." Jack's lips curled into a playful smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Interesting, the captain had already taken down the darkened Gorgon, and yet this group of fishmen dared to look down on him. The key was, I, Jack, am now a legitimate high-level being, okay? You underestimate the captain, and now you dare to underestimate me? In response to the fishman's disdain, Liu Ken appeared quite indifferent. If it weren't for Fu Yao's kind gesture earlier, he might have already dealt with both the merfolk and the Naga. For Liu Ken, every sea beast in sight had to be converted into life energy. He was eager to see how the dumpling would develop into its growth stage. However, with Fu Yao in the picture, Liu Ken decided not to take action against the merfolk. After all, a gentleman knows when to act and when not to. Repaying kindness with enmity was not his style. Liu Ken turned to Fu Yao, slightly parting his lips. "Are these Nagas your enemies?" Seeing Liu Ken speak, Fu Yao quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Others might not understand Liu Chen's strength, but Fu Yao was all too clear. As long as her big brother was willing to help, these Nagas were doomed. Yes, big brother, these Nagas are very hateful. They have already killed many of our kin and now want to wipe us out completely. Fu Yao spoke, but a hint of nervousness flickered in her eyes. After all, she had only met this human big brother once, and she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. She wasn't sure if Liu Ken would help her. Under Fu Yao's anxious gaze, Liu Ken glanced at the Nagas in the sea and said calmly, "Jack, kill them." "All right." Jack grinned, his previously playful demeanor instantly replaced by coldness and murderous intent. "Friend of the human race, I appreciate your goodwill," Haiyuan exclaimed, startled at Jack's intent to act, but the Naga chieftain Sabas possesses 6th-tier strength, and behind him, there is also a 7th-tier snake-haired Naga powerhouse. Please think carefully and do not act rashly. After all, this was merely the enmity between their merfolk and the Nagas. If innocent lives were lost because of it, that would be too unfortunate. Clearly, in Haiyuan's mind, the 5th-tier Liu Ken and Jack could not possibly be a match for the Nagas. 7th tier? Is that impressive? Jack's lips curled into a sinister smile. Before he finished speaking, a streak of black light suddenly swept across the surface of the sea, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being torn apart. Under everyone's gaze, Jack's figure moved suddenly, like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a fleeting shadow that shot out. The black light flickered as he swung his right arm, and a sword forged from black crystal suddenly coalesced, roaring as it lunged toward the disdainful Sabas. The sword tip lightly touched, black radiance like a dragon, tearing through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was before Sabas, a hint of ghostly light appearing, followed by the sword's shadow like a demon. The dark demon sword. The disdain on Sabas's face had not yet faded when an unprecedented sense of crisis surged toward him like a gale, tightening his heart. Fast. Too fast. How could a 5th-tier undead possess such astonishing speed and power? Sabas, in shock, felt his pupils constrict sharply and instinctively raised the trident in front of his chest. Boom! The black sword flashed like lightning, and at the moment it made contact with the trident, a deafening metallic clash erupted, shattering the trident into fragments in an instant. That unstoppable force, carrying the black sword, continued forward and pierced through Sabas's skull. Crack! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching sound of bones breaking, the black light suddenly burst forth, followed by a dull and wet sound. Sabas's grotesque face was cleaved in half by Jack's sword, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, a horrifying sight. Jack stomped down on Sabas's remains, using the force to leap, his figure resembling a graceful swallow, lightly landing back on the deck of the netherworld ship. At the same time, Liu Chen heard the prompt from the celestial decree in his mind. Ding, your vassal, demonized Jack, Tier 5, has killed the Naga Sabas, Tier 6. You have gained 1,000 life energy. From the moment Jack attacked to Sabas's fall, not even a second had passed. This sudden change froze the battlefield, silence enveloping it like a grave. All the Naga were stunned, Haiyuan was dumbfounded, Hai Cheong was in a daze, and all the merfolk members were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they looked at Jack. On Haiyuan's side, the words of persuasion were still on his lips when Jack, with a single sword strike, exploded the head of his old rival Sabas. This scene nearly made Haiyuan's eyes pop out. What a joke! Sabas was a Tier 6 powerhouse like me, and he just died like this? Or rather, he was killed in an instant, without even a scream. How could this undead possess such terrifying speed and power? The most crucial point was that such a powerful undead was bowing and scraping before the humans standing proudly on the black ship, clearly showing deference. Thinking of this, Haiyuan's gaze involuntarily turned to Liu Chen, filled with astonishment. Could it be that this human's strength surpasses the terrifying undead? How is that possible? Chapter 67, The Demon King, Jack. Chapter 67, The Demon King, Jack. Patriarch. The Patriarch is dead. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? After a considerable amount of time, the surrounding Naga finally seemed to awaken from their stupor, erupting in waves of incredulous exclamations. Their eyes were filled with fear, all staring at Jack. Everything happened too quickly. They didn't even see Jack's movements clearly, only feeling a flash of black light, and then the patriarch Sabas's head was cleaved in two. How could this undead be so powerful? This feeling of slaughter is truly exhilarating. Jack extended his tongue, gently licking the bloodstains from his face, his expression full of ecstasy. Just as he was about to strike again, a soft and slightly cold voice floated from the Naga crowd. A tear undead, this human lord can command such a powerful being, truly impressive. As the words fell, several Naga slowly parted, and a captivating figure gracefully swam into view. She was unlike any other, not the traditional Naga with a serpent's head and human body, but possessing the head of a human woman, beautiful and enchanting. However, her hair was extraordinarily bizarre, made up of countless living snakes, which slithered among her locks, the tips of the snakes occasionally poking out, gently swaying their bright red tongues. These snakes intertwined with her delicate features, creating a strange contrast that was both shocking and hard to look away from. The appearance of the snake woman made the surrounding Naga bow their heads in respect. Her status was clearly extraordinary. Oh, a beauty. The moment Jack saw the snake woman, his eyes lit up, and he let out a cheeky whistle. This woman was exactly to Jack's taste. Her figure was undeniably stunning, with curves that were exquisite, full in the front and back. The only flaw was that her lower body was a snake tail. Human friend, this is the 7th-tier powerhouse of the Naga tribe who suddenly appeared. It is because of her that the balance between our tribe and the Naga tribe will be broken, leading to our current predicament. Abyss looked at the snake woman, his eyes filled with apprehension, and the wound on his chest throbbed painfully again. A 7th-tier powerhouse was indeed terrifying. With just one strike, she had severely injured the 6th-tier Abyss. Naga Loth was slightly displeased by Jack's frivolous whistle, her brows furrowing slightly. She ignored Jack and directed her gaze straight at Lu Chen on the deck. "Sir, do you perhaps have a connection with these merfolk?" she asked straightforwardly. "If that is the case, I, Naga Loth, will give you face today and let these merfolk go. We can consider it a friendship. What do you think?" Although that level of undead combat power was astonishing, Naga Loth could see at a glance that the real decision-maker was that seemingly inconspicuous human. It would be unwise to confront such a powerful undead for a group of insignificant merfolk. Therefore, despite losing a 6th-tier powerhouse, Naga Loth still chose to concede. Strong individuals, no matter where they go, will always earn respect. After she spoke, a robust Naga warrior beside her immediately added, "Human, do you know that Lady Naga Loth is a noble member of our Naga royal family? Gaining the friendship of Lady Naga Loth is your honor." Hearing Naga Loth's words, Jack couldn't help but stop his actions and look at Lu Chen. This woman clearly had some background, and he couldn't cause trouble for the captain. However, based on his understanding of Lu Chen, he had a vague feeling that even if she was of the Naga royal family, it probably wouldn't be a big deal in the captain's eyes. Naga royal family? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled at the mention of this royal family. There must be high-level talents, right? With this thought in mind, he discreetly pulled up Naga Loth's attribute panel. Naga tribe, Naga Loth, traits, amphibious, scaled skin, high intelligence, talent, petrifying gaze, level, everything can turn to stone at a glance, skill, water flow manipulation, level, guiding water flow, like a shadow, combat power assessment, 7th to 8th tier, very troublesome Naga siren, be careful of turning to stone, a level of petrifying talent. Lu Chen felt secretly delighted. Such a high-level talent was indeed rare. How could he let it slip away easily? Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen's eyes on Naga Loth grew increasingly fervent, as if he had discovered a long-hidden treasure. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. "Jack, kill her." "All right, Captain." Jack grinned, having already anticipated this outcome. In the captain's dictionary, there was never the word retreat. No matter who it was, as long as they possessed the talent he valued, they would become his possession. However, a captain like this was truly to his liking. "Beautiful lady, although I, Jack, really like you, the captain wants your life." Jack grinned menacingly, his right foot stomping heavily on the deck, accompanied by a low rumble. His body instantly transformed into a streak of black light, rushing towards Naga Loth. Seeing Jack suddenly spring into action, Naga Loth was immediately enraged, shouting, "Bastard, I already said to let those merfolk go, and you still won't back down." In an instant, the surrounding sea seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging into a towering wave that surged toward Jack with a thunderous roar. Skill level, flowing shadow. Naga Loth, you really are naive. Do you really think those merfolk have that much influence? The captain is hunting, and you Naga are now our prey. As Jack grinned savagely, dark magical energy surged within him, staining the surrounding waters black like ink. He raised his hand and waved, the dark magic coalescing into an indestructible magical crystal shield, easily shattering the oncoming giant wave, sending splashes everywhere. Skill-leveled dark magic sword, at will, offense and defense in one. Immediately after, Jack's figure flickered, propelled by the magical energy, instantly crossing the shattered waves and closing in on Nagaloth. You think of us as prey? Arrogant! Nagaloth cried out, her 7th tier power boiling instantly, gathering at the tip of her trident, shining brilliantly, the sound of wind breaking howling as she swung fiercely at Jack. Still struggling? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jack's mouth, the dark magic sword forming in his hand in an instant, its blade glinting coldly. He turned his wrist lightly, the sword edge colliding heavily with the trident's glow, producing a deafening metallic clang. Nagaloth felt a tremendous force surging from the trident, her body jolted, a muffled groan escaping her lips, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. Although she understood that Jack, as a 5th-tier undead, would be difficult to deal with, she never expected that she, a 7th-tier being, would be unable to withstand his strike. But Jack gave her no chance to catch her breath. Dark magical crystals suddenly formed beneath his feet, stabilizing his stance. He stomped hard on the magical crystal, using the force to leap into the air, his figure like lightning, once again lunging forward. The dark magic sword, carrying the momentum of destruction, was sharp and unmatched, aimed directly at Nagaloth's head. Chapter 68, The Terrifying A-Class Skill, Corpse Explosion. Chapter 68, The Terrifying Level Skill, Corpse Explosion. Damn it! Faced with Jack's fierce swordlight, Nagaloth's beautiful eyes narrowed, the gravity of the situation hard to conceal. Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that she was not a match for this undead of only 5th tier. This was the terrifying aspect of a level creature. 5th tier Jack was actually able to cross 2 tiers and overpower 7th tier Nagaloth. Nagaloth understood that she could no longer hold back at this moment. Her eyes suddenly turned gray-white, her snake hair dancing like a storm, the snake heads hissing in unison, pointing directly at Jack. In an instant, an invisible force surged forth, and Jack felt his body stiffen, then quickly petrify, turning gray-white. What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, Jack was completely petrified, like a statue, suspended in midair. Seeing Jack caught, Nagaloth did not take the opportunity to attack him. This undead was too formidable. Her petrification ability was only at level 6, and she had not yet mastered the true essence of petrification, only able to briefly hold Jack in place. But that was enough. If I'm not mistaken, this undead has half of its soul in your hands, right? Nagaloth's gaze shifted to the deck where Lu Chen was, her red lips curling into a strange arc. As long as I kill you, this undead will die with you, she said, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. So, you can go die. With that, Nagaloth's snake tail suddenly whipped out, like an arrow released from a bow, carrying allure and murderous intent, shooting toward Lu Chen. Upon seeing this, Haiyuan, Haiqian, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Oh no, the undead has been petrified. That human friend is in danger. Human brother, be careful. This undead is indeed a creature, but that human friend is not. The attribute power of humans has always been weaker than that of sea beasts of the same tier. How can a mere 5th tier human resist the attack of a 7th tier royal naga? Thinking of this, the fishmen were anxious and swam desperately towards the direction of the phantom, wanting to help Lu Chen out of his predicament. As long as they could buy their human friend a moment to breathe, once the level 1 undead broke free from the petrification, they would have a chance to overcome this crisis together. However, in their haste, the fishmen overlooked a crucial point. Jack was so strong yet willingly became Lu Chen's vassal. How could Lu Chen's strength be simple? Because of Jack's ferocity, Nagalos did not dare to be careless. When still far from Lu Chen, she unleashed her petrification with all her might. Lu Chen's body paused, sensing that the blood within him seemed to freeze, and his skin gradually lost warmth. He frowned slightly and murmured, "Petrification? The gaze of Medusa?" In the midst of Blue Star, anyone who looked into Medusa's eyes would be turned to stone, so couldn't he just close his eyes? However, as Lu Chen closed his eyes, a cracking sound echoed in his ears, and his legs were still eroded by a grayish-white hue, the petrification spreading. Clearly, closing his eyes was useless against petrification. Lu Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seemed that the myths of Blue Star did not apply to the world of Tianshu. However, this petrification was indeed a good talent. Lu Chen was determined to have it. With this thought, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth not only did not show panic but instead curled into a faint smile. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Nagalos, who was rushing towards him, furrowed her brows tightly, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. This human's legs had already been petrified by me. He was on the brink of death, yet he could still smile? She did not understand what this human could still rely on. Suddenly, for shadows shot towards Nagalos like arrows from behind Lu Chen, They were the 4 black-armored skeleton warriors he had summoned earlier. Nagalos glanced over, her lips curling in disdain. Just 4 ordinary level 5 undead, human, is this your last resort? However, before the disdain on Nagalos's face could fade, she saw Lu Chen's lips part slightly, uttering 2 cold words, corpse explosion. In an instant, the 4 black-armored skeleton warriors seemed to be ignited by an invisible force, the death energy within them erupting explosively. Boom, 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 boom. Their bodies exploded from the inside out, transforming into 4 blazing black flames, sweeping towards Nagalos with devastating power. How is this possible? Nagalos's pupils constricted instantly, and she hurriedly summoned all her strength to manipulate the water, attempting to construct a solid protective barrier. However, in the face of the astonishing power of the corpse explosion, all her efforts seemed so pale and powerless. Nagalos felt an irresistible force crashing upon her like a storm, and the water shield she had painstakingly built was evaporated in an instant. Immediately after, her body was tightly wrapped in black flames, the searing pain cutting through every inch of her skin like a blade. Her snake hair crackled in the flames, then was mercilessly burned off, scattering everywhere. One of her arms was directly blown off in the violent explosion, and the black flames, like a demon's kiss, continuously gnawed at her flesh. Level skill. You actually mastered a level skill. This is impossible. Nagalos let out a heart-wrenching wail, her once charming face twisted by fear and pain, her eyes filled with despair and disbelief. A few seconds later, the black flames gradually extinguished, revealing Nagalos's horrific appearance. She floated weakly on the surface of the sea, gasping for breath, surrounded by still burning embers and scattered bone fragments, the air thick with a suffocating burnt smell. However, before Nagalos could catch her breath, she saw the surrounding seawater suddenly freeze into ice, a bone-chilling cold instantly sweeping over her. She looked up in shock and found the tall figure on the deck, which she had once underestimated, standing before her without her noticing. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The idea is not wrong, Lu Chen said, gazing at the battered Nagalos with a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly reached out his right hand, tightly gripping Nagalos's slender neck, lifting her entire body off the ground. But unfortunately, your judgment is poor. I am far stronger than Jack. Nagalos felt an immense force that seemed ready to crush her neck, and fear spread across her eyes in an instant. She realized clearly that this human truly harbored murderous intent towards her. Don't kill me. Nagalos's voice trembled as she frantically searched for a way to escape. I am willing to offer my soul to you like that dead spirit, to become your vassal. To save her life, Nagalos spared no effort, throwing Lu Chen a seductive glance, while the scales on her chest slowly faded, revealing a half-exposed, snow-white curve. Her voice became increasingly soft and charming. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you spare me. Chapter 69, You are not worthy to be my vassal. Chapter 69, You are not worthy to be my vassal. Nagalos had a deep understanding of the human race. She knew that powerful human males often had a fondness for beautiful women of other races, and she had absolute confidence in her beauty and charm, believing that as long as she could leverage this, she could persuade Lu Chen to let her go. Looking at Nagalos's affected posture, a hint of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Your looks are indeed exceptional, he said, but to become my vassal, you are not qualified. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Chen's right hand suddenly exerted force. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp and abrupt sound of bones breaking, the charming expression on Nagalos's face instantly froze, her head drooping weakly like a wilting flower. Ding! Killed Nagalos, level 7, gained 2,000 life energy points. Watching the once proud Nagalos fall, a silence enveloped the entire sea area. The fishmen, including Haiyuan and Haiqiong, were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They had previously worried that Lu Chen would be killed by Nagalos and had desperately tried to save him. However, they had barely swum a short distance when they heard a deafening explosion, followed by the sight of Nagalos, who had plunged the entire fishman tribe into despair, gasping for breath in the aftermath of the explosion. The key point was that Nagalos had already expressed her intention to submit, yet that humans still mercilessly killed her. The coldness and decisiveness of it sent shivers down the spine of every being present. Did that earth-shattering explosion really come from that human friend? Haiqiong was still immersed in the shocking explosion, unable to extricate himself. He swallowed hard and turned to look at the tribe leader, Haiyuan, his face filled with astonishment and shock. It should be. Haiyuan's voice trembled slightly, the terrifying power of the explosion still making his heart race. He pondered to himself that if he were in Nagalos's position, he would have likely turned to nothing in that moment. Hearing Nagalos's last words, was that truly the power of a level skill? This human had actually mastered a level skill? With this thought, Haiyuan's gaze towards Lu Chen was filled with awe and admiration. It is well known that skills are derived from talent, and their level cannot exceed the talent itself. However, Lu Chen was so young yet already possessed a level talent. Such extraordinary talent was indeed rare. It is no wonder that the terrifying undead would obey this human friend without question. Fortunately, such a terrifying human is a friend of our merfolk. Meanwhile, the other Naga witnessed the death of Nagalos and fell into a deep abyss of despair. Lord Nagalos. Lord Nagalos has actually fallen. How is this possible? He is a 7th tier talent. How could he die at the hands of this human? It's over, it's over. A member of the royal family has died here. None of us will live long now. They wailed in despair, as if the end of the world was imminent. Suddenly, a louder wail drowned out all the Nagas. Ah, Captain, you're wasting it. She's so beautiful, don't give her to me. What a pity to kill her. It was Jack, looking at Nagalos's gradually stiffening body, a look of regret on his face. There's still warmth, she can still be used. Lu Chen looked at Jack, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Every time he painstakingly created an atmosphere, it would be completely ruined by this unreliable guy. You don't even have Koan. Why are you so concerned about this? Jack. Lu Chen's voice was already as cold as frost. So angry at Jack. Hey, Captain, you can let me take care of Nagalos later. I'll go first, Jack said, noticing Lu Chen's murderous gaze, and immediately shrank his neck, awkwardly laughing. Whatever you say, Captain. Not a single Naga left, Lu Chen commanded. All right, Jack replied, then turned to the surrounding Nagas who were wailing in despair, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face. My beloved girl is gone, so you all come to pay with your lives. Jack grinned ominously, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of black light, shooting out like lightning. For strong Naga warriors hadn't even had time to react before they were cut in half at the waist. Not good, it's that undead. Devil, he is a devil. Run, everyone swim to the deep sea. Too late, he's too fast, help. No, the one who killed Nagalos is that human. What do you want us to pay for? The last Naga warrior shouted this in grievance, but it was of no use. Jack was like a killing machine. Wherever he went, the Nagas fell one after another. Dozens of Nagas were not spared, all slaughtered by Jack. The originally azure sea surface was now stained red with blood, and numerous Naga corpses and severed limbs floated on the water. Jack's black crystal magic sword was suddenly pulled out from the last Naga warrior's head, the tip still hanging with that terrified eyeball. Jack swallowed it without hesitation, a satisfied yet sinister smile on his face. Of course I know, I can't beat the captain, so I can only vent my anger on you. Consider yourselves unlucky. Jack, blood red with rage, turned his crimson gaze towards the shocked abyss and the others beside him, his murderous intent released without reservation, as if looking at a group of incredibly delicious food, ready to embark on the next round of hunting. At that moment, the newly added 2 traits on the panel of the Celestial Oracle for Jack, brutality and bloodlust, were fully revealed. When Jack's gaze swept over, Abyss and the others instantly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, their hair standing on end, as if locked onto by a ravenous beast. However, just then, Lu Chen's calm voice rang out, Jack. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Jack's bloodshot eyes. He looked at Haiyuan and the others, a hint of regret showing in his gaze. Then, with a sudden push off the black crystal beneath him, he leaped gracefully back onto the phantom, his face once again breaking into that irreverent, cheeky expression. Captain, all set. Witnessing Jack's obsequious demeanor towards Lu Chen, the fear in Haiyuan and the others' hearts was hard to quell. They knew very well that without the restraint of that human friend, the level of undead they had just encountered would undoubtedly have slaughtered them all. After all, the intense killing intent that Jack had just exuded was anything but a bluff. Chapter 70, First Kiss. Go, collect all the Naga corpses, Lu Chen said, lightly tossing a storage ring to Jack. Jack caught the ring, forcing a bitter smile. If I had known I had to collect their bodies, I wouldn't have smashed them to bits. He shook his head helplessly and began to tidy up. At that moment, Fuyao gently swayed her fish tail and slowly approached Lu Chen, her small face filled with admiration. Big brother human, Fuyao still doesn't know your name? Sure enough, once the big brother made his move, these Naga were no longer a concern. My name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen brother, can you come a little closer to me? Fuyao lightly bit her red lip, a shy blush spreading across her face, her voice as soft as a whisper. What is this little girl up to? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then raised an eyebrow and leaned forward. Suddenly, a faint scent of the sea wafted towards him, followed by a soft, sweet, and smooth sensation flooding his lips. It was Fuyao. This little mermaid had unexpectedly given Lu Chen a French kiss. Jack, witnessing this scene, was instantly stunned, his actions coming to a halt. He clenched his fists, his face filled with shock. Captain, I told you there was no hesitation in killing the snake woman. Turns out you and this little mermaid were already involved. Woo, Captain, you're being selfish, not even leaving me a chance. Jack looked aggrieved. The captain was too wicked. He clearly had a partner but wouldn't let him fly together with his beloved snake woman. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely immersed in Fuyao's passionate and sudden kiss, unable to hear Jack's loud exclamations. Having been single his entire life, he was utterly dazed by Fuyao's kiss. What's going on? She just came up and kissed? Is this otherworldly place so open now? By the time Lu Chen regained his senses, Fuyao had already blushed deeply, ending their close contact. Ding! You have received the blessing of the sea god. Fuyao's first kiss. Fuyao's first kiss as a favored child of the sea. The one she chooses will receive the blessing of the sea god. Attributes: strength, agility, constitution, perception, skill comprehension, favor of the sea god. You have been granted the breath of the deep sea, greatly extending your breath-holding time underwater. Although this skill makes it seem as if you possess the breathing ability of a child of the ocean, remember, you are still human. On the sea, a ship is still very necessary. After all, even the most favored children of the sea god cannot defy the laws of nature and avoid the risk of drowning. The sudden divine prompt in his mind left Lu Chen stunned. A blessing? A kiss from this little girl could add 40 attribute points? And he comprehended a high-level skill? If he kept kissing her every day, wouldn't he be even more impressive than a dumpling? Lu Chen brother, I don't know how to thank you. This is the only way I can think of to repay you. Fuyao's face was tinged with a shy blush, her voice as soft as a whisper. At this moment, the sea creature slowly waved its tail fin and approached. Lu Chen, my young friend, Fuyao is the only girl in our Sea Tide tribe who has been able to connect with the sea god for 100 years. Her first kiss carries the blessings and expectations of the sea god. His gaze gently fell on Fuyao, filled with affection, yet mixed with a hint of barely perceptible helplessness. The merfolk are devoted in their emotions. Fuyao's kiss signifies that her heart has already found its place, making it difficult for her to accept anyone else in this life. However, Fuyao's identity is special, and Lu Chen belongs to the human race. Their two different paths seem to have long foretold a future where they cannot intersect. Thus, from the moment Fuyao offered that kiss, she embarked on a path of lonely waiting, destined to be solitary for life. Yet, Lu Chen knew nothing of this. For him, who came from the blue star, it was unimaginable that a simple kiss could determine the fate of a lifetime. Thank you, this blessing is very useful to me, he replied sincerely. Then, he turned to Fuyao and asked, Fuyao, living in the ocean, have you discovered any powerful creatures or peculiar sights nearby? For Lu Chen, the sea beasts around them could no longer satisfy his hunting needs. He urgently needed to find his next target, preferably a powerful creature like a demonized gorgon. Fuyao pondered for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat serious. In the northern sea, I once saw a huge statue. Whenever the tide goes out, it seems there is something terrifying beneath the statue. As she spoke, her gaze locked onto Lu Chen. Seeing the spark of exploration in his eyes, she quickly advised, Lu Chen, you mustn't act impulsively and take risks. It's very dangerous there, at least a level 10 strength is required. She knew well Lu Chen's adventurous nature, which could be called brave or reckless. After all, he dared to set foot on Giant Lizard Island when he was only level 2. She didn't want Lu Chen to encounter any danger. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that Jack had finished collecting all the Naga corpses and was sitting at the bow of the ship, looking quite pleased. He nodded gently, acknowledging the current situation. His gaze turned to Fuyao's stunning face, and he was struck by a thought of her excellent healing abilities. The phantom ship indeed lacked a ship's doctor. How could he miss such an opportunity? Moreover, Fuyao's innocent and pure character further endeared her to him. Fuyao, would you like to come aboard the phantom ship and become one of us? Lu Chen sincerely extended the invitation, marking the first time he actively recruited crew members since arriving in the world of Tianyu. Upon hearing this, Fuyao's eyes instantly lit up, as if stars were twinkling. She almost blurted out I would, but at that moment, she seemed to remember something, and her expression became hesitant. Lu Chen, I'm sorry. Fuyao still has some matters to attend to, she said softly, silently adding in her heart, Fuyao cannot bring trouble to Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen did not press her. He understood that his words could change someone else's life trajectory, and being rejected was only natural. He nodded gently to show respect for Fuyao's choice, then waved his hand. Jack, let's go. With his command, the skeletons began to row vigorously, and the phantom ship slowly sailed away from its original position. Fuyao stared blankly at the gradually receding black silhouette of the boat, and finally couldn't help but shout, Lu Chen, Grandpa the Chief is going to take us to migrate to Atlantis to live. In the future, if you come to Atlantis, you must come find me. She watched as the phantom gradually disappeared into the black mist, her eyes growing moist, murmuring to herself, you must come back. Haochi, seeing his sister in such a state, gently pulled her into his embrace, softly comforting her, Fuyao, forget about him. He was just a fleeting passerby in our lives. On the deck, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Jack's puffed-up expression, unable to suppress a smile. This Jack was too amusing. Just because Fuyo kissed me once, he was actually angry now. However, living on Blue Star, Lu Chen had long learned how to cleverly paint a grand picture. He cleared his throat. Jack, just focus on your work. If we come across suitable female fairies or sea beasts in the future, I'll definitely save one for you, so you can have a companion too. Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes instantly lit up, and he darted to Lu Chen's side, eagerly massaging his shoulders with a beaming smile, saying, "Hee hee, I knew it, Captain, you care about me the most." Gujajai, the little ball was perched on top of Lu Chen's head, casting a disdainful glance at Jack's fawning demeanor. "Hey, you little ball, what kind of look is that? Let me tell you, when you grow up, don't date octopuses, or I'll laugh at you. Goo, gee." And so, a skeleton and an octopus began to argue on the deck, creating quite a lively scene. Chapter 71, The Alliance Nations That Keep Making Mistakes. Since the news of Lu Chen slaying a fifth-tier creature was broadcast throughout the entire 8th district, the Alliance Nations instantly became obedient, leading to a sudden silence across the entire district channel. The survival wager token in Lu Chen's hand hung over the heads of the nation's evolvers like the sword of Damocles, causing the once arrogant Alliance nations to transform into docile little kittens, fearing to attract Lu Chen's attention. After all, any sea area that had joined the Alliance had won a survival wager at least once. If they faced Lu Chen and lost, they would suffer a loss of at least 40 attribute points, a burden no evolver could bear. Not to mention areas like Fusong 903 and South Korea 942, which had already lost once. If they lost again, the survival of the evolvers in the district would face a tremendous threat, especially with the toxic fog arriving in 6 days, making it impossible for anyone to escape disaster. Charles, oh God, why are you all so quiet? Shoo, Charles, don't speak. That devil Lu Chen's wager hasn't been activated yet. It would be bad if he sets his sights on us. Fusong 903 District, Mr. Lu Chen actually defeated a 5th-tier beast. We, the Gull Roosters in District 673, must admit we are no match for him. Therefore, we do not wish to be enemies with District 1000. Mr. Lu Chen, we apologize for our previous offenses against you. Gull Rooster 673 District, Sai, the Shanxians are indeed as powerful as ever. We, the Indians, also do not wish to be enemies with them. India 579 District, our great Goryeo Empire has always respected the strong. Mr. Lu Chen, you have earned our respect, and we in District 942 wish to be friends with your District 1000. South Korea 942 District, in order to avoid becoming Lu Chen's target, the words of the Alliance nations had lost their previous arrogance, openly beginning to curry favor with Lu Chen. At this moment, the alliance led by the United States appeared precarious. Charles, oh, gentlemen, you need not fear that Lu Chen, he won't live much longer. These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up ripples in the district chat channel. Lord Charles, what do you mean by that? Do you have a way to deal with that devil? Fusong 903 Sea Area, a spark of hope ignited in the hearts of the Fusong people. They knew well that, given the intricate grievances between Fusong and Xinsha, other countries might reach some sort of reconciliation with Xinsha, but for them, it was a matter of life and death. The Xinsha people would never let them off easily. Charles, rest assured, everyone. I have used a precious invasion order to invite Prince Vantros to launch an attack on Xinsha's 1000 district. As soon as these words were spoken, the 8th district erupted in excitement. Oh my God, it's our everlasting devil. You actually handed the invasion order to him. Endless Sun 356 District. What, is he strong? Fusong 903 District, he is a vampire, a terrifying vampire. He can drain the blood of evolvers to enhance his own strength. In his 001 District, he is now the only one left alive. All the evolvers have become his blood food. I can't imagine how powerful he has become now. Endless Sun 356 District. The words of the Endless Sun people were filled with fear. Clearly, this Vantros had been a nightmare for the Endless Sun people back on Blue Star. However, upon hearing of such an evil and terrifying vampire, the alliance nations within the 8th district erupted in cheers, for this dreadful vampire's current target was the devil Lu Chen, who had kept them on edge. In an instant, those alliance members who had just shown goodwill towards Xinsha's 1000 district tore off their disguises. Finally, I don't have to pretend anymore. You despicable Xinsha people dared to take 40 precious attribute points from us. I want to watch you all walk towards destruction. South Korea 942 District. We Fusong people have finally waited for this moment. That detestable Lu Chen finally has someone to punish him. Fusong 903 District. Oh, devil Lu Chen, I take back what I said before. Our great Gallic Rooster will never submit to your might. We will plunder all the Xinsha people's attributes. Gallic Rooster 673 District. this is the will of Lord Shiva. We people of Tianju will surely follow Lord Shiva's guidance and eliminate all these Shinsha people. Tianju 579 District. Ding. Successfully absorbed Naga Loth, Tier 7, you have gained the tier talent Petrifying Gaze, agility increased by 11 points, ding. Successfully absorbed Sabas, Tier 6, you have gained the tier talent Lightning Manipulation, strength increased by 10 points, ding. Successfully absorbed Naga Warrior, Tier 5, agility increased by 8 points, ding. Successfully absorbed Naga Warrior, Tier 4, agility increased by 4 points, accompanied by a series of heavenly prompts. Surging energy flooded into Lu Chen's body like a tide. On the sea surface, the bodies of the Naga people turned into shriveled shells, scattered everywhere. Ha! This is truly exhilarating. Lu Chen tightly embraced the dumpling, his hearty laughter echoing in the sea breeze. Just from this wave of absorption, the dumpling helped Lu Chen gain a total of 179 points in agility and 10 points in strength, an achievement equivalent to what other revolvers would painstakingly accumulate after nearly 9 levels of upgrades. Even more precious was that Naga Loth not only contributed agility, but its tier talent Petrifying Gaze also became Lu Chen's possession. This talent was immensely powerful, almost equivalent to an instant and highly potent area control skill. Additionally, the tier talent of the Naga leader Sabas, Lightning Manipulation, was also mastered by Lu Chen. Not only that, defeating the 7th tier Naga Lord, the 6th tier Sabas, as well as 6 5th tier and 34th tier Naga warriors, brought a terrifying 11,400 points of life energy to Lu Chen. After splitting it with the little dumpling, each received 5,700 points of life energy. Under the nourishment of this immense energy, the little dumpling finally stepped into the 2nd tier realm. Level 2, 1180, Guji Guji. The little dumpling's tentacles happily rubbed against Lu Chen, clearly feeling very comfortable. However, Lu Chen widened his eyes, staring at the little dumpling's pink body for a long time. It had just absorbed a full 10,000 points of life energy and had finally leveled up, but it seemed there were no obvious changes. Chapter 72, Dragon Scale Armor. Blood Clan Prince. The little dumpling still maintained its cute, chubby appearance, looking like a completely harmless little creature. Of course, it was very adorable, perhaps even too cute for enemies to strike. It seemed that as long as it remained in its juvenile stage, the little dumpling wouldn't undergo any significant changes. But how many levels did it need to reach to enter the growth stage? Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, his current leveling speed wasn't slow. As long as he didn't slack off, he believed he would soon help the little dumpling grow. Wait, Lu Chen then noticed that this time he had absorbed the corpses of 34th tier Naga warriors, and each had only provided 4 points of agility. That's not right. I remember absorbing 4th tier sea beasts should yield 8 points of attributes, so why has it diminished to 4 points? Lu Chen's mind stirred, and he quickly understood the reason. This situation was similar to what he encountered when absorbing ordinary grade weapons. Clearly, as he continued to absorb, the energy from low-tier corpses had gradually become negligible, hardly providing any useful nutrients. If he wanted to continue enhancing his strength, he had to set his sights on higher-tier creatures. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. He realized how precious his previous adventures had been. If he had relied on the little dumpling as a golden finger and chosen to develop steadily, he could have become a moderately accomplished expert. But compared to the potential he was now displaying, the gap was simply vast. True strong individuals are never nurtured in a greenhouse. They need to be tempered in storms and break through challenges to continuously climb to new heights. Lu Chen understood this deeply and felt fortunate about his previous choices. By the way, after killing the demonized Gorgon, I remember that Tianyu rewarded a piece of silver-grade equipment. Lu Chen quickly turned his attention to his storage ring. Since that battle, he had been busy and only now had the chance to carefully check this reward. Dragon Scale Armor, Silver Intermediate, armor pieces meticulously forged from rare dragon scales, can be embedded in key parts of a ship, requires a small equipment slot. This armor piece is not only as hard as iron but can also absorb and rebound enemy attacks to a certain extent. This is ship equipment. Lu Chen's heart stirred as he recalled that after the Yuming upgraded to a high-level novice wooden boat, it indeed added a small equipment slot. This dragon scale armor comes at just the right time. It can be used perfectly. He waved his right hand, preparing to equip the dragon scale armor, and the Tianyu prompt sounded, "Ding, please select the coverage position for the dragon scale armor." Position? Lu Chen frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before coming to a decision. He was either on the offensive or on the way to attack, and the bow, as the leading part, was undoubtedly the most vulnerable area that needed protection. Considering this, Lu Chen decisively chose the bow of the ship as the equipment position for the dragon scale armor. As he focused his thoughts, the dragon scale armor seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, slowly drifting towards the bow of the phantom ship. Ding! Dragon scale armor has been equipped to the bow. With the sound of the prompt from the system, the bow of the phantom ship suddenly burst forth with a dim light, followed by a deep dragon's roar echoing within the ship's body, vibrating every inch of the wooden planks. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he watched the wooden planks at the bow begin to slowly writhe, as if alive, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a black dragon's head, its eyes tightly closed, its horns majestic, exuding an air of inviolable authority. The dragon's head perfectly merged with the hull of the phantom ship, the dragon scales shimmering with a cold luster, standing out against the dim sea surface, yet blending seamlessly with the eerie aura of the phantom ship, as if this ghost ship had now acquired its own guardian beast. After equipping the dragon scale armor, the defense rating of the phantom ship rose directly to high. Lu Chen stared at the ship's panel in front of him, the latest ship panel at the end of the chapter, unconsciously stroking his chin, lost in thought. He understood the paths of human talent evolution, but how was this ship's talent supposed to evolve? After all, the 4 talents possessed by the phantom ship were all extremely useful. Forget it, I'll find out eventually. Lu Chen shook his head, deciding not to think too much about it. Just then, the announcement from the system suddenly echoed throughout Zone 1000, emergency announcement. The invader Vanzuosi has activated the invasion order in the No Sunset War Zone 001 Novice Sea area. Invasion parties, No Sunset War Zone 001 Novice Sea area. Invader, Divine Summer War Zone 1000 Novice Sea area. Surviving numbers, 1 person, Zone 001, 915 people, Zone 1000. The system reminds, the Evolver Vanzuosi from Zone 001 has successfully been transported to the Novice Sea area of Zone 1000 via the invasion order. All Evolvers, please be cautious. Killing the invader will yield a large number of contribution points. Contribution points can be used in the fleet shop or the system shop to exchange for equipment and supplies. Accompanied by the ongoing announcement, a scarlet blood boat suddenly tore through space, appearing in the waters of Zone 1000. On the blood boat stood a tall figure, proudly upright, the Blood Prince Vanzuosi, who was highly anticipated by the Alliance nations. Vanzuosi had a pale and exquisite face. He took a deep breath, as if he could smell the vitality wafting through the air of Zone 1000. His eyes sparkled with a longing light as he murmured to himself, "Ah, the scent of the living. The great Vanzuosi hasn't tasted fresh human blood in several days. My lord, a new hunting ground has appeared. Congratulations. Congratulations, my lord." Behind him, 9 gaunt blood slaves bowed in salute. They were once ordinary evolvers from the 001C area, but now they had become Vanzuosi's blood slaves, losing their identities as evolvers. Their status was the same as the skeleton warriors summoned by Lu Chen. My lord, to the left, at the 9 o'clock position, there is a divine summer warship, a blood slave, thin as a twig, pointed towards a mid-level novice wooden boat in Zone 1000. Ah, prey, fresh prey. This prince will go and taste it first. Vanzuosi laughed heartily, his body instantly transforming into a swarm of pitch-black bats, flying swiftly towards the novice wooden boat. The following is an update on the word count. Readers may skip as they see fit. Lu Chen's latest panel, name, Lu Chen, cursed, level, 5, 6780, position, overseer, 500, evolution points, 4 death energy strength, 178 agility, 341 constitution, 260 perception, 260 free attribute points, 0 talent level, undead control level, undead curse, petrifying gaze, mountain power, 0, on Myoji level, plant affinity, poison control, flame control, 5, ice control level, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, 5, invisibility, perception enhancement, constitution enhancement, auditory sensitivity, lightning manipulation level 2, olfactory enhancement, 10, X-ray vision, visual enhancement skill, wind break, exclusive to overseers. When the opponent sees this move, they will experience true despair skill, corpse explosion, level, an extremely cruel undead skill that can cause a corpse or undead creature to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that inflicts massive damage on enemies. There's a reason why undead skills are feared by the world, they are truly brutal. Skill, favor of the sea god, level, you have been granted the breath of the deep sea, greatly extending your breath-holding time underwater. Oh, now diving doesn't require equipment. But be careful, you're not a fish, you will drown if you stay too long. Vessel, advanced beginner wooden boat, enhanced, comprehensive combat power assessment, unable to assess. For an overseer, realms are laughable. Anyone who relies on realms to battle an overseer will die a miserable death. Because there is a higher level of mountain power, the level of earth manipulation has been converted into mountain power with 0 evolution experience. Cursed enhanced beginner wooden boat. Underworld, Captain Lu Chen, level, advanced crew, 10 durability, 700. Weapon slot, small weapon 1, whale hunting crossbow bronze intermediate, equipment slot, small equipment 1, dragon scale armor silver intermediate, speed, medium, paddling, defense, high, light armor, talent, ghost ship, level, cherry blossom guardian, ecological symbiosis, level, speed, level. Concerned about being accused of padding the word count, I have refrained from writing too much about the panel. In the future, I will only display the complete panel at the end of the chapter when the protagonist's strength changes significantly. Chapter 73, The Terrifying Vantros on the Iron Wolf of Vantros. Captain Dong Jichang frowned, replaying the content of the announcement in his mind, his face incredulous. Invasion order? There's only one person on the other side, and they want to actively invade us with over 900 people? I must have misheard. Dong Jichang is a strong player on the level 1000 leaderboard, having reached level 4. At this moment, Wei Jie behind him, his eyes behind glasses appearing particularly heavy, pushed up his frames and said urgently, Brother Chang, something's not right. I just took a quick look at the 8th District channel. It seems this Vantros is some trick from the Americans. Before he finished speaking, a crew member pointed in terror at the sea, his face pale, his voice trembling with anxiety. Brother Chang, Brother Wei, look over there. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn, and they saw a blood-red boat quietly emerging. Even more shocking was the swarm of bats soaring from the boat, their oppressive presence almost tangible, causing all the crew members' hearts to nearly stop. Humph. So this is the Vantros? Dong Jichang's eyes sharpened, as if some power within him was awakened. He took a deep breath, his muscles instantly tensing and rapidly expanding, a crimson light radiating from beneath his skin, enveloping him, and his aura became overwhelmingly fierce. Level talent, muscle expansion. Blessed by the great deity Lu Chen, Dong Jichang received a total of 60 free attribute points, plus 3 evolution points. He used these evolution points to successfully transcend his level of strength, evolving into the level of muscle expansion. Looking at the rapidly approaching swarm of bats, Dong Jichang hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice, and instructed, We 5 will face the enemy. Warner, continue to remain invisible, do not reveal yourself. There are a total of 6 crew members on the Iron Wolf. At this point, Dong Jichang's tone grew heavier. If we are defeated, Warner, make sure to send the information about Fanjuasi through the chat channel to warn everyone. Just then, an urgent response came from the corner of the Iron Wolf. Brother Chang, I don't want to. I want to fight with everyone. There's no time. Do as I say. Dong Jichang shouted sharply, suddenly drawing a giant axe from behind. Prepare to fight. At that moment, the dark swarm of bats suddenly accelerated, enveloping the Iron Wolf in the blink of an eye. The other 4 crew members, unable to react in time, were swarmed by the dense bats, torn apart and drained of blood, and in an instant, the 4 became 4 withered corpses. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The swarm of bats launched a fierce attack on Dong Jichang as well, but his body, expanded with muscle, seemed like a copper wall and iron bastion, impervious to the bats' sharp fangs. Scatter! Dong Jichang roared, swinging the giant axe with a whistling sound, and in an instant, the bats in the air gathered as if summoned, forming a figure dressed in a tuxedo. It was Fanjuasi. Wei Jia, everyone! Dong Jichang's gaze swept over his teammates turned into corpses, finally fixing on Fanjuasi, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The great deity Lu Chen had granted everyone in District 1000 a total of 60 free attribute points and 3 evolution points. Wei Jia and the others, despite being only level 3, each possessed level talents, their strength not to be underestimated, yet they had perished in the blink of an eye. Just how powerful was this Fanjuasi? Ah, the taste of blood is truly delicious. Fanjuasi lightly landed on the deck of the Iron Wolf, his arms leisurely spread, a satisfied expression on his face. Just now, he had drained the blood of those 4 divine summer evolvers, contributing a full 7 attribute points to him. The energy contained in the blood of these divine summer people was indeed powerful. So delicious. Oh, a little bug slipped away. Interesting. Truly interesting. Fanjuasi's pale fingers leisurely adjusted his collar, his gaze glancing at the serious Dong Jichang ahead, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't be so arrogant. I will avenge my brothers today. Dong Jichang roared, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, his muscles instantly tensing and expanding again. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, Dong Jichang dared not hold back in the slightest, unleashing the full power of his muscle expansion talent. In an instant, he transformed into a giant with bulging muscles, his body glowing red, the massive axe slicing through the air with the force of thunder, striking fiercely at Fanjuasi. However, that axe, carrying immense power, was firmly grasped by a pale hand. Dong Jichang exerted all his strength, yet the giant axe seemed to be firmly embedded in the palm, not moving an inch. How is this possible? Dong Jichang's eyes widened in disbelief. Strength had always been his proudest asset. He had invested a large number of free attribute points into strength, giving him over 70 base strength points. At this moment, under the full activation of the muscle expansion talent, the power he unleashed was nearly a terrifying 300 points. With this axe, not to mention a human, even a 4th-tier sea beast would find it hard to withstand, either dead or injured. Yet, such a shocking blow was effortlessly caught by Vanzuosi. Could it be that Vanzuosi's strength had already surpassed 300 points? How could this be possible? Oh, your strength is decent. I shouldn't underestimate you. Now, you barely catch my eye. Vanzuosi sneered coldly, then suddenly yanked with his right hand, causing the giant axe tightly gripped by Dong Jichang to fly out of his hands. Before Dong Jichang could react, Vanzuosi transformed into a blood shadow, swiftly gripping Dong Jichang's neck, and then, with overwhelming force, slammed him onto the deck. Vanzuosi revealed his fangs, leaning close to Dong Jichang's neck. I heard that the strongest in your District 1000 is called Lu Chen. Where is he now? Hearing Vanzuosi's interrogation, a cold smile appeared on Dong Jichang's face. Do you think you're strong? The great Lu Chen will show you what a true powerhouse is. He will avenge me. You won't get a single piece of information from me. Before crossing into the world of Tianyu, Dong Jichang was just an ordinary worker. Faced with death, he felt fear, but in front of this vampire, he knew that even if he betrayed the great Lu Chen, he could not escape the fate of being drained of blood. It was better this way. At least it would be a way to repay the great Lu Chen for the 2 survival bets he had won for him. Looking for death. Vanzuosi's fangs instantly pierced Dong Jichang's neck, and Dong Jichang's limbs began to struggle violently as if out of control. His originally robust body started to shrink at an astonishing speed, becoming withered. Chapter 74, an evolver with average attributes higher than Lu Chen. Thud. With a muffled sound, Dong Jichang's withered body was mercilessly thrown into the surging waves by Vanzuosi, like an abandoned puppet. He, do you think I can't find it if you don't say? Vanzuosi, still unsatisfied, extended his tongue to lightly brush over his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as if capturing something in the air. In an instant, his eyes snapped open, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Found it! That vibrant life force is definitely Lu Chen, and it's to the east. Vanzuosi murmured to himself, then suddenly swung his right arm, his body instantly transforming into a swirling black mist, morphing into countless bats that soared high into the sky. For a long time, a faint sobbing sound echoed in the dark corners of the Iron Wolf. Wanner, the girl with the ability to become invisible, tightly covered her lips with her hands, her body trembling slightly as she revealed her form. Changgu, everyone. Wanner only dared to cry now, tears rolling down her cheeks like broken pearls, dripping onto the cold deck. No, I can't let Changgu and everyone die in vain. Recalling Dong Jichang's last words, Wanner quickly wiped her tears, her fingers trembling as she opened the chat channel within District 1000. At this moment, the chat channel in District 1000 was already in an uproar. Wait, what's going on? Did we get invaded by someone? Am I seeing this wrong? That Vanzuosi from District 001 is tired of living? He dares to come to our District 1000 alone and cause trouble. If I see him, I will definitely skin him alive. Everyone, don't be careless. Look at the chat channel in District 8. This Vanzuosi is definitely not simple. Damn, this invasion order from Vanzuosi was given by the Americans. They actually think that with just this one Vanzuosi, they can wipe out over 900 of us in District 1000. How is that possible? Tang Hong, exactly, there's no need for my adoptive father to intervene. My ship can take down this so-called vampire prince. Ever since Tang Hong got 60 attribute points and 3 evolution points, he's overflowing with confidence. Not just Tang Hong, there are no soft persimmons in our District 1000. If that Vanzuosi dares to cause trouble, let him taste the bitterness of hitting a brick wall. Yang Zimo, everyone, please don't let your guard down. No one should act alone, gather with the nearby warships immediately. We still don't know the details about this Vanzuosi, and we absolutely cannot underestimate him. Got it, Brother Yang. With Lord Luching, Brother Yang, and Sister Li Cini here, I'm not worried at all about this so-called vampire prince. Until this moment, the atmosphere in the Lian Tian channel was still relaxed. Suddenly, a series of prompt sounds from the Tianyu system rang out, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. Ding, District 1000 Evolver Wei Jia, Wang Ming, Li Xiang, Zhou Zihao, killed by District 001 Evolver Vanzuosi. Before anyone could react, another cold prompt sound echoed, adding a heavy weight to everyone's hearts. Ding, District 1000 Evolver Dong Jichang, killed by District 001 Evolver Vanzuosi. Dong Jichang, it's the Iron Wolf. The Iron Wolf is in trouble. Dong Jichang is a top player on the leaderboard, already level 4, and the other crew members on the Iron Wolf are all level 3. How is this possible? Damn it, it was that vampire. On the Unicorn Rhino, Yang Zimo was chasing a level 4 sea beast. Upon seeing the Tianyu prompt, his heart tightened, and he quickly waved to Long Haoren and the others, signaling them to abandon the chase. He remembered there were 6 crew members on the Iron Wolf, and now only 5 had been reported dead, so there should still be someone alive. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo immediately sent a message in the chat channel, "Is there anyone still alive on the Iron Wolf?" After a few seconds, Warner's avatar flickered to life. "Everyone, I'm sorry, we on the Iron Wolf couldn't hold off that vampire. Woo woo." Seeing that someone had indeed survived on the Iron Wolf, everyone quickly pressed for details. "Sister Warner, stop crying and tell us what happened." "Yes, don't rush, take your time. We will definitely avenge you. That bastard Vanzuosi really thinks he can act recklessly just because he's strong. Warner, everyone, please don't act impulsively. Vanzuosi is much stronger than we imagined. I survived because Brother Chang asked me to relay his information to everyone, so you could prepare in advance." Then, Warner shared Vanzuosi's attribute panel in the chat channel. Evolver, Vanzuosi, Blood Clan, Level 5, 1635, Strength, 312, Agility, 321, Constitution, 332, Perception, 314, Talent, Blood Feast, Level. By absorbing the blood of his kind, he can plunder some of their attribute point enhancements, lasting for 15 days. Skill, Bat Swarm Transformation, Level, a mysterious Blood Clan skill that allows Vanzuosi to temporarily transform into a swarm of bats, capable of soaring freely in the air and launching surprise attacks on enemies at lightning speed. "Oh wow, Mom, I can fly now." Ship, Advanced Beginner Wooden Ship Blood Feast, with Ship Talent, Night Voyager. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, above Level 5. For some freaks, the Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment is becoming increasingly difficult. Oh, your district has one too. As everyone's gaze fell on the astonishing values on Vanzuosi's panel, the chat channel fell silent in an instant, as if the very air had solidified. In every corner of the district, a faint yet clear sound of gasping could be heard almost simultaneously. Even young Zimo, who was usually known for his calm demeanor, couldn't help but tremble slightly with his right hand, his fingertips gently tapping against the ship's railing. The four-dimensional attributes of Vanzuosi suddenly came into view. Each one had astonishingly surpassed the 300-point mark. Yang Zimo knew that he was among the strong in Zone 1000, but his average four-dimensional attributes barely crossed the threshold of 60. In comparison, Vanzuosi's attributes were a full 5 times his. 5 times. This number hit him like a heavy hammer, striking hard at his heart. This meant that in terms of speed, strength, perception, and even resilience to damage, Vanzuosi could completely and overwhelmingly crush him. "Damn, is this guy even human?" Zhou exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets upon seeing Vanzuosi's attributes. Long Haoren slammed the giant shield he was holding onto the deck, producing a dull thud. His expression darkened, and he turned to Yang Zimo with a serious look. "Old Yang, this is dangerous." Li Ming's eyelids drooped slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he analyzed. "Now I understand why only Vanzuosi survived in Zone 001. I'm afraid the others have already been drained of their blood, becoming his nourishment." Chapter 75, Dad, Run. After a few seconds of dead silence in the chat channel, someone finally sent a message in disbelief. "Tang Hon, Warner, do you think it's possible that this data has an extra 0? AI, Tang Hon, let's face reality. You and I both know that Tianyu can't be wrong. This vampire's attributes are probably really over 300. Now I understand why the people on the Iron Wolf couldn't hold on for even a second. These attributes are terrifying. It's those damn Americans. They're afraid of us, so they deliberately let this devil Vanzuosi into our zone. Complaining is useless. On the battlefield, only the ones who survive have the right to laugh in the end. We need to think of a way to deal with Vanzuosi." At this moment, young Zimo spoke up. "Everyone, I just carefully studied the intelligence that Warner brought back. Although Vanzuosi's attributes surge after each blood drain, this enhancement has a time limit. If we don't confront him head-on, and wait for 15 days, he will revert to the level of an ordinary evolver, and then we can deal with him as we wish." Yang is right. "Warner, where is Vanzuosi now? We need to quickly inform everyone to avoid him." However, Warner's response made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. He went to find Lord Lu Chen. Damn, this bastard must have had his eyes on Lord Lu Chen from the start. "Lu Chen, Lord Lu Chen, danger, run. Lu Chen, adoptive father, you are the spiritual pillar of our Zone 1000. You must not have any accidents. Lu Chen, brother Lu Chen, Vanzuosi is not a good guy, you must be careful." In an instant, the chat channel was flooded with messages urging Lu Chen to run. Yang Zimo also sent a message advising, "Lu Chen, Vanzuosi is extremely dangerous, he is looking for you right now, you need to hide." However, at that moment, an evolver suddenly sent a message. "Damn, I saw Lord Lu Chen's netherworld ship." Did Lord Lu Chen manage to avoid Vanzuosi? Lord Lu Chen's netherworld ship is still quite fast. If he really wants to escape, Fan Shuisi won't be able to catch up. As long as Lord Lu Chen is safe, I'll be at ease. However, the next sentence from the Evolver made everyone's heart tighten, it seems that Lord Lu Chen not only didn't escape, but instead headed straight towards Van Zuosi. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel erupted, and everyone was in a panic. Oh my god, I know you're strong, but that Van Zuosi is a real monster, we can't go head to head. Lu Chen, you need to turn back. Van Zuosi has all attributes above 300 points, with a combined combat power exceeding the 10th tier. You won't be his match. Lu Chen, you are my faith, you can't get into trouble. Let's follow what Yang said and avoid Van Zuosi for now. It's better to deal with him after 15 days. Yang Zimo saw that Lu Chen not only didn't escape but directly went to confront Van Zuosi, and his heart sank. He knew Lu Chen was strong, but Van Zuosi's attributes had already surpassed the limits that current evolvers could handle. Lu Chen was the hope of the entire 1000 district, even the whole Divine Xia. He absolutely couldn't afford to get into trouble. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo hurriedly messaged in the chat channel again, his tone filled with urgency and sincerity. Lu Chen, Van Zuosi has absorbed the power of over 1,000 people from Zone 001, his terror is unimaginable. Engaging him now is like fighting against 1,000 people from Zone 001, this is truly unwise. We should avoid confrontation and plan for the long term. However, at this critical moment, a remark from Li Sini suddenly silenced the previously noisy chat channel. Li Sini, everyone, there's no need to persuade him. After all this time, don't you understand Lu Chen's character? How could he choose to retreat just because the opponent is strong? If he really feared, then he wouldn't be Lu Chen, and he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Instead of wasting time here trying to convince him, why not come with me to support him? Hearing Li Sini's words, Yang Zimo was momentarily stunned, then shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This kid Lu Chen, sometimes I really can't tell if he's exceptionally strong or just too reckless, he muttered to himself. However, his gaze quickly became resolute. But no matter if it's confidence or sheer recklessness, I, Yang Zimo, will stand by your side without hesitation. Immediately after, Yang Zimo sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, gather towards Lu Chen's direction, let's go support him together. After seeing Yang Zimo and Li Sini's messages, the people of District 1000 still felt fear towards Van Zuosi's immense power, but they also understood that hiding indefinitely was not a long-term solution. After all, there were less than 6 days until the toxic fog descended. If they just blindly hid, even if they could temporarily evade Van Zuosi's pursuit, they wouldn't be able to build a single-masted sailboat to escape in this novice sea area. Damn it, let's do it. Worst case, we die, who's afraid of who? We are only 2 nautical miles away from Lord Lu Chen, we'll be there soon. I'm going too. If Lord Lu Chen is gone, none of us in District 1000 will survive. In an instant, hundreds of warships in the district turned their direction and quickly gathered towards Lu Chen's location. Between the 0001 sea area of the 8th district and the 1000 sea area, an intense battle was about to unfold. At this moment, in the 8th district's chat channel, Charles also sent Van Zuosi's attribute panel into the district chat channel, causing the evolvers from the allied nations to celebrate. All 4-dimensional attributes were over 300. Even if Lu Chen could slay 5th-tier creatures, in the face of such a terrifying Van Zuosi, he would only need a dead end. I didn't expect Prince Vantris to be so powerful. Now, that detestable Lu Chen and those despicable Shinya people are doomed. Indeed, when the time comes, our great Goryeo Empire will definitely plunder all the lost attribute points from these Shinya people. Oh, great Mr. Charles, could you please ask if Prince Vantris has already killed that devil Lu Chen? If he really wants to escape, I fear Prince Vantris might not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 76, Overseer vs. Vampire. At that moment, Vantris's avatar flickered, his tone filled with pride and disdain. Everyone, don't worry. The blood of those Shinya people is truly delicious. That Lu Chen, he might have been scared silly by me, charging straight at me. Soon, he will become the delicacy in my mouth. Vantris's words completely reassured the previously anxious evolvers of the various nations alliance. Oh my god. Although Lu Chen has such powerful strength, his brain might not be very good. How could he not escape when faced with such a powerful Prince Vantris? Charles, it seems that Lu Chen is very confident in his own strength, but in front of the mighty Prince Vantris, he will soon experience what despair truly means. We Gauls have found our survival bet, just waiting for Prince Vantris to slay Lu Chen, and then we can plunder those weak Shinya people to our heart's content. Lord Shiva has also issued a decree, and we people of Tianju will resolutely carry out Lord Shiva's will, completely exterminating those Shinya people. Vantris? Average attributes over 300? Lu Chen's gaze swept over Vantris's attribute panel in the chat channel, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. He had thought his attributes were top-notch, but unexpectedly, in this 8th district, someone could surpass him. It seems I still can't let my guard down. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on Blue Star, and there are quite a few people like me who have had fortuitous encounters. Looking at the numerous messages in the chat channel urging him to avoid confrontation, Lu Chen merely shook his head lightly. It was not easy to encounter an evolver who piqued his interest. How could he not meet him? So Lu Chen chuckled softly and sent a message in the chat channel to reassure everyone. Everyone, there's no need to worry. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, he waved his hand. Jack, set course for 055, full speed ahead. There's an interesting guy waiting for us up ahead. Understood, Captain. Hee, looks like another little toy is coming our way. Jack grinned, the black crystal in his hand flashing with light, condensing into a long whip that struck the paddling skeletons. You lazy bones, paddle faster. The skeletons, driven by the whip, instantly increased their paddling speed, and the phantom ship surged forward like a ghost in the night, heading straight for the blood feast ship ahead. Under the focus of many gazes, Lu Chen's phantom ship drew closer and closer to Vantress's blood feast ship. In the chat channel, Shenjiawei, everyone, the great Lu Chen's phantom ship is about to collide with Prince Vantress's blood feast ship. My angry waves ship is right next to it, and my hands are shaking with nervousness. Should I go help? Don't! Your strength is too weak. If you rashly intervene, you might end up giving Vantress more attributes. Right, Brother Jiawei, you stay there and wait for us. We're all rushing to the great Lu Chen's side. Shin Jiawei, okay, so what should I do now? Doesn't Tianyu have a real-time live broadcast feature? You turn on the live stream and let us see Vantress's abilities first, so we can support the great Lu Chen later. Yang Zimo, right, you start the live stream first, and everyone else speed up and come to support Lu Chen as soon as possible. My unicorn rhino will arrive in 20 minutes. Yang Zimo, also, everyone check if anyone has silverware. This Vanzuosi is a vampire and should be afraid of silver. Boss Yang Zimo, I have a pair of silver earrings. I have a silver bracelet. My necklace is silver. Yang Zimo, good, everyone gather the silverware and hand it over to Li Cini. Li Cini's magnetic manipulation has evolved to the level of metal manipulation, and she can use these silverware for long-range attacks. Yang Zimo, Li Cini, how long until your morning star arrives? We need to support Lu Chen quickly. We can't let him fight alone. Li Cini, 15 minutes. At this moment, Qin Jiawei had started the live stream, and the evolvers rushing towards Lu Chen were flooding into Qin Jiawei's live stream. On the screen, on the turbulent ocean, a ghost ship shrouded in black mist faced off against a blood-red boat, like two sharp swords, their edges exposed, confronting each other. Your Highness, I didn't expect these Xingxia people to have some backbone. They haven't been scared off by your terrifying might. A blood slave gazed at the approaching underworld ship, his tone filled with surprise. In the Eternal Sun 001 district, which evolver wouldn't be scared to the point of losing control and fleeing upon seeing your highness? However, these Xingxia people not only did not flee but actively approached, as if seeking death. Ha, this is good. It saves me the trouble of looking for them. Vanzuosi's lips curled into a cold smile, and then with a wave of his right arm, his body instantly transformed into a swarm of black bats, charging towards the underworld ship. Oh, this little toy on the opposite side looks a bit interesting. Jack's face twisted with malice, ready to step forward to fight, but was stopped by Lu Chen's hand. Jack, leave this guy to me. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit. Among today's evolvers, few could match him. Now that he had finally encountered an opponent who could exchange a few blows with him, how could he easily give it to Jack? Jack shrugged and took a step back. All right, Captain, you go ahead. Are you two arguing about who will die first? In the swarm of bats, Vanzuosi's voice was full of disdain, and then the swarm suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Lu Chen. Level skill, bat transformation. Previously, Wei Jie and the other three on the Iron Wolf were killed by this move. Now Vanzuosi wanted to use the same trick to drain Lu Chen's blood. The blood of the strongest in District 1000 must be delicious. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the bats' piercing shrieks, countless bats bared their fangs and fiercely bit into Lu Chen's skin. Suddenly, boom! A fierce flame erupted violently from within Lu Chen, like a volcanic eruption. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, countless bats were engulfed by the flames, letting out mournful wails, and then turned to ashes, scattering in the air. The remaining bats quickly gathered, reshaping into Vanzuosi's form. Fire ability user? Humph, you managed to narrowly escape a disaster. Vanzuosi snorted coldly. Firepower was precisely the nemesis of his bat transformation. Is that all? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. If Vanzuosi was this weak, it would disappoint him. Key kick. Seeing the disdain in Lu Chen's eyes, Vanzuosi's mouth twisted into a cold smile, his body trembling slightly under the cloak with laughter. Kid, you clearly haven't seen the true power of Prince Vanzuosi. That little trick just now was merely an appetizer." His words carried an undeniable threat, and immediately after, his voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp and piercing. "Next, I will make you understand what true attribute suppression is." Fanjuosi's body trembled, and his agility instantly surged, like a wild beast breaking free from its restraints. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-red afterimage, lunging towards Lu Chen with astonishing speed. Chapter 77, A Tribute Crushing Fanjuosi. Hee, Aunt, I will let you witness the terrifying speed that can be achieved with 321 points of agility. Fanjuosi thought proudly as he bared his fangs and lunged fiercely at Lu Chen's neck. However, in the face of Fanjuosi's incredibly swift strike, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Interesting, this Fanjuosi actually thinks he can crush me with speed. How laughable. Lu Chen suddenly pushed off with his right foot, his body retreating rapidly. Fanjuosi's sharp fangs, which had already closed in on Lu Chen's neck, seemed to touch nothing but air, the prey that was within reach suddenly becoming unattainable. He focused his gaze and saw that Lu Chen's speed was actually on par with his own. How is this possible? Fanjuosi was filled with shock. He had absorbed the power of over 1,000 people to temporarily boost his agility to 321 points, yet this Lu Chen, a mere level 5 evolver, could match him in speed? Could it be his agility has surpassed 321 points? No, that is absolutely impossible. However, before the shock in Fanjuosi's heart could settle, he saw a flash of green light beneath Lu Chen's feet, and his speed suddenly surged. The Lu Chen, who had been matching his speed, now tripled it, transforming into an afterimage that vanished from Fanjuosi's sight in the blink of an eye. Not good. Fanjuosi was alarmed, but before he could react, Lu Chen's figure appeared silently beside him like a ghost. Immediately after, a pale, slender hand struck out with lightning speed. Slap! A crisp, loud sound echoed across the sea. Fanjuosi was caught off guard by this sudden, powerful slap, spinning around twice before standing dazed in place, his face filled with astonishment. How could he, with 321 points of agility, be crushed in speed? The hardest to accept was that Lu Chen's attack on him was an extremely humiliating slap. Do you know how much damage a slap is to a vampire? This sudden scene caused a momentary silence across the sea. On the blood feast, the blood slaves who had been grinning with anticipation at the sight of Lu Chen being drained of blood suddenly froze, their eyes vacant. Did I see that wrong? Did I just see this Shinya person move faster than the prince? One blood slave murmured, unable to believe it. However, the blood slave companions beside him were like statues, showing no reaction at all. They all widened their eyes, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. The prince's agility was over 300 points. How could this Shinya person be so fast? Had his agility surpassed that of the prince? How could that be? Did he also drink human blood? But that doesn't make sense. There were plenty of evolvers in District 1000. Quick, everyone, paddle hard. Lu Chen is waiting for us. Yang Zimo was anxious, gripping the oars tightly and paddling with all his might. He knew that Lu Chen was currently in a fierce battle with Fanjuosi, and every moment he could speed up would increase the hope of victory for Lu Chen in District 1000. However, at that moment, Long Haoran, who was responsible for observing the battle situation, suddenly froze. He then mechanically turned his head, his gaze blankly fixed on Yang Zimo, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and the others. He stammered, You all, quickly look at this. Upon hearing Long Haoran's words, Yang Zimo's heart sank. Could it be that Lu Chen was defeated? Sigh, with Fanjuosi's terrifying attributes, it wouldn't be surprising if Lu Chen lost. With a heavy heart, Yang Zimo slowly directed his gaze towards the light screen that Long Haoran was showing to everyone. In the next second, the same shock that appeared on Long Haoran's face emerged on his own. Crushed! Lu Chen actually outpaced Fanjuosi in speed? Even though Yang Zimo was usually calm, he couldn't help but exclaim, but wait, doesn't Fanjuosi have over 300 points in agility? Is he just a paper tiger? Zhou Yu's voice was filled with doubt. No, Fanjuosi's agility is indeed 321 points, but Lu Chen's agility is even higher than Fanjuosi's. Li Ming's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the afterimages of Lu Chen and Fanjuosi on the light screen, analyzing in a deep voice. What? Zhou Yu's voice suddenly rose, his eyes wide in disbelief. Are you saying Lu Chen's agility exceeds that of Fanjuosi? Damn, my total attributes don't even add up to 300 points, and now you're telling me Lu Chen has over 300 points in just agility? Zhou Yu instantly felt like everything was falling apart. Yang Zimo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with exhilaration. This kid Lu Chen has been hiding his attributes from us all along. Turns out his stats are so astonishing. Long Haoran couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Old Yang, Think about how we advised him to run away before, it's really ironic. Brother Lu Chen clearly had everything prepared, and now we've become the clowns. Yang Zimo showed no signs of embarrassment, instead, his smile grew even brighter. Ha, a clown is a clown. As long as Lu Chen is strong, and Shenxia is strong, I, Yang Zimo, am more than willing to be this clown. Ha ha ha. Fan Shuxi's gaze was like a torch, fixed on Lu Chen, who was shaking his wrist, his teeth clenched, making a creaking sound. I, Fan Shuxi, a noble bloodline prince, am a terrifying presence whether on Blue Star or in this world of Tianyu. This detestable Lu Chen actually dared to slap me hard in front of everyone. How infuriating, truly infuriating. Thinking of this, anger surged like a tide, and Fan Shuxi's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, cold and eerie. So you are an agility-type specialist. It seems you have put all your free attribute points into agility, haven't you? His gaze shifted to the green light flickering beneath Lu Chen's feet, the ferocity on his face intensifying, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Speed enhancement, you actually possess two talents at the same time. But do you think that with such little tricks, you can defeat me? What a delusion! Fan Shuxi stepped forward, his tone filled with threat. In this narrow cabin, no matter how fast you are, where can you escape to? Moreover, how long can you maintain this speed enhancement? As he spoke, he extended his crimson tongue, slowly licking his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. The moment your mental energy is exhausted and the speed enhancement state disappears, that will be the moment you become my delicious meal. Chapter 78, A Punch That Shakes the World. Hey, I say old man, you really do talk a lot. With your little skills, does our captain even need to dodge you? Jack lazily leaned against the ship's railing, picking his nose with a look of disdain. Are there still experts? Van Zuasi finally noticed Jack, his pupils suddenly constricting. The undead before him was actually displaying a level creature on the panel. How could there be a level undead hidden on this sunken ship? Van Zuasi was well aware of the power of level creatures. In the 001C area, he had once clashed with a level C beast. Even with all his might, he could only barely hold his ground. Remembering this, Van Zuasi's heart sank. He understood that he had probably kicked a steel plate this time. If that level undead launched an attack, and Lu Chen used his astonishing speed to ambush from the side, he might not be able to match them at all. Just as Van Zuasi was contemplating retreat, a casually spoken remark from Lu Chen instantly brightened his eyes. Jack is right, I'm done playing. Lu Chen flexed his wrists and stepped closer to Van Zuasi, clearly preparing for a direct confrontation. Heh, you don't take the road to heaven, yet you come to hell on your own. Van Zuasi's heart surged with joy. Lu Chen was clearly a talent focused on agility, yet he wanted to face him head-on. As long as he used his powerful strength attribute to create a crushing momentum, a single blow would be enough to take him down. At that point, the remaining level undead would be no concern. This was a golden opportunity. He had to kill this arrogant man from the divine summer. Die! Van Zuasi roared, his right foot forcefully pushing off the ground, his muscles tightening like steel in an instant. An astonishing 312 points of strength surged forth, and his right fist shot out like an arrow, carrying the force to shatter everything, aimed straight at Lu Chen's face. In a split second, that face he despised would surely crack like a broken melon. Facing Van Zuasi's swift punch, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Just a level talent like you dares to challenge a level talent. His strength was the masterpiece of a dumpling-level talent. Suddenly, a red light surged within Lu Chen, and the power enhancement skill activated in an instant. His strength tripled, soaring to 534 points. He sank slightly, exerted force from his waist, pulled back his right arm, and then released like a spring, charging forward like a cannonball, directly colliding with Van Zuasi's fist. He intended to crush the so-called vampire noble with sheer force. Van Zuasi, once full of confidence, felt a wave of bad premonition wash over him as he saw the red glow emanating from Lu Chen. This red light, it resembled a power-type talent, didn't it? No way! Does Lu Chen also have a power-type talent? Though his heart was already uneasy, it was too late to turn back. With gritted teeth, Van Zuasi concentrated every ounce of strength into his right fist, vowing to kill Lu Chen with a single blow. However, the next scene left him horrified. Lu Chen's fist, which shot out like a cannonball, was suddenly enveloped by a layer of hard rock shimmering with cold light, accompanied by a creaking sound. Level talent, mountain power. A high-level earth-type talent? Damn it, how many talents does this bastard possess? In Van Zuasi's shocked gaze, his flesh and blood fist collided violently with Lu Chen's rock-forged fist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, and in an instant, Van Zuasi's fist was crushed into fragments by the overwhelming force, as if glass had been struck by a boulder, scattering everywhere. However, Lu Chen's fist's might did not dissipate. It surged like a raging torrent, relentlessly sweeping along Van Zuasi's right arm. The muscles and bones of Van Zuasi's right arm crumbled before this terrifying power, turning into bloody fragments. In the blink of an eye, Van Zuosi's entire right arm was gone, and this destructive force did not stop. It continued to crash into Van Zuosi's chest. All at once, Van Zuosi's chest caved in under the immense pressure, his ribs cracking one by one, and his internal organs were shattered by this force. He was like a leaf caught in a wild wind, suddenly flying backward and crashing hard against the side of the yumming ship. With a loud boom, the entire ship trembled violently, dust and debris flying everywhere from the deck. Lu Chen's earth-shattering punch instantly silenced the chaos across the sea. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the ship's railing, where Van Zuosi hung like a torn puppet, motionless. Whether it was the evolvers from Zone 1000 or the blood slaves on the Blood Feast ship, all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Everyone knew Van Zuosi's power attribute was a staggering 312 points, not 32. With such terrifying strength, Van Zuosi could easily one-punch most level 5 evolvers. Yet, this formidable individual, whose power was 5 times that of his peers, was once again crushed by Lu Chen in a straightforward confrontation. Lu Chen was truly terrifying. On the morning starship, wow, Brother Lu is so cool. Fan Ying jumped high, her small face flushed with excitement. She turned to Li Cini and shouted, "Sister Cini, did you see that? Brother Lu not only outclassed that vampire in agility, but he completely suppressed him in raw power too. So cool." Li Cini gazed at Lu Chen's towering figure in the light screen, a slight smile forming on her lips as she waved her hand. "Everyone, there's no need to worry. It seems he doesn't need our support at all." Her gaze fell back on Lu Chen, her heart filled with mixed emotions. No matter how hard she tried, the gap between her and Lu Chen seemed to only grow wider. On the Morning Star ship, the other crew members were equally astonished. What was happening? At first, everyone thought Van Zuosi was a tough character, and they all paddled desperately, wanting to rush to support the great Lu Chen. But just as they had barely moved, Lu Chen had ended Van Zuosi with a single punch. How could he live up to the impressive entrance he made? At that moment, Van Zuosi was in a pitiful state. Not only had his right arm turned to mush, but his entire right chest had been torn open, as if he had not just taken a punch, but had been directly hit by a large caliber shell. Van Zuosi looked at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How was this possible? Even with a power-type talent enhancement, how could his base strength be so high? Moreover, everyone else had only one type of talent. Why did he have so many? This was unfair.